Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 327, An Unstable Situation. What was there to be done? This was practically humankind's most pressing thought right now. The world had undergone massive changes, the satellites had fallen, and the originally isolated space barrier had disappeared without a trace. The whole mankind was in a truly terrified state. Meanwhile, golden eagles were spreading their wings and covering the sun, diabolical bulls were charging through the sky and shaking the earth, and 300-meter-long snakes were terrifying people. In one day, the entire world seemed to have entered a savage realm. Chengdu, Maya City, the Free Cities. All communications between the 37 cities had become extremely difficult. The entire Da Alliance was already close to being paralyzed. Early in the morning in Chang'an, over 100 soldiers watched drowsily with a relaxed expression on their faces as the sun rose slowly. It was finally over. A night of bestial attacks and apprehension was finally over. During the most dangerous time of the night, they had even seen thousands of wolf packs creeping over. However, these giant wolves, which had been bigger than rhinoceroses, had ultimately been led away soundlessly by the alpha wolf. Let's return and grab a drink. Soldiers invited the comrades they were close to out. Not a single one of the invited soldiers declined. Life was short, so they wanted to have fun while they could. Nobody knew what accidents tomorrow would bring, so it was best to enjoy the present. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as the sound of drums reverberated from a distance. This violent shuddering motion was accompanied by a massive black bull that was charging over. The two horns of the massive bull were like two large blades, while the bull's terrifying aura made many people hold their breath. Alarms rang out from the sensors that had just been repaired outside the city gates. Meanwhile, a purple light flashed, making people's hearts tremble. It's a dark-grade source beast. A dark-grade source beast. Some soldiers shouted in terror. Dark-grade source beasts were the equivalent of god-grade existences, so most people simply wouldn't have any chance of surviving against such a beast. The relaxed expressions of the soldiers, who had felt fortunate to survive, froze on their ashen faces. Things had just calmed down, when another onslaught began. Deep down they knew that their lives could be taken in a second by this huge dark-grade source beast. The Flame Emperor and the other martial Grand Masters in Chang'an City rushed out frantically at the sound of the alarms. When they saw the huge powerful bull, they felt their throats go dry. Even though Chang'an City possessed taboo weapons, they feared that they wouldn't be very effective against this bull, which was similar in size to the multicolored tiger. Moo! The massive bull blustered. When they heard its cry, the Flame Emperor and the others understood what the bull was saying. 1,000 source cores. The massive bull wanted 1,000 source cores. This meant that it wanted the source cores of 1,000 martial masters. Every single martial master was an extremely precious asset of Chang'an City, so 1,000 martial masters were a large portion of the city's fighting strength. The Flame Emperor clenched his hands tightly. Even if he had to destroy the bull, he wouldn't accept such an unreasonable request. After all, each martial master was a source of hope for the Da Alliance and humanity. The massive bull roared angrily with a voice that shook the sky before it started to rise into the air. As each hoof stepped out, the trembling motion of the earth intensified. Diabolical bull, what are you trying to do? A faint voice rang out in the sky. When he heard Luo Yunyang's voice, the Flame Emperor immediately felt a burden lift off his mind. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Now that Luo Yunyang was there, he wouldn't need to worry much. The massive bull that had been charging maniacally nearly fell to the ground in its haste to stop. Its two huge eyes were filled with fear as it looked over at Luo Yunyang. Suddenly, the diabolical bull that had made the entire city tremble in fear quickly crept to the ground and mooed. We actually meet again, great king. Oh great king. The bull's words stunned everyone. Although they all respected Luo Yunyang, they had never expected that the diabolical bull would actually call humanity's strongest fighter a great king. Luo Yunyang had also never imagined that he would encounter the primordial diabolical bull there. Back when he had entered the dimensional fracture, he had relied on his strength in order to become the king of an area. The primordial diabolical bull had been the first subject that had pledged its allegiance to him. However, Luo Yunyang had gained few benefits, so he hadn't expected that after returning from the dimensional fracture, he would actually run into the primordial diabolical bull there. What are you doing here? Luo Yunyang asked. My king, the great Emperor Lord has ordered us to occupy new territories, so I've come running over here. The primordial diabolical bull, which revered Luo Yunyang, replied loudly without hesitation. Great Emperor Lord, who was this? The primordial diabolical bull seemed to sense Luo Yunyang's confusion, so it replied, the great Emperor Lord is our joint boss. He is a heaven-grade source beast. The great Emperor Lord is a dark ice devil leopard. Although the primordial diabolical bull's last words were transmitted directly into Luo Yunyang's ear, he could still hear the trepidation and fear in its voice. A heaven-grade source beast. When Luo Yunyang had entered the dimensional fracture, he had only relied on his great elemental divine eye and used power close to an earth-grade source beast, yet this great Emperor Lord that the primordial diabolical bull was speaking of was actually a heaven-grade source beast. Come with me. After pondering this for a bit, Luo Yunyang led the primordial diabolical bull to a mountainside outside Chang'an. Tell me what happened exactly. Luo Yunyang wanted to hear about the changes of the earth from a source beast's point of view. Therefore, he ordered the bull to explain everything. I have no idea what happened either, but this expanse of land merged with the divine beast wasteland and became a part of it. According to some beings close to the great Emperor Lord, great opportunities lie in the land that has recently merged with the divine beast wasteland. Therefore, the 10 great Emperor Lords want to take control of these new lands. We were dispatched to invade and occupy these territories. A serious look appeared on Luo Yunyang's face as he waited for the primordial diabolical bull to finish speaking. It would have been fine if it had just been one heaven-grade source beast, but this actually involved 10 heaven-grade source beasts. Plus, the bull had also mentioned some great opportunities. What great opportunities? Luo Yunyang knew that the heart of this problem would probably lie in these great opportunities, so he wanted to understand what was going on. I really don't know, great king. Even if you skin me and turn me to stew, I will still have nothing to comment. I really don't know what sort of great opportunities these are. The primordial diabolical bull shook its skull as it added, however, I've heard that these great opportunities contain some secrets that could allow heaven-grade source beasts to ascend grades. Hee. Luo Yunyang swatted the bull's skull as he said, then tell me what these great Emperor Lords want from humans. This time, the primordial diabolical bull answered readily, submit to us and you will prosper, oppose us and you will perish. Humans are just food, so some kings have told us to get ready to round up humans and eat them. As it said this, the bull's heart suddenly shuddered. Its 2 front hooves danced up frantically while it said, your subordinate has no intention of doing this, great king. I have turned over a new leaf ever since I met you. I definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything. He just glanced back at Chang'an City. The ruined city didn't seem to have any fortifications, so it might not even be able to withstand the attack of a source beast of the primordial diabolical bull's level, let alone the attack of a great Emperor Lord. Taking his family away so they could live free naturally wouldn't be a problem. What would happen to everyone else, though? If he had been unable to help them, Luo Yunyang would naturally only have thought of himself. However, he had become humankind's strongest fighter by now, so the way he approached problems like this had unconsciously started to change. What should I do if I want to preserve the entire human race? Luo Yunyang asked the primordial diabolical bull. The bull's eyes widened, and it paused for a while before it muttered, if you want to save all these people, it's possible, but your entire race isn't restricted to a region controlled by a king. Are you implying that I can't do this? Luo Yunyang said frostily as he stared at the bull. The primordial diabolical bull, which noticed that Luo Yunyang was displeased, felt as though a knife had been stabbed into its neck. Its whole body shivered. Damn it, the great king seemed even more terrifying than when it had first become his subordinate. Please don't misunderstand, great king. In my eyes, you have no rival. However, your objective is too great. In order to achieve your objective, only a blood battle between races would work. The primordial diabolical bull started to stutter worriedly. Indeed, only a blood battle between races would. The stuttering bull was trembling from head to toe as it said, I have said the wrong thing, I have said the wrong thing. You shouldn't believe what I just said. The more Luo Yunyang interacted with the primordial diabolical bull, the more he felt that this fellow was trying to play tricks on him. He immediately put on an imposing air and said, explain to me clearly what a blood battle between races is. If I sense you trying to deceive me in the slightest, I will bury your body right here. You decide how you want things to go. Great king, A blood battle between races is when a race feels that it can struggle free from the control of the 10 great emperor lords and become the 11th strongest race in the divine beast wasteland. It can issue a challenge. Suddenly, the primordial diabolical bull shivered. The challenger has to face the challenges of the 10 great races and emerge victorious from all 10 battles. Only this way will this race become the strongest one and not suffer any bullying. It can also be allocated a region and become one of the 10 great emperor lords. Chapter 328, The Race Blood Battle. The primordial diabolical bull left Chang'an wasn't a place where it could stay. A heavy feeling welled in Luo Yunyang's heart as he watched the bull fade into the distance. He stood atop the city walls, watching as men used brick after brick to repair the damages. Although many people were already exhausted, they still worked without a pause. Even some people who already had difficulty walking continued to transport bricks. "Greetings, Commissar." A blood strike guard trooper on duty saluted Luo Yunyang respectfully. To this trooper, Luo Yunyang was a godlike entity. The Commissar's achievements were extraordinary, so anyone who followed him would prosper. This alone made serving him and being loyal to him worth it. The busy humans glanced over at Luo Yunyang when they heard the blood strike guard trooper's greeting. They all put on their purest, most honest and reverent expressions. Luo Yunyang didn't know this trooper's name. The blood strike guard had experienced a massive expansion after Luo Yunyang had taken over the post after all. When will the repairs of the city walls be completed? These are only temporary blockages, sir. We will need at least 6 months to restore them to their former sturdy condition. As the blood strike guard trooper spoke, a flock of large hawks flew over in the sky. These hawks had a wingspan of 10 meters, so they created a powerful gale below them in Chang'an City. Some hawks cried out and dove down towards the bustling masses. Their actions indicated that they were about to hunt some prey. Luo Yunyang's mind power transformed into several mind swords and dropped the hawks to the ground in the blink of an eye. Although each hawk was completely intact, their souls had already been extinguished. "The Commissar is mighty," the blood strike guard trooper exclaimed. Everyone who had been scared shish also shouted in relief. Luo Yunyang's expression turned slightly graver when he saw their shocked faces. If Chang'an was in such a state, then what about other places? The Flame Emperor's eyes were red. He quickly walked over to Luo Yunyang holding a piece of beast flesh that he bit into. "Shendu has been surrounded by source beasts." The Flame Emperor's voice was a little hoarse. "The Edgeless Spiritual Master has already fallen." The Edgeless Spiritual Master had been a friend of Luo Yunyang's among the God-grade powerhouses. He had never expected that he would join all the other God-grade powerhouses that had targeted Luo Yunyang, even if he didn't lend them a hand. Not striking Luo Yunyang during such a crisis was probably the limit of what the Edgeless Spiritual Master could do under the circumstances. He still had to put his safety before his principles after all. What happened? Luo Yunyang had never expected that the virtuous Edgeless Spiritual Master would actually die. When some powerful source beasts rushed towards Shendu's city gates, the Edgeless Spiritual Master lured them away alone and ultimately tried to bring them down along with him. Although the Flame Emperor's words were simple, as he finished speaking, a tear trickled down his cheek. A top-notch warrior had ultimately chosen to die heroically. Luo Yunyang could picture this scenario. Even if God-grade powerhouses were surrounded by source beasts, most of them would be able to escape. However, the Edgeless Spiritual Master had chosen to bring these source beasts down along with him. Luo Yunyang watched everyone fighting bravely for their survival. The land was filled with sixth factor, and bestial roars and shrieks were heard from afar. A resolute look suddenly flickered through his eyes. Luo Yunyang didn't know exactly how powerful the 10 heaven-grade source beasts were. According to his estimations, each of those source beasts probably wouldn't be any weaker than the martial god. They probably were even more powerful than the martial god. If he oversaw Chang'an now, he would probably be able to ensure the city's safety. What about the other cities, though? Could he just watch idly as Shendu and the other cities fell one after another right before his eyes? The words of the primordial diabolical bull had tempted Luo Yunyang, so the slight hesitation he felt deep down turned to determination in a flash. "My name is Luo Yunyang and I am issuing the challenge of a race blood battle 1 year from now." Luo Yunyang's mind power resonated through the skies and earth, transmitting this information to every direction in a flash. The Flame Emperor stared at Luo Yunyang in shock. Although he was unable to understand what Luo Yunyang meant, he had a feeling that this race blood battle would be a big deal. All around them, the countless humans repairing the city walls raised their heads. Although they didn't know what Luo Yunyang was saying, they sensed that the consequences of this race blood battle would have an earth-shaking impact. The Blood Strike Guard trooper that had held Luo Yunyang in the highest regard raised his head high. He didn't understand his respected commissar's decision either, but that didn't stop the reverence he felt for him. The source beast shrieking loudly on the mountain range far away stopped. Their intellect was not inferior to humans, so when they heard Luo Yunyang's message, they all stared silently at the vast blue sky. Some source beasts turned around and left, heading deeper into the mountains in an instant. In Chengdu, Lu Qubing and Zhu Yi watched the densely packed group of dire beasts. Behind them were both officers and soldiers of the 8 armies, as well as people taking refuge. Although they had already done their best to let these people escape into the city, there were too many people seeking refuge, so it was hard to find a place in Chengdu for them. The people who were able to reach Chengdu were the lucky ones. Meanwhile, people from small towns and satellite cities around Chengdu weren't able to escape into the city. I thought of all sorts of scenarios in which the space barrier broke, but this situation is much worse than anything I ever imagined," said Zhu Yi. Although he was still the same as always, there was now a deep scar on his face. This scar had been left there by a top-grade dire bird called golden turtledove. If Zhu Yi hadn't reacted quickly, he would have lost his life. Lu Qubing sighed when he heard Zhu Yi's words. He had never imagined that things would get this bad either. Although the merging of the planes was a rare good thing for the world, it was also a hopeless calamity for humankind. "Give me 1 year and I will construct a new defensive system." Zhu Yi extended a finger as he spoke confidently. "Although I can't say for certain that we will be able to ward off dire beast attacks at the time, at least we will allow most people to survive for a year." Lu Qubing smiled, but didn't say anything. He believed in Zhu Yi's ability, yet he was certain that this world wouldn't give Zhu Yi a year. Zhu Yi, who also understood this, smiled bitterly when he saw Lu Qubing smile. A ferocious roar was suddenly heard from the mouth of a savage lion. The skies and earth shook and the extremely exhausted soldiers clenched the weapons in their hands. They all knew that they could no longer retreat. The only thing they could do now was keep fighting. The source beasts scattered all over the area were roused by this roar. To them, the tiny humans were just a feast they were about to start eating. "If I die here, make sure to burn me. I don't wish to turn into source beast sh*t. Zhu Yi glanced at Lu Qubing as he teased him. "I'm afraid I will no longer get a chance to see you wed a beautiful maiden in this lifetime." "What a pity." Lu Qubing's hands clenched a battered blade in his hands. "Have a little faith, you brat. Once this source beast attack is repelled, Daddy will find a lady to wed. Find a lady to wed. At your age, you'd be extremely lucky to even find an old woman to wed." Although the two of them mocked each other, there was a deep reluctance in their mutual verbal chidings. The two men were battle-hardened, so based on the previous source beast's attacks, they already knew that there were no guarantees for the future. As the huge lion source beast strode over step by step, its massive body seemed to contain a vast power. While it drew near, the earth all around it quaked non-stop. The soldiers and martialists clenching their weapons tightly all felt extremely tense. Although they were wide awake, this massive opponent filled their hearts with even more despair. They didn't know how many of them would manage to survive this battle. "Kill!" A martial master howled. He was using this howl to vent all the fear in his heart. As he roared, the massive lion started to rush over. Lu Qubing, Zhu Yi and the others were already ready to act. They knew very well that if they didn't act, the ordinary soldiers simply wouldn't be able to withstand this tide of dire beasts. However, just as they were about to move out, a jolting sound wave echoed through the skies. "I am Luo Yunyang and I am issuing the challenge of a race blood battle 1 year from now." Lu Qubing was all too familiar with this voice. The instant he heard it, the hope that remained in his heart increased a bit. Luo Yunyang was still around. Meanwhile, the massive lion had rushed over to the warriors of the 8 armies. Some people were even already beneath it. However, when it heard Luo Yunyang's voice, the ferocious lion actually roared, turned its head and ran off into the distance. Countless source beasts and dire beasts followed the lion and fled speedily. In the free cities, soldiers wielding all sorts of weapons were fighting and retreating at the same time. Over 10 martial masters had been injured and were already on the brink of death, while big numbers of source beasts and dire beasts had surrounded the majority of them. All they needed was to attack and wipe them out. One attack would leave them lying dead on the ground. As all hope turned to dust, the humans suddenly heard about the race blood battle and watched as the beasts disappeared like a retreating tide. They now felt new hope. Chapter 329, The Yin-Yang Convergence Peace. This simple word was worth a lot to the current human race. This word was actually considered priceless. The Earth had undergone massive changes. The space barriers that had originally protected humankind from the other dimension no longer existed, and massive amounts of dire beasts and source beasts that could block out the skies had appeared. Although some martialists had advanced in rank and seen their cultivation bases soar, facing a dire situation like this was still too much for them. In 10 years, they would perhaps be able to establish themselves. This was what humanity's powerhouses thought. However, the constant changes in the world and the influx of beasts didn't give humankind any time or chance to do so. Even Jin Zaishan and other people's rich experiences were fruitless. The influx of beasts had already destroyed their plans. Just when they had exhausted all their energy, power and strength and were about to retreat, Luo Yunyang's voice was transmitted. Both the source beasts and dire beasts suddenly retreated. There wasn't a single beast in sight around the perimeter of the broken city walls. It was clear that they were already safe. 3 days later, most of the damaged machinery was repaired and restored. 10 days later, the broken city walls were repaired and reinforced with stone. Although most strong martialists knew that these city walls wouldn't be much use against dire beasts and source beasts, they still gave the people in the city a sense of security. After 10 days of rebuilding, the connection between the 37 cities was restored again. Unfortunately, top scientists discovered through radio waves that the distance between Chang'an and Chengdu had expanded. The two cities that had been only 1,000 miles apart were now several thousand miles apart. Meanwhile, the far-off free cities were now hundreds of thousands of miles away. A top scientist claimed that the fusion of the dimensions had expanded the planet tenfold. Although there were no experiments to prove this hypothesis, most people chose to accept it. While communications between the 37 cities of the Da Alliance had been restored, due to the individual battles of each city, the Da Alliance's control over the 37 cities had become so much weaker that it could only be considered a union now. However, the issue of the race blood battle had been prioritized by the leaders of every city. Ever since they had found out about it through various means, their attitude towards Luo Yunyang had been surprisingly supportive. They didn't wish to hide this, but if the race blood battle failed and Luo Yunyang fell, according to the rules of the source beasts, the race that had issued the challenge would be exterminated. This meant that they would all die if Luo Yunyang died and live if Luo Yunyang lived. Thus, their fates were tightly intertwined with Luo Yunyang's fate. Although it was difficult for people to travel around, they used all sorts of methods to impart various cultivation techniques to Luo Yunyang. For example, the telekinetic cultivation techniques of the West, martial techniques of various big sects and some of the hidden techniques of ancient martial families that were passed from generation to generation were included. Luo Yunyang's martial techniques started to accumulate. Luo Yunyang didn't have much confidence about the race blood battle, as he only had a vague idea about the power of the 10 heaven-grade source beasts. Moreover, during this battle, he might have to face the simultaneous attacks of the 10 heaven-grade source beasts. Chang'an City was buzzing with activity and filled with people. However, Luo Yunyang was standing on a mountain that had sprouted in the middle of the city during the massive changes. The concentration of sixth factor aside, he was there because it was quiet and peaceful. The Flame Emperor had ordered everyone not to disturb Luo Yunyang's cultivation practice. At the top of the hill was a platform that Luo Yunyang had carved out himself. He was currently in seclusion so he could refine the mind power he had obtained from the martial god. When he had merged with the heart of the earth, the martial god's mind power had been shattered, so refining it completely would be no easy matter. Although this consciousness had lost its dominating will, Luo Yunyang still felt that this mind power's resistance was very strong. Thus, he needed some time to refine it. Luo Yunyang's mind power, which seemed to have split in two, was continuously crushing the martial god's mind power as it rotated. Every rotation caused the martial god's mind power to give off some specks that were automatically absorbed by Luo Yunyang's spiritual power. As Luo Yunyang kept repeating these actions, the communication device he had left on a rock rang. Luo Yunyang had changed his communication device, so only a few people like the Flame Emperor knew his number. These people also knew that Luo Yunyang was in seclusion, as well as how important this was, so they would basically not disturb him. When Luo Yunyang answered, he heard the Flame Emperor's solemn voice. Yunyang, the Edgeless Spiritual Master's disciple is looking for you. He has something to give. You, the Edgeless Spiritual Master's disciple. Luo Yunyang had complex emotions regarding the Edgeless Spiritual Master's disciples. Although they hadn't betrayed him at a critical time, they hadn't supported him either. Luckily, Luo Yunyang had an open mind. There was no such thing as permanent friends, only permanent benefits. Luo Yunyang understood that no one was obligated to speak for him, so he felt a little at ease. When he heard that one of the Edgeless Spiritual Master's disciples was looking for him, he replied, "Let them come." Given his current mind power, he could basically cultivate while also handling other matters. 15 minutes later, the Flame Emperor arrived accompanied by a tall young man. The man bowed respectfully when he saw Luo Yunyang. "Greetings, Mr. Luo. I am disciple Jin Dongan. I have heard about the Edgeless Spiritual Master. If you need any assistance in the future, feel free to look for me," Luo Yunyang replied as he gazed at Jin Dongan. Jin Dongan seemed moved. He knew very well that Luo Yunyang's current status was extraordinary, so although his promise was too sudden, it was a blessing. No one in the entire human race could stand shoulder to shoulder with this man. Therefore, just a sentence from him could send someone from hell to heaven and vice versa. "Thank you, Master Luo." Jin Dongan bowed respectfully. "I came all the way here under the instructions of my old master." The young man suddenly produced a box and said, "I was tasked by my master to give you this item." The simple, unsophisticated box had a faint fragrance. Luo Yunyang could tell that the box was carved out of calming wood as soon as he saw it. Even a small piece of this sacred wood was worth tens of millions in the Da Alliance. The fact that such a large box was carved out of calming wood was even more incredible. Luo Yunyang didn't open the box immediately. Instead, he put it down and asked, "Did the Edgeless Spiritual Master have anything to say to me?" Master said that the fist art contained within this box is the strongest technique of our clan. Everything contained inside the box has yet to be fully comprehended by our forebears. I hope it will be of help to you. Luo Yunyang opened the box and saw a manual made of yellow parchment. On the cover was the title, Yin-Yang Convergence. Yin-Yang Convergence. At first, Luo Yunyang didn't think much of it. After all, he had the Heaven Battling Ape Dragon chart. One ape, one dragon, one yin, one yang. The meaning was pretty much the same. However, after he browsed through the 36 forms of the yin-yang converging fist, a strange sensation welled in his heart. Although the yin-yang convergence spoke about combining two different powers as one and reaching its limits, the way it worked was way more advanced than Luo Yunyang's Heaven Battling Ape Dragon chart. Wait a bit, Luo Yunyang quickly adjusted his mind power. In an instant, he tried to comprehend the yin-yang convergence technique again. After closing his eyes, he started to deduce it in his mind. Jin Dongan hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would get so obsessed. Although he seemed a little rude, Jin Dongan was well aware of Luo Yunyang's status, so he didn't utter a word. This was the strongest god-grade powerhouse in all of humankind after all. After 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, the sky began to darken slowly and the stars shone high above the mountain peaks. The deadly silence that surrounded them made Jin Dongan feel at a loss. Just when he started to wonder whether he should leave, Luo Yunyang suddenly moved. He stood up without paying any heed to Jin Dongan and moved his fists unhurriedly. At first, Jin Dongan, who was able to see Luo Yunyang's fist movements, didn't think that his strikes were very advanced. However, as Luo Yunyang continued to use these forms, red and blue lights converged in his hands. Jin Dongan slowly started to feel like he could no longer sense Luo Yunyang's existence. Instead, what he saw was a big blue ape and a scarlet dragon that made the mountain peak tremble. The ape howled at the earth while the dragon roared at the skies. The massive ape got larger and larger. By the time it reached its final form, it appeared indomitable. Meanwhile, the scarlet dragon became more and more distinct. Its surging might made Jin Dongan's heart shudder. The man retreated continuously until, before he knew it, he had already reached the top of the hill along the mountainside. He suddenly realized that many people were already standing on the mountainside. When these people saw Jin Dongan, they nodded their heads slightly in greeting. The ape and the dragon eventually met. The relationship between them seemed to grow closer until they actually appeared to converge. As the red and blue lights became dimmer, an extremely dazzling purple glow appeared. In the end, the purple glow replaced the red and blue lights completely, so the entire sky and earth were illuminated by this glow. When Luo Yunyang waved his fists, the glow transformed into a purple bell with traces of the divine ape and dragon above Luo Yunyang's head. Chapter 330. The mysterious guest from Atlantis. Jin Donggen felt warm tears well in his eyes as he watched the huge bell that illuminated the world. He believed that being able to see the yin-yang converging fist made this trip worthwhile. As the purple bell slowly dissipated, Luo Yunyang walked down from the top of the mountain. When he glanced at Jin Donggen, he smiled. "Thanks, Mr. Luo, you are indeed the true master of the yin-yang converging fist. You are the only one in the world who can cultivate it to this extent." Jin Donggen suddenly went down on his knees and said sincerely, "If you protected all of humankind, Master would rest in peace." Jin Donggen left. He wanted to let the edgeless spiritual master guard the tomb, yet before he left, he took a communication device and said that when the race blood battle began, he would surely return and help. The small hill returned to its peaceful state. Although the Flame Emperor and the others really wanted to speak to Luo Yunyang some more, they knew how precious his time was. If Luo Donger and his other family members could not disturb Luo Yunyang's cultivation, how could they be allowed to waste his time? This 1 year was really important for Luo Yunyang and humankind. It was already night, so darkness had descended completely and all living things had gone to sleep. Luo Yunyang felt the darkness calm down and quiet in his mind like a cool evening wind or a cold wave. All the negativity and uncertainty of the day was now wiped clean. Luo Yunyang was just quietly flipping through the book in his hand. It made no difference to him whether there was light or darkness. The contents of the yin-yang converging fist had already been deeply ingrained in his mind. However, there was an inexplicable charm to this parchment, so Luo Yunyang felt like he gained something new every time he perused over it. "Who's there?" Luo Yunyang suddenly jolted and put away the parchment. Very alert and vigilant, as expected of the person who defeated the martial god. A faint voice rang out in the air. Along with the voice came a shadow that had strangely appeared alongside a blue glow before Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's face turned slightly grave when he saw this figure. He could sense that this person's cultivation base was even higher than his own. Blue eyes, blue hair and azure blue palms. This person seemed to be completely blue. "I am the chief zealot of Atlantis." The azure figure gazed at Luo Yunyang as he bowed. He seemed extremely polite and gentle. The chief zealot of Atlantis. Although Luo Yunyang had taken a trip to Atlantis, he hadn't really been inside it. Besides, ever since Xianxia and the other sea god riders had participated in an attempt to assassinate Luo Yunyang, his relationship with Atlantis had been really hostile. "My name is Jayuan. I've come with no malicious intentions." The man waved his arm and an exquisite chair made of beautiful jade appeared. Luo Yunyang glanced at Jayuan as he sat down casually. "What's going on with Atlantis?" "Nothing. Atlantis has the favor of the sea god, so it naturally will not suffer any source beast attacks." Jayuan smiled faintly. "However, it seems like things don't look very optimistic for you humans." "You came all this way just to tell me this?" Luo Yunyang replied calmly. "Of course not. I heard that you actually initiated a race blood battle, so I came specifically to see you," Jayuan replied calmly. "The way you fought was really admirable. When you defeated the martial god, you displayed your true fighting strength." Based on Jayuan's words, Luo Yunyang could sense that he and the martial god had probably had some sort of relationship. Martial god Luo Kai and I could have been considered friends. When Jayuan said the word, friends, there was a tinkle of hesitation in his eyes. "No, the relationship between us couldn't really be called a friendship." Jayuan pondered this for a moment before he spoke again. "You'd probably call us two like-minded people, or perhaps companions." Like-minded companions? How had martial god Luo Kai and the chief zealot of Atlantis contacted each other? Luo Yunyang didn't ask, as he knew that Jayuan would surely elaborate. "Do you know how much trouble you caused by killing Luo Kai?" Jayuan said with a tinge of regret in his voice. Luo Yunyang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. "I hate preachers. If you want to stay here, you should speak properly." Luo Yunyang did not yield in the slightest. Jayuan's eyes flickered coldly for a second before he calmed down again. "All right, I will speak properly." Jayuan eyed Luo Yunyang and enunciated each and every word individually. "I came here to save you." "Save him?" Luo Yunyang, who naturally didn't believe that Jayuan would be so kind-hearted, smiled sardonically. Jayuan acted as though he hadn't noticed Luo Yunyang's disdain. "Don't assume that I'm talking rubbish. The race blood battle you initiated was a stupid, suicidal decision. You have no idea how powerful the 10 heaven-grade source beasts are. Suddenly, a crystal appeared in Jaeyun's hands. I believe that you will be able to understand what sort of enemy you are facing through these images. When Luo Yunyang's mind power swept through the crystal Jaeyun placed on the table, 10 images were reflected in his mind. The first was a giant black dove flying within the void. Its wings were like dark clouds that could create a black sea of fire with a flap. The sea of fire swamped a mountain and instantly turned it into an expanse of black desert. Although the image didn't show much of the black dove's power, Luo Yunyang could tell that its might surpassed his by far. The second image was of a massive silver three-eyed wolf. The wolf moved like electricity, its third eye flickering as it ran. A purple light was emitted from that eye, turning everything it touched into ash. The third image depicted a giant ape with 3 heads and 6 arms that grabbed a mountain with its hands and threw it towards the starry sky. Countless meteors fell like rain as the great ape raised its head towards the sky and howled in delight. There was also a fourth, a fifth, a sixth image. By the time he had looked at all 10 images, Luo Yunyang's brow was furrowed. He had originally thought that the gulf between him and the 10 heaven-grade source beasts wouldn't be huge, but now it seemed like he was far weaker. Although Luo Yunyang couldn't say for certain whether he would have the ability to retaliate if he was attacked by the black dove in the first picture or the giant flame beast in the last picture, if he were to fight all those beasts, the one who would die in the end would surely be him. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as he thought about how he should deal with those beasts. However, all his ideas were overruled in his mind. What do you think, Luo Yunyang? Jaeyun stared at Luo Yunyang with a mocking look. Luo Yunyang tried his hardest to calm his spirit. This is indeed extraordinary, but I don't think you came here just to find me and batter my confidence. Smart. Of course I'm not trying to undermine your self-confidence. Jaeyun smiled. I came here to deliver a gift. My gift to you is a treasure that can help you win the race blood battle. Jaeyun produced a jade tablet. This tablet can help you communicate with the Supreme God. If you devote yourself to God, you will be granted divine power and nothing will be a problem anymore. Luo Yunyang's eyes fell on the jade tablet. When he made eye contact with it, he felt a majestic holy power appear in his mind. Although his mind power was strong enough, he still couldn't help but feel like kneeling under the pressure of this power. This mighty power could move both mountains and seas. Luo Yunyang felt like an ant against this force. Suddenly, there was an impulse in his head, a desire to prostrate before its endless glory. Believe in me, my servant. You can have everything you desire. A majestic voice echoed in Luo Yunyang's mind. Luo Yunyang's mind rationally told him that this couldn't be good. He feared that the moment he sank under the influence of this godly power, he would face something dangerous. His mind power tried to break free, only to discover that it was impossible. Luo Yunyang used his attribute regulator to instantly raise his mind attribute to its maximum. The over 100 silver points of mind attribute allowed Luo Yunyang's spirit to solidify. When he glanced at the jade tablet again, he saw the carving of a 4-headed, 8-legged god on it. Just as Luo Yunyang tried to find out exactly what it was, the tablet suddenly flickered with a strange light as bright as the sun. When it was engulfed by the light, the tablet shattered into pieces and vanished completely. Jaeyun was completely astonished by the changes happening before him. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually be able to break free from the power of the tablet. Luo Yunyang, you. As Jaeyun looked puzzled, Luo Yunyang waved his hands and a huge purple bell descended on him. He had already fully mastered the yin-yang converging fist, so he could use source power to form this huge bell anytime he wanted. While Jaeyun shouted and moved his palms, an azure glow enveloped him. Luo Yunyang, my wish to cooperate with you is sincere. You need to learn to appreciate favors. There was a hint of pride in Jaeyun's voice. You must think properly. Only our God can help you walk out of this absolute despair. You will come begging eventually. As the huge bell fell, the azure barrier shattered. However, Jaeyun had already turned into a drop of water and vanished into the void. Luo Yunyang didn't pursue him. Although his speed was fast, Jaeyun had used a peculiar power that had allowed him to break through the void and disappear without a trace. A jade-like stone was all that remained where he had been. The moment Luo Yunyang glanced at the stone, Jaeyun's voice echoed in his head. Worship our God with devotion and you will have everything your heart desires. Chapter 331. Another way Luo Yunyang didn't care about Jaeyun. He just sat in a lotus position and thought about the 10 heaven-grade source beasts that had crossed galaxies and torn up voids. Although there was no certainty of defeating them during the race blood battle, he had to at least prevent the 10 heaven-grade source beasts from progressing any further. Luo Yunyang believed that, given his current state, facing just one heaven-grade source beast would be problematic, let alone 10 of them. Rapid cultivation-based progress required rare treasures, so ordinary treasures no longer had much of an effect on Luo Yunyang. For example, consuming extremely expensive medicine was no different than having food for him. He needed even higher quality medicine or rare divine fluids. Power: 35 fire, 13 ice, 12 wood, 9 speed, 4 mind, 6 fire, 0.5 constitution, 17 dragon bloodline, 10 golden body, 0.185 fire, 0.568 ice, 0.568 wood, 0.47 true intent, 383 indiscriminate bloody massacre, 49 bloody sun overhead, 49 decimation, 9.9 fire, 7.6 space, 1.1 yin-yang true intent. 2. When he opened his attribute regulator and saw the silver digits, Luo Yunyang had a flash of understanding. He suddenly recalled the circumstances under which he had defeated the martial god. Back then, he had converted all his true intent into power. It seemed that, as long as he comprehended a different sort of true intent, the figures of his total true intent attribute would increase. Luo Yunyang's eyes twinkled. He believed that he had found a way to rapidly increase his cultivation base. If cultivation wasn't enough, his true intent could make up for it. He currently had many ancient books and records in his possession. Practically every book represented a form of true intent, so as long as he could raise each form, then he could rely on his attribute regulator too. Luo Yunyang hadn't really intended to read through these records and books on the mountaintop. However, after discovering their value, he took them out impatiently. The Dragon Tiger Golden Core technique was first. Luo Yunyang was stunned when he picked up this manual. How had this sort of alchemy manual ended up there? The Dragon Tiger Golden Core technique might have an ordinary name, but anyone that read its inscription would feel a deep sense of veneration. This was probably a supreme sect treasure that had been delivered to help Luo Yunyang prepare for the race blood battle. Luo Yunyang flipped through the manual in a flash. The alchemy techniques mentioned inside it didn't seem too difficult for him to understand. He studied the Gathering Water Tiger and Flame Dragon and the reappearing Golden Core next. As Luo Yunyang was engrossed in reading about these alchemy techniques, he suddenly realized that he had reached the last page. Besides the 2 lines on the back, there was also a picture of a golden core wrapped around fire and water. No one knew who had painted this picture, but as it was etched in Luo Yunyang's head, he felt a trace of comprehension appear in his mind. The vital energies of the sun and moon converged in his hands and ultimately formed a small pill. This pill wasn't meant for consumption, but for attacking. One could throw this pill and let it soar in the air and explode. Then, its power would scatter in every direction and make the void tremble. Although the same amount of power would be used, it would seem about 10 times more effective than the force of the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart. When he opened his attribute regulator again, Luo Yunyang discovered that the true intent column had a new section called Water-Fire Amalgamation. Although the figure next to it was only 2, this was still an upgrade for Luo Yunyang. Realizing his own idea had been the right move, Luo Yunyang had poured his enthusiasm into these scripts and manuals. Most martialists would have bit more than they could chew, but Luo Yunyang didn't face any problems. 1 type, 2 types, 3 types. A fragrant spring breeze blew as the Flame Emperor stood on a large military drill ground where grown overseas soldiers were currently training. His eyes were full of delight. Every single young soldier was dripping with sweat, as each of them practiced martial arts diligently. Although their cultivation bases weren't high, when they fought together, they seemed like a force made of steel. Martialists. Do you think these kids have really become martialists? Standing beside the Flame Emperor was the consul of Chang'an City. Although the Rising Dragon Army was the most powerful army in the city, any matters concerning construction and livelihood were still handled by the consul's office. The consul and the Flame Emperor had quite a good relationship, which made his job easier. The Flame Emperor nodded. He quelled the delight in his heart before he said, "The Rising Dragon Army's soldiers are all martialists. Plus, 10% of our soldiers have already become martial masters." The consul, who had already thought that all the soldiers being martialists was startling enough, was truly astonished when he heard this. He suddenly grabbed the Flame Emperor's hand. Is that really true? How could that be? How can they be martial masters? Martial masters were extremely precious for the Da Alliance those days, so every martial master was considered an elite soldier of the Da Alliance. One martial master in 10,000 people was already a decent result, let alone 10% of Rising Dragon Army soldiers. If this had happened before the apocalypse, they would have been a force that could have swept everything before them. Why would I lie to you? Soldiers are breaking through every day. The Flame Emperor glowed as he added, I also feel like I am going to break through soon. Didn't you say that you had no way of becoming a god-grade entity in this life? The consul said in a shaky voice as he pointed at the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily. I had thought that it would be very difficult to achieve a breakthrough, but luck sometimes beats everything. After these great changes, the blockade in my heart that seemed very difficult to pass through loosened considerably. The consul watched the young soldiers huffing as they practiced their martial arts while he said excitedly, if we had 30 years, we could. Although 30 years wasn't a long time, for humans facing the threat of an attack by countless beasts, it was nothing more than an extravagant hope. The Flame Emperor didn't say anything. His gaze lingered on the soldiers before he turned his eyes to the mountain range. How is he? The consul asked the Flame Emperor quietly. Although he didn't mention a name, the Flame Emperor knew exactly who he was talking about. I don't know. The Flame Emperor thought for some time before he added, you know, the distance between me and him is too great. This is like letting a human second guess a god. As the two of them were conversing, the consul's communication device rang. The Flame Emperor's communication device rang right afterwards. What's the matter? When the Flame Emperor put the call through hurriedly, he saw the image of a trusted lieutenant with a bloody face. This trusted aide of his was a top-notch martial master just a step from becoming a martial grand master. The Flame Emperor had made great effort to groom him, so he had never expected that he would get beaten up this way at such a time. Who hit you? The Rising Dragon Army was the most supreme existence in Chang'an City in all of humankind. Even some god-grade powerhouses wouldn't dare cause trouble in Chang'an. As humankind had started to recover, the relations between the big cities of the Da Alliance had gotten closer once again. Meanwhile, many martial grandmasters had come flocking to Chang'an. Although they weren't able to see Luo Yunyang in Chang'an, just seeing the distant mountain that Luo Yunyang cultivated on was enough to satisfy them. Some people would call such an action a pilgrimage. No one would cause any trouble during a pilgrimage, so even the martial grandmasters were extremely courteous. Even if they were displeased, they wouldn't go as far as to hit his subordinates in Chang'an. I hit him, old head. Ha ha, that useless fellow actually dared to act arrogant in front of me. How funny, said an extremely arrogant young man in his 20s who had appeared before the Flame Emperor's eyes. The Flame Emperor was stunned when he saw this young man. Although he was certain that this was indeed a person, the more he looked at him, the more he wondered why he seemed so awkward. He was just like a person deliberately mimicking a wild beast. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? The Flame Emperor bellowed as he quelled the rage in his stomach. Of course I know. How could I not know? Isn't this Chang'an? Ha ha, come to think of it, we must be considered old neighbors. 500 years ago, my house was in the vicinity of Chang'an City, the young man said as he laughed delightedly. 500 years ago. What was this fellow playing at? Just as the Flame Emperor was about to order the soldiers to seize this young man, he heard him proclaim loudly, how dare the people of this small city actually obstruct the Clear Sky Emperor's crown prince? This is an unpardonable crime. You must be the leader of this place, old fellow. Hurry up and get over here. Who was the Clear Sky Emperor? The Flame Emperor racked his head hard in an effort to find anything related to the Clear Sky Emperor, but there was nothing. Suddenly, a figure appeared on his communication device. Although it had a human body, it seemed to have a bird's head. It was like a cold lightning glaring at the Flame Emperor. Behind it stood a few similar freaks with human bodies and beast heads. There is a place called Golden Rock Peak 1,500 kilometers away from Chang'an City. It seems like the Earth-grade source beast there is called the Clear Sky Emperor. The consul, who was standing beside the Flame Emperor, suddenly recalled this. That source beast was called Clear Sky Rock. The Flame Emperor remembered it. He had even seen the extremely powerful Clear Sky Rock spread its wings. Some people said that the Clear Sky Rock had the qualities to become a heaven-grade source beast, yet he had never imagined that its heir would take human form. The Flame Emperor felt that his perception was already a little muddled. We haven't gotten to the bottom of this matter. Let's find out more about this situation before we speak, the consul counseled the Flame Emperor softly. Chapter 332, Transformation Grass. Everyone, this sort of transformation grass grows below a sacred mountain about 2,500 kilometers away from Chang'an City. If a source beast or dire beast consumed this grass, they would be able to take human form, a white-haired old man said. This man was the Da Alliance's chief plant specialist. Gathered around him were all the big shots of Chang'an City. Of course, thanks to the restored communications, authority figures from all the Da Alliance's cities were also participating in this meeting. Will there be any changes to their power during this transformation? A military representative asked. There shouldn't be any important changes, although their strength will weaken during the transformation. His words made many people heave a huge sigh of relief. If humans like us consumed the transformation grass, would we be able to take their form? Someone asked. This question drew a lot of attention. If humans were able to take beast form, it would be a great help to humankind. It's no use. The old man sighed. We have run tests on over 1,000 subjects, but it isn't any use. The moment he said this, all the big shots around him who had been coming up with all sorts of ideas were disappointed. They had imagined that the transformation grass would give humankind a new option. However, they had never expected that it wouldn't be of any use to humans. Damn it, the transformation grass is too deceptive, someone cursed. There really was nothing else to do but vent. Let me say something. A middle-aged man in a blood-striped guard uniform coughed. Ever since the son of the Clear Sky Emperor entered Chang'an City, the number of dire beasts and source beasts entering our cities has been increasing. The majority of these beasts don't abide by the rules and infuriate us by staying around us. They are currently running rampant. Although they haven't killed any humans on the streets yet, The man suddenly clicked on his communication device and projected an image. The image showed a man with a large tail who was stepping over the curled-up body of a human and urinating all over them. The next image showed a house on fire. A few creatures with tiger and bull heads watched as the embers turned into a huge blaze before happily dancing around it and drinking merrily. There were also images of a few women with ripped-off clothes standing there helplessly, surrounded by bestial human figures. I think we should crack down on these source beast heirs that have entered our cities. We definitely can't allow them to treat our homes as amusement parks. The man's words made everyone in the Legislative Assembly fall silent. In the end, a fat man said, I think we should take our time before we make a decision, Vice Commissar. The source beast heirs have come over here to have fun. They haven't done anything dramatic so far. The man suddenly coughed gently. We should maintain the respect we ought to have. To my knowledge, special groups have formed willingly to welcome the source beast heirs. Ha ha, although they have damaged some property, they have made a favorable impression. Some people even say that after the race blood battle is over, they could guarantee the safety of the free cities. These words immediately gave everyone hope. Luo Yunyang had initiated the race blood battle for the sake of the Da Alliance's safety. What if Luo Yunyang failed the challenge, though? Some people were already starting to consider a plan B. The source beast heirs that had entered the human cities could target them. If the free cities could do it, so could they. Although most people's eyes were glowing, the Flame Emperor smashed his fist hard against the table. He glared angrily at the person speaking before he snarled, You shameless thing. You are so goddamn short-sighted. You are only looking at the protection the free cities appear to have, yet you haven't taken a good look at what these source beast heirs have done. He immediately clicked on a series of photos. The photos depicted cruel scenes, including babies being devoured. The large conference hall went deadly silent. Although many people were furious, some people were shooting looks of disdain at him. Just as someone was about to speak, someone else suddenly exclaimed, Someone killed a source beast heir's entourage. The person who had spoken was a high-ranking officer of the Grand Sky military. As soon as he said this, an image appeared before everyone. It was a black one-eyed wolf with a broken neck. The blood-red eye of the big wolf was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Shang Ben was wielding two knives in Feishui City. His eyes were bloodshot, and beside him lay a one-eyed wolf longer than two fully grown humans. You have caused trouble, old Shang. Did you know that you just killed an attendant of the Sky Wolf young master? Said a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. Although the man was as tanned as an old farmer, his arms seemed to be full of vigor. Xiang Ben didn't say anything. All around him stood Grand Sky military martialists who were looking at him angrily. I know that there were orders from the top, Boss Chu, but how can I stand by and watch my younger sister get defiled by these animals? Xiang Ben's eyes were burning with rage. I will fight for what I believe in. What about you guys? Xiang Ben's voice left the surrounding crowd speechless. They were all hot-blooded and just. What had they been fighting for all these years after all? I understand where you are coming from, Oid Xiang. The large man called Boss Chu nodded his head. However, you should know that this matter isn't something we can handle. I know. Worst case scenario, I will die. Xiang Ben waved his hands as he spoke passionately. If I kill this wolf, my entire life will have been worthwhile. His words were filled with passion as he waved the knives in his hands. Damn it, I really want to slaughter that source beast heir. Alright, don't say anything else. Even if we let you, you wouldn't be able to kill that source beast. You can't stay in Feishui City, Boss Chu said gravely. There is a flight to Chang'an scheduled today. You can go there. That man is currently in seclusion in Chang'an, so I think that you will only be able to survive there. Xiang Ben was no stranger to Chang'an, as he had been transferred over to Feishui City from Chang'an City. However, ever since the world had expanded, Xiang Ben had thought that he would not return to Chang'an in this lifetime. He had never expected that after he killed that wolf, his own boss would actually ask him to return to Chang'an. That man was in Chang'an. Xiang Ben was familiar with him. He had actually been bragging about entering Zulong's tomb along with him. Although he recalled all his encounters with that man in the past, he had never expected that he would go and meet him again under these circumstances. You want me to board that plane? Xiang Ben was someone who went with the flow, so he pondered this for a bit before voicing his doubts. Ever since the apocalypse, flight regulations had been extremely strict, especially in this sort of situation. Everything is under control. Boss Chu slapped Xiang Ben on the shoulder. Leave this to me. Warm tears welled in Xiang Ben's eyes as he gazed at Boss Chu's tan face. However, he ultimately didn't say anything. A comrade led him to a car that sped immediately away. On the way, Xiang Ben's heart was in his throat. However, he still passed through the checkpoint seamlessly. When he boarded the plane, the Royal Forest military soldiers gave him a thumbs up. Xiang Ben's heart warmed up. The plane eventually took off in the direction of Chang'an. However, when it arrived at its destination, a broadcast announced that there was a wanted fugitive. Xiang Ben's heart tightened. He clenched his fists tightly as he looked all around him. An elite warrior like him definitely wouldn't allow himself to get captured so easily. However, the circumstances at the airport sent a chill down his spine. Every single exit seemed to be guarded by soldiers with extraordinary might, so he definitely couldn't charge out. Who are you? Just as Xiang Ben started feeling jittery, a handful of Koi guard troopers appeared before him. My name is Xiang Ben. Xiang Ben knew that he couldn't escape, so he announced his name loudly. He would die with no regrets. What? Your name is Li Ben. Take a look at your weird face. One look and I could tell that you were no good. It's not your fault you are ugly, but you shouldn't be going out and scaring people. Damn it, Daddy gets upset when he sees a fellow like you actually have the cheek to ride a plane. Hurry up and throw him out. A Koi guard trooper said, patting Xiang Ben as a cloth bag fell into Xiang Ben's arms. Xiang Ben didn't know what was in the bag, but he suddenly felt warm tears threaten to overflow his eyes. Although all the big electronic screens displayed his face, he actually got out of the tightly sealed airport and got in the car that had been waiting for him. We can only take you this far, brother. The driver of the car, who hadn't said a single word, told Xiang Ben before he got off. Xiang Ben nodded. As he eyed the mountain range before him, he knew that he had already reached his destination. He quickly made his way up the mountain excitedly. However, as he was approaching the summit, he heard a low voice. Xiang Ben, drop your weapon and surrender immediately. Suddenly, over 10 men rushed over from every direction and surrounded him tightly. Chapter 333, The Wild Dances of Demons. Over 10 men in black surrounded Xiang Ben. The man leading them was a top-notch martial master. Although Xiang Ben was already a martial master, he was still far from being a top-notch martial master. Furthermore, this top-notch martial master had many people by his side. Xiang Ben, you should know that your fit of rage caused thousands of dire beasts to surround Feishui City. The top-notch martial master pointed at Xiang Ben as he chastised him. You kicked the hornet's nest and then walked away. What sort of man are you? I think you are just a coward. Xianxia held up his combat knife and rebutted indignantly, what do you think I should have done? You should have taken responsibility for this. The top-notch martial master raised his voice. Xianxia felt a wave of anger rush over him. Before he could say anything to vent though, he heard someone ask loudly, are you asking him to go die? The man's words were straight to the point. Xianxia felt a tear flow out the moment he heard this. Although there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the martial master's words, he was actually asking Xianxia to go and die. Who uttered this nonsense? The martial master glanced angrily in the direction the sound had come from. Me. Voices rang out as over 10 men appeared. Some of them were wearing Rising Dragon Army uniforms, others Grand Sky military uniforms, and the rest Royal Forest military uniforms. However, none of them seemed to have kind intentions. This matter has nothing to do with the likes of you, the top-notch martial master said icily. Just get lost, otherwise, I will detain every single one of you and get your commanders to take you away. No one uttered a single word, yet nobody backed off either. Meanwhile, the number of the soldiers around them increased. 100, 200, 300. In just a flash, over 1,000 people had already gathered. Although these soldiers didn't say anything, their red eyes seemed to show their intentions. Even though top-notch martial masters were powerful, they couldn't take on 1,000 foes like martial grandmasters. Furthermore, there were even some top-notch martial masters among the soldiers that he was facing. What are you trying to do? Is this a revolt? Listen to me, we have been ordered by the Da Alliance to capture a fugitive. All of you. The top-notch martial master hadn't finished speaking, when someone shouted, FCK yourself, you piece of trash. If someone had dared say this sort of thing to the top-notch martial master at any other time, he would have definitely killed them. However, his heart began to tremble as he faced so many soldiers with unkind intentions. He knew that even one sentence could provoke them. If he got into a scuffle with this group, he would be the one who would die. Therefore, in the end, he only opened his mouth without saying anything. What are you people trying to do? A middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke in a placid tone. When the top-notch martial master saw this man, he relaxed a little. Du Wei. The martial master saluted the middle-aged man. There's no need to salute me, the middle-aged man said as he turned his gaze to Xianxia. I admit that you aren't in the wrong here, Xianxia. Xianxia felt his heart warm up when he heard this. He might have been supported by soldiers of the various armies after killing the evil one-eyed wolf that had tried to attack his sister, but not a single officer had spoken up for him. However, the entire Feishui city has been surrounded by dire beasts. The 13 eastern cities are also in a nervous state. Many people will have to die because of your actions. The man's expression suddenly became extremely grave as he arched his back and bowed before Xianxia. You are a good man, so I hope that you will do what a man ought to do. Don't be a coward. Xianxia was dumbfounded when he heard this. He glanced at his angry compatriots all around him and then looked at the unmoving middle-aged man still bowing in front of him. He felt as though an insurmountable pressure was suddenly crushing him. This pressure made him feel like there was no way out. He didn't have any other choice. The combat knife in his hands felt as though it weighed 1,000 tons right now. He had no choice. Xianxia gently placed the knife on his neck with a helpless look in his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth and said softly, "Can you guarantee the safety of my family?" "Yes, I can," the middle-aged man said gravely. Xianxia said nothing else. As he looked at all the compatriots that he didn't recognize, a warm feeling filled his heart. "I'll be leaving first, thank you." "He is deceiving you." A placid voice was suddenly heard. Although it wasn't loud, everyone still heard it. Xianxia's hand, which had been about to move, halted. The bowed middle-aged man stood up right away. The top-notch martial master standing beside this man had a guarded look on his face as he glanced in the direction the voice had come from. The top-notch martial master, who understood the intentions of the middle-aged man, felt angry. The problem that had been about to be solved was ruined by these words. "Why haven't you grown a brain yet?" That tranquil voice was heard once again. This time, the person speaking had appeared before Xianxia. Xianxia felt his heart quiver when he saw this figure. He had never expected that this godlike individual would actually remember him. He recalled what this fellow had said to him before they had parted. He had advised him to use his head more and not be so easily swayed by what others said. He had always remembered these words, but he had presumed that this person, whose cultivation base had soared at breakneck speed, would have long forgotten them. He had never imagined that he would say the exact same words when they met again. The middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw this man. He immediately bent his back respectfully and said, "Greetings, Mr. Luo." Luo Yunyang paid no heed to the middle-aged man. Instead, he kept speaking to Xianxia. "Not bad, your cultivation base has improved considerably. Seems like you have worked hard. Perhaps you could even become a martial grandmaster at some point." Although Luo Yunyang had ignored him, the middle-aged man didn't dare complain. The gulf between them was too big after all. "I have caused trouble this time." When Xianxia met Luo Yunyang's gaze, he felt that he had a lot to say. However, all he could manage to say was this. Xianxia immediately felt disgraceful. As he tried to rack his brains about something to say, Luo Yunyang said, "You only killed a wild beast. You should be given credit for it instead." Luo. Xiangxia's mouth was wide open. He just didn't know what to say. "Mr. Luo, we have always had friendly relations with the Silver Wolf's third son. He is actually someone we have been trying to win over. This man publicly killed the attendant of the Silver Wolf's third son, so if we don't give a proper explanation." The middle-aged man rubbed his palms as he spoke in a low voice. Luo Yunyang glanced disdainfully at the grave middle-aged man. His mind power had already sensed exactly what had happened. "Why don't you talk about the crimes they have committed? Mr. Luo, this is not a big deal. Compared to our survival, such matters are." Luo Yunyang waved his hands dismissively, sending the middle-aged man flying. "Not a big deal. Hee, you are so eloquent. Let me tell you something. Survival can only be achieved by sacrificing one's blood. Wagging tails and begging for pity is of absolutely no use." "Well said," a soldier who was clearly moved shouted. Over 1,000 soldiers suddenly shouted loudly as they gazed reverently at Luo Yunyang. "You are right, Yunyang. I'm a little dumb, so I nearly got conned by this fellow." Xianxia, who seemed to have regained his carefree nature, told Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang slapped Xianxia across the back. "At least you know now." A gorgeous platform had been speedily constructed outside Feishui City. All sorts of exquisite fruits were displayed on plates made of silver and gold, making the whole thing seem really luxurious. "Come on, this is what humans hide in their cellars. 100-year-old wine tastes really good. Let's make a toast," said a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. He had a skinny body that wasn't much different from an ordinary human's, yet his ears were silver wolf ears. Over 10 men and women were at this banquet that was organized according to human customs. In terms of human standards, this group looked decent. There were even a few people that could be considered good-looking. However, the majority of them retained some distinguishable mark of their races. After a toast, a man with a pair of black wings said, "We have to really teach those humans a lesson this time. How dare they kill a servant of ours? When one beats a dog, one must answer to its master. Get them to compensate us with 10,000 lives. Only when enough blood flows will they prostrate on the ground and become our slaves." "Black Eagle is right," a person with a silver lion head said. "There are people who are unsatisfied with us among this restless bunch. They definitely have to be taught a lesson." A human even dared challenge us to a race blood battle. He must be a king-level powerhouse. If we blow things out of proportion, maybe. The person speaking was a woman with a silver horn growing out of her head. When he noticed her worry, the host of the banquet chuckled. "At first, I was also worried about provoking the strongest human fighters. However, I later found out that the reason this man challenged us was because he had no choice. Now that we have appeared, we have given him a chance of surviving. He better come out soon and throw himself at the feet of the great emperor lords." The silver-eared man laughed. "I'm more knowledgeable than you. When it comes to dealing with slaves. Let us drink first. Then, we'll set the city on fire. I believe that will be a very pretty sight." Chapter 334. Pointing a sword for 1,500 kilometers, what did UFC King say? "Repeat it," a skinny man with a single horn growing out of his back said furiously. In front of him was a young man who was nodding and bowing. His hands were clasped together in embarrassment as he said, "Miss Wei Wei isn't free today, sir." "She isn't free. My family's master and various honored guests are currently waiting here. How dare UFC King run over and tell me that she isn't free? If you can't even handle such a small matter, then what's the point of your life? Why don't you just die? The man with the horn on his back moved his hand and sent the young man flying. I'm saying this for the last time. Bring her over immediately, otherwise, you and your relatives will get ripped to shreds. The man's hand turned into a claw in a flying rage. As he swung it, red cuts appeared on the young man's body. The young man remained quiet out of fear. He felt like death was just a step away, yet he had no way of resisting. I will go right away. The man with the horn on his back roared with laughter as he watched the young man scurry away. Meanwhile, howls of wolves rang out all around him. Their laughter made the group of ladies who were already there shiver uncontrollably. Although they had experienced many great changes, these ladies still had a considerable number of fans in the Da Alliance, so they lived rather comfortably. Thus, they hadn't imagined that they would all be forcefully taken there that day. They had no way of describing the fear in their hearts. Ha ha, Daddy will eat up anyone who is disobedient. Stop hoping that someone will come and save you. The person who can save you has yet to emerge from their mother's womb. His mouth curled up as he spoke. These human ladies had gotten his heart all excited, even though some of them didn't seem very obedient. They were much more fun than women who were resigned to their fate and allowed themselves to be maltreated. The subordinates beside him didn't seem to harbor any kind intentions either as they stared at the humans around them. After using the transformation grass, they had started to learn how to appreciate the aesthetics of humankind more. Someone is coming, a winged man alerted them. He had a natural ability to see things in a 50-kilometer radius, so he had won over the master's favor easily. Suddenly, a human boy appeared before him without making a sound, surprising him completely. However, as soon as he saw the young boy's face, he realized that this was not a big deal. This boy seemed too delicate to be able to create any waves. Who are you? Someone rushed towards this young boy. According to his calculations, the boy should have been seized immediately. However, for some reason, fear struck his heart. When he saw that boy, his original intentions were forcibly halted. My surname is Luo, the boy said calmly. Scram, my master is currently hosting a banquet. Don't get in the middle if you have nothing to do here, the person who had rushed forward said menacingly. He felt as though he had received a slap across the face. He wanted to use this method to regain some of the face he had lost. I came here to kill some people. Since you were the first to come bouncing out, then I shall begin with you. The young boy smiled casually. When the transformed dire beast heard the boy's words, he roared with laughter. He pointed his finger at Luo Yunyang, as though he had heard the world's funniest joke. Ha ha, you actually. The young ladies, who had also heard their conversation, had witnessed the cruelty of these transformed dire beasts firsthand. They were not people, they were just wild beasts with human skin. Although they couldn't even fend for themselves, they were still worried for this young man. He was a fellow human after all. However, they soon discovered that the dire beast that had been trying to intimidate the young man no longer had a head. To be specific, his head had been separated from his body and turned into a huge black fox. This change made the other dire beasts react immediately. They had gotten accustomed to running amok under the protection of their master, so they had never been treated like this. Thus, they all rushed forward. The instant they did, their bodies started to split. It happened so fast that only one dire beast managed to let out a wail. This place wasn't too far away from the platform where the banquet was held. The source beast heirs all had astonishing natural aptitudes, so they could immediately sense that there was some potential trouble. However, before they could even get off the platform, Luo Yunyang was already strolling up. As he eyed the transformed men and women, his body emitted a desolate aura. We are guests of your city lord. How dare you have the audacity to? This is really. An attendant who seemed to have a rather high rank berated Luo Yunyang sternly. Luo Yunyang had no intention of listening to this fellow, who had a horn on his head. As soon as he moved his hands, the fellow was killed. The silver wolf, who was also the host of the banquet, felt both furious and extremely afraid. His innate sensitivity allowed him to sense that there was quite a significant gulf between him and the person before him. Thus, he pointed at Luo Yunyang and said, Sir, everyone here is the heir of a king. Are you trying to start a huge fight? I challenge you to a race blood battle. You should have all waited obediently until the race blood battle was over before coming here. If you think that I wish to start a fight, then let's fight. As he said this, Luo Yunyang's hands clawed at the air and a huge golden palm appeared. The palm was 30 meters wide and contained an extremely unyielding power when unleashed. It was the guardian palm. This was a technique Luo Yunyang had learned from various records and manuals. Although it hadn't helped him improve that much, it was still helpful. The heir of the silver wolf was the weakest yellow-grade source beast. Although he would be considered a god-grade entity among humans, the moment Luo Yunyang moved his hands, he soared into the air in an effort to escape his grasp. He might have had the right intention, but there wasn't enough time. The silver wolf was turned into a meat patty with one movement. The other source beast heirs, who had intended to join forces with him and resist, were all terrified now. In the blink of an eye, they started to run frantically in different directions. To them, this was what true fear felt like. Kill. Luo Yunyang moved his hands in intervals. Although his strikes didn't produce a loud sound, every time he struck, a source beast trying to escape would shatter. The 100 divine palms was one of the many records Luo Yunyang had comprehended. As Luo Yunyang struck out with the 19th palm strike, a huge dove that had already flown 25 kilometers away was hit. I am the son of the clear sky emperor. If you kill me, my father will not let you get away with it. The beast flying the fastest was a massive green rock. As he flew, he shrieked hysterically at Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang didn't care about his shouts. When he used the 100 divine palms again, the huge rock felt a wave of energy burst from within his body. As the green rock felt afraid, his tail feathers flickered and turned a glowing scarlet color that enveloped his shattering body. Although Luo Yunyang sensed the scarlet glow, he still used another palm strike. When the 100 divine palms struck the green rock's body once again, the massive green rock instantly exploded in the sky. After his death, more than half of the source beast heirs gathered there also died. Only a small number of them that were the fastest managed to escape with their lives. Damn humans, to think that they actually dared attack us. When I return, I must report this to my king father and teach these people a proper lesson. A 5-colored mythical bird said as he flapped his colorful wings frantically. Although he didn't look back, those mournful cries made his heart shudder. As he was venting alone, he suddenly felt his body become heavier. Someone had stepped on his back, which made him both furious and terrified. Speed up, don't make me think that you are useless. A faint voice made the 5-colored mythical bird increase his speed and give his all. Right ahead was the crossroads of a tall mountain. A slight delight crept into the bird's eyes when he saw that tall mountain. This mountain belonged to a powerful dark-grade source beast. Some time ago, he had even gone over and paid a formal visit. Once he reached that mountain, he would be able to live. As the 5-colored mythical bird was delighting in reaching the mountain, he suddenly saw a massive source beast that could be considered an elder. Unfortunately, before this colossal pangolin could even sense any danger, a massive purple bell fell on it and encased it. In a second, the pangolin's body had been smashed by the massive bell and torn to pieces. The 5-colored mythical bird really felt like crying. The king-level source beast he had been hopeful about had actually died. How could this be any good? Keep flying. The same placid voice was heard from the mythical bird's back again. The bird flapped its wings and flew from mountain range to mountain range. At first, his heart was still filled with hope. However, every time they arrived somewhere, a king-level source beast would be turned to ashes. Some of these source beasts were even more powerful than his father, so he could only look up to them. However, they were all slaughtered by the person on his back. After half a day, the mythical bird had flown 1,500 kilometers. Wherever he went, source beast after source beast was blown up in their mountain. The death of so many king-level source beasts made all the source beasts watching from the sidelines flee. The king-level source beasts that had originally wanted to try and occupy a territory before the race blood battle all vanished completely. Chapter 335. The giant rock head's east blood was spilt across heaven and earth like a sword edge pointing forward for 3,000 miles. Many people within the Da Alliance felt ardor and zeal coursing through their blood as they watched Luo Yunyang ride the mythical bird like a deity and slay source beasts. However, the people who had curried favor with source beast heirs were furious. Some people even shouted and screamed, insisting that Luo Yunyang's actions would implicate everyone. However, the spilled blood of king-level source beasts shut their mouths. Lu Qubing sat in his office, leisurely sipping his tea. Right now, he felt extremely refreshed. He was refreshed indeed. They should have taken a strong stance against the source beast heirs who had used the transformation grass to come over right from the start. These fellows were just like springs. The weaker they were, the more forceful they'd be. Blindly indulging them had only made them even more rampant and eager to throw their weight around. However, certain people had scoffed at this suggestion. Not only had they not listened, but they had actually voluntarily pandered to the source beast heirs and ultimately ended up wagging their tails in front of them. If Luo Yunyang's appearance had not been timely, no one knew how this situation would have developed. Lu Qubing understood these people's opinions very well. However, he had also felt helpless many a time under these circumstances. Why did you come here, Yunyang? Lu Qubing's astonishment turned to pleasant surprise when he realized that one more person had appeared beside him. Luo Yunyang smiled and said softly, "Can I trust you, Viceroy?" Lu Qubing felt himself shake slightly under Luo Yunyang's gaze. He pondered this for a bit before nodding. "Go on, what do you need? I never imagined that things would reach this point. To be honest, I am very disappointed at how this matter turned out." Although Luo Yunyang spoke calmly, Lu Qubing felt a massive pressure. Certain people will always think of leaving a back door for themselves, Lu Qubing eventually said after heaving a deep sigh. Luo Yunyang nodded. He understood what Lu Qubing meant. We are going through a really crucial time now, yet there is always a small portion of people who do not care about the general situation. How can they be allowed to go on this way? Luo Yunyang raised an arm to prevent Lu Qubing from interrupting. I hope that the Rising Dragon Army's intelligence network can support me and provide me with the names of the people who have been clamoring recently. We ought to scrape the poison off the bone right now. Lu Qubing's hands were trembling as he glanced at the furious Luo Yunyang and nodded. 10 minutes later, Luo Yunyang rode that mythical bird and left the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters. After his departure, Lu Qubing started to receive various news. The family elders of the ancient martial Dong family are dead. The family elders of the ancient martial Song family are dead. The family elders. As these news trickled in, many people tried to contact Lu Qubing frantically. A cold glint flashed through Lu Qubing's eyes as he saw the names of the people trying to contact him. They should have known better than to act like double agents. In the end, out of the list of people trying to contact him, Lu Qubing only answered a call from Jin Zaishan. He did not wait for Jin Zaishan to speak. Instead, he immediately said, "Vice Chairman, Yunyang's current realm has already surpassed ours." As soon as he said this, Lu Qubing ended the call. He believed that Jin Zaishan would understand what he meant. As far as the 13 eastern cities and the entire Da Alliance were concerned, this was a massive change. 10 days after this change, all the Da Alliance's god-grade powerhouses gathered in Chengdu. They all had solemn expressions on their faces. Even if some people were on rather familiar terms, they still exchanged very few words upon meeting. Marat's arrival made many people grow restless. She had been the second in rank god-grade powerhouse in the Da Alliance after all. The fall of unrivaled warrior Johan and the martial god had left Marat in a league of her own. "Mr. Luo has some matters to attend to, so I will be taking charge this time." Marat had a look of extreme reverence on her face as she said Luo Yunyang's name. Many people heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Luo Yunyang would not be coming. However, they scowled when Marat asked some men to deliver a name list to each person. "Marat, is there a way to maneuver around this matter? After all, it is. Mr. Luo has already made a decision. Are you saying that you object?" Marat said frostily as she glared at the person who had spoken. "You all have 10 days. If you aren't able to produce a satisfying outcome within 10 days, then some other people will be replacing you in taking over these matters," Marat said before storming off arrogantly. After watching her leave, everyone present exchanged a look. They could all see the helplessness in each other's eyes. They couldn't change anything that Luo Yunyang had already decided on. Luo Yunyang hadn't paid that much attention to the circumstances in the Da Alliance. To him, those people were clowns on a tightrope. If he wanted to, he could turn them to dust with the snap of a finger. What he was paying the most attention to right now was the race blood battle that would take place soon. Even though Luo Yunyang had previously felt that there had been a considerable gulf between him and the 10 heaven-grade source beasts, he now felt some confidence about facing them. A bright glow flickered through his mind while Luo Yunyang closed his eyes and got lost in thought. As he stood up from his sitting position, his expression seemed a little cold. Luo Yunyang soared into the air, traveling many kilometers in the blink of an eye. Amid the surging astral wind, he saw a massive rock that covered the entire sky fly over from a distance. Although they were separated by thousands of miles, the rock seemed as huge as a mountain. The two whirlwinds beneath the massive rock, which were created by the flapping of its wings, ripped apart any mountains it passed through. In a matter of seconds, the rock already seemed to have doubled in size. Luo Yunyang reacted the moment he saw it. The instant he spotted its massive form speeding towards him, he realized that this beast had been in one of the images Jiayuan had shown him. As the rock's talons moved, mountain peaks were shattered. This was the third in rank among the 10 heaven-grade source beasts, the sky-ripping golden rock. Why had it come over? It wasn't time for the race blood battle to begin yet. Could this be? As a thought popped into Luo Yunyang's mind, the sky-ripping golden rock was already within 50 kilometers of him. Its huge eyes had spotted Luo Yunyang. The rock's eyes were filled with a cold, electric glint. The two massive whirlwinds that had gathered beneath its wings were sent out with a flap of its wings, just like huge wild dragons surging towards Chang'an City. The long dragons covered a huge expanse of sky. The moment they flew forth, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that if these two unimaginably powerful forces were to strike Chang'an, the city would be torn in two by their power. The soldiers standing guard on the city gates, as well as the soldiers in the surveillance room, were all stupefied as they watched this. Source beasts were huge, so any force was useless against them. This was what most people thought. In their opinion, source beasts the size of mountains were already top-tier beasts. However, the source beast rushing over was much bigger than a mountain. It had sent over a sweeping mist of the 9 heavens that had the power to rip the sky and earth before it even descended. What could they use to block it? How could they block this beast? This was what everyone in Chang'an City was wondering. However, nobody had an answer. The smartest people had already started to rush frantically towards the underground shelters. Only underground rooms would be able to protect the residents of Chang'an City. Luo Yunyang knew that if he did not do anything, the entire city would be gone. Given his cultivation base, he really had no way of shielding the entire Chang'an City. However, that didn't mean that he had no other options. Weaving dragon capturing crane. Instantly, one of the hundreds of different true intents he had cultivated appeared in his head. After using his attribute regulator to make conversions, Luo Yunyang's weaving dragon capturing crane soared from 5 to 60 points. Although Luo Yunyang wished to add more, the maximum points for this sort of true intent was only 60. After completing this conversion, Luo Yunyang extended his hand and made a grabbing motion at one of the onrushing wind dragons. The wind dragon didn't comply. Instead of flying into Luo Yunyang's hands, it turned around in midair and flew off in the opposite direction. Suddenly, the two wind dragons simultaneously charging forward collided in the sky. Bringing along the 9 heavens and filling the North Sea was one of the sky-ripping golden rock's strongest moves. The two wind dragons were something he used to rise. They were formed from concentrated wind power, so even the highest ranking of the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts wouldn't dare forcibly move against them. In most people's eyes, this technique was unbeatable. However, this unbeatable technique would actually be crushed by Luo Yunyang. The collision of the two massive whirlwinds nearly made the sky-ripping golden rock lose control of its body as it swooped down and got thrown backwards. A huge mountain behind it was immediately turned into dust. During the first exchange, the sky-ripping golden rock had kind of been at a disadvantage. Chang'an City was totally silent as many probing gazes watched the scene in astonishment. The massive sky-ripping golden rock stabilized its body in midair as its eyes, which were even larger than Luo Yunyang, stared fiercely at him. Die! The sky-ripping golden rock raised a massive talon and swiped downwards with a long squawk. Its claw descended like 3 massive golden blades slicing at Luo Yunyang. As it descended, Luo Yunyang felt as though a powerful force had sealed the air all around him. Rushing out would be incredibly difficult. Plus, Luo Yunyang didn't want to rush out right now. He suddenly had an idea. He immediately brandished his fist at the huge talon. Chapter 336. The sudden blood battle back in Atlantis. Jiayuan's gaze was fixed on the image shown on the screen. The variations that Luo Yunyang had just displayed made him feel slightly alarmed. Is the sky-ripping golden rock crazy? Why is he suddenly attacking humans? Jiayuan asked as he saw the goddess walk in. The goddess, who only felt respect for Jiayuan, replied gently, "It is said that Luo Yunyang killed the source beasts that had intruded the human cities, as well as the kings about to invade them. Among them was a clear sky rock. This clear sky rock was the son of the sky-ripping golden rock. Jiayuan frowned. Although the goddess' explanation didn't seem problematic, he still believed that something was amiss. There wasn't much time left until the race blood battle. Even if the sky-ripping golden rock wanted revenge, it didn't need to act that urgently. Furthermore, based on what he knew, the clear sky rock and the sky-ripping golden rock didn't seem to be that close. As various thoughts popped into his mind, a voice rang out from the altar. Use source cores only. When these words reverberated, the goddess and Jiayuan were stunned. Jiayuan, who was the first to react, quickly knelt on the ground. We praise your greatness, all-knowing God. The goddess knelt behind Jiayuan and lowered her head to the ground respectfully. Stand up. Although the two words were spoken calmly, both the goddess and Jiayuan didn't dare make a sound. Their gazes fell on the image depicted on the display. The massive talon of the sky-ripping golden rock was currently smashing down hard from high up in the sky. This strike seemed to contain practically all the strength of the sky-ripping golden rock. Is this the power of the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts? The goddess was struck by fear as she watched that massive talon descend. Although she was also a god-grade powerhouse, if she were to face this sort of attack right now, she had a feeling that she would be powerless to stop it. She thought about evading it or meeting it with force, but she ultimately rejected every single one of these ideas. No matter which option she chose, death would be the only result. Not bad. This is the power of a heaven-grade source beast. Jiayuan lamented. God Emperor power should be the limit of humankind. However, top source beasts contain ancient blood in their bodies. They might not be able to break through to the star realm, but they can surpass the peak of a god emperor. There was a hint of envy in Jiayuan's eyes as he said this. In the same realm, source beast bodies were not only stronger than human bodies, but they were also much stronger than the bodies of Atlanteans. If the strength of a human god emperor could be cultivated to 1 point, then the strength of these massive source beasts could be cultivated to 10 or even 100 points. The goddess had a grave expression on her face as she said, does that mean that we will forever be weak and powerless in the face of these source beasts? Changing innate things isn't easy. This is like a lion and a rabbit of the same age, Jiayuan muttered after mulling this over for a bit. As the two of them were speaking, the massive talon of the sky-ripping golden rock was about to strike Luo Yunyang's body. In an instant, the entire Chang'an city felt as though Judgment Day had arrived. No one made any noise. They only raised their heads and looked at the sky. As Luo Yunyang's body soared up into the air, he quickly opened his attribute regulator. Power: 37 Fire, 13 Ice, 12 Wood, 9 Speed, 5 Mind, 7 Fire, 0.5 Constitution, 17 Dragon Bloodline, 10 Golden Body, 0.185 Fire, 0.568 Ice, 0.568 Wood, 0.47 True Intent, 2134 Indiscriminate Bloody Massacre, 49 Bloody Sun Overhead, 49 Decimation, 9.9 Fire, 7.6 Yin Yang True Intent. 2 Luo Yunyang felt a fire burning in his body as he saw the figures of his true intent. These were the results of close to 1 year's worth of cultivation. Although this sort of cultivation didn't result in a huge improvement, it had allowed his true intent to soar at a rapid speed. Luo Yunyang currently had over 100 types of true intent. Some had high cultivated figures, while others had only increased by 2 or 3 points after comprehending the true intent fully. However, Luo Yunyang's true intent had still been upgraded considerably. Luo Yunyang hadn't tried fully converting true intent into power yet. After all, this sort of power was truly astonishing, so he simply hadn't had any place to experiment. He couldn't afford to back off when Chang'an City was behind him. Furthermore, he had sensed that there were many other entities watching this battle in the world. If he displayed a tiny bit of weakness now, perhaps the other 9 heaven-grade source beasts would attack and kill him. Thus, as the massive talon descended, Luo Yunyang chose to meet it with force. After completing these adjustments, the ice and fire cores within Luo Yunyang's body had both reached 1000 points. The 2 source cores, which were only the size of sesame seeds in this dimension and had appeared during his fight with the martial god, now swelled 1000 times. Boundless power accompanied Luo Yunyang's fist as it moved. His fist contained 7 injuries true intent, which was only 7 points. However, what Luo Yunyang focused on besides his power-increasing adjustments was his ability to deal formless injuries to his opponents. With one fist strike, he could injure the heart, the lungs, the liver, The seven-colored fist light looked like a rainbow of light as it collided with the massive golden talon in the sky. Practically no one was optimistic about Luo Yunyang's fate after this clash. After all, his body could not be compared to the sky-ripping golden rocks. The rock had a slightly sardonic smile on its face as they were about to clash. This was like mocking a mayfly's attempt to shake a huge tree. The beast was making fun of Luo Yunyang's gross overestimation of his own capabilities and taking delight in being on the verge of obtaining his 2 ice and fire source cores. Luo Yunyang possessed 2 top-quality ice and fire source cores, and the sky-ripping golden rock had always wanted a pair. Furthermore, the best way to get a pair of ice and fire source cores was getting them from the same body. Doing so would allow the beast to ascend successfully. However, the source cores that met these conditions were too small, so even the sky-ripping golden rock had difficulty collecting them. When it had found out through certain means that Luo Yunyang possessed the power of 2 ice and fire source cores, the sky-ripping golden rock had charged forward without a second thought. Of course, it was supposed to be avenging its son. Boom! The massive talon and the 7-colored glow met head-on. As they clashed, the sky-ripping golden rock felt pain course up its talon. It actually felt like its talon was about to be ripped apart. Suddenly, a wave of massive power surged, causing the large body of the sky-ripping golden rock to get thrown up in the air. In the blink of an eye, the sky-ripping golden rock rose and fell. However, it was still one of the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts, so it managed to rapidly stabilize its body as it was falling. Unfortunately, it had yet to regain control, when it felt a wave of power stir frantically in its belly. 7 loud sounds rang out in succession as 7 streams of blood spurted out of the belly of the sky-ripping golden rock. Although the beast felt much more at ease now, its strength decreased thanks to those 7 wounds. The rock glanced down at Luo Yunyang, who had already fallen to the ground during their previous clash. However, Luo Yunyang's expression was still the same. Faint doubt started to appear in the eyes of the sky-ripping golden rock. It had grossly underestimated its opponent. The sky-ripping golden rock was haughty, so it felt extremely sullen about this. If the fellow that had told it that Luo Yunyang was at best a top-notch dark-grade individual were there, it would have already ripped him to shreds. The rock was a heaven-grade source beast trying to beat a god emperor. As it thought about this evaluation, the sky-ripping golden rock hissed and a golden glow started to converge on its beak. This golden glow was an ability contained within its primordial bloodline that also served as a basis for a top-notch heaven-grade source beast. However, the cost of using such an attack was extremely huge. The sky-ripping golden rock halted as it produced this golden light. It knew about the other source beasts. If it fought with humankind's powerhouse and there was no clear victor, then perhaps the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts would become 9. As for the benefits involved, the rock would become the spoils of war of someone else. As one of the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts, I suggest that the race blood battle begins now. I don't want any benefits or anything else. The sky-ripping golden rock shrieked furiously. Its voice was slightly hysterical. You all wouldn't hope that another existence of an equal status would come about either, right? Let's work together and kill him. Kill him. As the sky-ripping golden rock suddenly shrieked hysterically, the world fell silent. Many source beasts observing this battle carefully curled up their bodies. Some source beasts that could freely transform their bodies chose to become extremely small. A battle of this level was already a fight they couldn't participate in. As the sky-ripping golden rock shrieked hysterically, a 3,000-meter-long bird soared over along with it, surrounding Luo Yunyang. While the massive scarlet bird flew, a colossal ape with 3 horns on its head that seemed kind of stupid joined the fight. Each step it took seemed like it could tear the sky apart. 10 source beasts suddenly appeared in the sky. The source beast in the center was a 2-colored sparrow with a tail made of ice and fire. The sparrow was only the size of a palm. When it appeared, a look of slight fear appeared in the eyes of the sky-ripping golden rock. As Chang'an City shook, even seasoned elite soldiers of 100 battles trembled. By this point, they all felt that death wasn't that far away. Chapter 337. Between life and death. Although Luo Yunyang currently looked very calm, the consecutive appearance of these source beasts made his heart go cold. Despite the fact that the powers of these heaven-grade source beasts weren't inferior to the sky-ripping golden rocks, Luo Yunyang's confidence rose. The corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile when he saw the sparrow. What are you laughing at? The beast that spoke wasn't the sparrow with the bicolored tail, but a snow-white gigantic leopard with a pair of wings on its back. It was a dark ice devil leopard. Luo Yunyang stared at the dark ice devil leopard as he said insipidly, I find it funny that the sky-ripping golden rock doesn't know how to count. If I get killed, this world won't have 10 heaven-grade source beasts. There will probably only be 8 heaven-grade source beasts. 8 heaven-grade source beasts. The dark ice devil leopard's face froze. He wasn't an idiot, so he knew that Luo Yunyang was threatening them. However, before the dark ice devil leopard could speak, the sky-ripping golden rock let out a long disdainful laugh. Ha ha ha, you are really eloquent. I admit that I might have been at a disadvantage against you, but saying that you will take 2 of us to the grave with you is just bragging. If we use our strongest attacks simultaneously, you will die before you can even react. The sky-ripping golden rock's words elicited a response from the dark ice devil leopard and the other 10 heaven-grade source beasts. Their intellect already exceeded that of an ordinary human, so they didn't miss the point. Layers of dense killing intent enveloped Luo Yunyang, who had a mocking look in his eyes as he faced this threat. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything. As his hands moved, a layer of light started to converge on his body. A blue giant ape suddenly appeared behind him. In an instant, the massive ape had turned into an azure blue bow. When this bow fell into Luo Yunyang's hands, a scarlet dragon gathered and formed an arrow in his palms. This arrow seemed to contain a boundless divine power. As Luo Yunyang pulled the bow, a wave of power that could obliterate anything gathered in his palm. In an instant, the dark ice devil leopard the arrow was pointed at was unable to think calmly. It felt as though a massive fear had shrouded its head. This massive fear made it feel as though it could be exterminated at any time. It could undoubtedly be thoroughly exterminated by this move alone. The other heaven-grade source beasts also started to feel nervous. Although the bow and arrow in Luo Yunyang's hands weren't pointed at them, they could also feel pressure from all directions. For a moment, the entire sky seemed to freeze. I can shoot 2 arrows. The first arrow will be aiming for the sky-ripping golden rock and the second one will land on a random beast. Your fate will depend on your individual luck. Luo Yunyang supported the bow and arrow with his hand as he shifted it around. Although the sky-ripping golden rock possessed a powerful divine ability, its massive body trembled unconsciously as the bow and arrow in Luo Yunyang's hands were pointed at him. Despite the fact that this only lasted for a short while, it still made the sky-ripping golden rock feel thoroughly humiliated. When had he ever been this weak before? However, his fear would not change just because he had admitted that he was afraid. The sky-ripping golden rock actually felt that quite a number of source beasts were delighting in his misfortune. This made him extremely vexed. It seemed like these shameless source beasts didn't care about the death of a comrade. The first one to be killed would be him. Meanwhile, the others would at best have a 1 in 9 chance of being killed by this fellow. Although he was really itching to rip Luo Yunyang to shreds right now, the sky-ripping golden rock still forced himself to quieten down. He couldn't allow himself to die this way. Whatever the case, he definitely couldn't voluntarily provoke Luo Yunyang. Why did he have to be the scapegoat? He definitely couldn't die at this man's hands. Therefore, the unyielding sky-ripping golden rock remained extremely quiet. He was very quiet indeed. Although the 10 great source beasts occupied the starry skies, none of them had any intention of acting. The other side was stronger after all. Let me fire a shot first and let everyone judge me. Luo Yunyang couldn't let this drag on for too long, as drawing the bow and arrow this way really hurt his body. This simple proposition made the fear in the sky-ripping golden rock's heart double. He definitely wasn't willing to become an example for others. Thus, he immediately exclaimed loudly, "The golden rock race acknowledges that you have won the race blood battle." The moment the sky-ripping golden rock said this, his massive body instantly backed away frantically. The other 9 heaven-grade source beasts looked at the sky-ripping golden rock in disdain. Although they were all great heaven-grade source beasts, the relationship between them was one of fierce rivalry. If one of them died, it would be a blessing. The sky-ripping golden rock had come over first and challenged Luo Yunyang to this blood battle. How dare this shameless B***** actually announce that Luo Yunyang had won the challenge? Many source beasts thought that the sky-ripping golden rock was despicable. Some of them even started to wonder whether this scheming B** had been colluding with Luo Yunyang all along. They had all joined forces to attack him, yet before they could even display their might, this human had beaten them. The sky-ripping golden rock's retreat left the 10 heaven-grade source beasts in disarray. Although they weren't willing to add another similar entity to their ranks, they didn't want to fight to the death with Luo Yunyang either. When Luo Yunyang pointed his arrow at the dark ice devil leopard, the leopard was even more straightforward. "I acknowledge your victory. You've won." Practically as soon as the dark ice devil leopard said these words, the other source beasts simultaneously announced that Luo Yunyang had passed this challenge. Although the sparrow with the ice and fire tail didn't acknowledge his victory, it spread its wings and shot through the sky. A massive battle that had been on the verge of breaking out had been avoided in the blink of an eye. Only the churning mists were left behind to show Chang'an and the entire Da Alliance what had just happened. In an instant, everyone in the Da Alliance knew. Although Luo Yunyang was still a resident of the Da Alliance, he actually transcended the Da Alliance and surpassed all its citizens. Even though this resulted in some complicated feelings, everyone was delighted about the benefits this battle had brought. The source beasts retreated completely from the domain of humankind, which had expanded at least 10 times due to the changes the Earth had experienced. Even the most dim-witted dire beasts started to go into seclusion. After the dangers caused by the massive changes to the Earth, the Da Alliance now seemed about to experience the good side of life. A new chairman was chosen and Lu Qubing was elected unanimously. The few people that wanted to compete with Lu Qubing crowded around him with beaming expressions. They all knew very well why this was happening. Luo Yunyang strolled slowly outside Chang'an City. Thanks to his mind power, no one around him noticed who he was. The throngs of people coming and going made Chang'an City flourish. Meanwhile, the different kinds of transformed source beasts that came to trade gave Chang'an City a peculiar flavor. Luo Yunyang watched the pedestrians and shook his head gently as he got ready to return to his own cultivation area. Although the view in Chang'an wasn't bad, he didn't have any intention of admiring it. "Come visit the ice fire nest, Luo Yunyang. We have some matters to discuss," a faint voice that was both distinct and melodious said in his ear. However, Luo Yunyang frowned when he heard it. The ice fire nest was the abode of the ice fire divine sparrow. The ice fire divine sparrow was the first in rank existence among the 10 heaven-grade source beasts. Although the sparrow hadn't made a move when Luo Yunyang had used his divine setting sun bow, Luo Yunyang still had some doubts about this beast. Could this invitation to the ice fire nest be a trap? Despite the thoughts in his head, Luo Yunyang rose to the skies and flew in the direction of the ice fire nest. His cultivation base had improved even further, so Luo Yunyang wasn't afraid of the ice fire divine sparrow. It took him at least an hour to travel from his residence to the ice fire nest. When he arrived there, he found the ice fire divine sparrow, the sky-ripping golden rock and the other 10 great heaven-grade source beasts waiting for him. Luo Yunyang liked the sky-ripping golden rock the least. When he saw Luo Yunyang, a cold glint rippled through the rock's eyes. When Luo Yunyang sensed another aura beside the ice fire divine sparrows, he was alerted. This aura seemed even more powerful than the sparrows. When he sensed this aura, Luo Yunyang felt his heart freeze for a moment. As his eyes focused in the direction of the ice fire divine sparrow, he noticed a figure that seemed to be created out of flowing water. This figure looked like a misty fairy among the clouds. Due to the transformation grass, beasts and birds could take human form. However, Luo Yunyang could tell that this figure was definitely a person. Its blue dress was as simple and clean as a hibiscus out of the water and a lotus in the summer sun. The figure looked neat, refreshing and pleasant. Even though the girl wasn't wearing a veil, she seemed to exude a hazy kind of beauty. There is actually a human among the decision-makers of this place. Not bad, right? The lady smiled gently at Luo Yunyang. Although her voice was pleasant, Luo Yunyang was certain that he had never heard this language before. Fortunately, the meaning of her words was explained in his ear. "Luo Yunyang, this is Princess Yunxi. She has come to request our help in obtaining an item." The ice fire divine sparrow's tone was respectful as he introduced the lady. Princess Yunxi. Luo Yunyang frowned. This was the first time he had heard this name. Furthermore, the humans of the Da Alliance hadn't used the term princess in a long time. "I am Blue Rain Empire King Qingluo's firstborn Yunxi." The lady smiled at Luo Yunyang. "I have come here for a reason. I want to ask you all to help me obtain an item. Of course, I will give you a suitable reward." A blue jade bottle appeared in the lady's hands as she spoke. "For example, this is primal Dao water." Chapter 338. Extraordinary nobility Luo Yunyang had no idea what the primal Tao water was, as this was the first time he was hearing about it. However, the eyes of the ice-fire divine sparrow and other source beasts lit up with a covetous glint. The sky-ripping golden rock's eyes were shining in an electrifying way, as though he was itching to take the blue jade bottle himself. Unfortunately, Xianxia shook the jade bottle once and put it back in her sleeve. The corners of her mouth curled up as she said without any delay, "It's all right if you are unwilling to help. I shall not force you. You can choose to leave now." The 10 great heaven-grade source beasts did not move. Their eyes were fixed on Xianxia. Eventually, the sky-ripping golden rock broke the silence by saying, "Will what you ask of us cause us to lose our lives? If you make any mistakes, you might end up losing your lives indeed," Xianxia replied bluntly. The sky-ripping golden rock laughed with a cynical expression before he said, "No pain, no gain." Ha ha. Luo Yunyang, who was extremely familiar with the sky-ripping golden rock's style, knew exactly what was on his mind when he said this. Luo Yunyang found Xianxia's sudden appearance strange and felt uncertain deep down. He had hoped to sit this out and reap the benefits of anything he wasn't particularly sure of later. Hence, if there were no clear directions regarding this situation, he would definitely not declare his intentions. The other 9 great heaven-grade source beasts felt the same way. The sky-ripping golden rock didn't say much else either. Instead, he acted as if he hadn't said those aggressive words just a moment ago. No pain, no gain indeed. If no one here wants to grab this chance to get rich, I will not force you. Everything will end here, Xianxia exclaimed once again after a brief moment of silence. The ice-fire divine sparrow was the first to answer. "I am willing to help you retrieve this item. However, what I want is not the primal Tao water. I want to receive the rank of a noble. I want the rank of a noble as well." The dark ice devil leopard chimed in. The words of the 2 heaven-grade source beasts caused Xianxia's expression to change suddenly. She obviously hadn't expected them to request something as outrageous as this. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia laughed softly and said, "As long as you help me complete this task, I could grant you all the rank of a noble." Her words caused a huge shift in the mentality of the other beasts. Even though they had been mostly aloof during the discussion, their eyes now lit up with energy and passion. "Is it really possible for us to attain the rank of a noble?" The sky-ripping golden rock eventually asked. The smile on Xianxia's face became even more radiant as she said, "As I mentioned earlier, this task is very dangerous. However, I'm giving you my word that I will not be stingy in rewarding you for your services." Xianxia extended her pale slender arms and yawned lethargically before she said with heavy eyes, "My hectic journey has left me really exhausted. I am going to rest for a while. Do let me know when you've reached a verdict." As she spoke, Xianxia walked into the guest room of the ice-fire nest. After she left, weird, mysterious markings began emerging at the space where Luo Yunyang and the source beasts were. As countless of these markings gathered, the ice-fire divine sparrow took the initiative to break the silence. "Now you can all begin sharing your views. How did you meet this Xianxia, boss?" The dark ice devil leopard asked suspiciously. "Would you believe me if I said that she was the one who came looking for me?" The ice-fire divine sparrow asked, his voice echoing around. "Of course I would, boss." The dark ice devil leopard was the first to show his absolute loyalty. Meanwhile, the sky-ripping golden rock and the other heaven-grade source beasts didn't say anything. Their expressions made it obvious that they did not trust the ice-fire divine sparrow's words. She had come looking for them. This was completely out of the blue and definitely not normal. "If any of you think that I am plotting something, you may jolly well leave this instant." The ice-fire divine sparrow snorted, as if to show his dissatisfaction to the sky-ripping golden rock and everyone else. "I just wanted to confirm that the promised deal regarding attaining nobility was real," said the sky-ripping golden rock, his eyes fixed on the ice-fire divine sparrow. "It should be real," replied the ice-fire divine sparrow while nodding his head. There was a building excitement among the sky-ripping golden rock and the other source beasts, whose eyes lit up. Although he had temporarily decided to advance further with the ice-fire divine sparrow and the rest of them, Luo Yunyang still had his doubts and reservations about what Xianxia had said. The only way to make the most beneficial decision would be to consult the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts themselves. "Can I ask if anyone is actually familiar with the situation in the Blue Rain Empire? Would you be able to share the details with me?" asked Luo Yunyang after pondering this for a bit. His question disrupted the surrounding peace. The ice-fire divine sparrow shot a look at Luo Yunyang and threw a white jade pendant in his direction. When the pendant landed in Luo Yunyang's hands, a star chart appeared in his mind. The red parts of the chart showed the area they were in, and the blue parts represented the Blue Rain Empire. The massive Blue Rain Empire occupied thousands of planets, so it was unknown how many inhabitants were in it. However, one thing was certain. The Blue Rain Empire was way too large compared to the area where Luo Yunyang and the others resided. Although there weren't any labels or scaling information on the map, through visual observation, Luo Yunyang was able to tell that the Blue Rain Empire was a place even the 10 great heaven-grade beasts couldn't afford to offend. The two sides were incomparable. In terms of power alone, the difference was way too big. Boss, although this mission is dangerous, it is still a unique chance, a giant dragon with many horns said in a low voice. If we fawn over this princess and gain genuine nobility within the Blue Rain Empire, then we will not need to live life on the margin anymore. Live life on the margin? Luo Yunyang glanced at the cold eyes of the giant dragon. He never would have thought that a fierce beast would say such a thing. If they were living life on the margin, then what about the ordinary humans on Earth? The giant dragon, who seemed to sense Luo Yunyang's suspicions, laughed mischievously. You just came crawling out of the gutter, Luo Yunyang. What do you even know? We might proclaim ourselves to be the kings of these lands, but do you know why we do not have planet-grade entities yet? Suddenly, he said in a mocking manner, hee hee. Do you think god-grade powerhouses or god-emperors would just shut up shop and become kings? Luo Yunyang did not quite understand the boundaries of cultivation. Therefore, when he heard the giant dragon's words, he said gravely, the boundaries for planet-grade entities are. Beyond planet-grade entities are star-grade entities, and beyond star-grade entities are nebula-grade entities. Becoming a nebula-grade entity is like becoming a true ruler. The ice-fire divine sparrow stared vacantly into space before saying with a tinge of regret, for us, the gulf is just too great. Although the 10 of us seem like the kings of the divine beast wasteland, we actually also run the risk of dying. As long as someone needs to kill us, we might not even live to see the next sunrise. There are source cores within all our bodies after all. The ice-fire divine sparrow's words made everyone fall silent. Even the sky-ripping golden rock, who was always at odds with the ice-fire divine sparrow, lapsed into a momentary silence. On the contrary, Luo Yunyang calmed down quickly. The land and the sky were limitless, so the strong fighters he would face would be as many as the stars in the sky. He would just have to keep getting stronger if he wanted to control his own fate. Therefore, we must take this opportunity to gain nobility in the Blue Rain Empire. Even if it's the lowest noble title, we will still be able to settle down, said the ice-fire divine sparrow seriously. You all probably understand very well how harsh the Blue Rain Empire has been to source beasts and how hard it is for us to even obtain a noble title. Such an opportunity is like a pie falling from the sky. Then, he added irrefutably, if she hadn't asked for all the powerhouses, I would definitely have not informed the rest of you about this. That is wise, boss. I will follow you. The cold ice demon panther was the first to make his stance clear and show his support for the ice-fire divine sparrow. Nobility awaited. As Luo Yunyang thought about the vast Blue Rain Empire, he realized that he was from just a small piece of land. A faint look of determination suddenly appeared in his eyes. He had to get this noble title both for himself and for his family. Therefore, he replied instantly without any reservations, I agree. After 15 minutes, the girl known as Yunshi was invited out respectfully by the ice-fire divine sparrow, who said gently, Lady Yunshi, we have decided to accept your request and assist you in this task. However, we hope that you will keep your word and grant us a noble title after we complete our mission and help you retrieve this item. A flicker of hesitation appeared in her eyes when she heard about the noble title, yet it quickly vanished without a trace. I will absolutely keep my promise. She suddenly seemed to notice the burning look in the eyes of the ice-fire divine sparrow and the other source beasts. I swear on my Lord Father's name, she said solemnly. Once she said this, the ice-fire divine sparrow and the other 10 heaven-grade beasts felt slightly more relaxed. Although they did not know much, they knew that swearing upon a royal person's name was a guarantee. Right now, they had to test whether they could help Yunshi accomplish her mission. Once the conditions were discussed, the 10 great heaven-grade beasts began behaving more submissively around her. Yunshi didn't immediately dispatch Luo Yunyang and everyone else. Instead, she began planning rapidly. Meanwhile, In the Atlantis Sea God Palace, Jaeyuan was being rebuked. Even though the voice speaking wasn't raised much, it wasn't light either, so perspiration kept flowing down his forehead. He knew very well that just a thought from that supreme entity could send him to his grave. Wastrel. This was already in the bag, but because of trash like you and Luo Kai, some old fellas from the Blue Rain Empire seemed to have become aware of the situation. You are lucky that they were too careless. Prepare the body for me. In 3 days, a strand of my spirit shall descend. Chapter 339. Demi-human Luo Yunyang was sitting in his home in Chang'an, quietly perusing a book. However, his mind was currently wandering. Big bro, big bro. After calling out a few times and eliciting no response from her brother, Luo Donger was a little unhappy. Pouting, she snatched the book from her brother's hands and hid it behind her back. In the entire Da Alliance, only Luo Donger would dare snatch a book from Luo Yunyang with this kind of attitude. What is it? What is this? She said with dislike. Ever since Luo Yunyang had become successful, his beloved sister had received the best care and practically all the benefits of the Da Alliance. Furthermore, some time ago, Luo Yunyang had helped her awaken a power within her blood, so Luo Donger had become a little martial master. She also now basically understood the majority of the Da Alliance's written language. However, Luo Donger actually discovered in astonishment that she couldn't recognize a single character in the book her brother had been engrossed in. This dealt a severe blow to the little lady's self-confidence and made her a little displeased. Ha ha ha, this is an introduction. Luo Yunyang stroked Luo Donger's hair gently and took the book back before he said in a soft voice, Donger, if I were to become a nobleman, what should I call myself? Divine Heavenly Holy Supreme Martial Emperor. Luo Donger answered confidently without even taking any time to think. Luo Yunyang was stunned. He had never imagined that the mischievous Luo Donger would give such an answer. However, after freezing momentarily, he flicked his finger against Luo Donger's forehead. Nonsense. Why is it nonsense? My classmates say that as long as you are willing to, you could. Luo Donger rubbed her head as she spoke unhappily. Luo Yunyang shook his head and gazed back at the records of the Blue Rain Empire. When they had visited the third and fourth spiral arms of the galaxy, there had been thousands of planets with resources and tens of thousands of habitable planets. Furthermore, most habitable planets had been easily 10 or 100 times bigger than their current place. They had been truly colossal. Yunshi had thrown over this book when Luo Yunyang had asked whether he could read some records to understand the Blue Rain Empire better. Defeating the martial god, warding off the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts and turning the entire Da Alliance on its head had really satisfied Luo Yunyang. However, when he saw the records concerning the Blue Rain Empire, he realized that his cultivation was still severely lacking compared to the vast universe. The reason the Da Alliance had never suffered any attacks from stronger entities was not because it had been very lucky or because it had a sufficient base. Actually, it was because the Da Alliance was really impoverished. Alright, go eat. Luo Yunyang patted the back of Luo Donger, who appeared to be doing some calculations. Big brother, can I still be a princess? Luo Donger said seriously as she tugged Luo Yunyang's hand. Luo Yunyang rubbed his head and sighed as he told himself that kids nowadays really needed to be taught properly. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow was heard once again. However, this time, the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow wanted him to go to Mount Song. How would he get to Mount Song? Although the world had experienced massive changes, Mount Song hadn't changed much. One could actually say that Mount Song had experienced minuscule changes. Luo Yunyang had led Marat investigate the various changes all around the 13 eastern cities, but her investigations hadn't yielded any information yet. Luo Yunyang, who wasn't very satisfied with this result, could only accept it grudgingly. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so after patting Luo Donger's shoulder, he summoned Marat and instructed her, I might be away for a few more days this time. I'll have to trouble you with taking care of my family. Marat had become increasingly more hell-bent on her devotion to Luo Yunyang, so she had already gotten used to his trips. No problem, she answered calmly. I'll be here, rest assured. Luo Yunyang nodded his head and said softly, I don't know what I will encounter this time, but if I don't come back for a long time, I will have to ask you to take care of my family. Luo Yunyang suddenly thought about all the arrangements the Da Alliance had made. He believed that even if he didn't appear, Marat, Lu Qubing and the others would control the situation. The dissenters had already been handled with his forceful methods, so he was confident about the task at hand. Fortunately, the attribute regulator within his body possessed huge amounts of power. You don't have to worry. As long as I am alive, I won't let your family suffer any harm. Marat gazed at Luo Yunyang as she spoke in a steadfast manner. Luo Yunyang nodded, but didn't say anything else. As he thought about many things, he used his attribute regulator to raise his true intent to its limit. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared below Mount Song. The sky-ripping golden rock, the ice-fire divine sparrow and the other great heaven-grade source beasts had already arrived and shrunk their colossal bodies, so now each of them only seemed 3 meters tall at best. Xianxia was still in the same dress she had been wearing the last time they had met. As a mountain breeze blew, her figure could make any man restless. I'm glad you came. Xianxia glanced at Luo Yunyang as she spoke softly. All of you will follow me soon. Make sure you obey any orders I give you. Absolutely no mistakes must be made. Luo Yunyang, the ice-fire divine sparrow and the others nodded their heads rather quickly. The ice-fire divine sparrow nodded his head so rapidly that he didn't seem able to stop nodding. As Luo Yunyang stood beside Xianxia, he suddenly felt the void shudder. This shudder made Luo Yunyang's heart tremble. Actually, the force of this shudder was so powerful that he felt like he was just a tiny ant in the world. When the void shattered, Luo Yunyang felt like he had seen a hand. However, by the time he noticed that hand, it had vanished completely. Then, Luo Yunyang saw the thing that had traversed through the void. It was a modern-looking ship. The ship was over 30 meters tall and entirely constructed out of a form of matter. As the ship descended to the ground, a group of over 10 people walked over. At the head of this group that looked like planets revolving around a star was a man in his 20s. This man had a majestic, imposing appearance. Each and every one of his gestures made everyone watching feel an impulse to prostrate themselves and kowtow before him. Ha ha, younger cousin Xianxia has really come. Ha ha ha, you didn't humiliate you father, but, ha ha ha. The young man pointed at the ice-fire divine sparrow and the others before throwing his head back and roaring with laughter. His hand supported his belly as though he was afraid it would explode from all that laughter. Xianxia's expression darkened. Although the ice-fire divine sparrow and the other great heaven-grade source beasts were also furious, they didn't dare show it. They knew very well that someone who could address Xianxia as their younger cousin definitely wasn't ordinary. The titles that they wanted were a mere paper in the face of this guy. Ha ha ha, I can't take it, I really can't take it. The man's hands were shaking as he pointed at Luo Yunyang. It's already bad enough that you found a bunch of heterogeneous source beast descendants, but you actually went and found a demi-human to act as your subordinate. Ha ha ha, what a joke. If your father knew you were doing this, I wonder whether he would hit you. Although Luo Yunyang didn't really like this young man, he didn't feel any malicious intent towards him either. However, when he saw his haughty side, he suddenly felt the impulse to hit him. Demi-human. Although these two words made Luo Yunyang's heart burn with rage, when he recalled the hand that had split the void, he had no choice but to suppress the rage in his heart. If he had the power, Luo Yunyang would just let it go and allow everything to flow naturally. However, he didn't have it, so if he got angry under the circumstances, he would be overestimating himself and committing suicide. Sometimes, Luo Yunyang was not afraid of death. This time though, he couldn't casually choose to act out. Nevertheless, he still made a mental note about this young man. Crown Prince Nanshan has to share his happy stories with this little sister, said a placid voice while a lady with a distinguished air appeared strangely before Luo Yunyang and the others. When she appeared, even the ice-fire divine sparrow and the other source beasts turned their attention to her provocative body. Hee, a demi-human, 2 fluffy tails swayed lightly beneath her thin skirt. I never imagined that Xianxia would actually bring a demi-human. Ha ha. If this news spread, she would surely become a laughing stock. A few more people rushed over as the lady was speaking. Unlike Crown Prince Nanshan, they all arrived unaccompanied. However, they still greeted Xianxia with respect. They were attendants, imperial bodyguards, maids. Although these people had a different status, their cultivation bases weren't weak, especially the cultivation bases of the 10 imperial bodyguards. Their clothing was different, yet the auras gathered on their bodies could make one shiver. Even though these people didn't speak, when they looked at Luo Yunyang, their gazes were filled with disdain. Some of them even said, "Damn demi-humans. We should have let them die out completely and save ourselves the trouble of dirtying our eyeballs. Demi-humans. Luo Yunyang felt the urge to use these two words to describe these fellows. You are the demi-humans. All your families are demi-humans. However, just as Luo Yunyang was getting worked up, Yunxi said angrily, Luo Yunyang is smarter than all of you people. With him in my ranks, my power will redouble. When Crown Prince Nanshan and the others heard her words, they were all stunned for a second before they burst out laughing hysterically. You are still just as stubborn, younger cousin, said Crown Prince Nanshan. Chapter 340. A world like a grain of sand. Based on the conversations between Yunxi and the others, Luo Yunyang determined the status of Crown Prince Nanshan and everyone else. They were all descendants of noble families from the Blue Rain Empire that seemed even stronger than Yunxi. Although the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts didn't speak, their expressions showed that they were already aware that the person they were following seemed to be the weakest. However, they had no other choice right now. A nebula-grade powerhouse was buried there. Crown Prince Nanshan's hands were clasped behind his back as he paced leisurely. I never imagined that a nebula-grade powerhouse would actually be hidden away in such a trashy place. If it wasn't for the signs of the stars and the old ancestors' extrapolations, no one would have guessed. Yunxi didn't really pay much heed to Crown Prince Nanshan's histrionics. The others didn't really speak to Yunxi, so time passed quickly in silence. Yes, the time has arrived. When the sun had risen high up, a jade tablet appeared in the hands of Crown Prince Nanshan. The Empire has bestowed this destiny upon us. We mustn't fail to live up to its expectations. Ha ha. The lady in the red dress, Yunxi, and the 3 other young men also produced a jade tablet each. When the 6 jade tablets were gathered, Crown Prince Nanshan said, Little cousin Yunxi, my past proposal still holds. If you give your jade tablet to me, I can give you a star 9 grade weapon. Hee hee. The Crown Prince is still rather affectionate to little sister Yunxi. If you had treated me this way earlier, perhaps I would have already become your imperial concubine. The lady in red looked captivating. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Nanshan appeared slightly bewitched. His hands were shaking like a rattle drum as he said, Please don't scare me, Miss Qingyan. Ha ha ha, I can't afford to offend you. You have a devious heart, but no guts. How can you still be considered a man? Qingyan flashed a smile that seemed to nibble at one's soul. Crown Prince Nanshan and the others were slightly better off, but their followers could not resist her charm. They had all fallen head over heels with her. Some of them even stood rooted to the spot with their mouths wide open. Even the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts had started to stare at her blankly. Luo Yunyang felt a wave of power rush straight into his soul. His mind power immediately congealed and took shape. This was an extreme mind attack. The instant Luo Yunyang made a decision and quickly raised his mind attribute to over 500 points by using the attribute regulator, Qingyan's charm vanished completely. Although she was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, in Luo Yunyang's eyes, she was slightly more good-looking than average. Qingyan had always had great confidence in her charm. When she'd flashed that smile, she had actually used a technique she had spent many years cultivating. She had done this to discover who was stronger among Crown Prince Nanshan and the other 4 individuals. Li Qingyan was rather satisfied with the results of her experiment. Even though Crown Prince Nanshan and the others had sobered themselves up rather quickly, that momentarily blank stare had sufficiently proven her strength. As for the others, a faint mocking smile appeared on Li Qingyan's face when she saw their followers staring blankly at her. How could these people even hope to beat her? Just as Li Qingyan was feeling some delight, she suddenly saw a calm, smiling face that wasn't in a daze. Li Qingyan felt astonished when she saw that tranquil face. It was the demi-human. This fellow actually hadn't felt anything about her despite her charm. He was standing there as cool as a cucumber, as if he hadn't been affected at all. Could he really be able to withstand her technique? That couldn't be right. Even a powerful entity like Crown Prince Nanshan had been affected by her charm. How could this young man turn a blind eye to it? At this point, there was only one explanation: the demi-human sensory organs had degenerated. Yunxi, who was the least affected by this, felt some disdain for Crown Prince Nanshan and everyone else's performance. There was a vague sense of disappointment in her heart. However, she had also noticed Luo Yunyang's performance. As she was admiring it, she started to wonder the same thing Li Qingyan was. Could the demi-human's senses really be? Unfortunately, when she saw the expression of the ice-fire divine sparrow, she felt slightly dejected. She wondered whether her decision had been the right one. The scarlet sun rises into the sky for only 3 short intervals. According to the words of the old ancestors, if we miss it, it will occur again in 300 years. Said a young man with a sincere expression. He held out a jade tablet as he added, everyone should hurry up. Even Crown Prince Nanshan did not object. Li Qingyan flashed a smile, as if she was endorsing the man's words. As soon as this man spoke, the great sun within the void suddenly became extremely bright. Its each and every ray was like a scarlet fiery arrow shooting down. Although the vegetation on Mount Song had been exposed to the 6th factor, it was still turned to ash in a second. The 6 jade tablets were rapidly activated by Yunshi and the others. In an instant, golden paths of light appeared from the jade tablets and formed a golden bridge. Let's go. Although Crown Prince Nanshan had seemed rather close to Yunshi at first, he didn't stop. He immediately led his own group of subordinates up onto the golden bridge. Li Qingyan and the 3 other young men followed Crown Prince Nanshan up in a rush. One of the young men even shot a warning look at Yunshi when she tried to move forward. His gaze made Yunshi's position in the Blue Rain Empire clear. Let's go, Yunshi said with a swish of her sleeves as she landed gently on the golden bridge. Although she didn't say anything, Luo Yunyang was able to sense that she felt indignant. She felt like she had fallen from heaven to hell, all the while clenching her teeth to endure this injustice. As the sky-ripping golden rock and the other 10 great heaven-grade source beasts followed Yunshi closely, Luo Yunyang lagged behind. The instant they crossed the golden bridge, they discovered that they had appeared in another boundless void. A purple sun was suspended high up. Scattered around this sun were celestial bodies that revolved around it in space. Where are we? Luo Yunyang asked Yunshi softly as he glanced at the over 10 celestial bodies revolving around the suspended purple sun. Yunshi glanced at Luo Yunyang as she replied gently, to be specific, we are under the ground of a planet. This region is actually like a grain of sand in the underground world. However, this is no normal sand. It's sand formed by the realm within the body of a nebula-grade powerhouse. The realm within a nebula-grade powerhouse's body. Luo Yunyang felt like he couldn't keep up. While he was puzzled, he saw Crown Prince Nanshan and the others stop. 6 long purple dragons were flying about unhurriedly in the space in front of them. When Luo Yunyang saw these 6 dragons, he was a little stunned. However, when he got a closer look at their appearance, he suddenly understood. The 6 purple dragons were 6 dragon ships. I never imagined that there would actually be space-crossing divine ships here, Crown Prince Nanshan said, sounding full of anticipation. Seems like the things we are going to acquire this time will exceed our expectations. Although no one replied, Li Qingyan and the others were gazing at the 6 dragon ships fervently. Shenxin, go catch up to a dragon ship, Crown Prince Nanshan told a companion of his. The man called Shenxin bowed reverently and obeyed. At first glance, he didn't seem particularly outstanding. However, when he received this order, he sprang like a bow that could shoot an arrow at any moment. Each of the 4 men sent out one of their subordinates, who would clearly be the ones competing for the 6 dragon ships. Only these space-traveling divine ships could allow us to travel through the areas of starry skies made of grains of sand ahead of us. Although there are both strong and weak space-crossing divine ships among these 6, even the weakest one will do. Yunshi's turned to the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts and said, one of you has to head out and seize a spaceship. I don't need the best, even the weakest one will be fine. Yunshi's words were a little weak. Luo Yunyang noticed that she was biting her lip tightly. She clearly didn't like her choice, but she had no other options. After a wave of silence, the sky-ripping golden rock said, leave this to me. I definitely won't disappoint you. In a second, the sky-ripping golden rock, Shenxin and the others set off. When they did, it seemed as though the sky-ripping golden rock was the fastest. In an instant, the sky-ripping golden rock had traveled more than 1,000 meters. The space-crossing divine ships in the distance didn't seem to make the sky-ripping golden rock feel any pressure. However, as the beast approached a divine ship, he realized that the ship he was trying to chase was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, the ship had already gotten further away. The sky-ripping golden rock bellowed furiously. Although his body suddenly expanded, the space all around him also seemed to become bigger. Meanwhile, the space-crossing divine ship the sky-ripping golden rock was chasing seemed to become even quicker. The sky-ripping golden rock had been chasing the divine ship in the 3rd spot. The prideful beast didn't agree with Yunshi's arrangements, so he hadn't followed her plan. However, Under the circumstances, the sky-ripping golden rock realized his mistake, turned around without hesitation and rushed towards the last space-crossing divine ship. Suddenly, a figure appeared soundlessly on top of the divine ship. "You let me win," the figure said with a mocking gaze as he smiled at the sky-ripping golden rock. Chapter 341. Stardust Gold. In the past, if anyone had dared to do such a thing to the sky-ripping golden rock, a bloodbath would follow. However, this opponent wasn't an ordinary source beast, but a massive power of these worlds. If the strongest party was respected, they would also have to abide by the rules. Otherwise, there was a possibility that they would just become a meal. The Blue Rain Empire possessed nebula-grade powerhouses and even stronger entities, so the small sky-ripping golden rock couldn't bring himself to act capriciously. When he saw that person, the sky-ripping golden rock turned his head and surged towards another space-crossing divine ship. This was Yunxi's first undertaking, so he needed to prove his worth no matter what. According to a saying, one should not be afraid of being used by others, but of being useless. This meant that he needed to grab a space-crossing divine ship no matter what. "You better go somewhere else. Ha ha, you are too slow, you are too late." By the time the sky-ripping golden rock rushed towards the other space-crossing divine ships, they all already had an owner. Only the space-crossing diving ship in the first position was still streaking through the void. The sky-ripping golden rock was even slower than the space-crossing divine ship in the last spot, so the gulf between him and the ship that ranked first was huge. Although this creature isn't that slow, it's lacking when it comes to laws. "I've told you before that this type of thing cannot amount to much, cousin," Crown Prince Nanshan said confidently. "If you want to, I could get my men to lend a hand." "Hee. In that case, where would little sister Yunxi be?" Li Qingyan said with a tender smile that could stir up flames. Yunxi clenched her fists tightly. She knew that she shouldn't blame the sky-ripping golden rock for this. Even the fact that he had been able to achieve this speed within the current realm by relying on its instinct and some cultivation comprehension was already good enough. How could he be able to compete with the various talented men the nobles of the Blue Rain Empire had assembled? She could only blame her own family for this. Yunxi clenched her fists even tighter as these thoughts weaved through her mind. She no longer had any choice but to do this herself. Although she would only lose some face if she failed, she was worried about what would happen later on. After all, nobody knew what sort of ordeals would take place in the secret realm left behind by the nebula-grade powerhouses. Each clan representative was not allowed to have a team of 12 just for show. Little sister Yunxi wants to do this personally. Isn't this really? Li Qingyan suddenly giggled. Her words were laced with a hint of pity. However, everyone could tell that she was mocking Yunxi. Although their subordinates didn't say anything, they were looking at Luo Yunyang and the others mockingly. How could a group of birds, beasts and a demi-human compare to them? When he saw Yunxi step forward unhurriedly, Luo Yunyang spoke up. "Let me get this space-crossing divine ship." Yunxi was a little stunned by his words. Based on what she knew, the demi-human speed had no way of competing with the sky-ripping golden rocks. You. As Yunxi was about to voice her doubts, she saw Luo Yunyang walk over in the direction of the space-crossing divine ship. Ha, this is commendable courage. I bet 1,000 crystals that he won't be able to get within 1,000 meters of this ship. I bet 500 crystals that he won't get within 3,000 meters of it. Ha, I bet 10 crystals that. The space-crossing divine ship was very quick, so even the sky-ripping golden rock could only admit defeat under the circumstances. A demi-human with similar abilities to the sky-ripping golden rock would have to be foolish to take on this challenge. However, as Crown Prince Nanshan and the others started placing bets, they discovered that Luo Yunyang was already standing far away from them. Beneath Luo Yunyang's feet was a space-crossing divine ship. Shen Xin, who hadn't even blinked, watched him dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe this, yet the figure standing atop the space-crossing divine ship was definitely real. Li Qingyan's arms were crossed around her bosom, and her expression was slightly shocked. Although she had confidence in her own speed, she also knew that she wouldn't be able to reach such an astounding speed. This demi-human was really fast. This was just too strange. If someone landed on the space-crossing divine ships, they would be automatically controlled. As the expanse of space the space-crossing divine ships occupied continued to expand, Yunxi led the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts over and quickly boarded the ship. You are not too bad. Although Yunxi tried to tighten her facial muscles, her eyes were unable to hide her extreme delight. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly. I merely tried my best. Even though the sky-ripping golden rock and the other 10 great heaven-grade source beasts were a little envious, they felt closer to Luo Yunyang now. In the opinion of the sky-ripping golden rock and the other beasts, their dignities were tightly joined. Luo Yunyang had helped them retrieve some of the face they had lost. The space-crossing divine ship in the first position was naturally exceptionally fast. In just a few moments, Crown Prince Nanshan and the others were left behind. In half an hour, Luo Yunyang and the beasts had reached a zone full of dark sand and dust. The dark sand there felt as heavy as Mount Tai. This sand is stardust. Every single speck is equivalent to a 100-meter mountain peak from where you are from. Yunxi seemed to be in high spirits as she voluntarily shared this information with Luo Yunyang and the others. Luo Yunyang glanced at the stardust that covered this expanse like still water before he said with a strange glint in his eyes, if this sand could be used to make weapons, it would probably produce some very powerful ones. Yes, this stardust was originally the defensive layer of this expanse of space. However, when its owner died, it took this form. Yunxi suddenly looked slightly emotional, yet she quickly laughed and said, if we didn't have this space-crossing divine ship, I'm afraid that we would all be blocked by this sand zone. Yunxi waved her arms as she spoke, causing a weapon that looked like a long sword to shoot towards the mass of stardust. Before the sword could reach the stardust, countless specks of stardust enveloped it. In a moment, the stardust had returned to its calm state and the sword had vanished completely. The sky-ripping golden rock turned pale. He realized that if he were to face this stardust, he would die without even leaving behind a corpse. As the space-crossing divine ship flew above the stardust, there were no waves or wind. While Luo Yunyang and the others were pointing and talking about the stardust, Crown Prince Nanshan and the other 5 parties rushed over quickly. Crown Prince Nanshan found the sight of Yunxi standing at the ship's head like a goddess slightly enchanting. Hee, you have indeed gotten the best space-crossing divine ship, little sister Yunxi. You are so much faster than us. Li Qingyan smiled as she spoke naturally, pretending that the earlier incident had never happened. Yunxi didn't really like Li Qingyan, but this girl could really act. She was probably the most beautiful person she knew, and Yunxi loathed the superiority she exuded beneath the surface. Li Qingyan's words made Yunxi nod her head indifferently. Li Qingyan suddenly added, a few grams of stardust is worth many millions. Although we couldn't search anywhere in the past, this time we mustn't return empty-handed. Don't you think so, little sister? Li Qingyan nodded at a strong fighter behind her who strode forward slowly. When the fighter brandished his arms, a black and white glow gathered and shot straight towards the mass of stardust. Although the stardust was swept up, everyone was protected by the space-crossing divine ship, so no one was in danger. The stardust, which could disintegrate weapons completely, couldn't even get close to them. When the black and white revolving light had shot out tens of miles ahead, it returned to the hands of the strong fighter in a flash. As the glow dissipated, everyone saw a handful of glittering, golden stardust specks the size of grains. This golden stardust was even heavier than normal stardust. Based on its weight, Luo Yunyang was able to sense that it would be an absolute asset for making weapons. I heard that you cultivate water-based techniques, little sister. Even if you wanted to do this personally, it would be no use. With a wave of her hand, Li Qingyan moved the stardust specks into her palm and said apathetically, based on what I know, the precursor that discovered this place was a refining master. If you wish to enter the core of the mind's cosmos, you won't just need an extraordinary cultivation. You will also have to meet the conditions he set. For example, you will need to collect this golden stardust and forge a suitable weapon. Yunxi frowned. A glimmer of anger suddenly appeared on her face as she felt helplessly furious. According to the rules, she ought to have access to the same information as Li Qingyan. However, if nobody had told her, it had to be her family's doing. She wasn't good at collecting stardust gold and she feared that the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts weren't adept at it either. If they did not gather even a single speck of stardust gold, then her trip there would be a complete waste. Although this would not be a big deal, she was afraid that her disgrace would spread widely through the Blue Rain Empire. If that happened, her entire family would hit a new low. As Yunxi mulled this over, Crown Prince Nanshan and the others sent out a subordinate each and started gathering stardust gold. They all used magnetic lights to scan the sandy sea. By the time these magnetic lights were about to disappear, they had gathered a bunch of stardust gold. Although this method was slow, it was still steady, so every time they repeated it, they would be able to gain something. Yunxi didn't look at the ice-fire divine sparrow and the others, as she knew that she simply couldn't make things difficult for them. After some hesitation, she walked to the ship's head. Although the probability of her technique being successful was really low, she could only give it a try. Chapter 342, What Else Can You Not Do? Crown Prince Nanshan, Li Qingyan and the other three parties stood at the head of their ships and stared at Yunxi, who was about to do something. Although they didn't say anything, the smiles on their faces said it all. A minister would rather die than see their monarch humiliated. However, even though the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts and Yunxi hadn't achieved a master-servant relationship, they still didn't feel very pleasant when Yunxi did this. In the divine beast wasteland, they had all been unparalleled powerful entities that had run rampant. However, they were totally useless now. How disgraceful. As he stared at the stardust, Luo Yunyang didn't say a word. His mind quickly went to work. He had learned hundreds of techniques that contained true intent during the year he had spent preparing for the race blood battle. This cultivation had increased his cultivation base and allowed his techniques and methods to improve by leaps and bounds. Although he hadn't really encountered any techniques like this magnetic light, the lack of a magnetic light didn't necessarily mean the stardust gold couldn't be collected. Luo Yunyang, who already had an idea, stepped forward before Yunxi could do anything. Let me handle this. Among the 11 subordinates that Yunxi had found, she trusted Luo Yunyang the most. If it hadn't been for him, perhaps she wouldn't even have been able to obtain a space-crossing divine ship. A warm feeling flooded her heart as she watched Luo Yunyang step out again. Her worry and embarrassment suddenly vanished like smoke. He was so thoughtful. He always gave her a push at the most crucial moment and allowed her to keep her cool. However, although she was grateful that Luo Yunyang had acted promptly, Yunxi didn't think that he would succeed. The first time he might have gotten lucky, but the second time. As Yunxi was about to decline, Luo Yunyang swatted a palm over at the expanse of stardust. Even though his golden palm was full of power, Li Qingyan giggled when she saw Luo Yunyang do this. The 10 great heaven-grade source beasts, who were filled with anticipation as they watched Luo Yunyang perform his technique, suddenly wanted to shut their eyes. They were there to collect stardust gold, not let him create massive dust storms. Yunxi shook her head silently. However, deep down she wasn't angry with Luo Yunyang for creating a scene. Wasn't he doing all this for her after all? She sneaked a few glances at Luo Yunyang. This considerate fellow made her feel warm all over. As she pondered whether to console Luo Yunyang later and show him a way out of this embarrassing situation, she saw Luo Yunyang suddenly brandish his hands at that space. In the blink of an eye, layers of golden glow rushed towards him. When these golden lights halted before Luo Yunyang, the surging stardust had already rushed towards the space-crossing divine ship from all sides. Nobody knew what materials this space-crossing divine ship was actually made of. However, when the stardust surged over, a thin membrane appeared above it and kept all the onrushing stardust outside. Although the stardust fell and quickly returned to its former calm state, the over 100 specks of glittering stardust gold made the eyes of many people glow with envy. The people who had consumed huge amounts of power and only managed to obtain a few measly handfuls of stardust gold were particularly envious. They actually even seemed a little embarrassed. So there is also another way. A tall, big middle-aged man from Crown Prince Nanshan's ship shouted loudly as his golden fist shot out at the expanse of stardust. This strike was slightly more powerful than the guardian palms Luo Yunyang had just used, so the stardust that was lifted up was even greater. However, as the stardust surged up, the man made a clawing motion and layers of black stardust rolled over. At first, the man was smiling wide. However, as that vast whirlwind of stardust rushed over, his expression turned ugly. He instinctively retreated a few meters and then realized that the stardust had been blocked by the space-crossing divine ship's barrier. The man, who had toiled in vain and humiliated himself, had an extremely dark expression on his face. After his failure, everyone present sensed that Luo Yunyang's seemingly simple technique might not have been so simple after all. Just gather 1,000 stardust gold specks, Yunyang. That will do, Yunxi advised Luo Yunyang gently as he gathered stardust gold specks in his hands. While her gaze kept circling back to Luo Yunyang, the smile on her face couldn't be concealed. It was a warm, radiant smile that gave off a serene feeling. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but want to serve her. Luo Yunyang acknowledged her smile with a nod. However, it didn't seem like he had any intention of quitting while he was ahead. As each guardian palm shot out, stardust gold kept gathering in his hand. The 6 space-crossing divine ships they had acquired at the beginning had already dispersed far away. Although Crown Prince Nanshan didn't want to get separated from Yunxi right now, they really couldn't stay around Luo Yunyang anymore. The consumption-return ratio of the magnetic lights was slow, and that B***-starred Luo Yunyang was really impudent. This method, which was like a raging gale sweeping up fallen leaves, caused the harvest of their subordinates to decrease even more. On one occasion, after wasting magnetic force for a long time, the final amount of stardust gold reaped was only 1 speck. Wasn't this basically bullying? Even though Crown Prince Nanshan and the others felt extremely sullen and hard-pressed by Luo Yunyang's methods, they couldn't bring themselves to say this. After all, everyone had already agreed that they would be relying on their own methods. Luo Yunyang had acquired at least 3,000 grains of stardust gold before he stopped. Although he hadn't completely understood the use of stardust gold, just the smelting aspect of it made it a really great material. Luo Yunyang only realized how vast the world was after entering the Blue Rain Empire. Having more in reserves would definitely be a good thing. When the space-crossing divine ship passed through the space formed of stardust, the purple sun-like celestial body appeared even larger. Luo Yunyang felt a surging power pressing down on him as he gazed at the celestial body. How powerful would a nebula-grade powerhouse be? More than 10 planets were revolving non-stop around the purple sun just like real planets. Gathering stardust gold had gone smoothly, so Yunxi was feeling cheerful as she pointed at the planets and said, "I remember reading some related excerpts back home. It said that, to a nebula-grade powerhouse, every planet is a different extraordinary ability. The more planets there are, the more techniques they are able to unleash. Ascending higher than this level depends on these planets. However, we cannot even speculate how." The Ice Fire Divine Sparrow and the other 10 Great Heaven Grade Source beasts seemed to be listening to an imperial ape. The ape giggled, "I don't aspire to become a nebula-grade entity. As long as I can become a star-grade entity, I will be more than satisfied." Yunxi smiled, but didn't say anything. A dim expression suddenly appeared on the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow's face. Among the 10 Great Heaven Grade Source beasts, he was the one closest to the star grade. However, all these years, he had remained at the peak of the planet grade and found it difficult to progress. Although Luo Yunyang was the one who had complained the least, deep down his yearning to become a nebula-grade powerhouse intensified. Though there are some opportunities among these planets, the most important thing is to obtain the items left behind by our predecessor. Therefore, we should head for the main planet right away. Then, Yunxi added earnestly, "Besides the thing I am looking for, everything else you obtain will belong to you." When she said this, a fire seemed to light in the eyes of the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow and the other 10 Heaven-grade Source beasts. The things inside a nebula-grade powerhouse's secret stash would be really attractive. "Can I ask you something, Miss Yun? Why hasn't the Blue Rain Empire dispatched even higher-level entities to obtain the treasures of this sacred realm?" Luo Yunyang asked as he glanced at the main planet, which kept getting bigger and bigger. Although a nebula-grade powerhouse is dead, the worlds left behind still possess some instinct. According to the extrapolations of the old ancestors, this deceased powerhouse wanted to leave behind and impart some things. Yunxi's gaze became steely. If someone above the planet grade entered, they would be immediately killed by the origin source power left behind by the nebula-grade powerhouse. If someone above the nebula grade entered, this whole realm would immediately crumble and disintegrate. Therefore, this mission is perfect for us. Although Yunxi had used the word, us, everyone present, including the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow, knew very well that this word didn't include them. Even if they reached that huge star, they would only be able to obtain some ordinary items. They most likely wouldn't get a share of the most essential treasures. However, this was already good enough. Time and space flew by quickly as the purple star became bigger and brighter. Although Luo Yunyang and the others weren't turned to ash by the broiling lights, that sensation made it difficult for them to breathe. Luo Yunyang gazed at the main star. As it kept flickering, he suddenly felt something. He seemed to see a giant standing on the starry skies. The giant, who blocked out the light from the purple star, transformed into an inexhaustible glow and passed into eternity. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to chase after the giant, he realized that he couldn't see anything besides the main star. The star seemed boundless, so as Luo Yunyang and the others overlooked it, all they saw were layers after layers of sand grains. There was no greenery, no life. There was nothing but layers and layers of sand grains. The only thing that made their eyes brighten was a massive tower that seemed to be thousands of meters tall. They should probably have been able to see this massive tower even from the Stardust Sand Zone. However, they only saw it when they descended towards the main star. Yunxi's eyes glowed brightly when she saw the tower. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "It's the Divine Source Tower. We have finally arrived. As long as we can obtain the Divine Source Tower's imparted knowledge." The space-crossing divine ship and the Divine Source Tower seemed to have some sort of connection. As Yunxi spoke, the ship shuddered and a purple beam of light shot from the Divine Source Tower and instantly enveloped the space-crossing divine ship. In a flash, the speed of the ship increased multifold as it hurtled towards the Divine Source Tower. Chapter 343. Extraordinary Gravity. From above, the sacred tower looked lofty and majestic, yet from below, Luo Yunyang could see how enormous it actually was. Compared to this massive golden tower, they all seemed like insignificant ants. "Is this sacred tower habitable?" asked the Dark Ice Devil Leopard. Although he had always been like a younger brother to the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow, he had now found someone new to fawn on in Yunxi. Yunxi gave him a faint smile as she said gently, "If my guess is correct, this is a weapon." When he heard this, the Dark Ice Devil Leopard shuddered. Even the collected Ice Fire Divine Sparrow felt a chill in his heart. This was actually a weapon. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Although they all had massive bodies, this sacred tower wouldn't just break their bones if it struck. It would obliterate them completely. Even a planet would be in danger of getting destroyed if it was struck by this sacred tower. "Lady Yunxi, could the object you want be this sacred tower?" The Ice Fire Divine Sparrow asked as he stared at the tower. After their past confrontations, Yunxi's relationship with Luo Yunyang and the others had improved significantly. "Although I would like to have it, that would only be a pipe dream," she replied with an honest smile. Then, she pointed at the sacred tower. "The object I need should be inside the tower." In the end, Yunxi didn't describe the things she needed and Luo Yunyang and the others didn't press her for answers. Right at the front of the sacred tower was a majestic huge door. When Luo Yunyang walked over, the huge door didn't obstruct him in the slightest. Instead, it opened slowly. It seemed like Luo Yunyang's group was being invited in. The sky-ripping golden rock was slightly excited when he saw the massive door. This was a Nebula-grade powerhouse's weapon, so the benefits inside would definitely be enough to make one go crazy. Although he hadn't thought about what kind of treasures he wanted, he really wouldn't mind rushing in first and getting a few things. However, when the sky-ripping golden rock rushed over to the golden doors, a golden light flashed. The beast seemed to smash straight into a massive primordial mountain before it was thrown backward. Given the sky-ripping golden rock's weight, if he had fallen on the Da Alliance's land, even a mountain, let alone a city, would have been smashed to smithereens. However, when he fell, the ground all around him only trembled a little. The sky-ripping golden rock spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Although his injuries weren't serious, they made him feel very uncomfortable. Could this be extraordinary gravity?" The Ice Fire Divine Sparrow said in a slightly wavering voice. He was much more knowledgeable and experienced than the sky-ripping golden rock. Yunxi's self-confident expression turned ghastly. She had originally been confident about completing this task, yet she had never expected that they would encounter such an obstacle. Anyone that wanted to enter this sealed door could only rely on their own strength. Naturally, a whole new world awaited any person that walked through. Anyone that couldn't would have to return empty-handed. Although Yunxi was confident in her own abilities, she didn't have much confidence in the 10 great heaven-grade beasts. No, it had to be Luo Yunyang. After the past 2 tasks, Luo Yunyang's status in her heart had elevated to the point that Yunxi believed he could compare to all the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts put together. However, the demi-human was the weakest one among them physically. Even though the other aspects of Luo Yunyang's cultivation base were quite good, he wanted to pass through this extraordinary gravity. Just as Yunxi was starting to get worried, Luo Yunyang suddenly rushed in the direction of the Dark Ice Devil Leopard, who was currently mulling over the problem of the extraordinary gravity. His physical body was much stronger than an ordinary source beast's, yet this wasn't his specialty. His speed, which was his talent, didn't seem suitable in a situation that required strength. However, he didn't want to be left out either. What was going on? Why would Luo Yunyang try to hit him for no reason? "Don't block me. The objects inside are mine." As he said this, Luo Yunyang rushed over towards the sky-ripping golden rock. The sky-ripping golden rock was in a good mood, so he launched his own counterattack when Luo Yunyang attacked him for no reason. The ice-fire divine sparrow and the other 10 source beasts were also involved. Even Yunxi was swept along. When Crown Prince Nanshan and the others arrived and saw the situation, a thought arose in their minds. This was an internal strife over the treasure inside the tower. Even Yunxi was being stifled amid the infighting. They all immediately took delight in the other party's misfortune and practically rose in the air at the same time and rushed towards the massive doors. Thank you so much, little sis Yunxi. Now that nobody was obstructing them, Crown Prince Nanshan swept past Luo Yunyang and the others and rushed towards the massive open door. The moment he spoke, he smashed heavily into the golden glow that had suddenly appeared. Although Crown Prince Nanshan's cultivation base wasn't lacking, he hadn't expected this. He had currently been too complacent. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 11 retainers following tightly behind Crown Prince Nanshan acted like flies smashing into a glass window and getting thrown backward. They all landed on the ground heavily. Although their injuries weren't serious, they all looked as though they had stepped into a pile of dog's tea. Luo Yunyang, who was currently engaged in a battle royale with the Dark Ice Devil Leopard and the others, said as though he had been given a reminder, "Let's stop fighting. There's a wall by this door." When the Dark Ice Devil Leopard and the other source beasts saw the light, they finally understood why Luo Yunyang had attacked them. Their eyes, which immediately landed on Luo Yunyang, were filled with a restraining fear. This fellow was really lacking in morals. Yunxi had already realized this when she saw Crown Prince Nanshan rushing over. She instantly stopped attacking and told Crown Prince Nanshan, "I really have to thank you, cousin. If it hadn't been for you, I would have been the one that smashed against that wall." Crown Prince Nanshan and the others were no fools, so they could tell by Yunxi and her party's appearance that they knew that they had fallen for Yunxi's ploy. If an ordinary person had dared play such a trick on him, Crown Prince Nanshan would definitely have had them flayed and killed. However, it was Yunxi and her party who had tricked him, so even though a sea of expletives wanted to burst from his mouth, Crown Prince Nanshan had to swallow his anger. This wasn't the place for this. Beautiful ladies always found it hard to coexist. Li Qingyan giggled and said, "Seems like little sis has also been blocked by this extraordinary gravity. I told you that you shouldn't have hired these pieces of trash. This sort of place requires true ability, so the help they can provide you is insufficient." She then turned her gaze to Luo Yunyang and said, "These creatures might be able to make it across, but the demi-human has no hope." The Dark Ice Devil Leopard, the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow and the other source beasts all wanted to greet this lady, who was very beautiful yet sharp-tongued and unkind. They had all coordinated to put on an act, as the one being verbally attacked was Luo Yunyang. However, her words seemed wrong. Creatures. She and her entire FC King family were creatures. Even though they were itching to speak, they didn't dare say this out loud, so all they could do was curse silently. Although Yunxi was angry at Li Qingyan for always trying to embarrass her, she was also aware of the truth in her words. Thus, she couldn't help but feel a little gloomy deep down. If Luo Yunyang couldn't enter, then her confidence would take a huge blow. "I will enter and take a look first," said the sincere-looking young man who had been amongst the people that had smashed the barrier. His body was sufficiently strong, so he hadn't been affected much. As he strode towards the massive door, the door barrier slowly flickered and appeared. When the man got close, a purple glow started to emanate from his body. Golden and purple light intertwined. In half a minute, the man had already vanished beyond the golden glow of the door. When he succeeded, the 11 powerhouses who had followed this man all used their own cultivation techniques and rushed towards the extraordinary gravity on the sealed door. In the blink of an eye, 7 of them had passed through. Although the remaining 4 did their best and tried all sorts of methods, they found it difficult to pass through the sealed door. Even though 7 out of 11 was a considerable loss, it was still an acceptable result. The sincere-looking man that had passed through the door didn't bring his subordinates in. Instead, he stood on the other side and said, "It's a different world on the other side of this door. I shall wait here for you all." Crown Prince Nanshan and the others, as well as their subordinates, started to cross the extraordinary gravity. Although they all possessed varying strengths, the majority of them still managed to pass by relying on their own power. The 10 great heaven-grade beasts now sensed the disparity between them. After Yunxi made the necessary arrangements, they started to cross this obstacle. In the end, only the ice-fire divine sparrow succeeded. However, the ice-fire divine sparrow had consumed all his energy to cross over to the other side, so he nearly crashed to the ground. Yunxi didn't cross over, and neither did Li Qingyan. Both their eyes were currently on Luo Yunyang. Yunxi was worried, whereas Li Qingyan was waiting to rejoice in his misfortune. "You have already accomplished your mission," Yunxi said softly. "I will definitely fulfill my promise, whether I am able to succeed or not." Her tone carried a faint decisiveness. Li Qingyan, who was observing the current situation, said mockingly, "I still wish I could get to know you better, little brother. Do you not dare go through? Could it be that, as a demi-human, you really feel like you are weaker than ordinary humans like us?" Chapter 344. The body-tempering golden body fluid beautiful Li Qingyan kept shooting looks at Luo Yunyang. It actually seemed that as long as Luo Yunyang was willing, she would get passionate him. When she thought about this, her heart suddenly started beating faster. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang wasn't as sentimental as she had imagined. This despicable fellow, who didn't even care about her, seemed to exude a coldness throughout his entire body. Luo Yunyang was just standing there without saying a word. The word demi-human made him angry deep down. That woman and her whole FC King family were the demi-humans. Even so, Luo Yunyang was rather satisfied with Yunxi's behavior. "Don't worry, I will go over," he told her. Although he said this casually, both Li Qingyan and Yunxi seemed surprised. However, there were some differences between the two of them. The startled look on Yunxi's face turned to pleasant surprise, while Li Qingyan's surprise turned into a sneer. Even the source beasts with ancient blood running through their veins had a glow flowing from their heads. How could a demi-human fare any better? Luo Yunyang didn't use his attribute regulator. Although this sort of gravity was a challenge, it was also a way of tempering physical strength. The heaven-battling ape dragon chart could also train the body. However, Luo Yunyang hadn't used it recently. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Luo Yunyang strolled up slowly at a leisurely pace. However, when he was 20 meters away from the huge door, he felt a massive pressure envelop him. Due to the effect of this massive pressure, Luo Yunyang found even breathing somewhat difficult. As he frowned unconsciously, Luo Yunyang stepped forward once again. Although this step wasn't big, he felt all the veins in his body swell up. "He's reached his limits," Li Qingyan said as she saw the veins bulging on Luo Yunyang's face like little dragons. Yunxi clenched her fists tightly. She wished from the bottom of her heart that Luo Yunyang would make it through. Besides the fact that she would be a little low on assistance, Yunxi also had some complicated emotions. She had already unknowingly started to become dependent on Luo Yunyang. This dependence came from deep down. As Luo Yunyang took yet another step, he felt as though his body was being pierced by countless little needles. Blood started to seep out of every inch of his skin. Even though there wasn't much blood, red marks had already started to form on his skin. Luo Yunyang was still a fair distance away from the massive door. Although he wanted to dash over, it was impossible. Make him give up, otherwise, he will lose his life here. Li Qingyan couldn't help but blurt out. Yunxi didn't refute her words. She actually nodded before shouting, "Luo Yunyang, hurry back here. You have already kept your promise. You can just wait aside with the sky-ripping golden rock and the others." Luo Yunyang turned his head and flashed a smile at Yunxi. He appreciated her worry, persuasion and genuine kindness. However, he would not listen. If he retreated now, he would have suffered for nothing. As he thought about this, Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator and raised his constitution a little. If he raised his power and constitution to the max, crossing over would be a breeze for him. However, in that case, it would be difficult for him to reach his limits. Luo Yunyang took yet another step. Although this step was much slower than the previous one, he felt a wave of purple power start to stir in his blood when he moved forward. It was the purple dragon vein. The purple dragon vein, which hadn't proved useful ever since it had been awakened, started to stir when it faced this massive pressure. A faint purple glow began to speedily envelop Luo Yunyang's body. Luo Yunyang could clearly feel every single muscle of his body moving frantically and getting stronger. As he was shrouded by the purple glow, Luo Yunyang looked like a spirit. However, the purple glow scoured his body and made him stronger. Although Luo Yunyang's constitution slowly increased, as he stood firmly, 1 point was added to both his constitution and purple dragon vein. One step, one step, one step. Although the distance between Luo Yunyang and the door was like a city moat, he strove forward continuously like a hard-working tiny ant that kept pushing forward with no intention of giving up. He is currently tempering his physical body. I can see that he is making progress, but overtraining at this point in time could cause him to crumble straightway. Li Qingyan said gravely without so much as a coquettish smile. Yunxi and Li Qingyan had never been friends or been left alone together. However, Li Qingyan's worry for Luo Yunyang touched Yunxi's closely guarded heart. Right now, she felt as though she and Li Qingyan had some form of tacit understanding. Yunxi glanced at Li Qingyan and said softly, "Do you have any ideas to make him stop then?" Li Qingyan shook her head. She didn't have any ideas either. What she didn't understand was why she had spoken to Yunxi about this. Was it really a pity to stand by idly and watch a decent person die right before them? Luo Yunyang kept making adjustments to his body's qualities. Each increment was always 1 or 2 points, yet thanks to these slow, continuous additions, he felt his body becoming stronger and stronger. His golden body and purple dragon vein, that had nothing to do with each other, also started to merge. At the very least, the glow emanating from Luo Yunyang's body was starting to take on a purple-gold hue. Crown Prince Nanshan and the others, who were standing across the gravity barrier, fixed their eyes on Luo Yunyang. Their originally mocking looks had started to fade. "Although he is a demi-human, that tenacity of his is not bad," said the sincere-looking man who had led his party through the barrier first. Some people nodded the heads. However, Crown Prince Nanshan had a cold glint in his eyes. He really didn't like this kind of person. So what if he is tenacious? He is still just a demi-human. Do you really think we have to pay attention to a demi-human? Crown Prince Nanshan's words were harsh and unkind. He had wanted to speak with disdain, but when he had ultimately spoken, he realized that his tone had clearly carried a hint of jealousy. His constitution figures on the attribute regulator kept increasing. By the time Luo Yunyang reached the large entrance, his constitution attribute had increased by more than 10 silver points. This increase made Luo Yunyang feel as though he had been energized. Meanwhile, the massive force crushing his body like a mountain had started to decrease slowly. Adding another 3 points to his constitution and power would probably allow him to make it through. Luo Yunyang thought to himself as he calculated how to take the next step and obtain the best benefits. However, as he was about to act, he heard Yunxi shout, "Yunyang, wait for me." Li Qingyan, who was standing beside Yunxi, had never imagined that Yunxi would actually shout so sweetly and rush directly towards Luo Yunyang. Before she had any time to react, Yunxi had already rushed to Luo Yunyang's side, glanced at Luo Yunyang and produced a jade bottle. When her snow-white palms used the bottle gently, a golden glow flew out and landed on Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang froze. Just as he was about to react, Yunxi said, "Don't resist. Just hurry up and absorb it." Luo Yunyang sensed that this golden glow was actually droplets of golden fluid. When he felt this golden fluid, he sensed a thick vital energy within it. This item was probably a rare treasure. Luo Yunyang used the Heaven Battling Ape Dragon chart without hesitation and frantically absorbed the golden glow that bathed his body. As this wave of light flowed into his body like a powerful current, Luo Yunyang felt as though his body was surging. Every inch of his muscles and skin started to grow rapidly. Luo Yunyang even felt every single cell in his body swell up. "It's a body-tempering golden body fluid," Li Qingyan muttered when she realized what was in the bottle Yunxi had produced. Her voice sounded slightly relaxed and gratified. There was also some faint jealousy in her voice that she wasn't conscious of. Luo Yunyang felt his constitution rise rapidly. Each time he used the Heaven Battling Ape Dragon chart, he felt his body's strength increase by leaps and bounds. Back on Earth, Luo Yunyang had used all sorts of treasures. However, they had all been utter trash compared to this body-tempering golden body fluid. When Luo Yunyang absorbed all the power within his body, he realized that his constitution had increased by more than 50 points. An increase of 50 points was no small deal for Luo Yunyang. Besides, as his constitution increased, the 3 source cores within his body also increased rapidly. Yunxi is crazy. To think that she actually used body-tempering golden body fluid on a demi-human. Who knows how much she must have sacrificed to obtain this fluid. She must have probably obtained it as she prepared to break through to the star grade. Without this body-tempering golden body fluid, her probability of breaking through would decrease by at least 3 times. Crown Prince Nanshan's voice sounded like a snarl. He was currently waving his hands wildly in rage, as though he had gone insane. Chapter 345. Gathering flames. A person with the intention of being kind didn't need to be rewarded, and a person with the intention of being malicious didn't have to be punished. Although this saying wasn't acknowledged by everyone, many people still agreed with it. When the last bit of power was absorbed by Luo Yunyang's body, he felt his constitution make significant progress. Power: 38 fire, 13 ice, 12 wood, 9 speed, 5 mind, 7 fire, 0.5 constitution, 75 dragon bloodline, 15 golden body, 13 fire, 0.568 ice, 0.568 wood, 0.47 true intent, 2134 indiscriminate bloody massacre, 49 bloody sun overhead, 49 decimation, 9.9 ice fire, 7.6 yin yang true intent. 2. Luo Yunyang was very satisfied with the figures on his attribute regulator. This also made him realize that he felt a deep friendship for Yunxi. Although his sort of friendship sounded simple, it wasn't easy to compensate her. From now on, he and Yunxi would no longer have the uncomplicated relationship of an employer and an employee. Luo Yunyang took one more step and stepped through the large golden door before flashing a huge smile at Yunxi. Yunxi returned his wide grin. Entering this massive golden door wouldn't have posed a problem for Yunxi and Li Qingyan. Yunxi glowed purple, whereas Li Qingyan seemed to be bathed in flames as she charged through like a fiery wind. When the two of them entered, the 6 teams were all gathered. Crown Prince Nanshan's gaze on Luo Yunyang wasn't friendly. If Yunxi wasn't standing beside him, perhaps he might have ripped Luo Yunyang to shreds. As Yunxi stood calmly on the spot and surveyed her surroundings, she realized that what lay ahead of them was a mountain range. There was indeed a completely different world within the sacred tower. Most of the people present weren't bothered by these circumstances. After all, they were extraordinary beings who had already seen the majority of the treasures hoarded by a nebula-grade existence. Quick, take a look here. Someone shouted loudly. Luo Yunyang and the others walked over quickly and discovered 4 pill furnaces. The 4-meter-tall pill furnaces, which had intricate engravings on them, didn't seem ordinary. Every line of carving seemed to contain some form of charm, so when all these markings were joined, they seemed to form something. When Luo Yunyang and the others arrived before the 4 pill furnaces, they saw a line of words floating mysteriously above the furnaces. Gather 100 divine flames and soar straight to the heavens. These 10 words seemed to contain boundless awe. When they appeared, some people felt kind of afraid. Although the words disappeared completely in a flash, everyone still felt some reverence in their minds. According to the meaning of those words, it seems like we have to gather flames to light the furnaces. Only this way will we be able to get past this stage, Li Qingyan said as she circled the pill furnaces a few times. Yunxi and the others had also guessed as much. Yunxi patted one of the pill furnaces and said, "Unless I am wrong, these pill furnaces are Star 9 grade treasures. Obtaining one of them would make this trip worthwhile." When Yunxi said this, Li Qingyan and the others immediately got all worked up. Although they also possessed many treasures, Star 9 grade items were considered superior goods that were worth a fortune within the Blue Rain Empire. Plus, this was only the first stage. If the first stage of the Sacred Tower contained such treasure, then one could imagine how astonishing the items that followed would be. "I think this pill furnace has an affinity with me," said a refined young man. Although this young man had kept a low profile so far, this hadn't changed his status in the least. He was an aristocrat of the same generation as Crown Prince Nanshan and Yunxi. His overbearing words invoked a furious gaze from Crown Prince Nanshan. However, the young man remained unmoved. "You might as well say that every treasure has an affinity with you, Yuan Zheng." Nanfeng sneered. Yuan Zheng chuckled when he heard Crown Prince Nanshan. "There aren't that many things that I don't have an affinity with. You are a good example of that." Their attendants took a step forward, as if they were prepared to engage in combat at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Yuan Zheng had produced a scroll. No, it was actually a drawing. When this drawing was taken out, Luo Yunyang felt an intense fluctuation within it. It was a fluctuation that seemed to contain some form of effectiveness. When this drawing fluctuated, Luo Yunyang clearly sensed the hint of a threat. "It's a treasure-storing drawing," Crown Prince Nanshan said with a cold gleam in his eyes. Yuan Zheng smiled faintly. "I obtained one by accident, but I never imagined that it would come in handy here. Please let me have my way. Although Yunxi didn't say anything, her gaze was fixed on the map in Yuan Zheng's hands. Yuan Zheng, who appeared a little pleased, moved his arms gently. The scroll called a treasure storing drawing unfurled in the air. It was empty. There was absolutely nothing on it. However, when the scroll expanded completely, a green line shrouded one of the pill furnaces in the blink of an eye. Under the watchful gazes of Luo Yunyang and the others, the pill furnace disappeared without a trace and a pill furnace appeared on the treasure storing drawing. This furnace was exactly the same as the pill furnace that had just disappeared, which had obviously been absorbed into the treasure storing drawing. After watching the pill furnace vanish, Luo Yunyang was aware that he had been too ignorant during his time in the Da Alliance. The Da Alliance could never hope to compete with the sort of items that the Blue Rain Empire possessed. Thank you for letting me have my way, everyone. Yuan Zheng extended his hand and reached out for the scroll. Even Li Qingyan wasn't in the mood to mock this fellow. There were only 4 pill furnaces and their importance might determine whether they would be able to continue. Now that Yuan Zheng had taken the initiative and stored a pill furnace, the others had one less opportunity. Just as Yuan Zheng was about to get a hold of the treasure storing drawing, pure white flames blazed out of it. Although these flames didn't display any impressive power, they instantly turned the weird treasure storing drawing into ash. The pill furnace that had recently vanished appeared once again. The furnace sat quietly in its original spot, as though nothing had happened. The only difference was that Yuan Zheng's face was dark now. The treasure storing drawing wasn't inferior in value to a star-grade pill furnace, so the fact that it had been burned to a crisp was a considerable loss for him. Despite this loss, he still hadn't achieved anything other than drawing some animosity towards himself. All of his effort had been for naught. These pill furnaces aren't individual existences. They are mysteriously tied to this sacred tower. If we try to obtain them forcibly, we would be humiliated," said Yunxi. Then, she glanced ahead at the mountain range before she added, "We better hurry up and gather the flames." As she spoke, her gaze fell on the peak of a purple mountain. Although the mountain was tall and lofty, Yunxi saw a flickering light in the sky above it. Crown Prince Nanshan and the others, who understood what Yunxi meant, turned towards the mountains in the distance as well. There were all sorts of flames burning above every mountain. They would clearly have to climb many mountains to obtain these flames. Although no one said anything, they all went their separate ways to complete this task. Yuan Zheng, who had failed to obtain the pill furnace, was the first to shoot out towards a green mountain. Luo Yunyang followed Yunxi to that purple mountain. On the way, Yunxi was taciturn. The ice-fire divine sparrow, who seemed to sense what Yunxi was thinking, didn't say anything either. As Luo Yunyang was about to thank Yunxi for using the body-tempering golden body fluid on him, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. "This flame-obtaining challenge will be the hardest for you, cousin." Crown Prince Nanshan obstructed Yunxi's path with a smile. Gathering flames shouldn't be too difficult. However, there are only 4 pill furnaces, which means that 2 out of the 6 of us won't be able to make it to the next stage. Although I do not look down on you, cousin, it is impossible to succeed by relying on just these 2. They had a hard time making it through the extraordinary gravity after all. Yunxi stared coldly at Crown Prince Nanshan before she replied firmly, "You should be worrying about yourself. This is my way of showing my kindness, cousin. Besides, our families have strong ties, don't you think so? If you want to, we could join forces. Although there is no guarantee that we would obtain 2 pill furnaces, it still beats trying to do everything single-handedly, right? Besides, I can promise you that if we only obtain 1 pill furnace, I will give you half of the items that I obtain from this sacred tower." Half his share. The corners of Yunxi's lips curled into a slightly sardonic smile. She waved the sleeves of her robe, ignoring Crown Prince Nanshan before heading directly towards the mountain. Crown Prince Nanshan didn't stop her. Instead, he chuckled. "It's fine that you don't want to accept my kind proposal, cousin. Never mind, I believe that you will realize that cooperating with me would be your wisest choice." He then turned to a subordinate beside him and gestured. "Go split up and gather flames. When you've gathered 100, meet back here." As his 7 subordinates took to the skies, Crown Prince Nanshan's lips curled into a cold smirk. "How do you hope to compete with just 1 person, cousin? Can you really rely on those 2 pieces of trash?" Chapter 346. Divine blazing body. In Yunxi's opinion, Luo Yunyang was a very understanding person whose words and actions were so polite that they made everyone feel comfortable. Most importantly, he seemed to know everything. Although she did not say this explicitly, the look on her face revealed that she considered Luo Yunyang an indispensable force due to these qualities of his. Although she had firmly rejected Crown Prince Nanshan's request, her mood was awful, as she knew that she was the weakest among the 6 of them. Everyone else had at least 6 or 7 subordinates, but she only had Luo Yunyang and the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow. To make matters worse, the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow didn't appear to be that dependable right now. Their odds of success would not seem high if it was just her and Luo Yunyang. In the blink of an eye, the Purple Mountain Range came into sight. When she climbed up, she realized that things weren't as simple as she had thought. From afar, tiny purple figures seemed to cover any available space on the mountain range, spreading out like patches of purple vegetation. On top of the mountain was a ball of purple essence flame that was dancing along with the excited purple figures around it. Spirit fires. Yunshi furrowed her brows and gasped as she glanced at the purple flame. These spirit fires, which were numerous and densely packed, seemed boundless. Obtaining the purple flame didn't seem like such an easy task now. The Ice Fire Divine Sparrow stared at the sea of spirit fires and pondered for a moment. "Why don't you let me fly over and give it a try, Lady Shi?" Yunshi thought for a moment and nodded her head. She felt confident that she could obtain the flame herself, but she didn't mind not doing this personally. After all, she didn't know what other difficulties awaited her. The Ice Fire Divine Sparrow raised his blazing wings and flew straight towards the mountain peak. Even though he had sounded subdued while asking this, he felt a sense of pride deep down. This pride belonged solely to the 10 great heaven-grade Source Beast Kings. When he'd first arrived in this expanse of space, he had planned on acting only when he had to and taking a step back when he was not needed. There was no reason to become cannon fodder after all. However, it had never crossed his mind that the 10 great heaven-grade Source Beasts would actually be a burden. Thinking back, he felt pissed that he had almost died while trying to enter the first level of the tower. This could be considered a severe setback for the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow. Therefore, he decided to make good use of this opportunity to prove himself and show that he wasn't a scrub. Meanwhile, the dancing spirit fires that had once covered the mountain peak took flight as well. Countless spirit fires turned into a huge overwhelming purple cloud and hurled themselves towards the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow. A loud howl left the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow's mouth as he flapped both his wings. His originally bright red wings turned a shade of azure in a second. Shards of glowing ice flew towards the overwhelming cloud. Blue and purple were similar color tones, so it was difficult to determine the outcome of the clash. However, in a split second, the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow had already reached the middle of the mountain. Hundreds of massive spirit flames gathered in midair, formed a large flying beast and blocked the path of the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow. The sparrow, who didn't seem fazed at all, aimed 2 columns of different powers towards the large flying beast. However, Lady Luck didn't favor the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow this time. Although the energy columns destroyed and shattered quite a number of spirit fires, many more surrounded the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow. Soon, the sparrow was completely surrounded by spirit fires. The Ice Fire Divine Sparrow unleashed rays of bright scarlet flames and azure frost desperately, forming massive rings of light that turned countless spirit fires to dust. However, there were too many spirit flames. The closer the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow got to the purple divine flame, the stronger the spirit flames got. While the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow was struggling to advance, Luo Yunyang noticed 4 large spirit fires heading towards the sparrow. "This is not good," Luo Yunyang told Yunshi softly as he glanced at the desperate Ice Fire Divine Sparrow. "We have no other choice right now. Follow me," Yunshi replied firmly with a nod. When she took flight with a wave of her bare hands, all the spirit flames rushing towards her were shattered, while the blazes expelled by the spirit flames didn't have any effect on her. Luo Yunyang did not participate in the action. Meanwhile, Yunshi had already advanced towards the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow and arrived just as he could no longer hold out. Yunshi produced 2 blue light discs and vanquished all the purple spirit flames into the emptiness. Yunshi's cultivation base was at the same level as the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow's. Although she was a peak god-grade entity, the might of her combat skills was much stronger. Thus, whenever Yunshi's palms formed seals and signs, anything within a 100-meter radius was crushed to bits and pieces. An hour later, Luo Yunyang and Yunshi had reached the mountain peak. The purple divine flame had shrunk to the size of a baby's fist, yet its radiance was still as dazzling. Yunshi used a box to carefully encase the flame. However, she was already extremely fatigued, so she burned her sleeves slightly. The purple divine flame on top of the purple mountain disappeared along with the encasement of the flame. Although we have obtained one type of flame, this method of obtaining flames is too slow. Yunshi seemed disheartened as she stared at the flame in the box. The ice-fire divine sparrow was silent. He had originally wanted to put up a performance to prove his ability, but Yunshi had ended up saving his sorry *SS. This was a big, merciless blow for the prideful ice-fire divine sparrow. Luo Yunyang, who had not done much this time around, seemed relaxed. However, any delight he felt about obtaining a flame soon disappeared along with Yunshi's deep sigh. They had the least manpower, so if their flame obtaining speed remained consistent, Yunshi would definitely be the last to finish. There were only 4 pill furnaces, so only 4 of them would succeed. When he noticed Yunshi's worry, Luo Yunyang asked, "Is there any other way?" "Other way?" Yunshi frowned. "There is indeed another way. Although it seems that each mountain has a type of independent flame, there should be an origin source ground in the river that flows under the mountains. However, even a nebula-grade entity would face immense danger there, let alone someone like us." Luo Yunyang understood clearly the difference between his current strength and the strength of a nebula-grade entity. Just considering the existence of this fallen being was enough. The space in his body had turned into such a massive galaxy that one could only imagine the terrifying extent of his abilities. Possessing a true divine blazing body would help. This sort of constitution could absorb all flames and allow harmless entry to the origin source ground. As Yunshi spoke, she shook her head. "How could there be a divine blazing body in the world? It was only a legend that I came across. Could a divine blazing body withstand and grant immunity against all types of flame attacks?" Luo Yunyang's eyes light up. Although he did not possess a divine blazing body, he had the ability to create one with his attribute regulator. The attribute regulator had quite some limitations when it came to comprehending true intent, yet no such limitations existed in other aspects. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang had to keep the attribute regulator a secret. Although he trusted Yunshi, the fewer people knew about this, the better. After all, he was currently incapable of surpassing the strength of the Blue Rain Empire. As his attribute regulator became stronger and more effective, Luo Yunyang's intent to keep it a secret intensified. "Collecting flames together will be a very slow process. I think we should split up and search," Luo Yunyang said after thinking for a moment. Yunshi nodded her head in agreement. This was her exact sentiment. Although splitting up was a risk, it was still better than sticking together. "We do not need to obtain very strong flames. Our priority is speed. The quicker we collect flames, the higher our chances of success will be. Collecting weaker flames might be easier initially, but it would surely make the subsequent steps even more difficult." However, Yunshi believed that they had no other choice. Luo Yunyang and the ice-fire divine sparrow both agreed. After discussing how they would remain in contact and when they would meet, all 3 of them rushed towards different peaks. Luo Yunyang's speed was very fast. Along the way, he was constantly using his mind power to lay down traps and ensure that no one was following him. After confirming that he was not being followed, he picked a secluded spot and burrowed into the ground hastily. The ground was very hard, yet this wasn't much of a problem for someone at Luo Yunyang's level. In the blink of an eye, he sensed that he had already burrowed a few hundred meters deep. This space had to be inside the tower. When he burrowed into the ground, Luo Yunyang felt that he shouldn't be too deep. However, as he burrowed at a fast pace, he realized that he had been wrong. Not only were the flames inside the ground much stronger than on the surface, but the rock layer in the earth was also extremely hot. By relying on his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang increased his flame attributes constantly until the surrounding flames had no effect on him. A star fiend flame. Just as Luo Yunyang passed through a layer of rock, a column of fire zipped up like a piercing needle. Chapter 347. The fire source pond. The star fiend flame must have come from the source ground, which could probably be found by following this star fiend flame. Luo Yunyang's surroundings had already turned scarlet red. Even the rocks seemed to contain a flourishing power of fire. Luo Yunyang's fire attribute continued to rise. It had already surpassed 200 points, yet as his body descended non-stop, that scorching sensation continued to erode it. 300, 400, 500. As Luo Yunyang continued to make adjustments on his attribute regulator, his constitution fire attribute became stronger and stronger. Even if Luo Yunyang hadn't used any techniques, the waves of flame power would have continued to rush at his body. If this place was used for cultivation, it would definitely be a superior cultivation ground. By the time Luo Yunyang's fire attribute was adjusted to 1000 points, the scarlet crystals all around him had already vanished completely. What appeared before Luo Yunyang's eyes was an expanse of void. Beneath this void was a 30-meter-long pond filled with golden fluid. Different colors of lights rose from the golden pond. In the blink of an eye, these lights shot in every direction. There was a star fiend flame, a cold moon flame, an intense scarlet sun flame. All sorts of flames, even some as tiny as threads of silk, flew towards the void. Luo Yunyang couldn't determine exactly how many essence flames were within the pond. However, the many flames that gathered like liquid in the pond tempted him. His source cores had already taken form. The objective of his fire-based source core was to evolve and become a genuine sun. However, this sort of evolution wasn't easy, as his source core could evolve into both strong and weak suns. If Luo Yunyang could absorb all the essence flames gathered in this fluid, it would be a massive leap for him. However, absorbing this liquid would be. After hesitating for a bit, a hint of resolve appeared in Luo Yunyang's eyes. Although he didn't possess a legendary divine blazing body, he could still raise his constitution fire attribute to the max. For safety reasons, Luo Yunyang still decided to take a drop of this fluid and test it out by using the dragon capturing weaving crane technique. Luo Yunyang waved his hands in the direction of the pond and got ready to capture a drop. In order to succeed with one move, he raised the true intent of the dragon capturing weaving crane technique to the highest. However, as he moved his hands, what rushed out of the pond wasn't a drop, but a scarlet flame dragon. Luo Yunyang had not expected this. Before he had any time to evade it, the flame dragon had already rushed over at him. As it passed by him, Luo Yunyang raised his fire attribute to the max. Based on his current attribute adjustment, even if he were to fall into lava, not only would the flames not harm him, but they would pour into his body frantically. However, when the flame dragon passed by him, Luo Yunyang was suddenly surrounded by a charred black color. His meridians had been cauterized and cracks had appeared on every inch of skin. At this point, Luo Yunyang's mind power felt like it was crumbling. He had been completely scorched. The moment his mind power crumbled, only death would await him. He could not afford to die. He absolutely couldn't die. If he died, then his family. Luo Yunyang made some quick adjustments to his mind and fire attributes by using the attribute regulator. With practically each adjustment, he felt as though he was going to die. Fortunately, when the adjustments were completed, Luo Yunyang finally stabilized that wave of power. This power, which seemed like it could burn anything, kept revolving within Luo Yunyang's body. However, this revolution didn't seem to harm his body anymore. Although Luo Yunyang's charred black body looked like a dried corpse, that wasn't important. What was vital right now was absorbing that power. After the heaven-battling ape dragon chart was used, a wave of warm energy flowed continuously into the fire-based source core in Luo Yunyang's body. The source core looked scarlet at first, yet as that energy poured in, its color started to turn golden red and eventually turned pure white. Within the cosmos that had opened up in Luo Yunyang's body, the three tiny source cores looked like small lights flickering in the sky. However, as that fiery energy poured in, the source core became brighter and started to swell up rapidly like a balloon. Planet 3 grade, Planet 4 grade. By the time Luo Yunyang was about to reach Planet 4 grade, that energy had already been completely absorbed. As he exhaled deeply, Luo Yunyang realized that his heart was shuddering. Some time ago, he had been able to fight the 10 great heaven grade source beasts mainly by cheating. The functions of the attribute regulator had allowed him to reach the power of a Planet 9 grade. However, his true strength was only a Planet 3 grade. Just a drop of this precious blazing fluid had helped him make big improvements. Moreover, there was still so much of that precious blazing fluid all around him. Luo Yunyang used the dragon capturing weaving crane technique once again and reached for the pond full of precious fluid without hesitation. Seconds and minutes trickled by as he cultivated. As he sat in a lotus position in the void, he slowly started to lose his human form and become more and more like a black skeleton. However, the aura of his body became increasingly more intense, while the speed at which he absorbed that fluid became faster. After an indefinite amount of time, Luo Yunyang seemed to sense these changes and dive into that pond of precious fluid. Meanwhile, Yunxi stood on a green mountain peak. Although everything around her was silent, there was a slightly hazy look in her eyes. It was very difficult to grasp the flow of time there by using her own methods, yet Yunxi estimated that she had already spent 6 months searching for divine flames in this place. 6 months of cultivation couldn't be considered much. However, Yunxi had found 39 divine flames by now. Gathering this many divine flames in the space of 6 months wasn't slow. Yunxi was actually confident that she would win this race, as Crown Prince Nanshan, Yuan Zheng and the others wouldn't strive as much as her. However, they had more subordinates, which alone was enough to discourage her. She could have also acted like them and brought several elite subordinates with. However, because of an unforeseen event, she had only been able to go herself. Actually, there was still Luo Yunyang. However, there had been no news from him so far, which gave Yunxi a bad feeling. After all, silencing someone in this dangerous place wouldn't be hard. There still hasn't been any news from Luo Yunyang, my lady. The ice-fire divine sparrow flew over, his voice sounding a little weary. He had also just experienced a big battle. The ice-fire divine sparrow seemed smaller than before he had entered this sacred land, and the two colors of his tail appeared to have merged. Although this merging was extremely difficult, if it was successful, the ice-fire divine sparrow's speed would improve greatly. Boom, boom, boom. Yunxi had been about to say something when a heaving booming sound made her turn in another direction. The sound had come from the direction of the 4 pill furnaces. Yunxi suddenly saw columns of scarlet clouds rising to the sky. The cloud pillars rose and danced in the air. Although this was the first time Yunxi had encountered such a sight, deep down she only had one explanation for this: someone had refined a pill furnace. Even if she returned now, it would be no use. However, if she didn't return, Yunxi hesitated for some time before telling the ice-fire divine sparrow, "Come on, let's go take a look." The ice-fire divine sparrow was so compliant that it could be considered Yunxi's dog. As his body grew bigger, Yunxi stepped on his back and they soared towards the pill furnaces. When they were about to reach their destination, yet another series of booming sounds rang out in the void. A scarlet dragon was rising up along with these sounds. Although Yunxi had prepared herself for this, she still clenched her fists tighter as she saw her hopes slowly diminish. She suddenly felt indignant. What could she do, though? She had no other choice. When Yunxi arrived, she found Li Qingyan and Yuan Zheng holding a small pill furnace in their hands each. Although the size of the pill furnaces had changed, Yunxi could tell that these had been 2 of the 4 pill furnaces. When she arrived, that sincere-looking young man was using a gourd. The gourd shuddered and flames burst forth and landed on a pill furnace, causing its color to start to change. A scarlet mist started to disperse from the pill furnace, while a thick blood-red glow emanated from it. "Ha ha, you are here, cousin." Crown Prince Nanshan's voice rang out. There were only 4 retainers behind him now, yet he looked pleased. "You've arrived early, so you can go ahead and start the pill furnace." "Ha ha, I am aware that there are rules for coming back first and last." Crown Prince Nanshan's lips curled up. His words made Li Qingyan and the others turn their attention to Yunxi. Chapter 348, Can I take a look at your pill furnace? Yunxi stared coldly at Crown Prince Nanshan in silence. Crown Prince Nanshan was itching to roar with laughter. This woman had character. He really liked this. However, no matter how much he liked her, he wouldn't fall head over heels for her charm like a brainless fellow and treat her like a goddess. He wanted to use his ability to thoroughly subdue her. That would be the most meaningful way to act. How could she remain calm before such benefits? Crown Prince Nanshan firmly believed that he'd feel the same way about the pill furnace under the circumstances. Yunxi, who was standing aside, didn't share his feelings. When she saw Crown Prince Nanshan's pleased expression, she itched to hit that smug face of his. That piece of trash, if her own father hadn't been. As she thought of this, Yunxi's heart did not waver. She had to do well and stand at the peak of the world. However, her determination in the scene before her made her feel a deep sense of helplessness. She wanted to do this, but she lacked the power. "Have you seen Luo Yunyang?" Yunxi asked everyone after hesitating for a bit. The ice-fire divine sparrow shook his head. He now understood the relationship between Yunxi, Crown Prince Nanshan and the others. Voluntarily asking them to do something under the circumstances was akin to being hit while one was down. Why are you asking about that demi-human, cousin? Ha ha, I can guarantee you that we definitely haven't done anything to him. Crown Prince Nanshan replied first with a chuckle. Yuan Zheng smiled disdainfully. Even if I wanted to do something, I wouldn't vent on that sort of person. You can rest easy, Miss Yunxi. My subordinates and I haven't seen him, Li Qingyan answered gently. Although Crown Prince Nanshan's words weren't pleasant, Yunxi felt a little more relieved. As long as these people didn't try anything on Luo Yunyang, the probability of him being alive would be much greater. Where exactly had he gone to, though? As Yunxi mulled this over, she heard Crown Prince Nanshan chuckle. Could you perhaps not have everything required to ignite the pill furnace, cousin? In that case, as your elder brother, I can no longer allow you to use it. Crown Prince Nanshan took out a jade gourd and said, there are 100 types of flames in here. As he spoke, he strode past Yunxi and reached the last pill furnace. While Yunxi watched Crown Prince Nanshan move the flames, she imagined a scenario in which Luo Yunyang appeared. How great would it be if Luo Yunyang appeared now and she had enough flames in her possession? Boom! The last pill furnace exploded and a black tortoise spiraled loftily within the scarlet glow. Judging by its power, the last pill furnace seemed to be even stronger than Li Qingyan's pill furnace. Ha ha, thank you for letting me win, cousin. A flash of delight flickered through Crown Prince Nanshan's mind. He had clearly gotten what he wanted after igniting the pill furnace. As he was feeling pleased with himself, a loud splitting sound rang out and a piercing voice shouted, "Leave the pill furnace behind." Suddenly, a tall young man came rushing over. There were 3 more people behind him, holding a gourd that contained flames. Although his shout was resounding, all he saw was Crown Prince Nanshan, Yuan Zheng and the others each holding onto a furnace only the size of a palm. You've come too late, Zheng Feng, Crown Prince Nanshan said as he eyed the tall young man with a pleased expression. They were competitors in a battle, so he would naturally benefit from the fact that his competitor was late. Zheng Feng snorted coldly. Although he didn't say anything, he clearly seemed indignant. However, the young man eventually didn't make a move. He just eyed Yunxi and shook his head softly. Yunxi had been destined to fail in gathering divine flames. However, she hadn't expected that he would fail as well. She could only say that she had been a step too late. If my theory is right, the 2 of you can only stay here. Although we have more or less obtained all the benefits available, you don't have to get disheartened, said Crown Prince Nanshan. Perhaps you might get some other opportunities. Zheng Feng clenched his fists tightly when he heard Crown Prince Nanshan's words. Although he didn't say anything, he would keep this grudge in his heart. Yunxi thought for a bit before asking Zheng Feng, have you seen Luo Yunyang? Zheng Feng wasn't in a good mood. I have not seen the demi-human. However, I reckon that collecting flames is very dangerous. You can see for yourself that quite a number of our followers have fallen. Perhaps that demi-human has also. When he was halfway through, Zheng Feng's eyes widened. He had suddenly seen a figure flying over from a distance. When Yunxi saw that flying figure, she was pleasantly surprised. She rushed over impatiently before Luo Yunyang could even land. Why did it take you so long to return? Yunxi's tone was slightly coquettish. When Zheng Feng, Crown Prince Nanshan and the others heard her grumbling question, they thought she seemed like a spoiled young girl talking to her lover. A wave of deep jealousy welled in Crown Prince Nanshan's heart while a faint trace of killing intent was evident on his face. Although it was already foreordained that he wouldn't make Yunxi his first wife, he had reserved a spot for her among his secondary wives. He had never imagined that Yunxi would turn a blind eye to his devotion and give her heart to a demi-human. How could she speak this way? No matter how magnanimous he was, he definitely wouldn't allow this fellow to make a cuckold out of him and live to tell the tale. Yunxi's coquettish behavior made Luo Yunyang, who hadn't yet experienced romance, feel a strange yet warm feeling in his heart. Although this situation was totally unexpected, he didn't object to it. I'm here, I was held up by something, but all is well now, Luo Yunyang said a little nervously as he rubbed his nose unconsciously. That's right, he was currently a little nervous. Meanwhile, Yunxi was all smiles. It's all good, you are here now, she said with a gentle voice. Li Qingyan felt confused as she watched the scene. That's right, as long as you have love, you will never go hungry, she said mockingly. Seems like the 2 of you don't have to follow us anymore. Luo Yunyang and Yunxi, who were having a hazy, warm moment, felt a little embarrassed when they heard Li Qingyan's words. Her words seemed to strike Yunshi's heart. She immediately shot Luo Yunyang a panicked glance and lowered her head silently. Didn't you go collect divine flames, Luo Yunyang? Tell me how many types you got. I always mean what I say. As long as you collected more than 100 types of flames, I will give you a chance. Crown Prince Nanshan had a slightly gloomy look on his face. He couldn't stand being jealous, so he pretended to be magnanimous. Although he didn't know how many types of flames Luo Yunyang had with him, he knew that he couldn't have collected 100 types. Even when they were added to the ones Yunshi had, he still wouldn't have 100. After all, they had spent a lot of effort to collect 100 types of flames. If the spirit flames guarding the divine flames hadn't suddenly become weaker, they would have needed much more time to collect their own 100. When Luo Yunyang glanced at Crown Prince Nanshan, who was feigning magnanimity, he shook his head silently. He didn't have any divine flames in his hands. He didn't know what to call the flame assimilated with his body either. He only had one type, and the difference between 1 and 100 was too big. As Luo Yunyang was thinking, he suddenly felt the flames within the 4 pill furnaces rushing towards him. He could actually control these flames. When he felt this, Luo Yunyang immediately guessed what was up. He stared at Crown Prince Nanshan as he said calmly, although I haven't gathered 100 types of flames, your flames won't do either. Oh, I can see that everyone's refining techniques are facing some rather significant problems. Be careful so you don't burn your fingers. A slightly stunned look appeared on Crown Prince Nanshan's face when he heard this. However, his shock quickly turned to delight. This demi-human was too damned shallow. Who was he to say that there was a problem with everyone's refining techniques? Ha ha ha, this time, he deserved to be humiliated. Yunshi would watch him disgrace himself. Crown Prince Nanshan, who felt even more delighted when he thought about this, smiled at Yunshi. I believe that you have seen the weapon refining techniques handed down my family, cousin. This demi-human is a big talker. Don't you think this is laughable? How could my techniques be problematic? Ha ha ha. As Li Qingyan laughed faintly, a faint disdain appeared in her eyes. Although she had to admit that Luo Yunyang wasn't simple, his reaction could only be described in one word. Shallow. He was very superficial indeed. Even though he was holding a grudge against Xie Nanshan, he couldn't stifle him or come up with such an absurd verdict. He had spoken without thinking, so he would be the one to lose. However, this would only make others think that he was even more shallow than Xie Nanshan. Yunshi could only shake her head lightly and give Luo Yunyang a considerate smile silently. When he saw Yunshi shake her head, Luo Yunyang didn't say anything else. All he did was smile at her confidently. Crown Prince Nanshan felt like exploding when he saw the two of them shooting glances at each other. As he stared viciously at Luo Yunyang, it seemed as though he was itching to rip him to shreds. I advise you to hurry up and toss that pill furnace, Crown Prince. I sense that it is very unstable right now. Something might really happen if you hold on to it. Luo Yunyang said confidently. Crown Prince Nanshan felt like cursing 1,000 times. He was just fine. How dare he say this? He was just a sour grape. Although his heart was full of hate, he still did his utmost to maintain a graceful air. He believed that this was the only way to nullify Luo Yunyang's attack. He, thank you for your kind warning, but there is nothing wrong with my methods. I'm afraid that you are worrying for no reason. Crown Prince Nanshan said confidently. Even if there is a problem, I will still not toss the pill furnace. I believe that I will be able to deal with whatever happens. Chapter 349. From passive to aggressive. The pill furnace had already been activated by him. The furnace was in his hands, so he could activate it at any moment. Deep in Xie Nanshan's heart, all kinds of thoughts kept surging. He would never believe the words of this demi-human. However, just as his intentions consolidated into firm resolve, he suddenly felt his palms heating up. Yes, they were emitting heat. Anyone who had cultivated to a certain boundary could control the temperature of their palm at will. So long as they did not act outrageously, there would basically be no problem. However, if no adjustments had been made to the palm, how could it heat up? Suddenly, Xie Nanshan's face became extremely ugly. This was because he had realized that, as his palm turned red, the originally undisturbed pill furnace began turning red as well. Instinctively, Xie Nanshan wanted to throw the pill furnace away. Although this pill furnace was of great importance, what good would it be if he lost his life in the end? However, Just before the pill furnace left his hands, surging flames wrapped around his arms and left a burning smell that lingered in the emptiness. As far as xianxia was concerned, his body was extremely robust. Therefore, even if he knocked against iron plates, the plates would be damaged instead of his body. However, hundreds of different divine flames were gathered in the pill furnace. Even a tough, formidable body could not be compared to divine flames. His hands would get as charred as roasted meat once the pill furnace left his palms. Xianxia immediately tried different methods, while some of his subordinates conjured a huge body of water. Although everything would still be fine without water, when his subordinates conjured the water, Xianxia felt his hand turn into hot meat stew in an instant. A painful sensation entered his heart and lungs right away silently, as if the flame was becoming bigger and bigger. Xianxia took out the blade without hesitation. With a clean swipe, he cut off the arm that was wrapped in flames. The clean swipe of the blade made his face turn pale. However, this did not stop Xianxia. A ray of purple light flashed and a tiny arm grew out of the broken joint. His broken arm had been resurrected. Although this method was not difficult to perform in the Blue Rain Empire, the price of an arm resurrection was not low. The moment Xianxia chopped off his arm, Yuan Zhang, Li Qingyan and others also threw the pill furnaces they were holding. A pill furnace was important, but safety was paramount. It seemed as though the furnace recognized their decision, as it reacted immediately just before hitting the ground. 3 multicolored flames rushed out of the furnace. The strange flames burned in the void like blazing dragons that refused to be extinguished. This phenomenon struck Li Qingyan and the others hard and left them with a lingering fear. Even though they wouldn't die, losing an arm like Xianxia was not something to be happy about either. By now, their opinion about Luo Yunyang had changed. When Li Qingyan looked at him, her eyes shone like autumn waters. Her gaze was filled with traces of heartfelt admiration. "Mr. Luo, how do you know that there is a problem with our pill furnace?" Although Luo Yunyang had put on a serious expression, he was secretly sniggering. How did he know that there was a problem with this pill furnace? He knew because he had extracted the flames inside the furnace. He's the one causing this. Let's join forces and kill him. Xianxia snapped exasperatedly. His arm was still in the process of regenerating. This son of AB*TCH always seemed to have a smirk on his face. Luo Yunyang shook his head, raised his arms and spread them helplessly as he asked, "Does everyone else feel the same way?" The pill furnaces in their hands had been activated by them. Li Qingyan and the others were no fools. They were confident that if Luo Yunyang had been the culprit, his actions would not have escaped their eyes. "Please shut your mouth, Brother Nanshan. Mr. Luo will play an important part in the success or failure of this task. You may be foolish enough to not want to obtain anything from this place, but we can't return empty-handed," said Yuan Zhang. Although he had originally been a little haughty, he had to show Luo Yunyang some respect now. He had already explained his objective. He did not want to return empty-handed. This was not the only reason for his behavior, though. They had also all become representatives of various families, so they were under all sorts of pressure. Just considering the people eyeing them covetously was enough to give them a serious headache. "Prince Nanshan, you don't want all of us to fail. This mission, right?" Li Qingyan asked gently. "We may not even hope to compare to your status or your family, but you still have to think of us. Don't you think so?" The thick-set man didn't say anything. However, the fact that he was standing next to Yuan Zhang was self-explanatory. Crown Prince Nanshan had become a target. He really wanted to curse all the people questioning him. How could they tell him this bullshit? This was useless. However, after thinking about it, he ended up closing his mouth tactfully. After all, there were some things that he could not do at will. Luo Yunyang glanced at the strangely burning flames and smiled faintly. "The problem is very simple. The flames you chose are not wrong, yet when they are combined, their attributes are wrong. They seem to merge, yet they are distinctly separated. In the end, they may even fight among themselves. Mr. Luo is making a lot of sense. I admire your explanation." Li Qingyan looked at Luo Yunyang amorously. Luo Yunyang's mind power was high enough that he did not show any embarrassment this time. Instead of rejecting this praise, he replied indifferently, "The explanation is very simple. However, no one has been paying enough attention. Would you guide us a little?" Li Qingyan asked with a big smile. Yunxi, who was standing beside Luo Yunyang and listening to what he said, suddenly had a feeling that the relationship between her and Luo Yunyang had changed significantly. At first, she had been the leader. However, after this incident, Luo Yunyang seemed to have taken over the helm. Luo Yunyang was silent. As Yuan Zheng and the others understood, varying expressions emerged on their faces. Yuan Zheng, Lady Li, let's capture this kid together. I don't believe that he would dare keep the truth from us. Xianxia said. He had already sensed that this situation was fishy, so he was trying to deliver a preemptive strike. Yuan Zheng's and Li Qingyan's expressions changed. In an instant, a trace of determination appeared in their eyes. To them, entering the depths of this space and leading this mission were both very important tasks. This group of people that had seemed so close had kept their guards up against each other. However, things had now changed. You have the jade talisman you need in order to leave, Brother Nanshan. I don't think you have to wait here anymore, said Yuan Zheng. Although he was tight-lipped most of the time, his words this time were as sharp as swords and much more impactful than usual. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly, yet he recovered in an instant. Yuan Zheng, the two of us are the strongest members of this group. You just want to grab this big opportunity. Thieves always bit 3 inches into the bone. Crown Prince Nanshan was no idiot. He was witty and intelligent. The only reason he had ended up in this shithole was because he really hadn't imagined that Luo Yunyang would possess the abnormal ability to control those flames. Yuan Zheng, who was not bothered by Xianxia's baseless assertion, glanced at Xianxia and snorted. Whatever. As this scene unfolded in front of Li Qingyan, she took advantage of the situation and laughed. Your hand really needs to be rested, young Master Nanshan. You should quit for your own sake. I believe that your Lord Father would not blame you for this. The thick-set young man nodded slightly and said, that makes sense. Out of the 6 teams, 3 teams were now against Crown Prince Nanshan. Actually, including Luo Yunyang, 4 teams were against him, so Crown Prince Nanshan felt like he had been surrounded. Even though he wanted to struggle, he couldn't. After all the trouble he had been through to enter this place, exiting with nothing significant was something he could not stomach. Brother Zheng, Feng, we are the only ones working together now. I do not believe that they will fight with us. Crown Prince Nanshan looked at the last man to come back. The man's face was handsome, yet his eyes were flashing with anger. He naturally didn't want to get kicked out just when the treasure was right before him. However, he also didn't want to join forces with Crown Prince Nanshan. This was not because Crown Prince Nanshan was detested by everyone, but because if he did join forces with him, he would get kicked out as well. There were 0 advantages to this 2 versus 4 fight. I can leave, but I hope that the 4 of you will sell me 1/10 of the loot at half the price. A blood-red glove appeared in the palm of his hand as he was talking. Although he had not used it yet, this power had already invaded their senses. When they saw the man's gloves, Yuan Zheng and the other 3 exchanged looks. Although they were capable of dealing with this man, they had to admit that he had already cornered them at gunpoint. Besides, 1/10 was not that much. Even selling it at half price was acceptable. Okay, I agree to this condition, Yuan Zheng said first. Li Qingyan and her gang also expressed their consent. When the man turned his eyes to Yunxi, she hesitated for a second. Although she wanted to agree, the situation had changed dramatically in the blink of an eye. Luo Yunyang, who had initially just been a follower, had suddenly become the leader of this entire mission. Furthermore, he had knocked Crown Prince Nanshan and his followers out with minimal effort. Chapter 350. The Mind Division Technique. Someday, I will repay you this 100-fold. Xianxia said venomously as he held the shattered jade talisman in his hand. Although he still seemed calm, anyone could sense the deep hatred in his heart. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything. He couldn't be expected to be good-natured and kind to this sort of person. Since he had already offended Xianxia, there was no need to put on an elaborate act. Zheng Feng and Xianxia's departure made the tense atmosphere subside. There were 4 teams and 4 pill furnaces left, so everyone had a chance. Are we supposed to regather the divine flames, Mr. Luo? Yuan Zheng asked Luo Yunyang with a wide smile. Regathering them naturally wouldn't make much of a difference to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't want to remain at the first stage, so after mulling this over for a bit, he said calmly, there's no need. I just have to sort all these essence flames. Everything will be fine. As he spoke, Luo Yunyang waved his hands at a bunch of flames that were blazing in the void, making these balls of fire rush in his direction. Even Yunxi was shocked to see Luo Yunyang actually attract the flames to himself. As long as he was there, she would practically not have to worry about anything. With a wave of Luo Yunyang's hand, the flames stopped in midair. As Luo Yunyang made some pulling motions with his hand, certain flames were drawn to him. In the end, all the remaining flames merged together. However, unlike the earlier multicolored flames, these essence flames had already turned purple. Mr. Luo is really a genius. Yuan Zheng clapped his hands. Although Luo Yunyang appeared modest, he was extremely pleased deep down. He really hadn't done much, yet the might of his flames had improved tremendously. When the ball of fire entered the pill furnace again, it was activated once more. This time, nobody snatched it, so the pill furnace landed in Yunxi's hands. It only took Luo Yunyang 15 minutes to take care of the 4 furnaces. When everything was over, the 4 furnaces were activated by Yuan Zheng and the others. They swelled up to 10 times their size before forming 4 paths of light that shot Luo Yunyang and the others into the horizon. Although Luo Yunyang really wanted to probe his surroundings, he realized that his mind power was being suppressed by a powerful force. Thus, he couldn't really investigate anything. When these lights dissipated, Luo Yunyang discovered that he, Yunxi and the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow were at the door of a large hall. The hall was more than 300 meters tall and the whole thing was a shade of mauve. Although there was no glorious splendor about it, it was still extremely imposing. "We could have also brought those people along," the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow lamented as he surveyed their surroundings. The people he was talking about were naturally Crown Prince Nanshan and the others. Luo Yunyang didn't speak. Yunxi, who was at his side, believed that these actions were kind of despicable. Who would let another man snore beside his own bed? Plus, this is still a matter of chance. Luo Yunyang nodded. Yunxi was right. Even if Li Qingyan and the others had known that they could have brought Crown Prince Nanshan along, they absolutely wouldn't have done so. After all, who would bring along someone who could turn into an enemy at any moment? This should probably be the second stage. Luo Yunyang studied the hall, which was devoid of any words. "Let's enter and have a look," he told Yunxi. Yunxi nodded. Although she had done quite a bit of homework beforehand, the current situation had rendered her prior preparations useless. After going through the experience of entering the sacred tower, Yunxi and the others were very careful this time. However, the doors of the Great Hall didn't pose any resistance. What a nice spear! The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow discovered a black spear that had been randomly left on the ground as they entered the Great Hall. The sparrow couldn't help but pick up the object, which was glimmering with a precious glow, and study it carefully before expressing his opinion. Luo Yunyang had actually noticed this spear. However, after using his mind power to survey it, he had realized that it was quite inferior to the God Slayer, so he hadn't bothered picking it up. "It's a star-grade spear." Yunxi waved her hands as she spoke. "You can keep it if you like it." Yunxi and the others didn't really think much of star-grade weapons. However, the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow considered this a great reward. After expressing his gratitude to Yunxi, he put away the spear. "Look, what is that?" As they stepped into a corridor, Luo Yunyang noticed that a few green light balls were strewn on the ground. Each ball of light was only about the size of a fist, yet they were extremely dazzling against the black stone floor of the Great Hall. Yunxi's expression changed when she saw those green balls of light. As she reached out towards one of them, a light ball fell into her palm. Yunxi toyed with it for a bit before the ball of light turned into something that looked like flowing water and formed a suit of armor around Yunxi. "It's green light armor," Yunxi said. "This sort of armor could be exchanged for a whole city in the Blue Rain Empire." A city for a ball of light. Their value was actually the same. "Green light armor is a type of defensive armor," Yunxi explained. "If I'm right, anyone who wears this armor would be able to withstand the attack of a star-grade martialist." Withstand the attack of a star-grade martialist. Although this didn't seem very impressive, the eyes of the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow and Luo Yunyang lit up. They had their own methods of guarding themselves against a star-grade powerhouse's attack, yet an armor that could help them ward off an opponent's attack without them even lifting a hand was a good item that they couldn't have too much of. "We can each have one." As Yunxi made a clawing motion, 2 balls of light flew towards Luo Yunyang and the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow. The 2 of them grabbed the balls of light and refined them without delay. In a moment, they had already completed the refining process. Luo Yunyang transformed the green light armor into a green garment and put it on. Meanwhile, the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow let the green light armor envelop a part of his body tightly. At first glance, he appeared to have turned green. If green light armor worth an entire city could be casually tossed aside, Luo Yunyang's evaluation of this place would have to change. As they moved forward, Luo Yunyang and the others came across some refining tools and treasured objects similar to the green light armor. However, they did not discover anything that surpassed the green light armor's power. Luo Yunyang detected some disappointment in Yunxi's expression. At her insistence, he added a top-quality weapon to the stash within his storage ring and then consoled her. This is only the beginning. Yes, it's just a start. While the two of them conversed, they reached the end of the corridor. According to Luo Yunyang's calculations, the end of the corridor should lead to the actual palace. However, when they reached the end, what appeared before them was a vast starry sky. It was a boundless starry sky with no end in sight. This sky had to be fake. After all, this whole place was just a galaxy. Nevertheless, Luo Yunyang's first impression as he stood beneath this starry sky was that he was really beneath a vast sky. Yunxi studied the glittering stars in astonishment as she cried, "These are frost-steel meteors. We have really made it big." Luo Yunyang had absolutely no idea what a frost-steel meteor was. However, anything that could shake her couldn't be ordinary. As Luo Yunyang gazed out at the stars to see how different a frost-steel meteor was, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Control 100 flying meteors simultaneously without letting them collide with one another. As a god-grade telekinesis master, Luo Yunyang did not lack experience in controlling items during combat. His Buddha discs alone had killed lots of people. However, not only were these frost-steel meteors far away, but Luo Yunyang also sensed that each one weighed over 50,000 kilos. This meant that 100 of these meteors would definitely weigh over 500,000 kilos, so preventing them from colliding would be even more difficult. There is a mat here. The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow pointed its wing in Luo Yunyang's direction. Luo Yunyang thought for a bit before he sat down in a lotus position on the mat. He believed that their quest within this palace should probably be linked to the third stage of this mission. Luo Yunyang felt his mind calm down as he sat on the mat. Then, a voice started to chatter continuously in his ear. Although Luo Yunyang was certain that he had never heard such a language before, the meaning of the words was transmitted into his ear clearly. This is the mind division technique. The mind division technique didn't sound very profound. Besides, Luo Yunyang had never heard of this way of using mind power. In just 15 minutes, he had already memorized the mind division technique. However, just as he was about to give it a try, he realized that the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow was sitting beside him and clutching his head with his wings. Ah, 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 the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow howled as his body was suddenly enveloped by light. When this light dissipated, Luo Yunyang realized that the body of the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow had vanished without a trace. Yunxi stood on Luo Yunyang's other side. After the initial shock, she told Luo Yunyang, "The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow is no longer within this void. If my theory is correct, he has probably been eliminated already." The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow's elimination meant that only Yunxi and Luo Yunyang were left from the original party of 3. "I have gone through a period of mind power cultivation before. Leave this to me," Yunxi said earnestly as she gazed at Luo Yunyang. Then, she mustered up some courage and added, "I don't want you to leave my side." Chapter 351. Raining Stars. Yunxi locked her passionate eyes on Luo Yunyang, making his heart beat faster. It was as if his feelings were a sweet emotional torrent. He was unsure if this was what being loved felt like. Right now, he felt like a wild horse without its saddle, its hooves stomping like drums with an overwhelmingly intense emotion. This was an experience he had never had before. As he was pondering what to tell Yunxi, he noticed that she had already calmed down. She looked like a quiet lily as she shut her eyes and started cultivating. Luo Yunyang forced himself to calm down by taking a short breath. Then, he focused his mind power on a frost-steel meteor. The frost-steel meteors weren't static. They were constantly moving about in the void. Thus, when Luo Yunyang's mind power descended on one, he instantly felt like he was among the stars. Although channeling his mind power into the frost-steel meteor seemed relatively simple, when Luo Yunyang was about to control the direction of the meteor, he discovered that it wasn't easy at all. Everything else aside, he had to expend mind power 10 times the frost-steel meteor's weight in order to control it. In other words, in order to control each of these frost-steel meteors, he would need at least 1,000,000 kilos of force. Luo Yunyang's mind power allowed him to control a frost steel meteor without much difficulty. However, when he tried to use his own powers to control a second frost steel meteor, he found it a little awkward. Controlling 108 Buddha discs was a piece of cake for him, as the 108 discs were lightweight and interconnected. As long as the nodes of control could be found, they were relatively easy to control. However, the frost steel meteors were different. Not only did they not have any connection, but they even seemed to repel one another. Controlling two frost steel meteors with one mind would be extremely difficult. After attempting it, Luo Yunyang began to cultivate slowly according to the mind division technique's records. The mind division technique wasn't too difficult. Using it only required a sufficiently strong mind and resolute will. 1 mind, 2 manipulations, 1 mind, 3 manipulations, 1 mind, 4 manipulations. Luo Yunyang constantly used the mind division technique. However, as he reached the level of 1 mind and 9 manipulations, he could no longer go on. Although he wanted to, if he divided his mind power any further, his mind would collapse. After taking a break to reorganize his thoughts, Luo Yunyang did not raise his mind attribute right away. Instead, he tried controlling 9 meteors with 1 mind. The meteors had their own trajectories, so Luo Yunyang controlled them slowly like a snail surging through the sky. They were surging indeed. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as Luo Yunyang tried to spin the 9 meteors, a dozen more meteors came flying over at a high speed. When the frost steel meteors collided, Luo Yunyang felt as though his mind power had been crushed by a mountain. He only felt better after quickly withdrawing his mind power and conjuring his telekinetic cultivation techniques. This was a disgusting test. It was almost impossible to survive it just by relying on one's aptitude. As these thoughts flashed through his head, Luo Yunyang suddenly felt a force on his body. The force he felt was unparalleled. Even if he used the attribute regulator, it wouldn't be any use. In the face of such power, his own power was just too lacking. Once, although no one had spoken, a clear figure of 1 appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. He instantly understood what it referred to. He had failed once. If this happened again a few more times, he would perhaps be expelled from this expanse of space. I have already entered this sacred mountain. I can't let myself be expelled this way. Luo Yunyang immediately started to adjust his mind attribute. Power: 1008 fire, 998 ice, 12 wood, 9 speed, 5 mind, 7 fire, 3 constitution, 214 dragon bloodline, 15 golden body, 13 fire, 153 ice, 0.568 wood, 0.47 true intent, 2134 indiscriminate bloody massacre, 49 bloody sun overhead, 49 decimation, 9.9 ice fire, 7.6 yin yang true intent. 2 absorbing the flames of the origin source had allowed Luo Yunyang's fire-based source core to reach planet 9 grade. Based on cultivation speed, Luo Yunyang's pace was shocking. However, no one else would have possibly survived absorbing the origin source lake's flame. The silver figures in Luo Yunyang's mind were especially dazzling. After thinking for a moment, he immediately raised his mind attribute to 3,000 points. The difference between a 3,000-point mind power and a 7-point mind power was obvious. After increasing his mind power, Luo Yunyang used the mind division technique once again. 1 mind, 10 manipulations, 1 mind, 50 manipulations, 1 mind, 100 manipulations. When he reached 1 mind 100 manipulations, Luo Yunyang felt that he hadn't reached his limit yet, so he kept dividing quickly. 1 mind, 300 manipulations, 1 mind, 500 manipulations. When Luo Yunyang divided his mind again and reached the 1000 manipulation threshold, he suddenly felt like his mind power was about to crumble. After trying to suppress this collapsing sensation, he did not use the mind division technique any longer. Instead, he redivided his mind power into 100 manipulations and enveloped the frost steel meteors inside the void. Suddenly, 36 frost steel meteors began shining brightly in the void. As they moved rapidly through, the other frost steel meteors that had initially been moving slowly suddenly moved like bees chasing after flowers and competing against the 36 frost steel meteors. Under the circumstances, it was extremely difficult to prevent the two sides from colliding. However, the man controlling the 36 frost steel meteors was obviously an expert telekinesis user. Although there were countless frost steel meteors surrounding them, the 36 frost steel meteors were still able to escape. Moving from one side of the sky to the other seemed simple, but it was actually too difficult to achieve. As the 36 frost steel meteors reintegrated themselves into the stars composed of countless frost steel meteors, a ray of light descended from the sky. It was a blazing red ray of light. Ordinary people naturally couldn't see what was inside, but this was no big deal for Luo Yunyang, whose constitution had soared rapidly. He could clearly see a golden blade within that ray of light. Although Luo Yunyang and the blade were separated by countless lights, upon closer and more careful inspection, he felt the immense, breathtaking power emitted from the blade. Based on the information he had gotten from Yunxi, Luo Yunyang deduced that this was a star-grade war blade. Anyone who entered this place would consider a star-grade weapon a big reward. As Luo Yunyang was secretly guessing who was controlling the 36 frost steel meteors, Yunxi, who wasn't sitting far from him, opened her eyes. Li Qingyan's subordinate Zhang He must be responsible for controlling the meteors. He is the strongest god-grade telekinesis master among the people who have entered. Then, Yunxi added with more self-confidence, I am already able to control 24 meteors, so there's no need to worry. It won't be long before I can control 100. As Yunxi was speaking, 72 frost steel meteors in the void began to glow brightly. Like the 36 frost steel meteors, these 72 frost steel meteors were ushered as fast as lightning towards the sky by the person who controlled them, 72 meteors. This figure made Yunxi feel disheartened. Although she wasn't a specialized telekinesis master, she knew that when it came to controlling items, the more control there was, the more mind power was consumed. In the end, the addition of one more object would multiply the energy consumption by at least 2 times. She was already feeling unstable while controlling 24 meteors. If this number increased to 36, she would definitely reach her limit. Just as Yunxi started to feel a little gloomy, the 72 frost steel meteors cleared more than half that expanse of sky. If the meteors continued to push forward, perhaps the person manipulating them was anxious to see what rewards they would get upon crossing through. As Yunxi was lost in thought, a meteor dashed forward. The fact that it was rushing out meant that the 72 meteors had successfully reached the other side of the black sky. Luo Yunyang stared at the void while another ray of strange light descended in the direction the 72 meteors had gone. Had the person who had left behind this expanse of space turned the sky into a treasure vault? As long as one could control a sufficient number of meteors, they would be rewarded with treasures falling from the sky. Although Luo Yunyang did not see the treasure that fell clearly, he had a hunch that this treasure would definitely be way better than the star-grade sword. Therefore, he made up his mind. He didn't say anything to Yunxi, yet he used his own mind power to control the 36 frost steel meteors. He just wanted to see if more rewards would come. The 36 frost steel meteors were like lightning cutting through the sky. However, while Luo Yunyang controlled them, he did not receive any treasure or benefits. Without wasting time, he raised the number of frost steel meteors that he controlled to 72. However, nothing fell from the sky now either. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang deduced what was required to get a reward. His method had not been wrong. It was just that the reward had already been released. Although the reward for these 72 meteors was gone, there should be other rewards available. Luo Yunyang, who had been eyeing those rays of light covetously, immediately increased the number of meteors he controlled to 108. As the 108 meteors surged, the whole sky lit up. Chapter 352, A Supreme Inheritance. In the space of a point, as Yunxi gazed at the 108 glowing stars in the sky, she felt a little low deep down. However, she quickly got over this feeling. The 108 stars had appeared directly above her. This meant that the person controlling the 108 frost steel meteors was Luo Yunyang. When Yunxi looked over at him in astonishment, she realized that Luo Yunyang was sitting peacefully on the mat as though he didn't have a care in the world. As the 108 frost steel meteors surged forward, they encountered some obstacles in the sky. Even a moment of carelessness would cause them to collide. Thanks to his powerful mind power base, controlling 108 frost steel meteors wasn't very difficult for Luo Yunyang. However, he slowly realized that using his mind division methods to control the frost steel meteors streaking towards his meteors was actually easier than trying to make the meteors he controlled dodge. As he thought about this, the number of frost steel meteors that Luo Yunyang controlled started to increase rapidly. 109 meteors, 200 meteors, 300 meteors. The originally dark sky got brighter and brighter, until it seemed even brighter than during daytime. Yunxi had started to go numb from astonishment. She was still shocked when rays of light started to descend from the emptiness and move towards where she stood. While a green light descended, Yunxi saw a suit of armor within it. As a purple light fell, she saw a longsword inside it. Due to their prior experiences, Yunxi understood that Luo Yunyang's control of the frost-steel meteors had exceeded various limits and caused these sort of treasures to fall down. Luo Yunyang had no time to leave his spot, so Yunxi headed over to where those precious lights had fallen without hesitation. There was a star-grade armor, a star-grade sword, a star-grade. As Yunxi collected the various treasures, she saw a bottle enveloped by a black glow. Even though there were no markings on the bottle, Yunxi's eyes lit up when she saw it. This is soul cultivation liquid. I have been searching so hard for this. Without a second thought, Yunxi dashed like mad towards the soul cultivation liquid. Although she knew that nobody was competing with her over it, this liquid was just too important to her. She had only entered this place for this. However, she hadn't imagined that the soul cultivation liquid that she wanted would actually appear here. This was like a gift from heaven that Yunxi couldn't reject. Although she knew that nobody would be snatching it away, she grabbed the black glow as quickly as she could. When she opened the black bottle and sensed the liquid within, her soul felt completely refreshed. Yunxi was extremely ecstatic. She had finally found the soul cultivation liquid. When she put the lid back on the bottle, her body was once again enveloped by a glow. As soon as that glow dissipated, Yunxi realized that she was already outside the massive tower. Had she been expelled from the tower? Yunxi's heart tightened. She suddenly felt a little worried for Luo Yunyang. However, she immediately saw some rapidly flashing lights all around her. Li Qingyan, Yuan Zheng and the others quickly appeared not too far from her. Although they didn't seem sad, when they saw the massive tower, they all appeared shocked. Let's go in again. Yuan Zheng felt indignant. Although he had obtained many treasures by entering this place, this wasn't what he wanted. He wished to obtain the imparted techniques. However, when he charged towards the massive gravity-bound door, he suddenly discovered that it was actually sealed shut. Yuan Zheng kept channeling power in an effort to forcibly break through, when a golden light shot out from inside. All your inheritance paths have failed. A mechanical voice rang out in Yuan Zheng and everyone else's hearts. In 15 minutes, this place will shut down. Yuan Zheng's eyes were filled with indignation as he said with a raspy snarl, "No. I didn't fail. I could control 100 frost-steel meteors, However, his snarling didn't have any effect. Thus, after a few angry shouts, Yuan Zheng shut his mouth. Li Qingyan kept staring at Yunxi. Her beautiful probing eyes made Yunxi uncomfortable. Why do I not see Mr. Luo, little sis? Li Qingyan asked as she walked over to Yunxi. Yunxi's heart tightened unconsciously before Li Qingyan's crafty questioning. Li Qingyan wasn't an evil person, yet Yunxi didn't want this scheming woman lusting after Luo Yunyang. Even though she was awash with complex emotions deep down, she didn't bat an eyelid. She actually flashed Li Qingyan a smile as she sidestepped the question expertly. I also find it strange. By the way, where are your attendants? They are only my followers, so it's possible that they have already been sent out of this little galaxy, Li Qingyan replied, looking unfazed. If your followers have failed and gotten kicked out, how could Luo Yunyang still be inside? Yunxi asked indifferently. Mr. Luo is different. Li Qingyan smiled faintly, looking even gentler than before. How is he different? Besides the fact that he is more capable than your followers, I don't see how he is that much different. Yunxi sighed. Although his mind power isn't weak, controlling more than 100 meteors isn't something he could achieve. Li Qingyan stared at Yunxi quietly as her faint smile intensified. However, she didn't say anything else. Although Yunxi had a calm expression on her face, her eyes were frosty as she met Li Qingyan's gaze. Li Qingyan said nothing. However, as she turned to leave, she said rather confidently, I hope that you will get to see Mr. Luo when you leave. Li Qingyan's words were gentle, yet Yunxi felt as though they contained some form of threat. She didn't know how Luo Yunyang was at the moment. Deep down, Yunxi also hoped that she would get to see him when she got out. If he obtained the imparted techniques, he would hopefully manage to conceal a few of them. Otherwise, he would get in trouble. While Yunxi had been enveloped by that glow, Luo Yunyang had also been shrouded by lights. However, the power enveloping him had raised his body higher in the sky. Luo Yunyang wanted to struggle against this power, yet he found himself unable to do so. When he got used to it, he realized that he was standing on a vast expanse of land. You were able to come this far. Very good. A faint voice rang out beside Luo Yunyang's ear. He instinctively turned his head when he heard it and saw a tall, large man in embroidered clothes greeting him with a smile. You don't have to take any precautions, even if you are afraid. I am in fact just a memory. The man's face was handsome, yet he spoke desolately. Although it looks like I am here and seemingly omnipotent, I actually can't perform even the simplest of tasks. You all needed to go through several trials. However, your mind power surpassed my requirements by far, so you were allowed to skip all those trials and see me right away. The man's tone suddenly revealed a hint of admiration. He didn't wait for Luo Yunyang to speak. When he pointed his finger over, Luo Yunyang felt his body fly on its own towards the man's finger. He didn't know whether this whole thing was good or bad. Although he wanted to struggle, he realized that he couldn't. When the finger landed on Luo Yunyang's forehead, he felt countless things frantically pour into his mind. In no time, the man had already retracted his finger. However, his gaze seemed much hazier now. I'm finally absolved of it. As the man said these words, he disintegrated completely before Luo Yunyang. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. As the man's consciousness dissipated, the things within Luo Yunyang's mind slowly became clearer. The man had been called Jade Ridge Star Lord. By pointing his finger, he had left behind all his memories. The most important ones were the Jade Ridge Star Lord's weapon smelting and cultivating experiences. These memories were the most important thing the Jade Ridge Star Lord had left behind. As Luo Yunyang watched the memories, the originally stable void started to shake furiously. The land was splitting, and heaven and earth were turning on their heads. As Luo Yunyang soared into the air, he realized that he was already outside the main planet. He watched as the main planet that contained a boundless power started to crumble. The other planets Luo Yunyang and the others had had experiences on also slowly started to disintegrate without a sound. Was this the evolution of the dimension within the Jade Ridge Star Lord's body after his death? Why had it turned out this way? What Luo Yunyang paid the most attention to was the massive sacred tower. Although he knew that he couldn't use the sacred tower right now, his desire to collect it intensified. The sacred tower was collapsing. The tower, which could even break a planet, had actually started to crumble. Luo Yunyang watched as the massive sacred tower was only left with a few levels in an instant. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. What was going on? He quickly went through the memories in his mind, searching for a way to collect the sacred tower. Soon, a chant appeared in his mind. Luo Yunyang used this technique without hesitation. The massive sacred tower started to crumble even quicker as he used it. The sacred tower had already soared in the air and was heading over. Meanwhile, it also kept shrinking. Thus, when it arrived before Luo Yunyang, the tower was only left with a cracked foundation. Chapter 353. The 9 Slumber Smoke Cloud Technique. In the vast, inexhaustible sky, a silver ball of light was spinning continuously within the void. Every time this giant ball revolved, many numbers would disperse rapidly in all directions. Amid the crushing stillness, a series of beeping sounds rang out from the massive silver ball. As they did, more than 10 light shadows rushed over from every direction. Lots of information flickered on the silver ball of light rapidly. Ultimately, this information gathered and formed a sentence on the surface. Fragments of top-notch treasure have been discovered. Upon seeing this message, the figures that had been rushing over immediately started to enter all sorts of commands on this massive silver ball of light. However, what they ultimately saw was a vast starry sky. Luo Yunyang didn't know what was going on in the depths of that boundless part of space. Right now, he was quietly staring at the celestial body that had already been shattered. In his hands was the shattered base of the sacred tower. The sacred tower had been destroyed. Luo Yunyang, who believed that there had still been quite a number of things in the base of the tower, felt his heart ache at the thought of a precious treasure getting ruined this way. He still hadn't completely investigated all the things he had obtained from the Jade Ridge Star Lord. However, he could no longer stay there. After all, this expanse of space had already been turned into ruins. In just a moment, Luo Yunyang had been transported outside the secret realm. The place where he had appeared wasn't too far away from Yunxi and the others. When Yunxi saw Luo Yunyang, her face lit up with a tender smile. Her loving warm smile, which felt like sunshine, would have made even a cold, aloof man feel a rush of excitement. However, by the time Luo Yunyang looked at her, she had already controlled her face and put on an indifferent expression. I never imagined that you would exit even earlier than us, Mr. Luo. The first to greet Luo Yunyang was Li Qingyan. She seemed to be in high spirits, as though she hadn't suffered any setbacks. Certain thoughts ran through Luo Yunyang's mind as he glanced at Li Qingyan and the others. He knew enough not to boast about obtaining the imparted techniques. The fewer people knew about this, the better. After all, he couldn't match the forces behind these people. Yuan Zheng eyed Luo Yunyang before eventually flashing him a gentle smile. I just heard that all you want is to become a nobility in the Blue Rain Empire. I can help you do this, Mr. Luo. The Yuan family is looking forward to you joining us. Yuan Zheng's straightforward words made people feel a little uncomfortable. Yunxi's expression immediately turned ugly. Luo Yunyang heard her voice in his ear. Tell him yes. This way, your life would get even better. Luo Yunyang's mind went to work when he heard Yunxi's words. Ever since Yunxi had entered this secret realm alone, Luo Yunyang had guessed that her family must have encountered some problems. Otherwise, everyone would definitely have respected an aristocrat like her. However, no matter what he or Yunxi thought, Luo Yunyang couldn't accept this offer. Although the power of Yuan Zheng's family would make him feel secure, everyone knew what being a subsidiary was like. Plus, if he followed Yunxi and became a noble, he would still maintain some form of independence. However, if he joined the Yuan family, Luo Yunyang didn't think he would like the conditions the family would impose on him. Thank you for your offer, young Master Yuan, but I have already agreed to become a noble member of the Yun family. I can't go back on my word. Yuan Zheng chuckled heartily. If you have made a promise, I shall not force you. However, when everything is over, I still hope that you will choose the Yuan family, Mr. Luo. When everything was over, these words made Yunxi's face darken. However, she immediately restored her calm demeanor. Li Qingyan didn't say a word as she watched Yuan Zheng trying to tempt Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, the sincere-looking man gazed at Luo Yunyang gently. If you have to make another choice in the future, the Feng family would also welcome you, Mr. Luo, the young man said as he glanced at the sky. This area is deficient when it comes to qi, so staying here too long wouldn't benefit us much. Let's leave first. While that sincere-looking man spoke, smoke started to pervade the area all around them. On closer look, this smoke didn't seem special. However, when the smoke increased to the point that they couldn't even see their surroundings, everyone was astonished. I have already waited very long for you people. I think you should stay. A chilly voice rang out in everyone's ears. Li Qingyan, Yunxi and the others, who could be considered really privileged people, believed that they could do as they pleased in the world. However, as they exited this realm covered in dirt, they were suddenly ambushed. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Blue Rain Empire? Asked Yuan Zheng. A long sword had already appeared in his hand. The 10-meter-long sword looked like limpid autumn water. However, when it was in Yuan Zheng's hands, it seemed to strike fear in other people's hearts. Hee, a star-grade weapon, what a nice object. There was a hint of sarcasm in that voice now. Unfortunately, you can only display a tenth of its might, so you wouldn't be able to break my 9-slumber smoke cloud technique. That voice soon turned shrill, as if it was mocking them. However, a faint look of trepidation appeared on Yuan Zheng's face when he heard about the 9-slumber smoke cloud technique. Are you from the Black Slaughter Divine Hall? Yuan Zheng's voice wavered as he mentioned the Black Slaughter Divine Hall. You are no ignorant fool indeed. At least you have some knowledge. Then, the voice added in a provocative manner, it's unfortunate that you have encountered me. Luckily for you, I am a merciful person. I don't need anything from you. As long as you hand over the soul cultivation liquid, I will spare you all. Yunxi's face darkened when she heard this. She had never expected that the person ambushing them would actually be after the soul cultivation liquid she possessed. She had only entered this hopeless secret realm for the sake of the soul cultivation liquid. This liquid was the vital hope that her heart needed. However, the person ambushing them had also gone there for the soul cultivation liquid. Suddenly, Yuan Zheng and everyone else looked at Yunxi. She was the one with the biggest chance of obtaining a soul cultivation liquid among them. They were all aware of the significance the soul cultivation liquid held for Yunxi. However, the variations of the 9-slumber smoke cloud technique posed a threat to everyone's life. You must have heard of the Black Slaughter Divine Hall's 9 Slumber Smoke Cloud technique, Sister Yunxi. You should also know that we have no way of breaking this technique, said Li Qingyan. Although her voice was calm, there was also an underlying threat in it. Even if you did your best to keep the soul cultivation liquid, you know what the outcome would be. Yunxi remained silent. She was an exceptionally intelligent lady, so she knew what Li Qingyan would say next. Even though she was being targeted from all sides, she wouldn't give up just like this. Would she really have to hand over the soul cultivation liquid that she had fought so hard for to this person from the Black Slaughter Divine Hall? She didn't want to. What is the 9 Slumber Smoke Cloud technique? Luo Yunyang asked as Yunxi was mulling this over. It's a secret art of the Black Slaughter Divine Hall that requires refining the origin souls of 9 top-notch star-grade experts. Li Qingyan answered without letting Yunxi speak. The refining material is very difficult to obtain, and the process of refining it is also extremely difficult. It is rumored that only a nebula-grade entity can refine it successfully. Furthermore, once the refining process is complete, it creates 9 star-grade origin souls. This technique can be used both for killing enemies and trapping them. Li Qingyan's voice suddenly got much lower. I know that you might want to help Yunxi protect the soul cultivation liquid. You must be wondering how we could lower our heads before such a threat. However, we can't break this technique. If we persist, we could be moved to a certain territory belonging to the Black Slaughter Divine Hall. If that happens, we won't die, but we will wish we had. These smoke particles might seem like they aren't useful, but over a period of time, they could become a poisonous smoke that can consume one's cultivation base. Ultimately, they will destroy the world you have so painstakingly cultivated within your body. Although Yunxi didn't say anything, judging from her expression, there had been nothing wrong with what Li Qingyan had just said. If it hadn't been for the soul cultivation liquid, I wouldn't have come over here to waste my time. Hurry up, hand over the soul cultivation liquid and I will let you go. That shrill voice was heard once again. Luo Yunyang found this voice a little familiar. However, he couldn't remember where exactly he had seen this person. Although he didn't know when he had sensed this undulating power before, one thing was for certain. This fellow was very dangerous. Don't tell me that there is no way to break the 9 Slumber Smoke Cloud technique. Luo Yunyang asked Li Qingyan. Yunxi looked very hesitant, so Luo Yunyang definitely wouldn't get a proper answer from her. There is. How could there not be? There are at least 10 methods to dispel the 9 Slumber Smoke Cloud technique. Do you think you can pull this off, though? That shrill voice answered his question instead. Everyone else can live as long as the soul cultivation liquid is handed over. Not you, though. Did you know that all my plans were practically ruined because of you? Even if you were chopped up into a million pieces, the hatred in my heart wouldn't be placated. The shrill voice sounded so furious that anyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang remembered where he had sensed this aura before. It had been from the Atlantis Chief Zealot's body. Although there was a huge difference between the Chief Zealot's aura and this one, their characteristics were the same. You are the sea god. Luo Yunyang, who had suddenly joined the dots, shouted at the cloud of smoke. Chapter 354. The most promising method. I am the sea god indeed. That shrill voice rang out once again. The man laughed heartily as he said, or perhaps I am not. The sea god tasted really good. Although I have already devoured her, there is still some holy light left. Luo Yunyang, who had never imagined that this person would be impersonating the sea god, pondered this for a bit before asking solemnly, you mentioned that I spoiled your plan by opening this secret realm. Indeed, everything had been going according to my plan, yet when you appeared, I failed at the last moment. That shrill voice turned chilly. Don't think about stalling for time. It's no use. No one will come to save you for at least 3 days. Now, it's time you all made a decision. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang noticed some changes on Yuan Zheng and everyone else's state of mind. Although they didn't show any intention of doing anything, Luo Yunyang sensed a wave of killing intent emanating from Yuan Zheng and the others. Indeed, in their eyes, he was just a tool that could be sacrificed at any time. Considering how anxious you are, could there perhaps be some kind of flaw in the 9 Slumber Smoke Cloud technique that you don't dare tell us about? Luo Yunyang said mockingly, you aren't just trying to scare us with words, are you? When Luo Yunyang said this, that shrill voice didn't get angry. It only chuckled. You shall soon understand whether I am telling the truth or not. I can tell you 10 methods to dispel the 9 slumber smoke cloud technique. Listen carefully. The first way is for your cultivation base to reach the star 9 grade. This doesn't require any preparations. Just breaking through will do. Unfortunately, you can't use this method. The second way is by cultivating the legendary Kun sky devouring technique. 1. The Kun is a giant legendary fish in Chinese mythology. Even if your cultivation bases are all lower than the 9 origin souls of the 9 slumber smoke cloud technique, you can still easily dispel it. Will you, though? The third way, the 10th way is the most appropriate for you. As long as you find the source of the 9 slumber smoke cloud technique, you will be able to dispel the technique. The shrill voice didn't explain the 10 methods quickly. He actually even explained some of them in a mocking tone. Every time he explained a method, the expression on Yuan Zheng and everyone else's faces would get even bleaker. Although they had also heard of the methods the shrill voice mentioned, none of them had ever heard an explanation as meticulous as this one. This made them feel extremely dejected. I can give you the soul cultivation liquid. However, you must promise not to make things difficult for Luo Yunyang. Yunxi's voice reverberated as she spoke. I never imagined that I would get to see love blossom here. This kid really is no fool. Ha ha ha, the shrill voice said with a hint of mockery. Do you think that you are in a position to discuss terms with me? The soul cultivation liquid is in my hands. Yunxi's voice was resolute now. Luo Yunyang, Li Qingyan and the others turned towards her. They all found this a little impossible to believe. Yunxi was the eldest daughter of a king, so her status within the entire Blue Rain Empire was really important. Although she wasn't at the absolute top, there weren't many people that could be compared to her. She also had radiant, glossy skin that looked like a mystery, and she seemed to be bathed in a charming luster. This made her particularly dazzling and able to charm many people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Yunxi was a bright, splendid pearl in the Blue Rain Empire that tons of people hoped to marry. This bright lady had actually just made a decision because of a demi-human. Her words had been both emotional and imposing. Although Yuan Zheng and the others seemed to respect Luo Yunyang, deep down they still reckoned that he was just a demi-human with limited abilities. They were all prejudiced against demi-humans. Although demi-humans looked like them, their blood, bones and meridians were actually very different. The Blue Rain Empire discriminated against demi-humans. However, in some remote areas of this universe, demi-humans were in existence similar to wild beasts. Luo Yunyang was a demi-human. Little Miss has quite a heroic spirit. Unfortunately, your heroism is of absolutely no use here. The shrill voice echoed once again as it laughed gently. If I don't agree, I'm afraid that your comrades won't agree either. Yunxi's face fell. Although she was temporarily safe from the threat of the sea god imposter while she was within the 9 slumber smoke cloud technique, would Yuan Zheng and the others really let her relinquish the soul cultivation liquid? As Yunxi hesitated, Luo Yunyang smiled and said, he just mentioned how to break the 9 slumber smoke cloud technique. I think it's best that you let me break it. Yuan Zheng and the others, who had been mulling over this themselves, all stared at Luo Yunyang in disbelief. In the end, it was Yuan Zheng who spoke up. I know you don't wish to put Lady Yunxi in a tough spot, Mr. Luo. However, you can't just speak without thinking, he said with a hint of mockery. Do you know how big this origin source is? It's in fact just a smoke particle of the 9 slumber smoke cloud technique. Searching for a single smoke particle within such a huge smoke cloud is like looking for a needle in a haystack, Li Qingyan said gently. The light smoke of the 9 slumber smoke cloud technique is constantly moving, so just relying on mind power isn't enough. Several high-level telekinesis masters might have been able to differentiate the origin source by using their telekinetic abilities. However, by the time they'd try to remove it, the origin source would have already shifted positions. This is a job for a top-notch telekinesis master that possesses extreme speed. One has to be able to extinguish the origin source in the 10th of a second. Otherwise, the trapped origin source would rapidly move away. The person who undertakes this task would also have to be powerful. The origin source is refined and formed by origin souls, so a planet-grade telekinesis master's attack would be basically ineffective. If 3 top-notch star-grade entities tried this together, it wouldn't be much of a problem. However, if a single person had to tackle this alone, it would be a very difficult task. Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible for someone to achieve this. However, among all the star-grade martialists in the entire Blue Rain Empire, there was no one that could pull this off. Actually, Li Qingyan believed that only a handful of young powerhouses in the world would even be able to reach this step. The people present were not included in this number. Luo Yunyang's gaze seemed somewhat more resolute after he heard Li Qingyan's analysis. He immediately smiled at Li Qingyan and said, "If these are the only conditions, I think I can do it." The shrill voice was no longer heard. However, Li Qingyan and everyone else were looking at him in total disbelief. Yuan Zheng's nose was clearly twitching. Anyone who was close to him would know that he was doing this deliberately. This was his way of showing his disdain to someone. Li Qingyan and Yunxi both knew about Yuan Zheng's habit. Li Qingyan didn't say anything, but Yunxi had a frosty look on her face. She clearly didn't like Yuan Zheng's behavior. "Is your nose feeling uncomfortable, Yuan Zheng? Don't worry, I can treat it for you," Luo Yunyang said suddenly in a concerned voice. His words pissed off Yuan Zheng. That son of AB*TCH infuriated him. He didn't know whether he was acting confused or if he was really that stupid. Why the hell would he need this fellow to treat him? In his fury, Yuan Zheng's twitching nose started twitching even more furiously. He immediately decided that if Luo Yunyang ever sought shelter, he would never give him an important position. However, as Yuan Zheng was thinking about this, he noticed that Luo Yunyang had already reached him. He had moved really fast. Yuan Zheng hadn't been on his guard, as he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually try to do anything. Shocked, he instinctively tried to guard himself. How could he even do this in time? Luo Yunyang's fist had already smashed hard against his nose. Yuan Zheng was considered a top-notch genius in his clan. Although he hadn't advanced to the star grade yet, he wanted to challenge his ability to skip a grade. Of course, if he wanted to break through, it would be extremely easy. However, he had been stifling his cultivation base for years in order to have a firm, secure foundation. As a green light flickered, Yuan Zheng's body became as firm as frost steel. Even if a star-grade weapon cut his body, it wouldn't cause too much damage. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang's fist smashed hard into Yuan Zheng's nose. In just a second, Luo Yunyang felt a hot sensation on his nose and a wave of fishy-smelling blood poured out of it. The light purple blood was rather beautiful. Luo Yunyang had actually controlled the force of his punch. This was clearly humiliating. The furious Yuan Zheng felt an urge to draw a sword and fight to the death with Luo Yunyang. However, just as he was about to draw his sword, he suddenly discovered that the 9-slumber smoke cloud technique that surrounded them had actually vanished completely. Yuan Zheng was no fool, so he immediately understood what had happened. The fury in his eyes intensified as he watched Luo Yunyang, who was standing silently beside him. However, there was also some doubt in his gaze. In the past, he would have only thought that this demi-human had excellent fighting abilities. However, he was now aware that this was an entity that he couldn't provoke as he pleased. This fellow could even guess his next move. Li Qingyan, Yunxi and everyone else turned their gazes to Luo Yunyang, looking both surprised and confused. Luo Yunyang met Yuan Zheng's gaze and said with a chuckle, "Would you believe me if I said that this was only coincidence? I will kill you. I will kill you." A sharp snarling sound echoed from a distance as a robust young man rushed over at Luo Yunyang frantically. Chapter 355. A powerhouse with extreme boundaries. This robust young man was so quick that he rushed before Luo Yunyang in the blink of an eye. The instant he reached Luo Yunyang, his fist flew in a strange manner towards him. The reason his fist seemed strange was because when he struck, a black hole actually appeared within the void. Black holes absorbed and broke down everything. Thus, when this black hole got bigger, Luo Yunyang felt like his body was being sucked in. However, by the time this sucking force wrapped around Luo Yunyang, Yunxi had already acted. When she brandished the green sword in her hand, a green phoenix surged towards the black hole. Li Qingyan also acted the instant she saw Yunxi make her move. Her two hands rapidly formed a seal. Although she didn't rush over, a 5-colored glow congealed and formed a large seal as her hands came crashing down. Her speed seemed to scare everyone else. Yuan Zheng didn't do anything. Right now, he seemed hesitant. However, when he realized that the black hole the robust man had created was still getting bigger, he finally made a move. The Black Murder Shrine might scare him too much to offend his opponent, but he couldn't stand getting bullied either. There were 4 of them dealing with just one person, so they should have logically had an advantage. Plus, Luo Yunyang and the others were all at the peak of the planet grade realm. However, To his surprise, it wasn't Luo Yunyang and the others who held the upper hand, but the sea god. Although he was just a single person facing Luo Yunyang and the other three, when he used his fist techniques, a layer of black light enveloped his body. Even though Luo Yunyang and the others used incisive strikes, their attacks still weren't able to penetrate his defense. That person actually seemed like a divine entity shrouded in black light. Every single gesture of his made them feel a sense of powerlessness. This was the first time Luo Yunyang had encountered such a move ever since he had been on the rise. If he and the others could be likened to 3-year-olds, then he only possessed the combat awareness of a toddler right now. Meanwhile, the sea god possessed the combat awareness of an adult. Although their power was the same, if they competed, Luo Yunyang and the others would still be on the losing end. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind. He actually changed over 10 sets of techniques, yet no matter which attack he used, when it landed on the sea god's hand, it was easily neutralized by the sea god. Do you think that just the few of you can hope to take me on, youngins? The sea god's words were proud. He actually sounded like he was looking down on them. He must be a powerhouse with a grasp of the laws. Although he is unable to use the power of the laws with his temporary body, he is still able to reach the extremes in terms of true intent, Yunxi said as she danced around gently. Her green sword light turned into 7 beautiful flowers that circled the sea god and flew over. Yunxi's words didn't disturb the sea god. When his fist struck out, Yunxi's main flower shattered and the black lights swept out in the direction of Li Qingyan. Although Li Qingyan possessed wonderful techniques, she was still pushed back 9 steps by this attack. Suddenly, a trickle of blood appeared on the corner of her mouth. He has reached the limits of true intent. He is a powerhouse with extreme boundaries. We simply are no match for him. The other young man from the Feng family, who was standing aside, exclaimed fearfully. His words made Li Qingyan and Yuan Zheng's faces fall. Although they had already had their theories about this person based on their previous exchange, they got even more terrified when they heard this. I am a powerhouse with extreme boundaries indeed. The sea god brandished his fists again. This time, another black hole appeared in the void and flew towards Luo Yunyang. The best way to deal with this black hole was to avoid it. Forcibly resisting it would cause its absorption power to increase even more. You ignorant fellows, powerhouses with extreme boundaries are unrivaled existences among people with the same boundaries. The sea god's voice was laced with contempt. If I was such a powerhouse, I would be able to kill you as easily as slaughtering chickens. He suddenly scanned Li Qingyan and the others with a look of disdain. I could give you all a chance. If you leave this place immediately, I will act as if nothing has happened. If you don't, from this day on, you will all become my enemies. My name is Black River and I will fight you until only one of us survives. You are Black River, one of the 4 great rulers of the Black Slaughter Divine Hall, Li Qingyan asked with a faint tremble. I am indeed, Black River replied with a dull smile. Although this is only a part of my willpower, you should know that I am well aware of everything that has happened and will happen today. This is the last chance I am giving you. Yunxi's eyes flickered before she said, are you saying this because you are running out of time? Based on what I know, every great ruler of the Black Slaughter Divine Hall is a vicious, merciless entity. If we have offended you, how could there be a way out? It seems like there is something wrong with your body. Otherwise, you would never treat us this well. If we endure this just a little longer, we will definitely be able to defeat you. Although Yunxi was calm and composed as she spoke, Black River only laughed frostily when he heard her analysis. Suddenly, the young man who still hadn't done anything said, what you say makes sense, Yunxi. However, what reason do I have to help you? A ruler's single word is worth 9 tripods. Everything that's happened today will end here. As he spoke, the young man from the Feng family rose into the air and soared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Yuan Zheng and Li Qingyan quickly made eye contact. They suddenly seemed to loosen up. Yuan Zheng, who had already been displeased with Luo Yunyang, wasn't willing to start a feud with one of the great rulers of the Black Slaughter Divine Hall. Thus, as Li Qingyan was still thinking about persisting, he smiled and said, since the great ruler has already made us an offer, I shall take my leave. Yunxi, I advise you to hand over the soul cultivation liquid and leave with me. A demi-human savage isn't worth risking your life for. Luo Yunyang, who had never found Yuan Zheng very pleasant to look at, right now really felt like punching Yuan Zheng's face. Demi-human savage, Yuan Zheng and his whole family were demi-human savages. Li Qingyan smiled faintly. Although her body swayed gently, she was still equally breathtaking. Little sister Yunxi, although big sister wants to help, you have already seen for yourself how things are right now. I am just as helpless as you are. Although Yuan Zhang was harsh, there was nothing wrong with his reasoning. If you can't hold on to the soul cultivation liquid, then you should hand it over. Yunxi bit her lip. Of course she wasn't willing to hand it over. After all, this had been her main objective for coming to this land. However, the soul cultivation liquid. Hand over the soul cultivation liquid and I will let you leave. The sea god smiled gently as he watched Yunxi. However, I can't let this kid survive. As he said this, the sea god's eyes darkened. He suddenly looked like a demon that controlled their life and death. Luo Yunyang remained calm as he watched Yunxi quietly and waited for her decision. After hesitating for a bit, Yunxi said firmly, "You don't have too much time. I will give you the soul cultivation liquid if you let me and Luo Yunyang go. Otherwise, you will never get it." Ha ha ha, that sounds impressive, but let me tell you something. The two of you cannot drag this on for too long. Suddenly, the black ground shrouding Black River's body became denser and his entire body seemed to get enveloped by a black sun. This might had already surpassed the limits of a planet-grade entity. Then let's fight to the death. Yunxi grasped the green sword with unwavering determination in her eyes. Li Qingyan and Yuan Zhang exchanged a look before quickly retreating. During a fight between experts, especially Planet 9 grade entities, the damage to the surrounding area was usually very extensive. They had already made a decision, so they naturally weren't willing to get caught up in this fight. However, Yuan Zhang still stared at Yunxi grudgingly. His expression was very grudging indeed. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang had already moved before Yunxi and grabbed her hand firmly. Yunxi's face immediately flushed red. How could he still act like this at such a time? Although Yunxi was confused, she felt at ease right away. Death might still await her, but being able to have her hands held so tightly before she died was a blessing. She wanted to cherish this chance encounter from the bottom of her heart. She instinctively felt that she had met Luo Yunyang a little too late. If they had met a few years earlier, perhaps they would have created many beautiful memories. As all sorts of thoughts ran through her mind, Luo Yunyang's voice rang in her ear. "Follow me, run." His words dumbfounded Yunxi, who had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would hold her hand and say such a thing. While Yunxi was at a loss, Black River, who had heard their exchange, stared in contempt at them and said insipidly, "Do you think it is even possible for you to leave?" Luo Yunyang had already adjusted his speed to the maximum limit his body could withstand, so he stared at Black River with a smile. "It is." When Black River heard this, his nose nearly twisted in anger. As he was about to move his arms and release another black hole, he suddenly saw a flash before him. Luo Yunyang and Yunxi had already vanished. Chapter 356. The edge of the sky. Yunxi felt the wind and sound get left far behind her. Huge mountains completely disappeared from her field of vision in the blink of an eye. She was flying. Although Yunxi had flown before, this time she felt completely astounded. It seemed as though she had suddenly flown up into a sky as tender as water. She felt like a diver that had split apart layer after layer of warm waves. All around her, things blossomed and appeared. Her heart felt like it was diving down rapidly from a high altitude and then suddenly soaring high up again. Then, it would dive down and soar up again. This feeling was too wonderful for words to describe, so all the repressed thoughts in her mind were cleaned out in an instant. Yunxi's family clan matters and any objects like the soul cultivation liquid no longer mattered. Love could cure all wounds deep in one's heart and create the greatest miracles in the human world. Love was blind, so the heart could perceive it straightaway. Yunxi shut her eyes and allowed Luo Yunyang to hold her hand. They would fly like this all the way. There was no beginning and no end. This could go on and on until they reached the edge of the sky. Yunxi didn't think, neither did she want to. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang had already adjusted his speed to over 1,000 points. Although he could add even more points, he believed that he needed to leave a little room for the sea god. If he were to disappear anytime soon, the sea god might come up with other ways to disturb them. This was just like fishing. Although the bait was right before the target's eyes, it could only be seen, not obtained. While he controlled his speed, Luo Yunyang also raised his mind power very high. He was prepared to react to the sea god's attack at any moment. Black River was following Luo Yunyang angrily. He was furious that he had been on a wild goose chase all day only to get pecked in the eyes by the wild goose in the end. He had come so close to capturing these two, yet they were still putting up a resistance. He hadn't expected that they would actually employ such shameless techniques. They were running away. They had actually run away. At first, Black River thought that all he'd have to do to catch up to them was extend his hands. He had never imagined that things would turn out way different than he had expected. He had discovered in astonishment that the distance between them always stayed above 1,000 meters. A gap of 1,000 meters was a distance that could be covered in an instant. However, every time he rushed over, the distance would become 1,000 meters again. Besides, the more he chased them, the weaker his body became. Even if his body became useless, he wouldn't be affected much. However, how could a soul without a body hope to face two top planet-grade powerhouses? You are really forcing my hand, young'uns. Black River spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he roared furiously. When this mouthful of blood wrapped around his body, it seemed as though Black River had turned a shade of scarlet. His already quick pace increased immediately until it seemed as though he had become a streak of blood. Instantly, the 1,000-meter gap narrowed down to 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The two individuals that had humiliated him were within his grasp. All Black River needed to do was reach out with his hand. His eyes now shone with an ecstatic glint. Li Qingyan and the other two hadn't left yet. Although they hadn't followed Luo Yunyang, they still stood high up in the air, overlooking this chase. They probably will not be able to escape. Black River used a mystic art that utilizes the fundamental essence of life. Yuan Zheng said, his voice filled with uncertainty. There was a faint trace of envy in Li Qingyan's eyes. However, this envy was merely a ripple in her heart that couldn't influence her conscience. Not necessarily, Li Qingyan said before adding faintly, Black River has already used mystic arts 3 times. For the sake of chasing down Luo Yunyang and Yunxi, Black River had used more than a couple of methods. However, every time he was about to catch up, Luo Yunyang would suddenly increase his speed and widen the gap. Li Qingyan was right. As Black River's palms were ready to catch Luo Yunyang's sleeves, Luo Yunyang sped up once again. In an instant, Black River was left 1,000 meters away. Black River was furious deep down. If he used his star-grade cultivation base right now and extended a hand that could cover the sky, no matter how quick Luo Yunyang was, he still wouldn't be able to escape. However, he was a descended soul, so the best he could do was use the power of a planet-grade entity. How could he give up? He had spent close to 100 years trying to get this soul cultivation liquid. If he gave up now, he wouldn't be able to recover from this loss. Plus, there was nothing that could replace the soul cultivation liquid. Stop running, Luo Yunyang. Just hand over the soul cultivation liquid and we will call it quits. Black River shouted as he stopped and took a deep breath. When he stopped, Luo Yunyang stopped as well. However, he didn't let go of Yunxi's hand. You are saying that if I hand over the soul cultivation liquid now, you will let us go? Luo Yunyang had a doubtful expression on his face. How could Black River stomach this? However, he knew deep down that he had to swallow his anger, no matter how difficult it was. After all, a lack of patience in such small matters could ruin his overall plan. That's right, I will let you go this time. As long as you hand over the goods, I will let you two walk free, Black River said magnanimously. Yunxi didn't say anything, as if she had forgotten that the soul cultivation liquid was in her hands. Luo Yunyang, on the other hand, had fixed his gaze on Black River. What was going on? As Luo Yunyang was studying Black River carefully, he realized that a group of numbers had appeared in his mind. Power: 4,321 mind, 841 constitution, 13 speed, 984 true intent, 897 engulfing true intent, 569. Although these figures stunned Luo Yunyang at first, he quickly got delighted. After his attributes had all broken through to silver figures, he hadn't felt the huge delight he had been anticipating. This had made Luo Yunyang feel a little disappointed. However, as he focused his mind power and stared at Black River now, he realized that he could actually see his numerical values. This alone was a massive improvement. It was true that when one knew oneself and one's enemy, they would never be defeated. 1. From Sun Tzu's Art of War, during a fight, practically everyone would have their strong and weak points. When two people of similar strength fought, if one covered up their flaws with strong points, they would be able to gain an overwhelming advantage. Deep down in his heart, Luo Yunyang felt faint anticipation. If he could adjust Black River's attributes, then, as this thought popped into his mind, Luo Yunyang urged his consciousness to convert a point of Black River's constitution into power. -1 point of constitution, +1 point of power. After making this decision, Luo Yunyang realized with astonishment that Black River's constitution had turned 20 in an instant. He was successful. While Luo Yunyang had been sailing with the wind earlier, he had felt some apprehension. However, victory was certain now. If you had asked nicely, perhaps I would have let Yunshi give you the soul cultivation liquid. However, it's too late now. Luo Yunyang glared at Black River as he sneered. Black River was furious. He was a great ruler whose word carried considerable weight. Even if what had descended was only a slight trace of his consciousness, his pride remained unchanged. How could he allow this young fellow to slander him? You are asking for it. Black River roared furiously. Do you really think that I have no way of handling you, youngins? Let me tell you something. If I want to, I can turn this mountain range into dust. Hee, I believe you. However, it would be no use, Luo Yunyang replied with a laugh. After all, you have already consumed almost all your power. Based on what I see, even if I stood here and let you hit me, you wouldn't be able to make me budge. Black River's face turned black. He had just used quite a number of taboo methods, some of which could cause him harm. However, this still wasn't a big deal to him. He believed that, as long as Luo Yunyang didn't run, he could kill him in just a moment. If he stood still, he would make things even easier for him. He had no clue that Luo Yunyang was experimenting on him right now. In a moment, he had converted 50 points of his mind attribute to power. Luo Yunyang had completed this conversion without any resistance. As he adjusted Black River's attributes once again and changed the converting figure to 100, he felt as if he was playing with a new toy. 100 points of Black River's mind attribute were converted into true intent. Luo Yunyang, who had thought that everything would go smoothly, had never imagined that after the latest conversion, a line would appear in his head, your adjustments have already exceeded the allowed limit. Naturally, Luo Yunyang understood what this meant. However, he wasn't willing to give up. He just couldn't accept the fact that his ability was only this effective. Exceeded the limit, exceeded the limit, exceeded the limit. Each test resulted in the same outcome. This meant that the number of points that could be adjusted couldn't exceed 100. Very well, I shall give you a chance, young fellow. You can stand there and let me hit you. If I can't strike you down, I will leave. Black River didn't know what Luo Yunyang was thinking, yet he sounded like he couldn't wait. Luo Yunyang was feeling really displeased at the moment. Although he had already accepted this, he was really unhappy. He stared at Black River as he said icily, if I can still run, why would I stand here and let you hit me? Are you taking me for a fool? If you really want to make a gamble with me, then maybe I will agree. However, you have to propose some acceptable conditions. Only fools and jerks would try to gain something without risking anything of their own. Luo Yunyang's sharp, unkind words made Black River's face flush with anger. He could feel that his mind power and strength had increased, so he was full of confidence. I will place a bet with you. Didn't you say that I won't make you fall, even if you just stand and let me hit you? If I do this, I will kill you. If I don't, from this day on, I will avoid you whenever and wherever I run into you. Black River drew back his sleeves before he said, this ought to do, right? It will if you throw in the engulfing black hole technique. Chapter 357. Dazzling Fireworks. The engulfing black hole technique. Black River's face darkened when he heard Luo Yunyang. What a despicable and shameless man. Damn it, the engulfing black hole technique was one of the top techniques in the Black Assassin Temple. If he had not been one of the 4 edict bearers, he wouldn't even have gotten the chance to acquire this technique. How dare a freaking kid shamelessly request this secret technique? Do you think that's possible? Black River asked coldly, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Hee, if you don't agree, then forget it. We will keep running and you will keep chasing us. Luo Yunyang said indifferently, your physical body won't last much anyway. This blatant threat made Black River's face darken. His body could probably last 5 more minutes at most. If Luo Yunyang continued to run, then, suddenly, a hint of coldness appeared in Black River's eyes. He had confidence in himself and his own technique. Hence, after just a slight hesitation, he produced a piece of storage crystal and injected a part of the engulfing black hole technique into it. This is the technique you want, young man. I've put it in here. If I don't catch you, then it will become yours. Black River appeared very calm, he did not doubt his own strength. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood next to Luo Yunyang. When she saw Black River place the storage crystal in the void, she seemed worried. Although she had witnessed many miracles ever since she had met Luo Yunyang, she was still unwilling to let him get careless. The person they were facing was no ordinary being after all. This was a formidable entity's consciousness. Although it was only a trace of it, this consciousness had already made the atmosphere stifling, making it hard for them to breathe. There's nothing to be afraid of. He can't make it, Luo Yunyang said confidently. He seemed to guess Xianxia's concerns as he patted her hand quietly. Xianxia smiled. She didn't know where Luo Yunyang's self-confidence came from, but her keen eyes told her that although the body occupied by Black River was showing signs of breaking, it would not collapse as quickly as Luo Yunyang thought. He would still be able to launch a single strike. Li Qingyan shook her head unconsciously. Despite her inexplicable hope that Luo Yunyang would succeed, she wasn't optimistic. Her gut told her that Black River didn't have enough power for just one strike, but at least 3. This annoying Luo Yunyang was too confident. Yuan Zhang stared at Luo Yunyang with disgust. Although he didn't speak, his furrowed brows spoke volumes. Die. While Yuan Zhang and the others were waiting, Black River made his move. He needed to land this strike. Thus, he executed the strongest move he was capable of using right now. Black rays of light illuminated Black River, who looked like a demon god, exuding radiance from his body. This strike was as swift and hard as thunder. Just as Black River was about to unleash this blow, his expression changed. Before he could react, his body suddenly ignited like dazzling fireworks and put up a spectacular display in the empty void. The big black sun turned into a meteor in the void. However, there was no longer any physical support for Black River's consciousness, so it came rushing out of the big black sun, battered and exhausted by the unexpected incident. Although Black River derived his power mainly from this consciousness, without the support of a body, the amount of power he could use was only about 10%. How could he compete against Luo Yunyang and Xianxia with just 10% of this power? Therefore, the moment his physical body collapsed, Black River's soul dashed toward the storage crystal containing the engulfing black hole technique. He had failed. Although this loss was huge, if the supreme existence of the Black Slaughter Divine Hall discovered that he had lost the treasure containing the engulfing black hole true intent, he would not be forgiven easily. He had to choose the lesser of two evils and destroy the storage crystal, even if he had to sacrifice this soul. However, Luo Yunyang would guess what he was up to and stay one step ahead. Luo Yunyang's various true intent attributes had been raised to nearly 100 points, so even if he added more points, it would not rise any further. Luo Yunyang believed that the hidden true intent of this technique had already been adjusted to its limit. How could one discard a technique that could provide them with a few hundred true intent points in just a moment? Although Luo Yunyang was not going to use this method as his main cultivation technique, consolidating all the true intent that he had cultivated was the best way to improve his strength. Therefore, he would not allow a technique of this caliber to slip from his grasp. In an instant, Luo Yunyang had already rushed to the front of the storage crystal. When he used the weaving dragon capturing crane, the storage crystal zipped like lightning and fell right into his palm. However, Luo Yunyang did not study the storage crystal right away. Instead, he adjusted his attribute regulator and used the heaven-burning dragon fists on Black River's soul. A scarlet fire dragon instantly enveloped Black River's soul. Even though Black River only maintained 10% of his power, he was not willing to get captured easily. His soul wavered as a black hole appeared and wrapped around it. I admit defeat this time, Luo Yunyang. The engulfing black hole technique is not something you can peep at. Return it to me, or you will experience a living hell. The Black River's soul acted hysterically as he resisted Luo Yunyang's attack. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang had already made up his mind. How could he be coerced now? When he saw his flames get absorbed by the black hole like crazy, Luo Yunyang brandished his arms again and unleashed the true intent of the 8 trigram fist, causing an 8 trigram pill furnace to appear in the void. This was the ultimate form of Luo Yunyang's 8 trigram intent. However, even though this method seemed formidable, it would have been ineffective if Black River had had a physical body. Under the circumstances, Luo Yunyang could fully exhibit what this move was capable of. Black River's soul struggled viciously as he was sucked into the pill furnace along with the scarlet flames. The more his soul struggled, the more intense the flames became. After a few moments, his soul already showed signs of crumbling. If this went on, he feared that his soul, I will give you this trace of consciousness, Luo Yunyang. However, you need to listen carefully. The hatred between us will never end. Mournful shrieks left the purple gold 8 trigram furnace. Amid these shrieks, Black River's soul began to disintegrate in the furnace. As his soul died, back in a dark palace, a withered body was sitting quietly on a black jade throne in the middle of the room. This body was as soundless as a corpse. Just as everything seemed to sink into the darkness, the figure in the dark suddenly opened his eyes. Black and purple blood bled from his eyes, emanating a very strange vibe. However, the body kept sitting on the throne without moving, as if it had been sitting there for eons. Die, Luo Yunyang. That cold voice was constantly echoing in the emptiness. Anyone who heard it would get afraid. As the black and purple blood stopped flowing, the figure closed his eyes again. However, this time, his face appeared much colder. Soul contact poison. Seems like I have to take another path. Luo Yunyang, you've wasted 100 years of my effort. I will keep this grudge forever and make you pay in blood. He said before falling into a slumber again. Luo Yunyang did not know that Black River's true body, which was 1,000,000 miles away, had been awakened by him. After killing off a small piece of Black River's soul, he turned to face Li Qingyan, Yuan Zheng and the others. Li Qingyan glanced at Luo Yunyang with a puzzled expression. What made you reckon that his physical body couldn't contain his soul? Yuan Zheng and the others were also gazing at Luo Yunyang solemnly. Even Yunxi had a curious look in her eyes. Would you believe me if I said that I just took a wild guess? Luo Yunyang acted ignorant. Li Qingyan giggled and said, I don't believe that for a second. Well, actually, I had to use 4 methods to deduce that his life force was dwindling. I looked, smelled, asked and cut. I had to look to check out his physical condition and smell to sense the vibration of various parts of the body in the void. Although Luo Yunyang was spouting nonsense, he had a serious expression on his face and spoke with emotion, order and consistency. However, Li Qingyan and the others remained unconvinced. Even though they could sense that Luo Yunyang was talking nonsense, it seemed like what he said made sense upon closer examination. His careful observation and proper taunting, which had enraged Black River, were the main reasons Luo Yunyang had defeated him. I know now that my trip to this secret realm wasn't a waste of time. After all, little sister Yunxi has brought a rare, good subordinate worth 10 people. Li Qingyan looked at Luo Yunyang as she said gently, what I said earlier will hold true forever. You can always come and find me. When Yuan Zheng left, Li Qingyan and the others also went to meet up with their subordinates. Thus, the only ones remaining were Yunxi and Luo Yunyang. Although the 10 heaven-grade source beasts were far away, their intellect was well above average, so they could feel that the two of them still had something to say to each other. I will bestow you a noble title. Yunxiao unconsciously fiddled with her hair, her heart clenching in pain. However, she seemed relaxed as she stated solemnly, I think Li Qingyan is not bad. She, depending on her strength, would be the best choice for you in the Blue Rain Empire. Yunxi suppressed the sudden, intense emotions that engulfed her, hiding the tears seeping out of her eyes. Before Luo Yunyang could reply, she soared into the air and said, as far as I'm concerned, you don't owe me anything. I am leaving, Yunyang. Chapter 358. Returning Atlantis. Where it came from. Yunxi left as soon as she said that. She didn't wait for Luo Yunyang to reply. Instead, she transformed into a streak of blue light and shot up to the sky. She didn't even give Luo Yunyang a chance to speak. She left with determination, leaving no room to retreat. Based on her attitude, Luo Yunyang could understand Yunxi's predicament. He stared at her trail of light, which was shooting rapidly towards the sky, with a resolute look. Yunyang, this mission was successful because of you. Otherwise, we would all have become a laughing stock. The Ice Fire Divine Sparrow exclaimed as he gazed at Luo Yunyang with respect. As Luo Yunyang turned and looked at the 9 heaven-grade source beasts behind the Ice Fire Divine Sparrow, he suddenly thought of something. He knew that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill off the heaven-grade source beasts given his current power. What would happen if he killed them, though? It was better to keep them around and let them serve him. You are all very polite. We might keep working together in the future. We will all eventually become Blue Rain Empire nobilities after all. Luo Yunyang said with a smile while waving his hand dismissively. The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow wasn't surprised by Luo Yunyang's response. It actually would have seemed wrong if Luo Yunyang hadn't responded this way. Therefore, he responded in an extremely sincere tone, "You are very right. We will definitely be working with you from now on." As he said this, he eyed the other 9 heaven-grade source beasts. Although he didn't speak, the coldness in his eyes spoke volumes. After a short moment of hesitation, almost all the source beasts moved towards Luo Yunyang at practically the same time. "From now on, we will be joining forces with you." Although their statement wasn't too concise, every heaven-grade source beast understood that Luo Yunyang had now become their leader. Luo Yunyang smiled and said, "I am truly grateful for all your support. If there is anything you need in the future, no matter what it is, everyone should feel free to discuss it with me." As soon as he said that, his eyes looked at the empty space ahead. "I believe that everyone has seen Black River, who chased after me and Yunxi. His soul was summoned through a sacrifice by the Atlantis Zealot. Although it wouldn't be easy for him to return, we can't just rely on luck. If he did reappear, then the threat he would pose. I don't think I have to explain this. Everyone should be able to understand." The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow and other beasts had seen Black River pursue Luo Yunyang and Yunxi. Thus, when they heard what Luo Yunyang said, they all seemed to express righteous indignation. "Atlantis has committed a sinful crime by colluding with this demon, so we want to fight on your behalf and punish them." The first one to speak was not the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow, but the sky-ripping Golden Rock. After watching Luo Yunyang make Black River detonate, the sky-ripping Golden Rock's fear of Luo Yunyang had grown immensely. This fear made the sky-ripping Golden Rock hope to restore his relationship with Luo Yunyang as soon as possible. Thus, he was the first to stand up and support Luo Yunyang's proposal. Although Luo Yunyang couldn't see through the sky-ripping Golden Rock's facade, he could sense his intent to flatter him. Although the merits of killing the sky-ripping Golden Rock seemed appealing, it would benefit him much more to turn the sky-ripping Golden Rock into an obedient subordinate and split up the 10 heaven-grade source beasts. After all, the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow had led the 10 heaven-grade source beasts for too long. Even though they followed him, in the end, those 10 were still a team. "How about we strike together and break the foundation they used to summon the evil god?" The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow, who had understood the sky-ripping Golden Rock's intention, had no choice but to agree. He couldn't do anything about the sky-ripping Golden Rock's decision after all. Several thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind. In an instant, he reached a conclusion and said, "Atlantis had once sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Although they used some unknown ritual to make their homeland rise again, they still belong in the ocean. I think that we should send them back where they came from." When these words left Luo Yunyang's mouth, the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow and the other heaven-grade source beasts became stern. They knew how ruthless Luo Yunyang's proposal was, yet none of them dared object. Their array formation is generally based on the outlines of mountains and rivers. "We don't really need to enter Atlantis. As long as we attack from the outside and break the barriers shielding the mountains and rivers, we will be able to sink Atlantis," said the Dark Ice Devil Leopard confidently. The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow had told Luo Yunyang that the Dark Ice Devil Leopard was the strongest among the 10 heaven-grade source beasts when it came to array formation research. Although he didn't like the Dark Ice Devil Leopard's personality, his proposal matched Luo Yunyang's intentions perfectly. He had detested Atlantis for a very long time. When the dire beasts and the source beasts had retreated, Chengdu had become much more prosperous. It had even replaced Maya City as the true center of the Da Alliance. As the city's chairman, Lu Qubing was very busy every day. However, this kind of hectic life made him extremely happy. After all, ever since the external threat had dissipated, the entire Da Alliance had been prosperous and everything had seemed to be getting better. At the root of all this was Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, amidst this joy, he was a little worried. He had been unable to contact Luo Yunyang lately. Although it was normal for powerhouses of Luo Yunyang's level to cultivate for days, Luo Yunyang's communication device had been unable to connect, which had made Lu Qubing feel very uneasy. Lu Qubing's expression changed when his communication device started beeping. As he was about to reject the call, he saw that the caller was Luo Yunyang. Lu Qubing quickly put the call through excitedly. However, just as he was about to greet Luo Yunyang, he heard Luo Yunyang's voice say, "Notify all warriors of a martial grandmaster grade or higher." Ask them to watch the sky vision and wait for me. I will use my communication device to show them some things. Luo Yunyang hung up as soon as he was done. He didn't tell Lu Qubing much, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't want to waste time. Although Lu Qubing didn't get to say a single word, he could feel that something big was happening. In 5 minutes, he had already notified all the martial grandmasters of the Da Alliance through the sky vision. Martial grandmasters had a significant status in the Da Alliance. They were actually akin to dragons in the sense that very few people were willing to offend them. However, when they received Lu Qubing's order, none of them dared refuse. When the sky vision was activated, Atlantis appeared before their eyes. Of course, they only saw a rough outline of Atlantis. Although the world had changed, Atlantis had mostly remained the same. Ever since the world had changed dramatically and a satellite had fallen, none of them had heard any news about Atlantis. Now that Atlantis had once again appeared in front of them, some of the people in the audience were surprised. What did Luo Yunyang want to do? Just when they thought that perhaps they were going to have a peaceful negotiation with Atlantis, they saw a huge rock appear above the sky of Atlantis. The rock, whose wings looked like the sky and sun, was familiar to everyone watching. Some time ago, this same rock had almost destroyed Chang'an City. Now, it had appeared again. However, this time it was not over the Da Alliance, but over Atlantis. An azure light shield was raised around Atlantis as countless figures rushed over. However, by the time this ray of light rose to the sky, the huge claws of the rock had already landed hard on the azure light shield. The rock's blow didn't break the shield, yet it made countless cracks on it. Just as the audience started to feel disheartened, they saw an enormous ape-like beast with a sharp horn on his body land a heavy punch on the cracked shield. The light barrier instantly shattered. Meanwhile, everything else crumbled and the ray of light rising up went into disarray. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless flames spewed out of the ice-fire divine sparrow's mouth. These overwhelming, earth-shattering flames engulfed Atlantis in an instant. As countless people witnessed the power of total destruction, some martial grandmasters turned pale. They were all watching as a familiar group of heaven-grade source beasts displayed their overwhelming powers. Then, they saw another familiar figure. This figure unleashed a severe blow onto Atlantis, which had already been pelted by all kinds of ice and fire spells. It was the heaven-burning dragon fists. A long flaming dragon descended, giving off an invincible aura. When this burning dragon appeared, the flame the ice-fire divine sparrow had spat out acted like a small stream recognizing a large river and wanting to merge with it. It immediately rushed towards the burning dragon. In an instant, the dragon had swelled up indescribably. The moment it came into contact with Atlantis, the burning dragon turned into a scarlet fist and imprinted itself onto the land of Atlantis. The earth rumbled while the sky crumbled. Even though the owner of the communication device was obstructed by smog, the audience could still make out a vague silhouette. It was the outline of the sea. All the martial grandmasters waited patiently in silence. After an unknown period of time, the image on the communication device became clear again. However, there was only sea water where Atlantis used to be. Although the expanse of sea seemed to be fixed on the screen, no one shut off their communication device. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sea as they shivered inwardly. Even Lu Qubing felt his back get drenched in sweat. Although he had known that the things Luo Yunyang had wanted to show him would be extraordinary, he hadn't expected them to be so barbaric. Chapter 359. The Supreme One. A group of people were rapidly making their way up the Great Snow Mountain. Right at the front of this party was Lu Qubing, and following closely behind him were the highest-level big shots of the entire Da Alliance. Just the appearance of one of these people was enough to shock many regions. However, all of them were silent right now. Even the way they moved showed their effort to create as little disturbance as possible. After a short while, a figure appeared at the top of the mountain and walked towards them. It was Master Xin Yuan, who had already returned to the Great Snow Mountain to take charge of matters there. He bowed respectfully in Lu Qubing's way before he said, "Greetings, Chairman." "There is no need for formalities, Master Xin Yuan." Lu Qubing waved his hands dismissively. "You've been an old friend for many years, so you can just call me Qubing or Old Lu. It's more pleasant to hear." Master Xin Yuan smiled, but didn't decline. "Have you come here today for the Supreme One, Qubing?" "Yes, I have some issues, so I wish to see Mr. Luo." Lu Qubing's voice had a slight trace of apprehension. "I wonder if he has the time to meet me now." Master Xin Yuan pointed at a mountain peak in the distance and said, the Supreme One is still in seclusion. Luo Yunyang hesitated a bit. It has already been 6 months. How come he's still in seclusion? You must know that, for people with the Supreme One's cultivation base, 10 years, let alone 6 months, last as long as the snap of one's fingers. Then, Master Xin Yuan said with admiration, the Supreme One hasn't shown any intention of coming out of his seclusion yet. However, whether our master chooses to meet you or not is not in my hands. I can only suggest that you do not disturb the Supreme One's cultivation. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a bit before ultimately nodding. I apologize, but I shall be troubling the masters of the Great Snow Mountain for a few days. Although Master Xin Yuan didn't like that Luo Yunyang had come over to disturb them, Luo Yunyang was no ordinary man. Thus, Xin Yuan couldn't decline. He could only invite Luo Yunyang and the others to have some tea and chat inside the hall. Luo Yunyang and Master Xin Yuan talked about the changes of the entire Da Alliance. Regardless of the changes the Da Alliance experienced, the Great Snow Mountain's status would never be affected. After all, as long as Luo Yunyang was guarding it, nobody would be able to shake the Great Snow Mountain. Is the master's family doing well? Xin Yuan asked Luo Yunyang as he held a cup of piping hot tea. Luo Yunyang forced a smile. Very well. The little girl has already angered 3 teachers into quitting. I reckon that the new one I found won't last long either. Luo Yunyang shook his head before he added, ever since she entered the ranks of martialists, the little girl has been progressing at lightning speed. Master Xin Yuan snickered inwardly. This was the master's younger sister they were talking about. She would become a martial master in no time. As he was about to say something, his expression became slightly solemn. Invite your entourage to the side hall, Yunyang. Master Xin Yuan's words made a few bodyguards near Luo Yunyang freeze up. Some of them even placed their hands on the weapons they carried with them. If Luo Yunyang ordered them, they would immediately attack Master Xin Yuan. However, Master Xin Yuan didn't take this to heart. His expression was as calm as ever. Naturally, Luo Yunyang didn't believe that Master Xin Yuan would hurt him. Thus, he waved his hands dismissively. The Flame Emperor and the Eagle King should stay. The rest of you just follow Master Xin Yuan's instructions and leave for the time being. But your safety, a loyal bodyguard said. Do you still not trust Master Xin Yuan? Don't make me repeat myself. Luo Yunyang waved his hands once again as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. His subordinates hesitated a little. However, when they saw Luo Yunyang's staunch expression, they ultimately went into the side hall. Perhaps you could now reveal what you wanted to say, Master Xin Yuan. Luo Yunyang asked after his subordinates left. However, Master Xin Yuan didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up from his seat and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Supreme One. Luo Yunyang froze. He knew that only one person was called the Supreme One on the Great Snow Mountain in the entire Da Alliance. Many people actually believed that this man could no longer be considered a person. He was more like a god that walked among humans. Luo Yunyang was there. As Luo Yunyang wondered about this silently, a figure appeared before him. No, a few small specks actually appeared from the void and slowly converged to form a figure. The figure's green clothes seemed very natural, yet in Luo Yunyang's eyes, this person appeared hazy. If Luo Yunyang were to describe Luo Yunyang right now, he would say that he looked like a floating supernatural entity that had appeared out of nowhere. Greetings, Mr. Luo. Although Luo Yunyang had been a subordinate of the Rising Dragon Army that had always been nice to Luo Yunyang in the past, Luo Yunyang had already started to treat Luo Yunyang with a form of reverence. This reverence wasn't just a product of Luo Yunyang's cultivation base. It was also based on Luo Yunyang's contributions to the Da Alliance. You are too polite, Viceroy. If you are this restrained around me, then perhaps you don't consider me an old friend, Luo Yunyang said with a beaming smile. How could Luo Yunyang be unwilling to treat Luo Yunyang as an old friend? He knew that he had only accomplished this much because of his relationship with Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, a line still had to be drawn. Luo Yunyang was being polite to him because he was amicable. However, if he showed a lack of respect for the Supreme One, then Luo Yunyang would not be acting appropriately. As he thought of this, he asked respectfully, does this mean that you have come out of seclusion, Supreme One? Luo Yunyang glanced at Luo Yunyang, feeling warm anticipation in his heart. Luo Yunyang shook his head and said, it isn't time yet for me to come out. I am still in seclusion. What you see now is only a strand of my mind power. A strand of his mind power. Lu Qubing couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard this. He would never have imagined that the real-looking Luo Yunyang he was staring at was actually just a strand of mind power. Luo Yunyang didn't explain, he just smiled gently. Do you have something you wish to tell me? The sixth factor has been becoming even thicker, and more martialists have been awakening. I was hoping that you can establish a set of martial regulations that these martialists would have to abide by, said Lu Qubing, his expression becoming slightly more solemn. As more martialists had been awakening and breaking through, the Da Alliance had been slightly unable to cope. The number of God-grade powerhouses that had broken through during the past 3 months was already more than 100. Lu Qubing was under a lot more pressure now. Although the Da Alliance remained the strongest, it had no jurisdiction over these God-grade powerhouses. Therefore, the first solution Lu Qubing had thought of was approaching Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang nodded his head and said mildly, "Bring over this set of martial regulations and I will sign it." Lu Qubing quickly took a few pieces of paper and a pen out of his pockets. However, Luo Yunyang didn't take the pen. He had barely glanced at the set of martial regulations before he nodded his head and said, "These martial regulations are extremely good." As Luo Yunyang spoke, Lu Qubing saw some large words appear on the back of the martial regulations: "Anyone who disobeys will be sentenced to death." Although there were no ink marks on the words, they were etched very clearly on the back of the paper. Luo Yunyang hadn't signed his name yet. However, when Lu Qubing saw those words, he felt a crushing power pressing on him. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in his heart. It was a figure that stood right at the apex of the world. "Thank you, Yunyang." Lu Qubing knew that this was even more effective than Luo Yunyang's signature. He believed that when these words appeared on the sky vision, even the most headstrong God-grade powerhouses would bend their heads. "Your cultivation techniques are lacking a little. I recently obtained some cultivation techniques. You can have them." As he spoke, Luo Yunyang tapped Lu Qubing lightly in the middle of his forehead and a set of cultivation techniques appeared in Lu Qubing's mind. "It's the 1,000-year green wood secret," Lu Qubing said excitedly when this set of secret arts appeared in his mind. As the former viceroy of the Rising Dragon Army, Lu Qubing was still a martialist at heart, so he naturally anticipated reaching the god boundary. However, although his cultivation base had experienced some rather tremendous improvements lately, the god boundary was still like a barrier obstructing him from becoming a god-grade entity. As he comprehended this set of secret arts, he felt like the large doors to the god boundary were just before his eyes. Suddenly, a wave of vital energy rushed forth from Lu Qubing's body. As this wave enveloped him, Lu Qubing felt as though he had become many years younger in an instant. The bodyguards sitting in the side hall tried to rush over frantically. However, when they stepped into the main hall, they felt like there was a thick iron board before them instead of air. No matter how they tried to attack or how much effort they made, that wave of energy was like an immovable mountain they couldn't pass. Both the Flame Emperor and the Eagle King glanced at Luo Yunyang with bright, burning eyes. The Eagle King rubbed his hands together and said, "Look at me, Yunyang. It's been so long, but I have yet to become a god-grade entity." Luo Yunyang's smile deepened when he saw the Eagle King's manner. His finger tapped lightly and 2 sets of cultivation techniques rapidly entered the Eagle King and the Flame Emperor's minds. Luo Yunyang had a close relationship with the Eagle King and the Flame Emperor, so the two of them definitely wouldn't be left out while he was handing out benefits. However, the Eagle King and the Flame Emperor were still lacking a little base-wise, so even after receiving these techniques, they still needed a period of cultivation in order to become god-grade entities. Master Xin Yuan didn't speak. He believed that, as the master of the Great Snow Mountain, Luo Yunyang definitely wouldn't forget the caretaker of the Great Snow Mountain. "I have come here to inform the viceroy about something." Luo Yunyang gazed at Lu Qubing as he said, "The Blue Rain Empire is about to grant me the title of a duke. In the future, things will be really different." Chapter 360. The Jade Ridge Star Lord's imparted teachings as the strand of mind power returned. Luo Yunyang, who was sitting atop the peak of the Great Snow Mountain, smiled. Although he was in seclusion, his mind power still shrouded the Great Snow Mountain. If he wanted to, even the slightest bit of activity on the Great Snow Mountain wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. What he had just used was a small technique he had obtained from the Jade Ridge Star Lord's imparted techniques, the body-soul split. This sort of body-soul split could only be used at an area that Luo Yunyang's mind power enveloped. He still had a long way to go until he matched Black River's abilities and allowed a strand of his consciousness to separate from him. However, this body-soul split would possess a tenth of Luo Yunyang's power, so he would be able to do as he wished in a lot of matters. After this trace of mind power entered his body, Luo Yunyang turned his attention to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's imparted teachings. Although this was just a gentle pointing of the way, Luo Yunyang felt as though he had entered a humongous library. These were all the Jade Ridge Star Lord's cultivation techniques. During the past 6 months, Luo Yunyang had been mainly digesting all these cultivation techniques. The more he digested them, the more he believed that the Jade Ridge Star Lord had been a true genius. No, he must have been an exceptional genius. Source power cultivation, mind power, weapon refinement, array formation. The Jade Ridge Star Lord had studied a myriad of techniques and accomplished very impressive achievements by using all of them. For example, the Jade Ridge Star Lord's source power cultivation had already reached the nebula grade. Although it hadn't climbed to the top, it had allowed him to regard other members of the same generation superciliously. His mind power had also been extremely strong. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a test. According to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's teachings, his mind power had also reached the standards of the nebula grade. Although it had been a grade lower than his source power, compared to source power, telekinetic combat strength came with all sorts of advantages. He had been an advanced weapon refining master that had ranked third among the weapon refining masters of the Starry Heaven Weapon Refining Alliance and had been able to smelt top nebula grade weapons. He had also been an advanced array formation master that had once been invited by an advanced civilization to help complete the plans for a giant warship. In the end, all this glory had harmed the Jade Ridge Star Lord, who had wasted his limited life on various types of cultivation. When it came right down to it, the Jade Ridge Star Lord hadn't broken through to the galaxy grade. After offending some powerful entities, he had immediately been erased from the world. Although this was only a portion of his memories, Luo Yunyang sensed another portion within the imparted knowledge that he hadn't read yet. Even though he wanted to read it, some form of mysterious power had sealed this portion. Luo Yunyang knew what kind of power this was, so he didn't insist. According to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's request, the person who received his imparted teachings should choose one thing and focus on cultivating it. It would be easier to ascend to the apex this way. Blindly coveting everything would ultimately lead one to achieve nothing. The Burning God Fiend technique included the source power cultivation techniques left behind by the Jade Ridge Star Lord. There were countless cultivation experiences in the Burning God Fiend technique within the Jade Ridge Star Lord's memories. According to his experiences, if the person who inherited this technique was talented enough, they would simply face no obstacles. Luo Yunyang, who had studied the Burning God Fiend technique the most, had ultimately foregone the cultivation of this technique. Although the Burning God Fiend technique was quite good, if he cultivated it, his ice-based and wood-based source cores would be destroyed. The power of these two cores wasn't too strong, yet the existence of the attribute regulator made Luo Yunyang unwilling to give up on them. Most importantly, although the Burning God Fiend technique's cultivation was smooth, Luo Yunyang felt that there wasn't much of a difference between this and the Burning Dragon of the Heaven Battling Ape Dragon chart, which he had cultivated. Plus, things could be mutually learned from these two. Due to this possibility, Luo Yunyang would be able to execute various techniques from the Burning God Fiend technique completely. For example, the Heavenly Ardent Sun Finger allowed Luo Yunyang to unleash a move that could be used as a response against a planet-grade individual. The power of true intent concealed within this form terrified Luo Yunyang. When he had converted all his other true intent attributes into this figure, he'd realized that it actually hadn't reached its limit. This had allowed Luo Yunyang's offensive strength to increase tenfold. According to the memories the Jade Ridge Star Lord had imparted, the true intent of the martial path could be split into 9 layers. Once the true intent broke through these 9 layers, one would step into the boundaries of the laws. True intent, laws, path domain. While a genius would be able to step into the layers of the laws without reaching the 9 layers of true intent, these laws were fragmented, so they weren't established. However, these laws would still increase one's power considerably. There were even some taboo arts that could surpass true intent and come into contact with the boundary of the laws, provided that the cultivating process reached a certain realm. Unfortunately, these martial techniques could only be created by entities more powerful than galaxy-grade individuals. After all, completely surpassing true intent and immediately comprehending a hint of the laws wasn't easy. Actually, it could be considered extremely difficult. The great divine elemental I also played a small part in Luo Yunyang's decision not to cultivate the easiest burning god fiend technique. Compared to the burning god fiend technique, the Jade Ridge Star Lord's telekinetic techniques made Luo Yunyang much happier. The Godly Lotus Secret Seal was a set of cultivation techniques that the Jade Ridge Star Lord had always cultivated. Solidifying one's mind into substance was also a technique of the Godly Lotus Secret Seal. According to the excerpts of the Godly Lotus Secret Seal, when a telekinesis user reached the planet grade, they would be able to condense their mind power into lotus seals. Lotus seals were split into 5 colors that corresponded to the various boundaries of source power cultivation. Every 10,000 lotus seals would be able to form a lotus sea. As long as this lotus sea condensed and formed a new lotus sea, one would enter a new boundary. Although Luo Yunyang's mind power had just reached a level that would allow him to condense a few lotus seals, by relying on the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang would be able to turn his mind into a sea of lotuses even faster. Compared to the cultivation techniques of martialists and telekinesis users, weapon refining and array formation weren't that difficult. As long as Luo Yunyang's mind power and cultivation met the requirements, he would follow the Jade Ridge Star Lord's cultivation techniques fast, and these 2 aspects of his cultivation would rise. Thanks to these 2 regions, Luo Yunyang started to work hard on those 2 aspects as soon as he digested the Jade Ridge Star Lord's memories. There weren't many imparted techniques on array formation in the Da Alliance, and the few that existed were just insignificant bits and pieces. As far as weapon refining was concerned, the Da Alliance mostly focused on hammering and smelting, so Luo Yunyang hadn't put much effort into refining weapons up until now either. After determining his own objectives, he started to cultivate the array formation. Thanks to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's memories, Luo Yunyang had the imparted teachings of an array formation master. Actually, things were even better. Under the circumstances, Luo Yunyang was already familiar with the key tricks of each cultivation aspect. All he needed was memory and relation. According to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's comprehensive records on array formation, the most important thing for becoming a suitable array formation master was to memorize 95,800 fundamental array formation inscriptions. Each of these array formation inscriptions had its own special power. Grouping these inscriptions together according to a set of rules was an array formation. Although this sounded easy, it was actually extremely difficult. After all, if one of these inscriptions was wrong, or any of them matched up wrong, the outcome would be destructive. Memorizing these inscriptions wasn't that difficult for a telekinesis master. However, grouping them required a lot of mental strength. Therefore, although many telekinesis masters understood a little about array formations, they were still far from being real telekinesis masters. A first-class array formation was a combination of 3,000 inscriptions. The array formation that Luo Yunyang started out with was the ordinary blazing formation. This array formation could make use of source power while also be used with mind power. As long as the array formation was complete, the blazing formation inscription would ceaselessly absorb all sorts of power. In a moment, 3,000 inscriptions started to appear in Luo Yunyang's head. He quickly segregated the air around him. Soon, those inscriptions started to condense within the void. However, just as Luo Yunyang's mind was grouping up the inscriptions, an acute explosion rang out in the void. Although this explosion didn't harm Luo Yunyang, if an ordinary martialist had been on the end of it, they would have been blown to bits. Luo Yunyang had made no mistakes while grouping the array formation. The reason this had happened was that there was a huge gulf between the array formation intent. According to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's teachings, array formation intent wasn't imparted knowledge from others, but one's own continuous practice and experience. An array formation user who could only complete a preliminary array formation was considered an array formation apprentice. Only an array formation user that possessed first-class array formation intent could be considered an array formation master. If once wasn't enough, he'd try twice. If twice wasn't enough, then he'd try thrice. As Luo Yunyang experimented again and again, he finally completed his first array formation after failing 30 times. This was because his mind power was too strong. Luo Yunyang wasn't that happy about completing his first array formation. Actually, the thing that delighted him the most was discovering an array formation intent under his mind attribute when he opened his attribute regulator. When he saw this array formation intent, Luo Yunyang felt like a bright, open road had unfolded before him. Chapter 361, a small part of a massive expanse of space. When Luo Yunyang completed a Star 9 grade collective soul array, the emissary from the Blue Rain Empire finally arrived to confer his title. Unlike Yunshi and the others, who had arrived formlessly and soundlessly, these people arrived in a triangular flying craft. Although they didn't look that much different from humans, when they saw Luo Yunyang and the 10 heaven grade source beasts, they held their heads high, as if they were unwilling to acknowledge them. Are you Luo Yunyang? The special envoy who had come was a martialist who had just reached planet 5 grade. He was wearing silver clothes with quite some flair and looking at Luo Yunyang as though he was staring at a subordinate. Luo Yunyang couldn't stand people who considered themselves superior. Although he wasn't pleased, he still smiled. Yes, I am. Ha ha, you must be really lucky. How else would a small savage like you actually become a first-class lord of the Blue Rain Empire with a feudal fiefdom? The man eyed Luo Yunyang as he spoke haughtily. You can call me Sir Long Kun. The ice-fire divine sparrow had a slightly frosty look in his eyes. He was extremely displeased with this person's lofty attitude. Although the ice-fire divine sparrow was willing to lower his head before strong fighters, he couldn't stand people who were weaker than him, yet acted like they were superior. His favorite way of dealing with this type of people was killing them. However, now that a lordship was at stake, he had no choice but to lower his head. Luo Yunyang wasn't very pleased either. As he watched the man who called himself Sir Long Kun, he said coldly, I wonder what sort of title you hold in the Blue Rain Empire, Sir Long Kun. Are you a baron, sir? The word, baron, made Long Kun's expression change. If he were a baron, he definitely wouldn't have to take care of such worthless matters. If he were a baron, he wouldn't have to run this sort of errands. After all, although his job was to confer a title, he was actually just delivering an official document. Luo Yunyang, how dare you actually speak to me this rudely? I could report your disrespect to the emperor right now. Your title and everything else would be for naught if I just said the word. Long Kun's smug expression reappeared as he pointed at Luo Yunyang and said, You have been striving so hard for this title so you can seek the protection of the Blue Rain Empire. Did you know that if your area hadn't already been absorbed by the Blue Rain Empire's territory, you and your kind would have already been sold off to some far-off place as slaves? Although Luo Yunyang only believed part of Long Kun's words, the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow and the other heaven-grade source beasts believed him entirely. Their precursors had vanished from the Divine Beast Wasteland. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been their turn to become kings yet. They had only agreed to follow Yunshi and risk their lives to avoid following into the footsteps of their precursors and getting taken away and treated as domestic livestock. Luo Yunyang still hadn't said anything, when the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow walked forward and said, Sir Long Kun, our big brother is a little too frank. Please don't mind him. We still need you to pass this decree. We also have a little something for you. As he spoke, the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow felt his face burning. However, he had no other choice. He was the only one who could speak right now. At least this little sparrow has a sense of propriety. Let me tell you something. I have seen many people like you, who do not know when to advance or retreat. Do you know how these fellows end up? I'll tell you. They get dismissed and punished. Long Kun took out a small bag and raised it. Then, he eyed Luo Yunyang and the others. Kneel and accept this decree. Although there was nothing wrong with his words, Luo Yunyang had already been taught some etiquette. The Blue Rain Empire had always treated martialists as elites. Even a monarch of the Blue Rain Empire wouldn't ask a martialist to kneel. Of course, martialists could kneel voluntarily if they wanted to. A conferment of nobility was the Blue Rain Empire's greatest acknowledgement of these martialists, so they naturally wouldn't be asked to kneel. Ideas flickered through Luo Yunyang's mind as he stared at the haughty Long Kun. His gaze suddenly fell on the man. Look into my eyes, he said extremely calmly. Long Kun, who had a dazed look in his eyes now, knelt onto the ground obediently. His palms unleashed a flurry of blows onto his own face. I'm not a person, I. Luo Yunyang had a serene expression on his face as he looked through Long Kun's memories. Thanks to these memories, he learned about Long Kun's status, as well as his purpose for trying to intimidate them with his so-called might and powerful connections. The reason he had done this wasn't just to raise his own status. He had also wanted to extort a great deal of stuff from Luo Yunyang and the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts. In his eyes, Luo Yunyang and these source beasts were like pigs he could hurt however and whenever he wanted to. He had already laid out the groundwork to achieve his goal, which was to assert his dominance over Luo Yunyang and the others and make them feel that he wasn't someone they could offend. Crystals, female slaves, even young and robust martial masters. The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow and the other heaven-grade source beasts had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually dare act against the conferment emissary. They had already pined for this conferment for a long time, so now that this had happened right before their eyes, they were all left at a loss. Luo Yunyang, you. The sky-ripping golden rock's voice was filled with fear and rage. However, he didn't dare question Luo Yunyang's actions, as Luo Yunyang's aura kept becoming increasingly powerful those days. Luo Yunyang glared at the sky-ripping golden rock as he said dully, "Do you have any objections to what I just did?" "I would not dare object, boss. However, although we all act independently, this is..." The sky-ripping golden rock's voice wavered. The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow and the other heaven-grade source beasts didn't dare say much either. Their eyes were filled with fear. "It's no big deal. I will erase this part of his memory later and leave behind a different one," Luo Yunyang said indifferently. He would create another memory. A slightly terrified look appeared on the sky-ripping golden rock's face. He would never have imagined that Luo Yunyang's strength had already reached this level. After some hesitation, he chose to listen to Luo Yunyang and said obediently, "You are really wise, boss. I never would have imagined that you would make a brainless move." The Dark Ice Devil Leopard glared at the sky-ripping golden rock furiously. He should have been the one speaking, yet this bootlicker had stolen his opportunity. Luo Yunyang smiled at the Dark Ice Devil Leopard and said softly, "Everyone come over and give him a blow each. Hit him with all your hatred. As long as he doesn't die, he will recover quickly enough." The Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow stepped up first without hesitation. He knew what Luo Yunyang was trying to do. They had no other choice now. Ice and fire wings flashed, smacking Long Kun straight across the face and nearly sending him flying. Azure blue blood flowed out of his mouth. The sky-ripping golden rock, the Dark Ice Devil Leopard and the others were no idiots. They all knew that they had no other choice. Settling this amicably was already out of the question, so all they could do was listen to Luo Yunyang and do things his way. They were afraid of what Luo Yunyang would think of them if they did not listen, so every single one of them struck even more viciously than the previous beast. Soon, Long Kun looked like a bag that had been trampled over by wild beasts. His entire body was swollen. "Aren't we a little too vicious, Boss Luo?" the sky-ripping golden rock asked carefully as he glanced at Long Kun's body, which was full of wounds. The reason he dared ask this was because he had already struck Long Kun with all his might. Given his attitude, he believed that Luo Yunyang wouldn't doubt him. "It's all right, we are just venting," said Luo Yunyang as his palm sucked Long Kun and sent him to the middle of the collective soul array. "My collective soul array had just been completed, so he'll be lucky enough to enjoy its soul mist." As Luo Yunyang spoke, a column of mist enveloped Long Kun. 10 minutes later, Long Kun's body was restored to its original state. Of course, the clothes he was wearing could only be changed for another set. As Luo Yunyang pointed his finger at Long Kun's head, his most recent memories were changed completely. While Long Kun was sleeping quietly, the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow said softly, "Boss, there isn't anyone who could undo this, right? This is a secret mind art that I obtained. Only galaxy-grade telekinesis masters would be able to undo it, no one else would even discover it." Luo Yunyang had full confidence in this secret art. While he was speaking, Long Kun's eyes opened. When he saw Luo Yunyang, he immediately threw himself to the ground. "Thank you, Lord Luo, for being my benefactor. Although I am unable to repay the favor, if you need anything in the future, I will sacrifice my life for you." The sky-ripping golden rock felt confused when he saw Long Kun. "Speak sincerely." Damn it, he was actually kowtowing after almost being beaten to death. This scene was just too comical. To be honest, he had no words to describe how drastically the situation had changed. Luo Yunyang waved his arm and said, "These pieces of trash are guilty of the terrible crime of daring to strike my pal. In the future, you will have to put more effort into cultivating. Otherwise, this sort of danger will still be too difficult to avoid." As the Ice-Fire Divine Sparrow stared at Luo Yunyang, his impression of him crumbled completely. This man was an extraordinarily vicious, merciless fellow. After thanking Luo Yunyang profusely, Long Kun left, taking the flying craft along with him. As soon as he was gone, Luo Yunyang opened the star chart Long Kun had left behind. This chart mainly included the surroundings of the Blue Rain Empire, which was a massive expanse of space. Luo Yunyang was only a small dot in this expanse of space. Chapter 362, Money. 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 Conferment documents, Lord Combat Gear, a holographic communication device. These three things were all Luo Yunyang was left with after the conferment. The documents signified the merging of the Da Alliance and the Divine Beast Wasteland, as well as that the surrounding 30,000 miles of space were all Luo Yunyang's domain. Although the 10 heaven-grade source beasts were also lords, they were only 5th-class lords, so the lands they received were within Luo Yunyang's territory. There were many uninhabited planets in these 30,000 miles of space. Even though this didn't sound too bad, Luo Yunyang was actually just getting an area with no residents. As far as his Lord Combat Gear was concerned, he didn't know what sort of alloy it was made of, but when used, it could automatically shrink into a tablet. The moment it was activated, it would immediately transform into a full body of armor. This defensive ability could even withstand a strike from a planet-grade weapon. Compared to these two, Luo Yunyang considered the holographic communication device way more important. According to Long Kun, this device could allow one to enter the Blue Rain Empire's virtual void. Unlike the Da Alliance's Sky Vision, the virtual void was not just limited to cities. Instead, it also allowed some people to have their own space. Within these virtual spaces, people could shop, talk and do many other stuff they did in real life. Any items bought in these virtual spaces would be delivered to the buyer by specialists. The virtual void was important because the Blue Rain Empire's territories were really huge, so it was very difficult for most strong fighters to gather in one place at once. The virtual void allowed all strong fighters to gather in the same area. After putting the holographic communication device around his wrist, a sound rang out in Luo Yunyang's mind. Welcome, Rank 3 Lord Luo Yunyang. You are a 3rd-class lord, so you can enjoy 6th-grade privileges in the virtual void. Your Empire Royal Bank account has already been opened. According to your status, you will automatically become a 6th-class VIP and enjoy E-grade treatment. I would like to remind you that your total assets are 1,000 Blue Rain dollars. Please make sure you have 100,000 Blue Rain dollars. Otherwise, your 6th-class VIP status and treatment will be cancelled in 3 months. Killing is forbidden in the cities of the virtual void. If you disobey, you will be challenging His Majesty's prestige. Will you enter, my lord? The mechanical voice contained no emotion. When Luo Yunyang entered without hesitation, he saw everything before him flicker. Then, he realized that he had appeared in a huge city. Throngs of pedestrians were walking along wide streets in different clothes, many of them looking terrifying. For example, there was a ferocious-looking man with a lion's head and several different tails growing from his back. The bulky man with the lion's head, who was over 2 meters tall, snarled when he noticed that Luo Yunyang was staring at him. However, he didn't fully exhibit the menace in his snarl. When he sensed the aura emanating from Luo Yunyang, he instantly felt a little afraid. Lord, my tooth was hurting. Although the sounds the lion made were strange, thanks to his powerful mind power, Luo Yunyang immediately understood what the lion was trying to say. A hurting tooth, huh? Luo Yunyang studied the fearful lion, which had a considerable cultivation base, with a smile. Are you busy? Busy? No, I'm not. The lion head nodded hurriedly before shaking his head. His 2 thick, coarse legs were shaking all over. Then you can accompany me on my stroll. Luo Yunyang met the lionhead's gaze as he spoke. A forceful mind power immediately struck fear in the heart of the lionhead. As you command, sir. As the lionhead sucked in a deep breath, fear was written all over his face. The lionhead, whose name was Kabu, had a Planet 3 cultivation base. Although this wasn't very high, most people still wouldn't provoke him, as he always fought with all his might. Kabu felt as though he was suffering in Luo Yunyang's grasp. As they walked, he felt a fearful strength grip his heart with each step he took. The lord that walked behind him slowly seemed to become a demon that devoured him. This is the Autumn Rain Pavilion, sir. It mainly deals with all sorts of worldly treasures. The fact that Luo Yunyang wasn't speaking to him made Kabu scared. Thus, he had no choice but to find something to say out of fear. This sort of reaction was exactly what Luo Yunyang needed. The Autumn Rain Pavilion occupied 3 floors. The people entertaining the guests, who were coming and going, were all martial grandmasters. Every single one of them was elegant, handsome, and equally charming and charismatic. What you are looking at is primal earth body forging fluid. This fluid, which is concocted from the milk of the earth's core, can increase a cultivator's constitution, a mild young man said, pointing to a vial of silver fluid when he noticed that Luo Yunyang had stopped. This is a planet-grade primal earth body forging fluid worth 5 million blue rain dollars. This planet-grade primal earth body forging fluid actually cost 5 million blue rain dollars. When he heard the price, Luo Yunyang only wondered one thing: why didn't anyone steal it? He currently only had 1,000 blue rain dollars. This is the flower of life. It can restore any damage or injuries suffered by someone below the star grade immediately. Someone below the star grade. Wouldn't that be extremely useful for him? Although Luo Yunyang had the attribute regulator, which made his chances of getting hurt very low, who in their right mind would reject getting one more life? How much is it? Luo Yunyang asked casually. You are a lord, sir. According to your stipulated discounts, it wouldn't cost you much. You could have it for 10 million. Regardless of how sincerely the sales representative spoke, Luo Yunyang was able to see a slightly crafty look in his eyes. This thing was really expensive. If he removed 4 zeros, perhaps Luo Yunyang would grit his teeth and purchase it. Kabu, who noticed that Luo Yunyang was frowning slightly, walked over immediately. Perhaps you find the items here too worthless for your liking, sir. In that case, I could take you to a place with even more superior items. B-starred, Luo Yunyang felt an impulse to viciously smash Kabu's lion face. However, for the sake of maintaining his status and image, he nodded with an air of dignity. This place sells slaves, my lord. As long as you are able to fork out the necessary price, you could get bodyguards with high cultivation bases or take your pick from fairies and goddesses. Kabu explained with a chuckle as he led Luo Yunyang to an even more exquisite tall building. Slaves. The Da Alliance didn't have slaves, so Luo Yunyang had never seen actual slaves before. However, he had taken part in Yunxi's mission so that the 10 great heaven-grade beasts would not get captured and be sold as slaves one day. When Luo Yunyang followed Kabu in, a handsome, rich-looking young man welcomed them. His cultivation base was at the star 5 grade, so he simply ignored Kabu. He just walked over to Luo Yunyang with a beaming smile and said warmly, "This mister seems a little raw. Thank you for gracing our small store with your presence. Is there anything you require? If you are looking for bodyguards, we have all grades of martialists here. Of course, most bodyguards, cultivation bases cannot be compared to yours, sir. However, they are all fearless. Take a look here." The man pointed with his finger and drew in the air before Luo Yunyang while speaking with a pleased expression. These are the souls that our slave capturing team caught on an indigenous planet. The image of a handsome man with a pair of wings growing out of his back had appeared. The man's cultivation base was actually at the planet 9 grade. Although this was only an image, when the handsome man waved his longsword, light shadows ripped holes in the void. This was a planet 9 grade expert with a considerable cultivation base. He possesses 4 layers of light intent boundaries and has the potential to break through to the 5th layer. If his intent boundary broke through the 6th layer, he would become a star grade entity. Wouldn't it be ideal if you purchased him? He costs 10 million blue rain dollars. I can also throw in the ordinary planet where his kind resides. What do you think? How could a planet 9 grade expert that possessed 4 layers of intent boundaries actually be treated as a commodity to be bought and sold? Luo Yunyang felt a deep, pressing need that only he could understand. He had to raise his cultivation base and strive to acquire even more resources. Sir, you do not know this yet, but although his daughter is a demi-human, she's an outstanding beauty. When the handsome man noticed that Luo Yunyang remained unmoved and had no intention of buying this slave, he hurriedly started to promote someone else. Luo Yunyang met the man's gaze, but didn't express an opinion. Instead, he turned around and left. Although he didn't like this sort of business, he knew very well that this wasn't a place where he could cause trouble. After all, a place that could turn a planet 9 grade powerhouse into a commodity to be sold would definitely have an extraordinary organization behind it. The young man felt apprehensive when Luo Yunyang met his gaze, but didn't dare resist in any way. He didn't know whether this was because of the might Luo Yunyang had just displayed or because his clothes had signified his lordship. Luo Yunyang couldn't afford any weapons. Defensive tools were also too expensive. In practically every shop they visited, Luo Yunyang realized that he couldn't afford to buy anything. After he followed Kabu to yet another street, he finally discovered something that he could afford. At a dried fruit stall, fire dates were being sold at 1,000 blue rain dollars each. According to Kaboo, although these fire dates were virtual items, their flavor was more intense than the flavor of actual fire dates, so they were used by people for fun. Ever since he had entered the virtual void, Luo Yunyang had been feeling as though he had walked into a garish world full of different sights. In this world, he could be considered extraordinarily poor. He needed to earn money fast. Chapter 363, The Supreme Hall. Kaboo, did you bring any money with you? Luo Yunyang asked deeply as he glanced at Kaboo, who was standing at a corner looking like an honest bloke. Lionhead Kaboo had become increasingly respectful of Lord Luo Yunyang. Every time they entered a shop, Lord Luo would just act cold while someone tried to promote things to him enthusiastically. He would pretend that nothing could draw his interest. This kind of treatment naturally proved the identity of a lord. I only brought some change, said Kaboo obediently. He deeply regretted his lack of wealth, unlike Lord Luo who was right in front of him. Luo Yunyang pointed in the direction of the fire dates. I haven't had a date in quite a while. Go get me 1 kilo. Kaboo was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why had Lord Luo asked him to buy something on his behalf? However, Kaboo went into autopilot mode and carried out the order right away. Lord Luo had too much money, so he was probably afraid that the shop wouldn't have enough change. Hence, Kaboo thought that by spending a small amount of money, he could end up making a big profit. He felt secretly thrilled as he said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Let me get it for you. I'll do it right away." As he ate the fire dates Lionhead Kaboo had bought for him, Luo Yunyang thought through some stuff. This bunch of freaking fire dates had cost as much as all his assets. The unlucky Lionhead seemed to be much richer than him. Are there any fun places around here, old Ka? Luo Yunyang asked casually. The Lionhead, who was carrying a basket full of virtual fire dates, was drooling non-stop. Although he had paid for these things, he didn't dare eat them. He would surely be reprimanded if he ate a big shot's meal. He had completely forgotten that he had paid for this fruit with his own money. What do you mean by fun? There are too many fun places. For example, there's the Phoenix Terrace and the Supreme Hall. Kaboo fully displayed his knowledge as a local bully by spewing out a bunch of information as fast as he could. What is the Supreme Hall? Luo Yunyang, who was very curious about the name of the Supreme Hall, asked casually. The Supreme Hall is actually a... Kaboo scratched his head before he said loudly, it's inside the Supreme Hall, are unsurpassable records left behind by supreme beings. It is mainly used by people who want to pay their respects. Of course, this also requires money. You will need 10,000 blue rain dollars to enter the hall. Plus, if someone breaks the record of a supreme existence under the same conditions, they will be given a reward of more than 100 million blue rain dollars. More than 100 million blue rain dollars. This figure made Luo Yunyang's heart beat faster. After all, what he was lacking the most was money. Let's go pay this place a visit. Luo Yunyang told the Lionhead before he waved his sleeves. There was a hint of hesitation in the Lionhead's eyes. What he wanted to know was who would pay the entrance fee to the Supreme Hall. A benefit of the virtual void was that one could reach a location quickly, no matter how far away it was. As long as one walked to the node, they would reach the place they wanted to visit as soon as possible. Even though the stores Luo Yunyang had visited earlier were not considered small, the Supreme Hall could only be described by one word. Vast. It was extraordinarily vast. The hall seemed to stretch into the horizon and cover an absurd amount of land. Luo Yunyang could not see the side boundaries of the main hall, even when he stood 10 meters away from the main door. The door of the hall was unguarded and empty. As Luo Yunyang looked at the palace, the flash of a doubt appeared in his eyes. Didn't you say that this was a fun place? The Supreme Hall has 38,000 doors, my lord. It is also a mystical artifact. No one knows where the real door is. No two groups of people traveling separately have ever entered through the same door. Kaboo explained hurriedly, as if he was afraid that he would get blamed by the lord if it took him too long to explain. The Supreme Hall had an unexpected function. As Luo Yunyang's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity, he couldn't help but let loose some of his mind power. He wanted to investigate the hall, but the area enveloped by his mind power seemed like a patch of chaos that allowed no exploration. Do we just go in? Luo Yunyang asked Kaboo as he retracted his mind power. Kaboo shook his head. No, my lord, you still have to pay the entrance fee before you enter. Do you see that black box? We can pay the fees by placing our communication device on it. 10,000 blue rain dollars wasn't much for wealthy people, but it was an astronomical figure for Luo Yunyang. He only had 1,000 blue rain dollars at the moment. Luo Yunyang nodded his head at Kabu, stunning him. Kabu was confused. What did the Lord mean exactly? Luo Yunyang, who did not even have a penny on him, was pressuring Kabu without any restraint. Why don't you go swipe your card? He growled as he stared at Kabu with a suspicious expression. Kabu's face fell while he hurried over to the black box, took out his communication device and swiped it gently. Then, he gestured politely for Luo Yunyang to enter. Of course, Luo Yunyang didn't decline the invitation. He walked into the hall with his chest pushed out and his head held high, as if he had everything under control. Please go ahead, my lord. I have been here before, so there's no need for me to spend money in vain. I will be waiting for you outside. The lionhead looked miserable. Luo Yunyang's mind power was strong enough for him to guess what was going through Kabu's mind. Kabu wanted to go in, but he had less than 10,000 blue rain dollars, so he could not. However, Luo Yunyang could not console the unlucky man. If he said too much, he was bound to slip up at some point. He did not want the fact that he was broke to leak. Rotten wood can't be carved. You sure know your own worth. The lionhead stared at Luo Yunyang in bewilderment. He really didn't know how to describe his feelings right now. Luo Yunyang didn't care what the lionhead was thinking. As soon as he stepped into the Supreme Hall, he heard a pleasant voice in his ear. We would like to pay our respects to Mr. Kabu. Your strength is at the peak of the planet 9 grade, so you can consider these 9 martialists with similar strength to yours during your visit to the Supreme Hall. You have one opportunity to take this assessment. Mr. Kabu. What the hell? Luo Yunyang ignored the wrong name and quickly walked into the first main hall by following the directions. When he entered the hall, he saw a young man unleashing a punch towards the void. The punch blasted like a comet hitting the sun, and a star located about 100 miles away from the young man dropped immediately like a fly. It was a falling comet fist. Although Luo Yunyang had never underestimated himself, the powerful intent behind the fist of the young man still shocked him to the core. He believed that he might not reach this level, even if he converted all his attributes to power by using the attribute regulator. The young man's face was as handsome as marble. Although they were separated by a canvas, Luo Yunyang still felt the pressure radiating from him. Who was this person? The canvas contained no answers or information on the young man. The only content available was the honorable title given to him. Luo Yunyang's strength was still inferior to his. After leaving the room the young man was in, Luo Yunyang tried another room. The image that appeared this time was also in a canvas. However, the teenager in this image seemed many years younger than the first one. When the teenager took off with a big stride, Luo Yunyang couldn't even see how he did it. However, as soon as the teenager took off, he disappeared. His astonishing speed would leave anyone that saw him stupefied. Although Luo Yunyang had a hunch that he could match this speed, he didn't try to meet this challenge. After observing for a bit, he believed that he only had an 80% chance of success. Speed, cultivation and control of true intent would be necessary. Luo Yunyang walked past 6 large halls in a row. All the men and women who appeared in each of these halls were very young, yet their performances were amazing. Even with the aid of the attribute regulator, he believed that he would only have a 40% chance of succeeding in all the rooms he passed through. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Yunyang reached the 8th hall. The image in this hall depicted a boy with white hair and brows. With just a flick of his fingers in the void, a peak star-grade array formation disintegrated instantly. That's a formation breaking technique. Just using a finger to achieve this speed is abnormal. Thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind as he made a calculated judgment. He could be faster than this kid. He just had to request an assessment. The moment Luo Yunyang made this decision, he adjusted his mind and array formation intent to the maximum. Suddenly, a strange array surrounded Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang found this big array extremely foreign. This was actually the first time he had seen such an array. However, thanks to his array formation intent, he was able to make a pretty good judgment on the planet 9 grade array formation. By the time the array appeared, Luo Yunyang had already escaped. This was the most effective way to break an array. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, if an array was unable to trap him, it would be basically already broken. There was no movement or sound. It seemed as though the test had never happened. Luo Yunyang appeared puzzled as he looked at the calm hall and shook his head. Although he believed that he had broken the big array, the Supreme Hall had not acknowledged his victory. Hence, he had no other way of dealing with this. After observing the last hall, Luo Yunyang exited the Supreme Hall and found Lionhead Kabu squatting by the main door and waiting obediently for him. He shook his head gently. What a well-behaved child. Kabu, do you believe that a golden mountain could drop from the sky? Luo Yunyang looked at the Lionhead like a sly old man trying to cheat him. Just as Kabu was about to speak, he felt like his mind had been smashed by a huge golden mountain before it fell straight onto the ground. Chapter 364. Searching for Master Kabu. Luo Yunyang grinned at the Lionhead, who was on the ground. He didn't feel any remorse. The Lionhead wasn't a good fellow, so tricking him wasn't an issue. There wasn't much he could do within the virtual void, as the number of blue rain dollars he had was too small. Should he go back? Luo Yunyang pondered this for a moment before opening up the friend list on his communication device. The only friends listed right now were the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts. He had only sent one more friend request, but he hadn't received a reply. Yunxi, who had shot him a determined look before leaving, hadn't replied. I seemed like she had completely forgotten about him. Luo Yunyang still remembered her faint voice vividly. It had been a voice filled with a sense of burden. As he thought about her stunning beauty, as well as her grouchy but lovable voice, Luo Yunyang felt a sense of unease in his heart. No matter the outcome, he was determined to find her. Based on Kabu and Long Kun's memories, he had found out that the situation of the Yun family was worse than he had expected. The Blue Royal family sat high atop the hierarchy of the Blue Rain family. Below the Blue Royal family were 4 kings and 12 dukes that formed the core ruling power of the Blue Rain Empire. The Yun family was one of the 4 royal families of the Blue Rain Empire, so it was supposed to be as stable as a mountain. However, a few years ago, the king of the Yun family had been ambushed during a foray and his soul had gotten hurt. Although he had not lost his life, the lack of an overseeing head in the Yun family had naturally caused the status of the family to weaken with each passing day until it was on the verge of collapsing. At first, over 10 clans and families under the Yun family's rule had publicly announced that they would not follow any more orders from the Yun family. Thereafter, more clans and families who had covetously watched from the sidelines started hoping to replace the Yun family. Thanks to the help of a space node within the virtual void, Luo Yunyang momentarily reached a huge space as wide as a city. Although everything in the virtual void was virtual, the objects within this world were 100 times more valuable than the objects in the Blue Rain Empire's capital. According to Kabu, the stores that Luo Yunyang had visited had astronomical rental values. The Yun family actually owned a large expanse of space within the virtual void. There did not seem to be a lot of movement by the main doors of the Yun family's residence. On the contrary, Luo Yunyang saw a large volume of human traffic on the white jade engraved door. Are you applying to become an array master? One of the guards, who was a Planet 2 grade martialist, smiled warmly in a welcoming manner without even waiting for Luo Yunyang to respond. Array master, although he should be one, that wasn't his purpose for going there. I am Lady Yunxi's old friend and I have come to pay her a visit, Luo Yunyang muttered irritably. When he heard this, the Planet 2 grade martialist glanced at Luo Yunyang respectfully and said, Please wait a moment, sir. Allow me to report your arrival. By the way, how may I address you? Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's hands were clasped behind his back as he watched silently people enter and leave. His powers had made massive progress, and his observational prowess was also becoming increasingly detailed. The people entering the Yun family's residence each had their own personalities and trades. Among them were also some crooks. The only thing that these folks had in common was that they were poor. Indeed, most of these people were very poor. Even a guy who seemed to be immaculately dressed in expensive clothing was actually wearing a suit woven from 2 different pieces of fabric. Even though the material looked new on the outside and gave him a brilliant, bright look, it was worn and much less presentable on the inside. How could a person of such a high status actually use 2 types of fabric that were so different in terms of composition? As Luo Yunyang was silently pondering this, he saw the messenger scurrying through the big door towards him. Sir, Our Lady said that you do not owe each other anything and have agreed never to meet again. The messenger said with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He sneered inwardly when he saw Luo Yunyang's lord attire. Luo Yunyang had actually expected this kind of reaction from Yunxi. He knew that the only reason she would treat him like this, despite her understanding personality, would be the current situation at the Yun family's residence. Given the circumstances, she was forcibly drawing some boundaries between the Yun family and him to protect Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang sighed lightly and turned around to leave. "Who is he, Yunfu?" asked a voice in a high and mighty tone. The boy called Yunfu turned in the direction of the person speaking and said respectfully, "My respects, Third Prince." The boy known as Third Prince glared arrogantly at Yunfu without saying a word. Yunfu, who was frightened, was slow to reply. "This man is here to see Our Lady, Third Prince." Yunfu's reply made the young man stop in his tracks and smirk. Why would a toad be lusting after a swan? Listen up, Yunfu. If any of these hoodlums try to bother my sister again in the future, hit them and throw them out immediately. Yes, as you wish, young master, Yunfu replied respectfully. In his heart, Luo Yunyang knew very well that he didn't have a good temper, neither was he the type of person to silently endure condescending behavior. However, this time, he wasn't keen on arguing with this cynic. After all, he was Yunxi's relative, thus, if they argued, it would definitely put Yunxi in a tough spot. After some consideration, Luo Yunyang decided to leave the virtual void. Look, there's no need to be too nice to this type of person. It would be neat if we could just throw him out right away. The young man seemed to be in high spirits, when his communication device suddenly rang. How is this even possible? The young man stared at the contents of the device, completely dumbfounded. Yunfu was about to say something. However, the same content soon appeared on his communication device. How was that possible? How is that even possible? In an instant, everyone entering and leaving the Yun family's residence stopped in their tracks. A look of shock was apparent on their faces. By now, the entire virtual void had gone into a state of shock. Almost everybody in there found this situation unbelievable. Ha ha ha, heaven will always leave a door open for the Yun family. How does one cultivate array formation at the planet grade? What can the lady from the Zheng family be considered? She has merely grasped the third grade of array formation intent, yet she really considers herself an array master. The person known as Third Prince laughed so loudly that he seemed on the verge of tearing up. Nobody found it absurd that he had lost control over his emotions in this case. In fact, it seemed as though everyone had been expecting this reaction from him. Go and find Kabu for me. No, make sure you find Master Kabu. All of you go. Whoever finds Master Kabu will be rewarded with a promotion. The Third Prince's shouts made the sky and the land rattle. As more and more people read the news, he went crazy. Atop a massive star in the clouds was a tall palace. Inside the palace, dressed in royal robes, stood a mysterious man quietly reading a set of documents in his hands. Although he did not say or do anything, he did not express any anger or displeasure either. Although the Yun family has obtained the soul cultivation liquid, things do not seem very good. As he spoke to himself, he saw a beautiful lady gracefully walking over. The curves of his mouth moved as he frowned and smiled faintly. The lady was as beautiful as a drawing. Her waist was curvaceous, and with every step she took, her beauty attracted everyone around her. Beloved, tell me how much confidence the Cheng family has in this upcoming fight. Although it was gentle, the man's voice hid a tinge of immense, fearsome power. Your Highness, the Cheng family is 5 times more confident in this sky-revoking battle than before. However, we hope that your Highness would allow the talented lady from the Zheng family to assist us in the battle. That way, we would have yet another weapon to use against our enemy, the beautiful lady replied respectfully. Even if that member of the Yun family makes a move, they still won't control the battle. The man's eyes darted across as he nodded coldly. Okay, but you have to tell the elders of your clan. I have the power to bring them up, so I naturally also have the power to bring them back down. Do you understand? Rest assured, your Highness. The Cheng family will always stay loyal to your family. We will not waver or betray your Highness the same way the Yun family did. As the girl lowered her head even further, her eyes looked even more fearful. The man nodded. The moment he reached out with his hand to help the lady up, the golden communication device on his wrist began to ring loudly. What? Yet another person who broke the Supreme Hall's record. The person in question hails from the Blue Rain Empire. The man shouted before saying, search for Kabu as quickly as possible. Actually, get me the fastest means of transport so I can look for Mr. Kabu. Although the lady had also received the same message, she couldn't care less. Her face was full of surprise as she asked, "Your Highness, this isn't real, is it? When have you ever heard fake news from the Supreme Hall?" The man replied solemnly, "How foolish can you be to doubt the authority of the Supreme Hall? Even the Zheng family, let alone the Cheng family, does not have the courage to doubt the Supreme Hall." The lady, who immediately realized her mistake, replied meekly, "I was wrong, Your Highness. Search for Master Kabu. Regardless of who finds him, nobody is allowed to treat him with disrespect." The man's eyes darted around uneasily, making it hard for the people around him to discern what he was thinking about. Zheng Feng, Yuan Zheng, Crown Prince Nanshan and the others were gathered together, so they practically saw the message from the Supreme Hall at the same time and received the order to search for Kabu. The entire Blue Rain Empire seemed to get mobilized in an instant. Countless people started a massive search for an array master called Kabu. Or a future array master, to be specific. Kabu, who had been struck by a virtual golden mountain, was currently being roused groggily. He shook his head, slowly recalling the events that had occurred, when a light beeping sound started to ring out in 2s and 3s. Chapter 365, The Secret Godly Lotus Seal. Our respects to Mr. Kabu. The Supreme Hall has transferred you 100 million Blue Rain dollars. Congratulations on becoming the 1,300th Supreme Powerhouse to break the Supreme Hall's record. Our respects to Mr. Kabu. Your assets have exceeded 100 million Blue Rain dollars, so from this day on, you are a high-grade customer of our bank. Our respects to Mr. Kabu. You have broken the Supreme Hall's record, so you have automatically become an Empire Lord. The numerous notifications disoriented Lionhead Kabu, who felt as if his mind had short-circuited. He actually even had a hard time thinking properly. 100 million Blue Rain dollars. High-grade bank customer, Empire Lord. Kabu had been yearning to achieve these things, yet he had never imagined that they would become a reality. How did it feel to be smashed by a mountain of gold? Ha ha, that feeling could only be described with one word, pleasant. The ecstatic Kabu, who felt dazed by this sudden good fortune, waved his hands around excitedly, as though he had forgotten everything. As Kabu started getting carried away, he felt a wave of energy come from the virtual void and push against him. When he opened his eyes, he saw his race's Grand Elder beaming at him. The Grand Elder, who had a star grade, cultivation base, had always been very critical, so Kabu had been rather afraid of him. It must have been hard to keep this a secret, Master Kabu. The Grand Elder's voice was mild. This unprecedented attitude caused the warm, fuzzy feeling in Kabu's heart to vanish completely. He actually felt really confused. What was the Great Elder trying to do? Why would he say this for no reason? This Great Elder had always been called a smiling lion. Why was he staring at Kabu this way? Had he found out about his affair with his concubine? 1. The use of the phrase, smiling lion, is wordplay for, smiling tiger, which is a Chinese phrase used to describe someone with a fake smile that is very wicked on the inside. Kabu didn't wish to continue this illicit relationship with the concubine, as feeling on edge all the time wasn't very pleasant. However, he felt helpless whenever he heard her tender voice. His heart melted every time, and his brain couldn't think logically anymore. That feeling of pleasure couldn't be put into words. Unfortunately, if the Great Elder discovered this, nothing good would come out of this situation. As he thought about this, Kabu's body tensed up. He felt like his body wasn't even listening to his commands as he heard the Great Elder say, "You are the pride of Lionhead people, Master Kabu." Ha ha ha, from now on, I don't think anyone will dare say that Lionhead people aren't intelligent. You broke the record Master Tianhe made when he was young. Therefore, you are the pride of all Lionhead people, as well as the pride of the entire Blue Rain Empire. What? He had broken Master Tianhe's record. Who was Master Tianhe and how had Kabu become? While Kabu was confused, he saw a man who was glowing like the sun suddenly appear before him. Master Kabu, I am the Vice Commander of the Zhendong Palace, the man said sincerely. I am here under the orders of my Lord Father, who asked me to invite you to become a vassal of the Zhendong Palace. This man was a member of the royal family. Kabu started trembling uncontrollably. He had never imagined that he would actually become a vassal of the Zhendong Palace one day. He had heard that even the servants working at the Zhendong Palace were given at least 100,000 Blue Rain dollars a year. This good fortune was just too sudden. I am Nanshan from the Zhendong Palace. My Lord Father wishes to meet you and requests that you come with me immediately. Crown Prince Nanshan, who had a Star 9 grade cultivation base, maintained an elegant, classy smile. Kabu was clearly stupefied. He stammered, but the only words that came out were in bits and pieces. Actually, he didn't know what to say. All he could do was follow Crown Prince Nanshan mechanically as they headed to the Jundong Palace. Luo Yunyang naturally didn't know what was going on with the Lionhead people. When his consciousness returned from the virtual void, he chucked his communication device aside and started cultivating in seclusion. Luo Yunyang was very clear on the contents of the secret godly lotus seal. According to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's memories, the cultivation of the first lotus seal was the most important. One could say that the first lotus seal was the foundation of all the lotus seals. The most crucial part of the first lotus seal was controlling a small portion of mind power and assimilating it within the lotus seal. The objective of the cultivator was not letting it crumble as it took shape. The Jade Ridge Star Lord had spent over 10 years condensing the first lotus seal in his mind and assimilating traces of mind power to form a complete mind power lotus seat. Although the Jade Ridge Star Lord had had experience in every step, there was a gulf between experience and personal control. Every bit of condensation was very important. Soon, a scarlet lotus seat with fire attributes slowly started to gather. Just as Luo Yunyang got a little delighted, the scarlet lotus seat crumbled with a bang. Luo Yunyang wasn't discouraged by these circumstances. He had already mentally prepared himself before cultivating. Thus, he gave it a second try right away. Compared to the first try, his second try was even less smooth. The scarlet lotus seat had just started to take shape when it crumbled in his mind. Luo Yunyang had a third try, a fourth try, a fifth try. He cultivated and failed again and again. In the end, he actually lost count of how many times he had failed. As days and nights passed, the snow on the Great Snow Mountain Peak increased. Luo Yunyang was sitting in a lotus position on top of the Great Snow Mountain, looking like a statue covered in frost. He was like an ice sculpture that made no sound. A snow eagle suddenly descended from the sky. This eagle had come from a faraway place. Perhaps it was really tired, because it glided down gently and landed on Luo Yunyang's head. This was not the first time it had landed on this ice sculpture. It liked landing there, as it could overlook the entire domain of the Great Snow Mountain from that place. Although it hadn't become a dire beast yet, thanks to its recently budding intellect, it was filled with ambition. It wanted to grow and evolve. It wanted to. Just as the snow eagle's heart filled with hopes and dreams, it suddenly sensed a scarlet lotus flower in its mind. The lotus flower was revolving gently. In just an instant, vast blazes sprouted around. The snow eagle was only able to cry piteously before its body hit the ground. Although it still breathed, it had lost consciousness, which meant that it would never ever be able to fly into the horizon again. Luo Yunyang slowly widened his eyes. There was no emotion in his expression. He looked as though he didn't feel anything. As several thoughts went through his head, a scarlet lotus flower flew out of his mind. In an instant, it landed on a mountain peak. Surging flames sprouted from the lotus flower like plumes of flame dragons and engulfed the large mountain, turning it into a scarlet volcano. In just a moment, the lotus flower flew into the sky and turned into a massive seal that contained all the refined power as it smashed into the mountain peak. Although there were no shaking motions or vibrations, the mountain peak was turned into dust in the blink of an eye. The fundamental lotus seal of the secret godly lotus seal was finally complete. Greetings, Supreme One. Master Xin Yuan flew over and bowed respectfully before Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang waved his hands and said, "What day is it?" "It will be New Year's Day in 9 days, Supreme One," Master Xin Yuan replied respectfully. 9 days till New Year's. This meant that Luo Yunyang had spent 3 months cultivating this fundamental lotus seal. 3 months wasn't quick, yet when it came to cultivating the secret godly lotus seal, it wasn't considered too long either. The Jade Ridge Star Lord had spent 10 years cultivating the first lotus seal, so Luo Yunyang had spent much less time in comparison. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was that the Jade Ridge Star Lord's experiences had allowed him to take many shortcuts, and the second was that he had been able to use his attribute regulator to raise his mind power to a whole new level. The stronger his mind attribute was, the greater his control over his mind power was. Luo Yunyang quickly opened the attribute regulator and went through it, looking at all the silver figures. Power: 1113 fire, 998 ice, 12 wood, 9 speed, 9 mind, 104 fire, 6 array formation intent, 1 Constitution, 214 Dragon Bloodline, 15 Golden Body, 13 Fire, 153 Ice, 0.568 Wood, 0.47 True Intent, 2134 Indiscriminate Bloody Massacre, 49 Bloody Sun Overhead, 49 Decimation, 9.9 Ice Fire, 7.6 Yin Yang True Intent. 2 Condensing 1 Lotus Seal had actually caused his mind power to rise considerably. However, this increase in his mind power wasn't Luo Yunyang's final objective. His ultimate goal was splitting this Lotus Seal. According to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's cultivation experience, the second Lotus Seal was achieved by splitting the first Lotus Seal. In order for the first Lotus Seal to split, the mind power required to form the first Lotus Seal had to be doubled. This was something that even a powerhouse like the Jade Ridge Star Lord needed to cultivate, comprehend and use treasures to achieve. However, Luo Yunyang found it very easy. As he used his attribute regulator, the second Lotus Seal quickly took form in his mind. Then, a third and a fourth took form. As he used the attribute regulator, over 300 Lotus Seals quickly formed in his mind. Every Lotus Seal could be used to battle individually or in layers. The power of these layers was 100 times stronger than the power of just using the Lotus Seed alone. According to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's memories, the power of 300 layers of Lotus Seeds was comparable to a Star 2 grade powerhouse's attack. Although the Heaven Battling Ape Dragon Chart Fire Source Core had already reached the Planet 9 grade, if Luo Yunyang wanted to defeat a Planet 9 grade powerhouse, he would still need to use his attribute regulator. However, thanks to the 300 Lotus Seed layers, his combat strength had risen by at least 1 grade. After restoring his attributes to their original state, the sea of Lotus Seals in Luo Yunyang's mind rapidly withered up. Although they didn't vanish, without the support of his mind attribute, they all shrunk to the size of sesame seeds. Luo Yunyang felt a slightly pressing need as he gazed at the tiny Lotus Seals in his mind. He had already reached this boundary, so what he needed now was to quickly boost his mind power. There were many items that could restore and strengthen his mind power in the shops within the virtual void. However, they were all really expensive. Chapter 366, The Sky-Revoking Battle, How many blue rain dollars do you have? Luo Yunyang asked, glancing at the 10 heaven-grade source beasts that had pledged their allegiance to him. Boss, you know me, I exchanged my many years' worth of savings for a bloodline evolution liquid. My account is emptier than my face. The Dark Ice Devil Leopard was the first to speak out pitifully. Luo Yunyang studied the Dark Ice Devil Leopard, who had a full face of color-morphed facial hair, with a smile. Seems like you have a lot of money then. The 9 other heaven-grade source beasts burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the Dark Ice Devil Leopard looked offended. Boss, I really don't have any money. Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on the sky-ripping golden rock, who flapped his wings and said, Boss, you know me, my specialty is destruction, so I haven't accumulated anything over the years. Damn it, if I knew how well the little leopard was living his life, I would have robbed him. He even managed to get a bottle of bloodline evolution liquid. Although the Dark Ice Devil Leopard seemed worried and afraid, he was in fact unconcerned about this. The other top 10 heaven-grade source beasts subsequently confided in Luo Yunyang how poor they were. As he heard them whine about how poor they were, Luo Yunyang secretly joked to himself that maybe he was a little too cash-strapped to consider borrowing money from them. Their combined assets would probably be even less than his own. You guys have been in the virtual void for some time now. What is the most profitable thing one could do? Luo Yunyang asked helplessly. Robbery. Force is better than negotiation. If you robbed the Emperor Star, we would be able to have anything we wanted. The sky-ripping golden rock chimed in rather supportively. Luo Yunyang's eyes flashed and a scarlet lotus seal landed forcefully in the sky-ripping golden rock's mind. Although the lotus seal that Luo Yunyang used this time lacked the support of mental power, the burning flames nearly made the sky-ripping golden rock jump. If Luo Yunyang was able to rob the Emperor Star, would he still care about the noble title of the Blue Rain Empire? Boss, as people say, when you've hit rock bottom, you have to come up with a new approach. We have tried a lot of methods, but it really isn't easy to earn Blue Rain dollars in the Blue Rain Empire. The heaven-grade Divine Sparrow pointed to a new scar around his left eye. I took an escort mission for a mere 10,000 Blue Rain dollars and I nearly died on the job. 10,000 Blue Rain dollars was a huge sum for everyone present. However, No one asked the heaven-grade divine sparrow to lend that money to Luo Yunyang. After all, this was money he had earned by risking his life. As Luo Yunyang looked at the scar around the left eye of the heaven-grade divine sparrow, he could guess what the heaven-grade divine sparrow had gone through to earn that money. Although Luo Yunyang had confidence in himself, he was aware that if he accumulated resources like the heaven-grade divine sparrow, it would take him many years to fix up the lotus seal in his mind. Is there any other way? Luo Yunyang no longer spoke with the confidence he'd had at the beginning. Boss, there really is no other way. If there had been, we would have already earned that money, said the heaven-grade divine sparrow. Before they'd come to the Blue Rain Empire, they had been able to do as they pleased in the Divine Beast Wasteland. However, ever since they had entered the Blue Rain Empire, they'd realized they were lacking in too many aspects. Unimaginable treasures dazzled their eyes, but they unfortunately had no money. Boss, it would be awesome if you were well versed in array formation. I've heard that an apex-level figure whose name I can't recall broke the record in the Supreme Hall and instantly became the center of attention. He also received 100 million Blue Rain dollars. The eyes of the Dark Ice Devil Leopard were full of envy. Luo Yunyang had visited the Supreme Hall. He had been certain that he would succeed, but in the end he had failed to accomplish anything. Thus, he couldn't help but sigh. That's not easy either. Of course it's not. The records left by the supreme-level martialists are not so easy to break after all. The heaven-grade divine sparrow's face suddenly turned solemn. However, we still have a chance, boss. The battle of the revoking sky is about to begin. The Yun family is now recruiting people. It seems that the treatment is not too shabby, but there are obviously many dangers as well. The Yun family again. The look on Luo Yunyang's face changed automatically. Yunxi, who gave Luo Yunyang a strange feeling, had refused to meet him in the virtual void. Luo Yunyang knew very well why, yet the more she acted this way, the stronger his urge to see her got. If it had not been for the costly mind-boosting pills required for the Godly Lotus secret seal, Luo Yunyang would have used another method to contact Yunxi. What is the battle of the revoking sky? Shortly after reminiscing about Yunxi, Luo Yunyang reorganized his thoughts and focused his attention on the battle of the revoking sky. Well, in order to talk about this battle, we must first start from the establishment of the entire Blue Rain Empire. The first Emperor of the Blue Rain Empire divided the families that took part in the campaign into 16 territories. Those 16 territories are now the 4 kings and 12 dukes. The 4 kings and 12 dukes were not exactly all peaceful and cozy. There is a ranking dispute between them. Those that ranked high were directly given a king status. This ranking is not based on the highest level of strength, but it is divided into 3 categories: the star, planet and nebula grade battles. Do you know why the Nan family is treating the array formation master who broke the record so generously? It's because of the impending sky-revoking battle. As the sky-ripping golden rock spoke, the topic of conversation suddenly changed. The sky-revoking battle is about accumulating total points. Although point distribution is the highest during a battle, array formation, pill cultivation, and weapon refining account for a significant amount of points too. With an expert on their side, they have basically already secured the array formation points of the sky-revoking battle. What the sky-ripping golden rock said sounded a tad complicated. However, Luo Yunyang was able to comprehend it rather quickly. The focus of this competition was not just the battle, but also the combined efforts of every other section. The member of the Yun family with the suppressive aura didn't seem simple. Now that the sky-revoking battle was about to start, Luo Yunyang had a nagging feeling that something was brewing. How often does the sky-revoking battle take place? I've heard that it happens once in every 3,000 years. However, for an unknown reason, it once started before even 2,000 years had passed. The sky-ripping golden rock chuckled. Luo Yunyang suddenly came to a realization. The heaven-grade divine sparrow, who was beside him, also understood. Boss, this particular fight is no small deal. Although this is a rare opportunity, it comes with great danger too, the heaven-grade divine sparrow said while glancing at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang nodded. This directly affected the position and ranking of the kings and dukes that participated, so it was unclear what kind of people would be involved. However, Luo Yunyang also sensed that this was a huge, rare opportunity. Thanks to the attribute regulator, his cultivation was faster than the average person's. However, he'd had no confidence in breaking through to the star grade until now. Besides, Yunxi was determined to erase any traces of their relationship. Would he be able to just look on helplessly as she wandered towards the abyss? Fortunately, we are not noble members of the Yun family. If we were, we would be in a tough spot right now. The sky-ripping golden rock couldn't help but sigh in relief. Noble members of the Yun family. Luo Yunyang stared at the sky-ripping golden rock. His eyes suddenly lit up as he instantly understood the meaning of this. In order to erase all traces of her contact with Luo Yunyang, the thoughtful Yunxi had. Do you know what the Yun family needs now? Luo Yunyang asked, looking at the sky-ripping golden rock. An array master. I heard that most of the array masters who served the Yun family have already announced that they will return to the array master union to participate in the seclusion training, said the sky-ripping golden rock with a trace of disdain. An array master. Luo Yunyang was slightly skeptical about his array formation skills. Although he had been clearly confident about succeeding in the Supreme Hall, well, I will join the Yun family as their array master. On a navy blue planet a few galaxies away from the Da Alliance, Yunxi was sitting in a treasure hall made out of jade, quietly dealing with official affairs. Her brows were slightly furrowed while the pen in her hand was moving at a high speed, quickly getting through her pile of work. Even though she was the person in charge of the Yun family, the more she did, the more stressed she felt. It seemed as if dark clouds were looming over her. Her marquis had been rebelling, while the offerings to her family had been dwindling. Insignificant news was magnified as it arrived in hordes, especially when the emperor agreed to the sky-revoking battle. All this made Yunxi feel like the Yun family was a crumbling house that could collapse at any time. She understood very well the purpose of the sky-revoking battle. It was not about the ranking this time, but rather about forcing her father to put up a fight and checking out the extent of his wounds. If he didn't take part or was deemed too weak, this probing wind would turn into a gale or a giant thunderstorm. As these thoughts flashed by one, Yunxi frowned even further. She was one of the few members of the family who were aware of the extent of her father's injuries. The more she knew, the more helpless she felt. Big sister, go take a look at those bastards in the refining hall. Our family has been providing for them for so many years, yet now they plan on getting up and leaving. They are hitting us while we are down. Yunxi shook her hand and said, the sky will rain if it wants, and a young lady will get married if she wishes to. The human heart is uncontrollable, brother. Let them leave if they want to. When the young man saw his sister react so calmly, his anger was soon extinguished as well. All he did was sigh deeply. Has your recruitment notice helped find anyone yet? Yunxi changed the topic as she glanced at her brother. The young man's face turned uglier as he snorted, I will withdraw the recruitment notice later. There has not been even a single person, damn it. Suddenly, the young man's communication device rang. He glanced at the device with a grin on his face before he said, oh. Someone has actually signed up. Chapter 367, Swindler. Swindler. As Yunxi looked at the excited young lad, the corners of her mouth curved up into a smile. She was relieved that her younger brother was happy. Although the young lad was a little willful, the family needed talent. They needed people who were willing to fight for the clan. The recruitment process also had to be stringent so that they only recruited the best. Her brother's recruitment methods were questionable, as he seemed to recruit almost anyone he could find. At this rate, he would only be attracting cheats and swindlers. Although she did not say this, Yunxi knew in her heart that since the large building was about to collapse, she might as well let the people in it be happy momentarily. At least they wouldn't seem so miserable all the time. I am going to meet the chap who signed up, big sister. The young lad glanced at Yunxi, looking extremely proud. Yunxi nodded her head. Think things through over and over before you act, Yunsen. Make sure you avoid getting into a fight with other people. Yunsen immediately opened his communication device and entered the virtual void so excitedly that he didn't even respond to his sister's words before leaving. He owned a small courtyard in the virtual void, so he allowed the candidate to wait for him there. The moment his consciousness entered the small courtyard, he heard a knocking sound on the door. Yunsen went to open the door on his own, without waiting for his attendants to arrive. He instantly felt a sense of disappointment when he saw that the candidate was a teen around his age. If he were a planet-grade array master, shouldn't he look mature and steady? Unless he did not care about his outer appearance. You are the person who wants to become the Yun family's array master? Yunxi asked dully. Luo Yunyang felt the same disappointment when he saw Yunsen. He had hoped that the person who would meet him would be Yunxi. However, the person receiving him was a young lad who was 16 or 17 at best. What was going on? I am an array master, Luo Yunyang replied confidently as he thought about his array formation intent. Do you have the badge? Yunsen hesitated slightly before asking the next most reasonable question. There were different grades even among array masters. The masters of these grades were awarded different badges by the council. Thus, the best way to determine the capabilities of an array master was by looking at the badge they owned. Luo Yunyang obviously did not have a badge. Although he would like to have one, it would cost him 100,000 blue rain dollars to make one. It wasn't possible for him to make such a badge, considering that he only had 1,000 blue rain dollars left in his bank account. Nope, badges are toys meant for the low-rank array masters, he replied. If the person receiving him was actually a seasoned veteran, Luo Yunyang might actually have let himself be subjected to a round of testing. However, this was a child, so he felt that there was no need to waste his time. Although Yunsen was young and sometimes naive, he wasn't stupid. He recalled the numerous times his mother had warned him about the swindlers in the area and immediately branded Luo Yunyang as one. As he thought that all his efforts to recruit talent had only attracted this swindler, Yunsen felt enraged. This young swindler was actually even more evil than the people who had not come forward during the recruitment process. Those people must have had their own reasons for not turning up. Plus, some of them might have preferred not to get involved in this messy situation. However, this chap was definitely up to no good. He would be too nice if he just sent him away with a reprimand. As his heart filled with anger and hatred, Yunsen feigned surprise and asked, "Are you actually telling the truth?" Luo Yunyang did not pay much attention to the teen's expression. To him, trying to convince this young lad was merely child's play. It was basically just a waste of his time. This is definitely real. Have you seen the best array masters go after some silly badges? Luo Yunyang waved his hand before he added, "Oh, I forgot. Tell me about the salary you are offering. You must know about the Yun family's foundation. What I am trying to say is that the salary the Yun family pays is definitely the best in the market." The smile on Yunsen's face intensified as he pretended to make a generous offer. "If you win the first battle, I will give you 100,000 blue rain dollars. From the second round onwards, I will give you an increment of 100,000 blue rain dollars for every round that you win. What do you think?" 100,000 blue rain dollars wasn't the usual sum one would receive for such a job. This was way higher. Luo Yunyang had already intended to help Yunxi, so he had no reason to turn down this offer. "That's fine. However, I am a little cash-strapped right now. Would you mind lending me a little money to spend?" Luo Yunyang, who immediately saw the similarities between the young lad and Yunxi, was able to determine Yunsen's identity. There was an 80% chance that this young lad was Yunxi's brother, which meant that he would also be Luo Yunyang's little brother. Since they were going to be related, there was no need to wait for the ceremony. What was Yunsen's was also Luo Yunyang's. Yunsen was fuming silently. His recruitment notice had already been frowned upon by quite a few different family elders. If he was robbed of 100,000 blue rain dollars, that would be a big embarrassment. How shameless could this swindler be to immediately ask for some cash to spend? However, Yunsen thought that it would be too nice to just chase the swindler away. After pondering the situation for a moment, he came up with another idea. 100,000 blue rain dollars was basically the amount of money Yunsen spent on tea and snacks on a regular basis. Of course, this was just him boosting his own morale. Giving you 100,000 blue rain dollars won't be a problem. However, if you want to take that money, you have to at least prove your identity in some way, Yunsen said with a laugh. Prove his identity? Luo Yunyang didn't think that this young lad was planning anything. He just had a feeling that he was treating his future brother-in-law nicely. "This document proves my nobility," said Luo Yunyang as he retrieved the document. Yunsen confirmed his theory by studying the document. This punk was definitely of dubious origin. He had taken his act all the way there. How despicable. This was pure evil. If he did not teach this punk a lesson, he would persist in his swindling ways. "Oh, so it's Lord Luo. I am eternally grateful to you. Ha 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 ha." After hearing the way Yunsen addressed him, Luo Yunyang replied loftily, "It's no bother. I am merely a low-rank nobleman. However, you will have to try hard to catch up with me in the future, young lad." As soon as he said this, Luo Yunyang realized that his words had come out a little wrong. "Ha ha, you were right, Lord Luo. Who knows, I might exceed you in terms of ranking in the future." said Yunsan as he took out a duke medal and placed it on his wrist. Although he was not too concerned about noble titles, Luo Yunyang still knew a little about the ranking system of the Blue Rain Empire. This young punk was actually a duke. Damn it, he had bragged to this lad about catching up with him. Ha ha ha, the best way to earn your way up and not rely on your family background is to get ahead in rankings, young lad. You cannot just rely on the past achievements of your family. After all, these glorious moments are moments of the past. A long, difficult road lies ahead of you, so you will have to rely on your own abilities to achieve a success similar to mine. Luo Yunyang's serious manner left Yunsan speechless. This punk was just too shameless. You are right, Lord Luo. I will definitely work hard in the future. Could you leave behind your document? The Yun family would like to get some publicity during the upcoming sky revoking battle. You wouldn't mind, right? When he took a glance at who he assumed would become his younger brother and thought about the fact that he was about to earn 100,000 Blue Rain dollars, Luo Yunyang decided to magnanimously leave the document behind. It was virtual anyway. After chatting with Yunsan for a bit more, Luo Yunyang took the 100,000 Blue Rain dollars and left that place happily. Just moments before deciding to help the Yun family, he had still been struggling to cough up even a few thousand Blue Rain dollars. Now that he had earned these 100,000 Blue Rain dollars, everything had been resolved. Luo Yunyang took the 100,000 Blue Rain dollars and went to the shop that sold herbs. There, he bought a vial of pills that would replenish his mind power. He had already restored his lotus mark, so all that was left to do now was recover his mind power. Although he only bought a vial, he still paid a hefty 80,000 Blue Rain dollars. Luo Yunyang realized that his money was running out quickly. When he exited the virtual void, he began to look into his memories for array formation skills so that he could quickly improve his current skills and increase the speed at which he created and destroyed arrays. After an indefinite amount of time, the sound of hasty footsteps made Luo Yunyang raise his head. He suddenly saw the dark ice devil leopard hastily rush in his direction. The leopard must have lost his mind. How dare he disrupt his training? Though this was what he thought in his mind, Luo Yunyang did actually favor the dark ice devil leopard quite a bit. Thus, the sight of it running over hastily caused him some displeasure. Quick, boss, take a look at the message on your communication device. Luo Yunyang, who had no idea what the dark ice devil leopard was talking about, suddenly had a bad feeling. He immediately turned on his communication device and went right to the global broadcasting. The first thing that caught his eye was a picture of him standing tall and upright. The picture depicted him as a powerful, impressive individual glowing with health and vigor. However, the words at the bottom caused Luo Yunyang to fume like mad. The Blue Star Overlord says that whoever carries the badge of an array master isn't worth much. These words sounded very familiar. He could actually have uttered them himself at some point in time. However, they also seemed to be filled with hatred. Luo Yunyang suddenly realized that this wasn't all. Right below this picture was another picture of himself, deep in thought. Below that picture were two more sentences. He would use his fist to beat Nanshan Kabu and his feet to kick the lady from the Zheng family. Whoever used array formation to sweep across the heavens was alone in the world. Luo Yunyang scrolled through the webpage at the speed of light, quickly studying its contents. He realized that it was full of malicious advertisements about him. This time, he had made quite a name for himself in the Blue Rain Empire. Chapter 368. The beginning of the sky-revoking battle. Yunsan sat in his own small room, leisurely admiring a picture with a smug look on his face. He reckoned that that swindler's face would have turned green by now. If he'd thought that the Yun family was dying, then he had severely underestimated them. Hadn't he heard that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse? This time, he'd be the one who would lose. Even though the Yun family was deteriorating every day, a country bumpkin like him still couldn't afford to offend them. What are you doing, little bro? The Yun family's third prince chided in a stern voice as he walked in. Yunsan, who didn't fear his own brother, giggled. I am just settling the score, third brother. If that swindler wants to come over here and con our money, then I will show him that daddy is not cheated that easily. 100,000 Blue Rain dollars is like giving alms to beggars. He got the money, and I used him to set an example. If anyone dares to come over and try to take advantage of us in the future, I will use him as a warning. The Yun family's third prince glanced at Yunsan's pleased expression and shook his head. 100,000 Blue Rain dollars might not be considered much, little brother, but did you know that your actions have offended Master Kabu greatly? So what if he was offended greatly? He didn't accept our family's invitation, yet he has been treated pretty nicely. If I'd wanted to deal with him, I would have gone all out, Yunsan said indignantly. The Yun family's third prince shook his head, but didn't linger on this topic. Instead, he changed the subject. That fellow that you conned is in trouble. You might not know this, but many people are already clamoring to teach him a huge lesson. Really? That's just great. Yunshi roared with laughter before he said delightedly, brother, do you think he'd be so remorseful as to contemplate suicide? Perhaps. The third prince rubbed his little brother's head and chuckled. Actually, you have done rather well, little bro. We should show the people trying to gain petty advantages over our family that, even if they don't die, they will have to fork out a huge price. Although Yunsan clenched his fists tightly, he appeared kind of solemn. The two of them were part of the Yun family's youngest generation, so they had always been the ones to stir up trouble. However, when trouble was stirred up this time, they felt like injured wolves. The fact that the Blue Star Overlord and Yunsan had been spending loads of blue rain dollars was already the talk of the town. Even the sky-ripping Golden Rock and the other great heaven-grade source beasts could already sense a storm approaching. Luo Yunyang used the vial of mind power replenishing pills. Thanks to the help of the flying craft that delivered the medicine, he reached the Blue Rain Empire's core, the Wind Soul Star. The enormous Wind Soul Star was a few hundred times larger than the Da Alliance's territory after the massive changes the planet had experienced. Furthermore, the sixth factor there was immensely thick. In the imperial capital, as well as some mountain ranges, the sixth factor formed layers of clouds and mist. When Luo Yunyang arrived at the Wind Soul Star, the people gathered there were still increasing. The majority of them had stern expressions, but there were also some people who appeared clearly nervous. The sky-revoking battle of the 4 kings and 12 dukes was about to start. The first match would be the Star-Grade Array Formation battle. At all the Wind Soul Star's large and small betting joints, all sorts of bets concerning this Array Formation battle had already been placed. The contestant with the lowest payout was the Nan family, which included Master Kabu, while the one with the highest payout was the Yun family. Although Yunsan had launched a lot of domineering advertisements about Luo Yunyang, the more he promoted him, the more people thought that the Yun family was about to go extinct. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to make such a big scene. You really came. This was the first thing Yunsan said when Luo Yunyang found him at the address he had given him. Luo Yunyang, who didn't know that he had been conned by this fellow, chuckled and told Yunsan, it seems like you didn't expect me to return. Why wouldn't I? You are an expert I spent a lot of money hyping up. Ha ha, I spent over 100,000 blue rain dollars on you. Did you know that this was my entire annual allowance? 100,000 blue rain dollars was his annual allowance. Luo Yunyang felt like grumbling. Taking 100,000 from this fellow was too little. You are very generous indeed. However, you actually don't have to do this. Defeating these people shouldn't be much of an issue. Luo Yunyang's self-confidence increased as he started to understand military strategy better. Yunsan eyed the calm Luo Yunyang with gritted teeth. How could this fellow keep up his act at such a time? Did he really think that Yunsan was so easy to take advantage of? Yunsan immediately put on a beaming expression. Then I shall watch your performance. The array formation competition is tomorrow. You have to help me take back the 5 array formation points, no matter what. Suddenly, star-like coins appeared in his hand. Yunsan giggled and said, if you help me accomplish this, then these star coins will be your reward for your service. Reward for his service. As he gazed at them, Luo Yunyang could sense that these star coins contained some sort of energy. Although this energy wasn't much, based on what he sensed, it seemed like it was higher than source power. Can I take a look at these star coins? Of course not. Each star coin is worth 10,000 blue rain dollars. I had to save many years for them. Of course, if you help the Yun family win, they will all be yours. Yunsan acted as though he had complete control over the star coins that he was toying with in his hands. Luo Yunyang gazed at Yunsan without saying anything else. To him, Yunsan was nothing more than a playful child. Are the two of us the only ones participating on behalf of your family? Luo Yunyang changed the topic in an effort to find out Yunshi's whereabouts. Of course we are not. However, you are the able person I recruited, so you will have to act alone and stay over here with me. When the competition starts tomorrow, we will gather at the Sky Revoking Bottles venue. Yunsan had said the words, able person, very solemnly. Although he was already 100% certain that Luo Yunyang was a swindler, he was still polite while dealing with him. The two of them didn't agree on much, so after eating a little, they each went to rest separately. In the morning, Yunsan led Luo Yunyang to a tall pagoda. For the sake of this sky-overthrowing battle, the monarch has spared no expense and rented a pagoda from the Array Formation Association. It is said that this pagoda entails the entire Array Formation Association's inherited accomplishments. Yunsan was sitting in the chariot with a wide smile as he told Luo Yunyang, "When we arrive at the pagoda, it will be time for you to show off your skills. I will be waiting for you to sweep the floor with Kabu and the little lady from the Zheng family." Although Luo Yunyang found the name Kabu really familiar, he didn't make the connection between this array master and the lionhead he had deceived. That shouldn't be a problem. As the two of them chatted and joked for some time, the magnificent blue steed pulled their carriage towards a massive plaza. Many people were already gathered there. Although most of them kept their voices low, there was still a clamorous buzz all around them. Everyone make a path. The Blue Rain Empire's strongest planet-grade array master, the Blue Star Overlord, has arrived. Shut your mouths and kneel, you scum. Luo Yunyang, who wasn't very familiar with the Blue Rain Empire, scanned his surroundings. He had never imagined that Yunsan would actually say all this. Soon, he realized that countless eyes were looking at him from all directions. Many of them were full of disdain. However, regardless of their attitude, Luo Yunyang knew that he could lose this match and keep his dignity. He absolutely couldn't let these people think that he was afraid at this point in time. Thus, even though he wanted to beat up this little devil called Yunsan, he could only act assured and confident right now. The strongest planet-grade array master. You really know how to blow your own horn. Master Kabu broke the Supreme Hall's record, yet he doesn't brag about himself. The Yun family is really crazy, someone pointed out with righteous indignation. A big number of people chimed in, while others posted on the website displayed on the communication device. Making your presence known on the Sky Vision is fine, but acting like this at the competition venue is disgraceful. Yunsan is an unreliable fellow who doesn't amount to anything. This Blue Star Overlord really makes me laugh. It's said that one needs to be shameless to brag, but I haven't encountered anyone as shameless as this. Hee hee, I want to see how the Blue Star Overlord will act once he enters the pagoda. I dare bet that he won't even pass the second level. He won't even pass the first level. Hee hee, I think this fellow will fall straight to the lowest level. Perhaps, he won't even be able to break the array and enter. As all sorts of discussions sprang up like a torrent, many members of the Yun family felt their faces itching with rage. No matter what was being said, the trouble-making Yunsan was still a member of their family. Yun family's third brother didn't look too good. He knew that his younger brother wasn't reliable, but he had never imagined that he would actually blindly cause such a ruckus. We must teach little Sen a lesson when we return, big sister, the Yun family's third prince said when he noticed the look on Yunshi's face. It's no big deal, he's just a kid acting willfully. Plus, this time, Yunshi shook her head and glanced at the platform in the distance. On the platform was a lionhead clad in gold and silver robes and an elegant lady who was sitting quietly. With these two there, it would be simply impossible for the Yun family to even think about obtaining any points. Chapter 369, Talent Stepping Forward in Big Numbers. The first event of the sky-revoking battle will begin in 5 minutes. All participants please proceed to your location according to your number plates. Latecomers will be disqualified. The broadcast message reverberated throughout the large platforms. Latecomers would be disqualified. These 4 words were not a threat, but an actual non-negotiable fact. Therefore, even the direct descendants of the 4 kings and 12 dukes didn't dare be lackluster. They knew very well that if they lost their place at such an important event, they would not be forgiven easily. Your number plate is 1036. Don't let me down. Yunsan looked at Luo Yunyang confidently. Although this was what he said, deep down in his heart, apart from wanting to torment Luo Yunyang, he was also feeling some grief. Reality was too cruel for anyone to bear, so Yunsan felt completely helpless. He knew clearly that the downfall of the Yun family would begin that day. If his lord father was unable to turn the tide during the last event of the sky-revoking battle, which was also a nebula-grade competition, the Yun family would surely lose its kingly status. If the family's points were too low to obtain a duke status, then the Yun family would surely become a piece of meat that would be devoured immediately. The Blue Rain Empire had never been an affectionate or sentimental place. Yunsan knew this very well, so he didn't expect anyone else to pity them. Of course, he would not let the big fat swindler before him get away scot-free either. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yunsan before nodding calmly and strolling over to his starting position. Big sister, look, who's that? The Yun family's third prince, who was standing next to Yunxi, suddenly whispered. Yunxi, who was sitting on the viewing decks reserved for the Yun family, looked on solemnly. When she turned her head and looked down from the deck, she saw a young man who appeared to be in his 20s moving towards the huge pagoda. As soon as she saw this young man, Yunxi was stunned. His appearance was very special. The third eye on his forehead alone, which was emitting green rays of light, was enough to draw all attention to him. It was Ashen Luo, the #1 array master of the youngest generation of the Tri-Eye family. A middle-aged man standing next to Yunxi gasped in amazement. Ashen Luo, of course, Yunxi had heard of him. She had once thought about hiring this elite, who was considered a genius that appeared once every 4,000 years, to help her family at the array formation event. However, his asking price had been too high. She had never expected that Ashen Luo would show up there. It was a known fact that the Tri-Eye family was one of the most famous array formation clans in the universe. Some people even said that at least 1/10 of the members of the Array Formation Union were also members of the Tri-Eye clan. One could imagine the outstanding level of array formation cultivation this person possessed in order to be considered a rare talent that only appeared once in 4,000 years by the Tri-Eye family. As if sensing the stares of the Yun family, Ashen Luo glanced in Yunxi's direction with a big smile on his face. It's Ashen Luo, we will surely get a good show this time. Many of the Blue Rain Empire martialists watching the event through the sky vision were equally excited. Some budding array masters who understood Ashen Luo's value seemed even more frantic. Ashen Luo, Kabu. There was also a talented woman from the Zheng family who was well versed in array formation. In just a moment, discussions about who was stronger and better started once again. A post discussing the strengths and weaknesses of each participant also appeared, while Ashen Luo was featured as the first in ranking. Although Lionhead Kabu had broken the record of the Supreme Hall, he was behind Ashen Luo and in front of the Zheng family. On this post, some people even disclosed the family that Ashen Luo was representing. The Cheng family was already one of the most outstanding families among the 12 dukes. The monarch's favorite imperial concubine was also a member of that family. The Cheng family hired Ashen Luo to show its great ambition. It seems like the positions of the 4 kings and 12 dukes will undergo some major changes soon. This was the final comment on the post. Below the post, the omniscient poster had added a small note. It has been confirmed that the Blue Star Overlord is a liar hired by the young prince of the Yun family. In order to ensure that this liar gets punished, young Prince Yunsan has spent a fortune. Ha ha, rich people truly know how to toy around with others. The attention this post got was very high. As soon as it was published, almost everyone had seen it. Yunsan, who also saw the post, did not pay attention to the fact that his plan had been discovered. Of course, deep down he was somewhat unhappy, as it was too early for this information to leak out. Without any suspense, there was no fun in toying with that liar. Zheng Feng, Crown Prince Nanshan, Yuan Zheng and other outstanding young members of the Blue Rain Empire had gathered in a grandstand. They were all very clear on the purpose of the sky-revoking battle. The Supreme Emperor of the Blue Rain Empire wanted to change the position of the 4 kings. They were all mere props at this major event, simply invited along to watch the bustling show. What a hefty investment on the Cheng family's part. Yuan Zheng looked at Ashen Luo with a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. Although he knew that the results were irreversible, he felt uncomfortable stepping on someone else to reach greater heights. This time it was the Yun family. Would it be their family next time? The Yun family is in deep sh*t. Unless King Yun isn't injured, things will be. Zheng Feng glanced at Yunxi's position and shook his head gently. If King Yun's injury was light, then Yunxi wouldn't be at the helm of the family. There are still other senior members in the Yun family. This is all because of Yunxi's stubbornness. If she had begged the Nan family, we might have given them Master Kabu. What a pity. Crown Prince Nanshan sighed as he looked at the delicate face and inviolable beauty of Yunxi's eyes while uncontrollably fantasizing about her. Yuan Zheng and Zheng Feng did not speak. Crown Prince Nanshan's love for Yunxi had not developed in a day or two. Perhaps his body was filled with a strange yet wonderful feeling, as good feelings always made people behave better. That could possibly explain why Crown Prince Nanshan seemed a lot less irritable whenever he saw Yunxi. Yuan Zheng and Zheng Feng had seen Crown Prince Nanshan become humble while speaking to Yunxi, sometimes even to the extent of compromising and using flattery, only to get the cold shoulder from her many times. Therefore, they somehow sympathized with him. I don't know who the Blue Star Overlord is, but the Yun family's rascal has toyed with him pretty badly. Yuan Zheng said while shifting his eyes to the crowd. He was very curious about the Blue Star Overlord. However, the huge pagoda had risen up and all the players had already assumed their positions. Hence, Yuan Zheng couldn't find Luo Yunyang. I heard that his photo has been flooding the newsboard for days. I'm afraid that he will no longer be able to make a living in the Blue Rain Empire after this, Zheng Feng said with dismay. As they spoke, the broadcast was heard again. All contestants please prepare. You will appear inside the formation tower in a quarter of an hour and encounter planet-grade array formations ranging from level 1 to level 13. The first to reach the top of the tower will win this event and obtain 5 valuable points. The second to reach it will obtain 4 points, the third 3 points, and the fourth to 10th 1 point each. Luo Yunyang was standing on a red metal block that seemed to have a mysterious connection to the pagoda. As he stood on the block, he felt like his physical body could enter the pagoda at any time. The material used to build the array formation pagoda was unknown. As he stood beneath the pagoda, Luo Yunyang felt a certain pressure passing through. When the starting signal was heard, Luo Yunyang sensed a light ray flash before him. Suddenly, he appeared in a vast white space. Planet 1 grade formation, lost track formation. Luo Yunyang had gone through the memories of the Jade Ridge Star Lord, so he was very knowledgeable about array formations. The moment he saw the array formation, he understood what it was right away. This kind of lost track formation was not difficult to break. Even if he did not adjust his array formation intent attributes, Luo Yunyang would still be able to break it open quickly. There were too many competitors, so he didn't bother disguising his skill. Instead, he adjusted his array formation intent attributes to the highest possible level. Array formation intent was really important for array masters. In both a setup and a breakdown, there had to be array formation intent. The higher the understanding of the array formation intent, the faster the speed of the setup or the breakdown of the array formation. By using the array formation intent, Luo Yunyang found the flaws of this array formation in an instant. He immediately took advantage of this flaw and walked out of the lost track array formation. After the first formation was broken, Luo Yunyang discovered that his position had changed completely. When he looked around, he saw only sea water surrounding him. It was a level 2 array formation called Water Element Array Formation. Although the Water Element Array Formation wasn't too strong in terms of attacking power, it was extremely troublesome. Most people who were trapped in the Water Element Array Formation would have a difficult time leaving it. The flaws of the Water Element Array Formation were hidden in the surging sea waters. Many people at the planet 6 or 7 grade who did not understand the law of the Water Element Array Formation would get trapped in it. However, Luo Yunyang had an insanely high array formation intent, so he walked out of the Water Element Array Formation with just a wave of his arm. There was also a third array formation, a fourth array formation. As Luo Yunyang and the others quickly entered the array formation pagoda towering into the sky appeared extremely dazzling. Light spots were forming on top of the tower. Each light spot represented an array master, while the numbers on the light spots allowed each family to check on its masters. Ashen Luo is strong indeed. With just a snap, he's already broken 3 array formations. What a formidable candidate, someone cried out as he watched the number 1 light spot rising rapidly through the tower. The young lady from the Zheng family, who is second, is also good. Look at her. Although she is not as good as Ashen Luo, she has already broken 2 formations and is now attempting to break her third. Hey, the master from the Yuan family is not bad either. He's also entered the 3rd formation. The Yun family is really miserable. How could no one have entered the 2nd level? It seems like the rumor about their array master's mass quitting must be true. A variety of voices and sounds flooded the surroundings of the viewing platform. However, someone soon discovered that something was wrong. Why is Master Kabu still at the 1st level? Someone finally mentioned Master Kabu, who they were very proud of. This question made everyone cast their eyes on the number 2 tag that represented Master Kabu. This light spot didn't seem to be moving. Chapter 370. Unexpected surprise. the 16th brother has entered the second formation. Someone on the Yun family's stand shouted. More than 20 people had entered the second array formation of the formation tower. However, if a member of the Yun family was able to enter the second stage, it would be considered an unexpected surprise. After all, they had been looking forward to seeing who would enter the second level for far too long. Well, maybe the 16th brother can help us grab 1 point. A sweet-looking young lady from the Yun family said with a straight face. Of course, even though she wasn't certain, she still attracted enthusiastic responses from the people around her. As Yunxi looked at the excited family, she couldn't help but get teary-eyed. She knew that the 16th brother of her family was considered pretty talented among his peers. However, he was still miles apart from the elites taking part in the array formation battle, including Shen Luo, the talented woman from the Zheng family, and Master Kabu. Master Kabu is still in the first round. What is he doing? Someone finally voiced their doubts. If asked who was most likely to win this competition, most people would pick either Shen Luo or Master Kabu. Although Master Kabu was only a lionhead, he belonged to the Blue Rain Empire, so many people supported him. However, Shen Luo had already rushed to the fourth stage. Meanwhile, Master Kabu, who everyone had high hopes for, was still stuck at the first formation. What was he doing? Did he think that his strength was so superior to Shen Luo's that he could skyrocket through the levels and win this event? Nobody could guess what Master Kabu was doing, yet no one doubted that he was not capable enough to win. Shen Luo has reached the 5th floor. He's really fast. Master Kabu still hasn't made any progress. On the website accessible by communication devices, someone had started a live broadcast. We think that there are 2 ways Master Kabu will be able to do this. He will either study the nature of this formation tower and reach the top of the tower in 1 leap, or he will not bother competing against those mediocre scrubs at all. He might just be waiting for an opportunity to dash and skyrocket to the top. Either way, the spectacle will be extraordinary. The continuous updates and battle analysis on the post attracted many people, plenty of whom discussed these 2 possibilities. The young lady from the Zheng family is also very fast. She is now at the 5th level of the formation tower. She has almost caught up with Shen Luo. Oh no, Shen Luo is indeed a genius that only appears once in 4,000 years in the Triad family. He is already at the 6th level. No, I think I was wrong. Above Shen Luo is another person. It's number 1036. He is currently at the 7th. This is too fast. No, he has reached the 8th level. During the live broadcast, some broadcasters suddenly noticed a light spot by the 7th stage of the formation tower. All along, everyone had been using Shen Luo as a benchmark. After all, they'd thought that Shen Luo had always been first. The only person able to antagonize Shen Luo was the one and only Master Kabu. However, Master Kabu was still at the first stage. Although most people were unsure what situation Master Kabu was facing, the crowd's attention was on the 2 people who had the best chance of winning. If it had not been for the live broadcast, no one would have realized that someone had already climbed to the 8th level. Oh my god, he reached the 8th floor of the formation tower in less than 15 minutes. Could someone have invited a dark horse? Quick, check out contestant number 1036. Find out who hired him. Suddenly, Yunxi, Yuan Zheng and the others also noticed contestant number 1036. They had expected some dark horses to emerge in this competition, yet they hadn't expected that they would be so eye-catching. Someone had directly overtaken Shen Luo. The Cheng family member in charge of this array formation event was a middle-aged man in his 40s who was very intelligent and capable. A cold look flashed through his eyes as he studied the light spot representing contestant number 1036. They had called in a lot of favors in return for Shen Luo's appearance to ensure victory. They had only one goal: to secure an absolute advantage in the sky-revoking battle. Besides Shen Luo, they had also hired a lot of expert array masters to keep the Yun family out of the top 20 so that it wouldn't even obtain a point. Everything had so far gone according to plan. However, halfway through the plan, a dark horse with a 1036 tag had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This incident gave him an ominous premonition. He hoped the dark horse hadn't been employed by the Yun family. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Yunsen felt like his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was actually feeling a little stupid. If he hadn't been rooting for the elites of his family, who might be able to move on to the next stage, he would have already left. He had never imagined that the Blue Star Overlord, whom he'd treated as a swindler, would turn out to be a true array master. Although one couldn't say that he had suppressed Ashen Luo, based on their current positions, Ashen Luo was already behind him. The number 1036 had been personally selected for the Blue Star Overlord by Yunsan, so he definitely wouldn't forget it. Had he really misjudged the man? Was he truly an expert? He had to be, otherwise, how could he be that fast? When Yunsan glanced up once again, he noticed that the light spot representing 1036 on the tower had already reached the 10th floor. He was ahead of Ashen Luo by a margin of 3 array formations. Was this for FC King real? There were 3 more floors between the 10th and 13th floor. If they were all broken, then he would place first. If that happened, how would Yunsan explain everything to Big Sis? Could he say that he had hired an expert by accident? Who was contestant number 1036? The spectators watching the event started to search for the information on this number tag. Unfortunately, no one knew who the number belonged to. According to the rules of the Sky Revoking Battle, if a contestant was unwilling to announce who he represented, no one would be able to find out this information until the end of the Sky Revoking Battle. My lady, I believe that this is a good development, regardless of which family that contestant belongs. 2. A refined-looking man from the Yun family who looked like a strategist said in an affirmative tone. He certainly can't be from the Cheng family. The Cheng family has already hired Ashen Luo, so they would never spend a huge amount of resources to hire another expert. Yunshi nodded upon hearing the man's analysis. After all, asking an expert like Ashen Luo to participate wasn't as simple as asking him verbally. It required a lot of resources. It seems like the Cheng family is not the only one going after our family's king status. The Yun family, who had originally been happy about the Cheng family's crisis, immediately ceased to smile. Who would want to become someone else's target? Big sister, I know who this number belongs to, a weak voice muttered. When Yunshi looked up and saw Yunsan's dazed face, she smiled and said, "What happened to you, little bro? Are you going to joke and say that he belongs to the Yun family?" Yunshi smiled as she made fun of Yunsan. The most promising contestant of the Yun family had already been squeezed below the 30th place. This signified that, no matter how many points the others scored, the Yun family wouldn't be the least bit affected. Yunsan simply didn't know how to explain everything to his elder sister. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, "I selected that number for the Blue Star Overlord." Yunshi stared at her younger brother in shock. She didn't know how to react. This unexpected surprise had been too sudden. Meanwhile, the lofty emperor stood on the terrace of the massive imperial palace that overlooked the realm, watching the event silently. His 2 long, thick eyebrows were furrowed tightly. Anyone who was familiar with this supreme figure would understand that His Majesty's current mood wasn't good. The reason he was dissatisfied was naturally the abnormality taking place in the array formation tower. As a monarch, he was in control of everything and enjoyed an unrivaled solidarity. Thus, he didn't like it when unexpected things happened. "Have you found out who 1036 is?" The servant running over and panting heavily was greeted with an emotionless tone. "I couldn't find out, Your Majesty. The owner of this number is too ordinary to stand out, so no one noticed his existence." The servant crouched on the ground, his voice shaking in fear. "The lot of you are supposed to be monitoring the world on my behalf, yet you can't even sense this kind of variability. Tell me, are you really this useless?" The emperor's tone was peaceful yet laced with a strong killing intent. The servant bowed his head while another person rushed in frantically. "Your Majesty, we know, we found out who that man is." The servant crouching down in fear for his life suddenly felt his knees go weak and fell flat onto the ground. If that crazy person had not come running in, his chances of surviving would have been slim. He would surely have died by now. All His Majesty cared about was the result, not the actual process. People were divided into social gradings, yet both superior and inferior individuals tried to reap as many benefits as possible. This might even be true for slaves. Hence, just like His Majesty had said, who would want to raise a useless dog? "Who is it?" the emperor asked frostily, glancing at the man who had just come in. "Your Majesty, this is a message sent by someone on the newsboard of the virtual void." Someone took a picture of his companion before entering the formation tower. There were too many people there at the time, so the people surrounding him were also captured in the image. "This person is wearing the number 1036. The man pressed a button on his communication device and an image showed up, depicting a person with only half his face visible. The young man was wearing casual clothes and staring at the formation tower, his mouth tweaked into a faint smile. When he noticed the man's appearance, the servant who was prostrate on the ground suddenly exclaimed, "Your Majesty." I know who he is. Chapter 371. What a sick way to play. It took Luo Yunyang 3 minutes to reach the 11th array formation, 5 minutes to reach the 12th array formation, another 5 to reach the 13th array formation. When he found himself in a starry sky, he quickly comprehended the changes of the array formation. Suddenly, he found himself engulfed in ecstasy. Luo Yunyang felt a sense of excitement after each array formation level. By overcoming the array formations, he found himself constantly interacting with the Jade Ridge Star Lord's knowledge about them. This sort of interaction made Luo Yunyang both excited and obsessed. So this is how it is. Luo Yunyang's eyes flashed as a golden palm landed on a fist-sized meteorite with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the starry sky collapsed. Luo Yunyang took down the God Punisher star array formation of the planet grade 13th array formation level easily. As the starry sky faded, he found himself in a tall palace. According to the regulations of this event, he had actually reached the highest level. A dazzling golden token was in the middle of the main hall. If he obtained this golden token, the 5 points of the sky-revoking battle would be secured. However, Luo Yunyang's state of mind was currently almost chaotic. No, he actually felt an unsuppressible excitement. His gaze passed through the hall as he looked for a new array formation. He still wanted to take more down. What an excellent array formation! What a good formation! After observing his surroundings, Luo Yunyang discovered that the entire hall seemed pose no threat. However, it was in fact a huge array formation. If it had not been for his superior cultivation in array formation intent, he wouldn't have noticed the presence of this huge array formation. Luo Yunyang, who was already stimulated, had only one thought on his mind. That array formation would be useless for honing his knowledge. Both his eyes stared at the huge array formation. His array formation intent was itching to comprehend and seek out the flaws of the entire formation. However, compared to the previous huge array formations, this particular formation was too strong, far stronger than the God Punisher star array formation. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The eyes of every person on the stands were fixed at the top of the tower. The light spot of contestant 1036 had reached the top. Number 1036 had already won beyond any doubt. Ashen Luo was still on the 10th floor, so it would take him a while to break through. The talented young lady from the Zheng family, who was on the 8th floor, was apparently in a tough spot. The gap between the others and those two was really big. Most people were still struggling on the 2nd floor. Crown Prince Nanshan was about to go crazy. Master Kabu, whom he thought so highly of, was still on the 1st floor. If Master Kabu was indeed waiting for his competition to sizzle down by getting exhausted before making his move, or was planning on taking a sudden leap to the top like the audience had speculated, then why was he still stuck at the first stage while number 1036 was already at the final stage? Nothing could explain the bullshit that was going on. What is wrong with Kabu? Crown Prince Nanshan asked the servant beside him angrily. The servant didn't know how to answer, as the situation before them was really strange. He didn't understand why Master Kabu, who had broken a record and left a heroic tale of his feats, remained motionless at such a crucial moment either. On the viewing terrace of the Cheng family, a middle-aged man in purple robes pursed his lips tightly. He was the person in charge of the array formation event on behalf of the Cheng family, as well as the younger brother of the Duke of the Cheng family. Obtaining 4 points isn't bad, sir. A subordinate next to him said as he trembled. What we have to do now is prevent the Yun family from getting any more points. The middle-aged man nodded and thought about the clan's arrangement. He suddenly grinned and said, "You're right. Our goal isn't to place first." As soon as he said that, his gaze landed on the formation tower once again. Why didn't that person take the token and end this? Everyone watching the game was feeling as puzzled as the middle-aged man. They knew the rules, so they knew that there was no longer a match for contestant 1036. He only needed to reach out with his hand and the whole event would come to an end. The restraint on Yunshi's cold face was evident. On the surface, she looked dead calm, but her heart was experiencing the rush of an undercurrent. It was as if her heart had been shot straight through by number 1036 like a blinding light opening up a sealed world. She couldn't remain indifferent and cold. She couldn't remain calm anymore. As her disappointment turned to ecstasy, the shock and impact of this feeling was too strong. She actually felt like she had lost all her strength. Her entire body felt weak. Although this feeling was awful, it still existed. Why didn't he end this match, little brother? The Yun family's third prince asked. He could no longer wait. I don't know either. Yunsen didn't know what Luo Yunyang was up to. If there had still been any obstacles in front of him, it would have been another thing. However, right now, it was just a matter of reaching out for the token. Look, Ashen Luo has entered the 12th floor. The pretty girl with the big eyes from the Yun family shrieked anxiously. The members of the Yun family were startled by her shriek. Their mood was fluctuating. Victory was in plain sight, so they didn't wish to see any more variables change. Yunsen's face fell as he suddenly recalled something. Is it because I offended him? I've caused so much trouble for him. As Yunsen was mumbling to himself, the lovely girl's voice changed slightly. Ah, he went down to the 12th floor. As she exclaimed, almost every member of the Yun family saw the light spot representing number 1036 drop to the 12th floor. Practically the entire Yun family couldn't help but stand up from its seats. The Yun family's third prince shot a death stare at Yunsen. He knew all about Yunsen's small tricks and had been pretty content with what his younger brother had done in the beginning. After all, he had also considered 1036 a big swindler, so he had never imagined that he was indeed a real genius. He only had his own eyes to blame. Plus, he was an expert array master. Look, he's falling again. He's dropping to the 10th floor. The voice of the cute girl from the Yun family was almost a whimper. Crown Prince Nanshan, Yuan Zheng and the others looked at the rapidly declining 1036 with incredulous looks on their faces. They had never imagined that things would play out like this, yet this was somehow still very entertaining for the people watching. The Zheng family's young lady has reached the 11th floor. Maybe the Zheng family can still place second. Someone who had glanced at the ranking of the young lady began mulling. Meanwhile, someone noticed that the light spot belonging to Ashen Luo had reached the 13th floor. He was just one step away from obtaining the highest points on the 13th floor. The light spot representing number 1036 had reached the 5th floor. There were hundreds of light spots on the 5th floor, so the people on the 5th floor were basically unable to get any rewards. This didn't just apply to the younger generations of all the major families. Even the lofty emperor was paying attention to the falling light spot. What was he doing? This was simply absurd. Did he really just want to take revenge on the Yun family's little boy? A strange look flickered across the emperor's eyes. As the leader of the entire empire, his information network wasn't ordinary. In half a day, he had already fully understood the purpose of Yunsen's unbridled use of publicity. He only had 2 words for this kind of childlike trick: trouble material. These gimmicks could provoke a top-tier individual and make them lament about the variability of life. However, there seemed to be an even cheekier person around. Why would anyone retreat from first place to last? What on earth was that douchebag thinking? Was he fooling around? He was treating an important event of the sky-revoking battle like a circus act. He definitely had to take a look at this clown personally. Your Majesty, that contestant has fallen to the 1st floor. A servant standing aside and looking at the changing light on the pagoda screamed in surprise. The emperor was silent. His gaze fell on an old man who was walking towards him. Before the old man could salute him, he smiled and said, "Isn't this array formation rather interesting, old man?" The old man's eyes were as clear as water as he looked at the light spot that had landed with a soft smile. Just as he was about to speak, the servant wailed again, "Your Majesty, Ashen Luo has reached the top." Victory was basically guaranteed when one reached the top. Therefore, the emperor believed that Ashen Luo wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. As the old man's gaze was on the tower, his calm eyes suddenly turned serious. "What's wrong, Master Du Yun?" As the monarch of the Blue Rain Empire, Lan Tianju was always calm. The person called Master Du Yun was even more unfazed. However, when he saw Master Du Yun's reaction, Lan Tianju's voice became a tad anxious. "How generous." Master Du Yun shook his head as he said emotionally, "I thought that even Ashen Luo could only surprise me a little at best. Who could have expected that there was someone even crazier than him? Yes, this is crazy." He pointed at the formation tower while he added, "This young man. He wants to control the goddamn formation tower." Control the formation tower? Lan Tianju was absolutely stunned. Although he had experienced a lot of things in his life, he had never once thought that someone would want to control the competition stage. That's too much of a risk. Ocean Luo has already reached the end. This event is going to be over soon. Lan Tianju smiled softly and pointed at the top of the tower in an assured manner. Suddenly, a green light shot straight into the air from the top of the formation tower. Chapter 372, The Fabled Dragon Chain. As Ocean Luo held the golden token in his hands, a smile appeared on his tri-eyed face. It was a confident, victorious smirk. However, he quickly wiped off this expression, as he was the sort of person that kept a low profile. Even if he achieved an earth-shattering accomplishment, he still needed to seem emotionless. To the quick-witted Ocean Luo, keeping a low profile was the most impressive way to show off. The planet-grade formation tower wasn't much of a problem for him. Although the 13th level array formation was tricky, he quickly got the hang of things and eventually managed to acquire the golden token. The honor of being the first person to take down the formation tower was really nothing to him. Placing first on such a small stage was not much to be proud of. As Ocean Luo was lost in his own thoughts, a green light emanated from the token in his hand. The blazing green light made Ocean Luo's face lit up with a brilliant smile. He was actually trying hard to restrain himself from laughing. Although competing against a bunch of weak chickens was boring, he still enjoyed the euphoria of the crowd's admiration. The moment the green light rose, all eyes on the stands froze. Although they couldn't see Ocean Luo, who was in the middle of the formation tower, they knew that he had been the one who had taken the token. Sister. Yunsan's mouth felt parched. He didn't know what to say. Every member of the Yun family was anxious over the uncertainty of their future. This time, their mood had undoubtedly taken a roller coaster ride. This feeling of rising and falling was really uncomfortable. However, despite this emotional roller coaster, no one complained about Yunsan. After all, it wasn't just Yunsan who had regarded this person as a fraud. They had all done the same thing. They had never imagined that they would be blindly slandering a genius. The price to pay for such a blunder was very high. That rare individual had traversed to the top and then went back down to the lowest level. Yunxi shrugged at Yunsan as pain filled the depths of her heart. This pain seemed to surge like a tsunami and drown her in her own sorrow. She really didn't want to speak. She didn't know how to express her own emotions. The middle-aged man from the Cheng family suddenly burst out laughing, while the emperor standing on the platform also laughed heartily. Boom! Suddenly, the entire formation tower trembled and the green light spread. Golden light rays shot out of every part of the formation tower like a huge tide, completely engulfing the green light along the horizon in an instant. Then, the huge formation tower contracted rapidly and all the participants in the tower were ejected out of it by a huge repulsive force. Even Ocean Luo, who was holding the golden token, was kicked out. As he surveyed the dazzling golden light, he mouthed two words in shock: dragon chain. What was a dragon chain? Ordinary people and average array masters wouldn't understand. However, Ocean Luo knew what it was perfectly well. Achieving the dragon chain was his ideal objective. According to the explanation of the array formation union, dragon chain was the process whereby a participant cleared the formation tower successfully, took down all the levels in the tower and further extended this difficult task by going against the natural flow of the assessment and eventually gaining control over the entire formation tower. The formation tower itself was composed by countless chains of array formations. In order for the original controller to become the new owner of the tower, one would have to take down at least 1,000 array formations in a chain sequence. Every time an array formation was cleared, the next one's difficulty would increase exponentially. The process of clearing all formations in order to form a long chain symbolized the birth of a dragon and was hence named dragon chain. To make matters worse, some array formation levels even had time limits. Therefore, although Ocean Luo intended to do this, he still lacked the ability, so he had been working hard towards this goal. How could someone actually have completed a dragon chain during a small event he hadn't given a sh*t about? How could such an outrageous thing happen? It's a dragon chain. It's really a dragon chain. An old white-haired array master rushed madly to the middle of the grounds while shrieking excitedly. Although the young lady from the Zheng family was not very accomplished, she had keen bright eyes that were also uniquely attractive. The moment the dragon chain occurred, she was clearly aware of what it was and completely flabbergasted. Meanwhile, the formation tower kept shrinking rapidly. When it reached the size of a palm, it landed lightly in the hands of a young man. "It's him," someone exclaimed when he saw the young man. Not many people had been able to discover that contestant 1036 was actually Luo Yunyang, so most people were shocked when they saw him. They had all seen the publicity video Yunsen had prepared for Luo Yunyang. They also knew that it had been an act of mischief on behalf of that brat. However, they suddenly realized that they had been fooled. It turned out that this hadn't been a prank. Everything shown on the video had been real. He's unmatched across the vast galaxies. This had definitely not been a bragging statement. Lionhead Caboose stared blankly at Luo Yunyang. Although he had been fooling around and having fun these days, he knew very well who had given him this great opportunity. However, he was simply living a carefree, unfettered life in the Nan family and getting treated like a god, so he didn't care much about any ongoing matters. He certainly hadn't taken notice of Yunsen's mischievous publicity act. Yunxi, Yuan Zheng, Zheng Feng and the others all stared blankly at Luo Yunyang as well. The memory of Luo Yunyang had been thoroughly imprinted in their minds some time ago, so it had been difficult for them to forget it. How many points does one get for achieving a dragon chain? Someone whispered to his companion. His companion, who was an array master, hesitated for a moment before muttering, "A dragon chain, as its name suggests, is a huge recognition. According to the rules of the Array Formation Union, if a dragon chain appears during the Formation Tower competition or event, then the score will be 10 times the maximum score attainable, 50 points. Are you kidding? The total score for the Sky Revoking Battle is only 100 points. Why the hell would I be kidding? This is a dragon chain. A dragon chain. Go figure, man." His companion glared at him as though he was dealing with an idiot. "This is AFC King Formation Dragon Chain." Yunxi, Yunsen, and the entire Yun family were all sitting dumbstruck in their seats. They felt dizzy after hearing the rules regarding a dragon chain, 10 times the maximum points attainable. This was totally crazy. The competition venue was deadly silent. Most of the audience felt as though their hearts had been trampled over by a herd of bison. What on earth was going on? Luo Yunyang's move had averted a crisis and protected the dignity of the Yun family. In just the first event of the Sky Revoking Battle, the Yun family had already landed themselves in an unassailable position. Was there even any need to compete? Did you just say that he will get 50 points for this? Lan Tianju asked from his high platform. There was a hint of anger in his tone. He had been planning this scheme for a long while, and victory had been within his grasp. He had never imagined that such an embarrassing incident would occur. As the supreme ruler of the Blue Rain Empire, how could he tolerate this bullshit? Therefore, he no longer showed the restraint he had earlier. Instead, he went to speak to Master Du Yun. Master Du Yun, who didn't really fear the wrathful monarch, remained silent and waited for the emperor to finish venting his anger. Then, he repeated himself insipidly, "Yes, 50 points. The rules of the Sky Revoking Battle are set by me. I can announce that he has exceeded the time limit and did not acquire the golden token." "No token, no points," Lan Tianju said faintly. Master Du Yun gazed calmly at Lan Tianju. Although he didn't argue, the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. There was no threat contained in that smile, yet Lan Tianju's expression changed when he saw it. Although he was the supreme emperor of the Blue Rain Empire, the Blue Rain Empire didn't include the entire world. The strength of the Array Formation Union exceeded that of the Blue Rain Empire. If he really declared that the rules of the Array Formation Union were invalid, he would become an enemy of the Array Formation Union. If this really happened, it wouldn't be the Yun family that would lose. Instead, he would lose his position as the monarch of the Blue Rain Empire. "Your Majesty, what you have to do now is congratulate that fine young Array Formation genius and confirm his acquired points," Master Du Yun said frostily before turning his back and swaggering off. 5 minutes later, a mechanical sound echoed throughout the entire competition venue. Then, it was announced that contestant 1036 had acquired 50 points during this event. 50 points. There were only so many points in the Sky Revoking Battle, yet the Yun family had taken home 50 points during the opening event. The other families felt the massive pressure of a huge mountain crushing down on them, making it difficult for them to even breathe. The members of the Yun family quickly walked over to Luo Yunyang joyously. Their priority now was to welcome Luo Yunyang to their side. Unlike the start of the event, the Yun family could now breathe a little more easily. Everyone seemed full of vigor and bravery as they shot looks of contempt at the people around them. Although Yunxi was at the forefront, she wasn't the first to speak. The one who spoke first was Yunsen. Master Luo, I am so sorry. I couldn't differentiate between good and bad. Please forgive my impoliteness and foolishness. Yunsan lowered his head as he spoke. It was extremely difficult for him to say these words. Luo Yunyang, who was still immersed in the thrill of holding the formation tower in his hands, didn't pay much attention to Yunsan's apology. However, this brat ought to be taught a lesson. Fortunately, Yunxi was his sister, so Luo Yunyang would have to go through her first. He wasn't in the mood to deal with Yunsan anyway. He set his sights on Yunxi and smiled as he greeted her. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you have been doing well. Memories flooded Yunxi's mind and she got lost in her thoughts. She had a hard time deciding what to say to him. She could only stare at him foolishly with mixed emotions before she blurted out, "Thank you." When he saw the lovely lady he kept thinking about, Luo Yunyang felt a warm, soft touch caress his heart. He smiled cheekily as he said without any restraint, "You are welcome. I just wanted to earn some blue rain dollars to spend." Then, he turned to Yunsan. "Young Master Sen, should we settle our accounts?" "Okay, sure, let's do it." Yunsan agreed without a second thought. Although he didn't know how many blue rain dollars he would have to pay, this massive victory wasn't something that could be bought just with money. Suddenly, Du Yun appeared before Luo Yunyang and said, "Mr. Luo, do you wish to become an array master of our union?" Chapter 373. The blood battle. What was the most disgusting thing that could happen? Nothing beat putting effort into boiling a bowl of delicious soup only to find a dead dung beetle while sipping halfway through it. That feeling was so wretched that it would make one's guts churn inside out. Luo Yunyang felt like Lan Tianju saw him as a dung beetle. In order to allow the Cheng family that he trusted so much to ascend, Lan Tianju had used many unorthodox methods. He had even used whatever powers he had so that the sky-revoking battle would begin earlier. Lan Tianju had been pondering his strategies with confidence and truly enjoyed the thrill of being in total control. However, just as he had been mocking the Yun family for not knowing the true extent of the situation and hiding his own intentions, Luo Yunyang had appeared. If this had been a competition based on array formation and Luo Yunyang had placed first, he would only have felt slightly uncomfortable. However, although things were different, this chap had single-handedly earned 50 points. The Yun family may have seemed weak and vulnerable, yet these 50 points alone were sufficient to grant them a stable, nearly undefeatable status. If that were to happen, the Cheng family would still have to wait for several years to enter the top 4 positions. You evil being! Although he was merely a lowly lord that could be executed as soon as Lan Tianju said the word, after displaying the full spectrum of his array formation abilities, Master Du Yun granted Luo Yunyang a position in the Array Formation Union. The Array Formation Union was not exactly the strongest group in the world, but it still had the ability to remove him from his throne if its members really wanted to. He was definitely not going to make a foolish decision and lose everything just because of this insignificant being. However, he was not going to let this matter slide either. This whole incident made him feel stifled. "Your Highness, Crown Prince Nanshan requests an audience," a beautiful maid reported to Lan Tianju fearfully. She truly feared that the temperamental king would have her killed with one order. "I'm not meeting him, tell him to get lost." Lan Tianju did not care about Crown Prince Nanshan. To him, Crown Prince Nanshan was just a member of the younger generation who was not worthy of meeting him. Crown Prince Nanshan said that he has a way to allow your highness to vent your frustration. The maid stammered fearfully. Although it seemed as if she wanted to retreat, she eventually stood her ground. Lan Tianju nearly blew his top. He hated people who could see through his intentions. In his opinion, a monarch should never allow outsiders to see through their intentions. Otherwise, they would definitely get taken advantage of. It seemed like Crown Prince Nanshan had read his mind and analyzed him carefully. Although he almost exploded, he suppressed his emotions and replied angrily, "Bring him in." Lan Tianju was already sitting upright on his throne when Crown Prince Nanshan entered. The monarch looked as majestic as a mountain, so anyone who saw him inevitably felt a little subservient. "My respects, Your Highness." Crown Prince Nanshan bowed in an extremely deferential manner. "Why have you come to see me?" Lan Tianju glanced at Crown Prince Nanshan. Although his voice was mild and peaceful, it carried a scary killing intent. As a person at the Planet 9 grade, Crown Prince Nanshan felt slightly frightened. The power difference between him and Lan Tianju was way too big after all. After taking a few moments to calm himself down, he finally replied, "I am here to let your highness vent your frustration." "You are pretty considerate. So tell me, how do you want me to vent my frustration? Said Lan Tianju coldly as he glared at Crown Prince Nanshan. Look, Your Highness, said the Crown Prince as he reached into his sleeves and took out a blood-red envelope. Lan Tianju's face stiffened when he saw it. It wasn't the envelope's material that alarmed him, but rather what the envelope itself represented. What it meant was pretty significant. The blood-red envelope seemed to carry a sort of fear and despair. Lan Tianju widened his eyes in astonishment when he read the contents of the envelope. There were 2 words in the envelope, Luo Yunyang. Lan Tianju's icily calm expression had a hint of fury as he held the envelope firmly. You, vile person, you want to secretly add Luo Yunyang to the blood battle participants and make an enemy out of the Array Formation Union? Lan Tianju asked in a loud, majestic and powerful manner. Even though he tried to stand firmly on his feet, Crown Prince Nanshan eventually caved in and fell flat on the ground. Although he wanted to stand up, he was just unable to. Your Highness, please listen to me. Crown Prince Nanshan pleaded fearfully, as if he had been wronged. Lan Tianju groaned with a cold expression and said, Do you think I am the kind of person who allows anger to cloud his judgment? Do you think I would actually destroy the Blue Rain Empire in exchange for a moment of pleasure? Your Highness, I know that you are wise, brilliant and broad-minded. You are a gentleman that would never engage in something like this. Crown Prince Nanshan laughed mischievously before he added, What if Luo Yunyang had made it into the blood battle list last year? Lan Tianju's expression changed and the thunderous vibe that he had been giving off earlier dissipated completely. As he picked up the list of the blood battle participants and glanced through it, he saw that the date imprinted on it was exactly a year ago. This meant that when the Bloody Massacre Path had issued the order to allow the various large powers to enter participants into the blood battle, Luo Yunyang's name had already been placed into the blood battle list. Thus, even the Array Formation Union had no power to change anything. Array Masters were powerful indeed, but they would never oppose the Bloody Massacre Path, let alone do it for a genius like Luo Yunyang. There were many geniuses out there, so one dead genius wouldn't make much of a difference. I would never have expected that you'd have prepared for this a year ago. I must say that you are a talented man indeed. Lan Tianju waved his hands and the letter landed on Crown Prince Nanshan's hands. Lan Tianju chuckled, I will definitely reward you for this. Let me know if there is anything you would like. I definitely will not be stingy. Crown Prince Nanshan's face broke into a smile. It is my honor to be able to serve your highness. How could I request any form of reward? However, if your highness insists on distinguishing good work and would like to reward your humble subordinate, then give me Yunshi. All right, as you wish. Lan Tianju said with a wave of his sleeves. Crown Prince Nanshan was led gently out of the palace hall. Yunshi and Luo Yunyang were sitting inside the magnificent Yun residence under the setting sun, facing each other. It was a lovely dinner with a wonderful atmosphere. They were enjoying some wine, the beautiful glowing sunset and the warm atmosphere. Both of them were eating extremely naturally without saying a word. Drink. Yunshi picked up the wine glass and placed it before Luo Yunyang's mouth. This was her. She did not show much feeling, but she was very true and open. Luo Yunyang had no choice but to take the glass from her and take a sip. As the wine entered his mouth, he could tell that it wasn't ordinary. He immediately felt its warmth course through his veins. Yunshi's lovely eyes seemed to shimmer under the candlelight, while Luo Yunyang could feel his heart race like a wild horse. Yunshi's face was slightly flushed from the alcohol as she smiled and said, This wine has been kept and preserved for 300 years. There are less than 1,000 bottles of it in the whole Blue Rain Empire. Actually, Luo Yunyang could feel his mind attribute increase under the influence of this fine wine. Thank you. Your appearance this time has helped the Yun family avert danger and ensure its safety, said Yunshi. Luo Yunyang broke into a faint smile as he replied, What would you think if I said that I was just doing this to get 100,000 Blue Rain dollars from your brother? Yunshi, who was wearing a long dress, smiled silently. Her long dress made her look even gentler and more sweet-tempered. Do you know what would happen if the families of the other 4 kings and 12 dukes heard your question? Luo Yunyang rubbed his nose unconsciously and snickered. He was no fool, so he could easily imagine those people's expressions. Although it may seem like we have passed this crisis, as long as my father does not become his usual self again, the Yun family will still be in danger. Then, Yunshi said sternly, You may have joined the Array Formation Union and gained everyone's respect, but you must know that you are only protected for now. This arrangement will not protect you forever. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Luo Yunyang nodded his head faintly. The vast cosmic universe did not lack geniuses and talented people. The living were still geniuses, but the dead merely became dust. Yunxi wanted to keep speaking. However, she was interrupted by a middle-aged man who ran over hastily. The man appeared furious. "What is the matter, ninth uncle?" asked Yunxi softly as she glanced over at the middle-aged man. "Lady Yunxi, the palace has disclosed the blood battle name list. On the list is young Master Luo's name," said the man. Yunxi got up from her seat hastily. Her were eyes full of confusion as she asked, "Did you maybe make a mistake? How is it even possible for young Master Luo to be on that list? Even though the bloody massacre path have been overbearing throughout this, they wouldn't allow young Master Luo to enter the blood battle without going through the array formation union." Yunxi calmed down a little before she said, "If Lan Tianju really goes through with this, then he will definitely be making a grave mistake. The array formation union will not let him off. Even the bloody massacre path will have a bone to pick with him." The ninth uncle rubbed his hands and said, "Lady Yunxi, if we think this way, how could His Highness not understand this reasoning? He would definitely not undertake such an arduous, thankless task. I heard that young Master Luo's name was actually on the list as early as a year ago." Yunxi's body shook momentarily so much that she nearly lost her balance and fell. "Ninth uncle, what did you just say?" she asked in a quavering voice. The man said nothing, yet his silence spoke volumes. "Leave now, Yunyang, don't even stop for a moment," Yunxi said, turning to Luo Yunyang. "Go incognito and run to an uninhabited planet. Leave right away." Yunxi was unable to keep talking. Her eyes had already started to well up with tears. Although she was usually strong, she was unable to control herself right now. She instantly went limp. "Are we not able to change the list?" Although Luo Yunyang did not have a good feeling about this, he knew in his heart that he had to remain calm and composed at this crucial moment. "Yes, the bloody massacre path has great influence and countless galaxies. The Blue Rain Empire is like an ant compared to it. It's really small and insignificant. In the past, the ruler of the Blue Rain Empire was not the Lan family. However, that ruler objected to the list, so his family was obliterated." The ninth uncle kept speaking in a grave manner. A planet was completely erased from the void. Although the ninth uncle had only said a few words, anyone who heard him got scared. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang felt waves of mind power continuously sweeping all around him. This wasn't an ordinary mind power. Chapter 374, The World Isn't Fair. The wave of mind power prevented Luo Yunyang from escaping. Although he was enraged for a bit, he eventually calmed down. Impulse was the devil. A truly strong powerhouse should have full control over their own emotions. A year ago, this had to be during the time when he and the others had just come out of the Jade Ridge Star Lord's mystic realm. At the time, it had been obvious who would place their name onto the bloody massacre list. The person who did this hadn't even had the slightest qualm. Perhaps one could even say that the person in question hadn't thought much of Luo Yunyang. "Tell me about the bloody massacre killing arena, Yunxi." Luo Yunyang calmed down and began to think about countermeasures. Yunxi, who had just lost her cool, was slowly calming down as well. She was no ordinary person either. She had just lost her head out of concern. "Sometimes, I feel like I am a mayfly," she said helplessly. Although her answer was evasive, Luo Yunyang understood. This expanse of space is vast. Yunxi added, "The Blue Rain Empire is only a small power in comparison. The Bloody Massacre Path is one of the top 5 ranking powers in this realm, so even the Blue Rain Empire would offer half its wealth to the Bloody Massacre Path in exchange for peace and stability every year. Half of the Blue Rain Empire's annual revenue was a lot of money. One could imagine how tyrannical the Bloody Massacre Path was to make the Blue Rain Empire offer up half of it. It's said that the Bloody Massacre Killing Arena is the place where the Bloody Massacre Path trains its subordinates," Yunxi said quietly. "The Bloody Massacre Path emphasizes on massacre and slaughter till eternity. Therefore, every training stage is full of killing. Every 100 years, the Bloody Massacre Path holds an event at the Bloody Massacre Killing Arena. They ask all the powers in their realm to provide planet-grade martialists and place them on a planet so they can have a battle royale of a massacre. Actually, they do this to provide their disciples with training material." Yunxi's eyes flashed as she said, "I heard that during every test, the Bloody Massacre Path will intentionally leave a precious treasure in the arena which will lead to bloodlust when all the disciples frantically try to obtain it." Hence, the number of disciples who successfully return alive is usually less than 10%. Yunxi took a deep breath. The survival rate of the planet-grade martialists offered up as training fodder is even smaller. It's usually less than 1%. In accordance with the rules of the Bloody Massacre Path, if a martialist is able to kill a Bloody Massacre Path disciple and obtain the precious treasure, they can then replace the disciple in the Bloody Massacre Path and get groomed instead. However, during the past thousands of years, no one has been able to achieve such a feat during this gruesome battle. As Luo Yunyang listened quietly, his mind calmed down. Thanks to Yunxi's explanation, he realized that this didn't mean certain death. However, surviving through this entire ordeal would be at least 10 or 100 times more difficult than ever before. This would be an eternal massacre. I will definitely come back. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yunxi with a determined gaze. Although he was in the Blue Rain Empire, he was thinking of his family in the Da Alliance. Even though no one in the Da Alliance would dare make things difficult for his family, the Blue Rain Empire was different. Crown Prince Nanshan and the others had thrown him into a death camp without any qualms. When I leave, I will only ask you to take care of my family. Tears gathered in Yunxi's beautiful eyes as she gazed at Luo Yunyang with deep affection. I can't give you any other guarantees. I just want to tell you that, as long as I am here, everyone will remain unscathed. The ninth uncle had left quietly. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang was already a dead man, walking, so it was better to give him some alone time. Luo Yunyang's eyes met Yunxi's. According to what you just said, considering that I'm already destined to enter the Bloody Massacre killing arena, can't I basically do whatever I want during the few days that I'm here? Wrong, you don't have a few days. You only have 1 day left. Yunxi gazed at Luo Yunyang as she whispered, you are listed on the Bloody Massacre list, so even if you do something malicious, no one will hurt you. As she said that, her face blushed. She suddenly realized that ever since she had met Luo Yunyang, she had been hoping that she would not lose him to this endless fighting and scheming. She did not want to lose her will and resolution to the poison of endless desire. She just wanted to live a simple life with this man who made her feel at ease. Maybe the happiness that she yearned for was attainable by doing just that. Yunxi needed to tell Luo Yunyang about her feelings. Otherwise, she might not get another opportunity. In that case, she would be doomed to live in despair and frustration for the rest of her life. As she thought of this, she said tenderly, Yunyang, if you want. Unfortunately, that annoying guy did not respond. Although it was unclear whether he was avoiding her question intentionally, he merely said in a serious manner, I want to know the whereabouts of Crown Prince Nanshan. Yunxi's face stiffened instantly. How could this guy be so callous, daft and ignorant? She rolled her eyes with a snort. How do you know that Crown Prince Nanshan is behind this? I have a hunch, Luo Yunyang said earnestly. What if your hunch is wrong? Yunxi asked wildly. Luo Yunyang looked at her as he answered earnestly, then he will be very unlucky. Yunxi could feel the anger in Luo Yunyang's heart as his words resonated with confidence. She took a deep breath. Wait a bit, I will bring you the information you need in about half an hour. Although Yunxi said it would take half an hour, all the information about Crown Prince Nanshan was soon sent over. The Yun family was still unstable, but a skinny camel was always larger than a horse. Obtaining such information was still pretty easy for an established family. One only had to enter the palace, request an audience with Lan Tianju, and... As he looked at the collected information, Luo Yunyang made some quick mental calculations. What was originally an intuition instantly became 90% certainty. It was Crown Prince Nanshan who had sent him into the Bloody Massacre killing arena. He had planned this 1 year ago. Luo Yunyang looked up at the sky as he stepped out of the Yun residence. He didn't feel depressed. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and relaxed. He had always been very careful ever since meeting Yunxi and arriving at the Blue Rain Empire. Although Luo Yunyang did not delve into his reasons for being this cautious, he knew that it had to do with reverence. He felt reverence towards the huge power of the Blue Rain Empire. However, the appearance of the Bloody Massacre list had made this reverence disappear completely. Luo Yunyang now felt like he was truly living. The street was 10 miles long. Luo Yunyang walked slowly with the God Slayer in his hand. On the other end of the street, Crown Prince Nanshan was surrounded by dozens of subordinates. Those people's cultivation wasn't very weak. There was actually even someone who had reached the peak of the star grade. With such strength, one could land a very good position in the Blue Rain Empire. However, This man was only a mere servant of Crown Prince Nanshan. You must have profited a lot this time, Crown Prince. Not only does that unlucky guy have no chance of turning things around, but you also left a good impression on His Majesty, eh? Subordinate told Crown Prince Nanshan with a smile. I am sure that within 10 years, your position as Duke will surely rise to the next level. Crown Prince Nanshan didn't take this kind of flattery too seriously, but these words were still pretty nice to hear, even if he did not believe them. So what if that young man was an astonishingly talented array formation genius? In the end, he still couldn't escape being squashed like a bug. Lots of tyrannical beings gathered at the bloody massacre-killing arena. Even though that scrub was talented in array formation, his chances of surviving were slim. Alright, enough with the boot-licking. Keep all of your mouths shut. Don't blame me for not being merciful if anything happens. Crown Prince Nanshan smiled as he raised his hand and gave that subordinate a knock on the head. The subordinate quickly nodded in agreement, secretly praising his clever tongue for making his master happy again. Tell me, what would a person most want to do if he knew that he only had one day to live? Crown Prince Nanshan suddenly asked the subordinates around him. They all knew why their master had asked this. Although their answers varied, their goal was the same. They just wanted to please their young master. Crown Prince Nanshan's brows furrowed as the subordinates kept sucking up to him. Although he didn't dislike this kind of atmosphere, he suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. As this thought popped into his mind, he felt an enormous murderous intent coming straight towards him from a distance. The murderous intent was like an incisive sword aimed straight at his heart. A demi-human wished to kill him. Crown Prince Nanshan found it hilariously ridiculous that an inferior race was attempting to murder him. However, in an instant, that feeling turned to fear. He wants to kill me. Kill him. Crown Prince Nanshan pointed at Luo Yunyang as he bellowed. Right after he yelled, he seemed to suddenly have thought of something. Thus, he changed his mind and said, "No, I want him alive." The subordinates following Crown Prince Nanshan reacted swiftly by fleeing at the same time and zooming towards Luo Yunyang. This was a good opportunity for them to gain some merit. After all, they had the numbers. Luo Yunyang had gone there alone. Luo Yunyang did not move when he saw the martialists charging towards him. It seemed like he had been startled by the disposition of this force. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling waters appeared from the void, devouring over a dozen of the peak star-grade martialists who had rushed over at Luo Yunyang. Although the water waves dissipated instantly, Crown Prince Nanshan was still able to deduce that this was a water origin formation. This formation wasn't strong enough to kill his subordinates, but it was able to trap them for a few minutes. The subordinates not trapped by the water origin formation retreated quickly behind Crown Prince Nanshan. They thought that they ought to be more cautious for now. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang finally made his first move. Chapter 375. In the space of 30 finger snaps, Crown Prince Nanshan had never once thought that he would be assassinated on the main planet of the Blue Rain Empire. However, an assassination attempt was currently in full force. That demi-human that he'd looked down on was heading straight at him. Although he had yet to reach the star-grade level, Crown Prince Nanshan had always been very proud of his cultivation. Even if this person was an array formation genius or otherwise extraordinary in certain aspects, could he really assassinate him while he was surrounded by a group of subordinates? Plus, Crown Prince Nanshan was no weakling himself either. As these thoughts flashed through Crown Prince Nanshan's mind, a planet 9 grade subordinate swung his sword right at Luo Yunyang. The speed of the sword was very fast, and a tremendous force followed the cleaving movement. In order to become a subordinate of Crown Prince Nanshan, one had to be the best among the elites of the Blue Rain Empire. Although they wouldn't definitely be able to enter the star grade, they were still miles ahead in terms of strength compared to the average planet grade martialist. The cleaving motion fell like a blazing sun devouring the earth. Luo Yunyang knew very well that if this had been a normal, usual battle, his best choice of action would have been to avoid this type of monstrous blow. However, under the circumstances, he would not allow himself to retreat. He had to assassinate Crown Prince Nanshan in the duration of 30 finger snaps. After these 30 finger snaps, the star-grade powerhouses guarding the imperial capital would appear and make it impossible to hurt Crown Prince Nanshan. This wasn't just limited to the Blue Rain Empire. Even in that wide expanse of space, the gap between the star-grade and planet-grade level was as wide as the biggest river that existed. Therefore, besides choosing not to hide, Luo Yunyang also adjusted his attributes to their limits. Most of his mind and true intent points were converted to power and fire. In an instant, the yang energy filled the raging sun heavenly finger he had gained from the Jade Ridge Star Lord and unleashed it. With just a faint pointing motion of his finger, heaven and earth seemed to be set ablaze. Compared to the sun, his finger might have seemed a little insignificant. The subordinate who swung the sword even had a hint of disdain in his eyes. Although he was just a subordinate of Crown Prince Nanshan, he had also been crowned the proud son of his family with the highest chance of attaining the star grade. If this person wanted to kill Crown Prince Nanshan, he would have too. Just as his mind was filled with the notion of accomplishing something, he felt a formidable force rush right up to him. This immense force didn't even give him enough time to escape. His forehead was directly penetrated by it. In a split second, his body crashed to the ground. Describing what had happened exactly would take a while. Everything, from Luo Yunyang's execution to the point when the body fell to the ground, had happened in a flash. The rest of the subordinates turned pale with fright. Although they had followed Crown Prince Nanshan and didn't have a definitive ranking, deep down they were aware of their individual strength. The subordinate who had struck with the sword ranked among the top 3 of this group of subordinates, yet he had perished without even withstanding a blow. This made the rest of them understand how frightening Luo Yunyang's strike was. Although they wanted to live a life of wealth and honor, they didn't want to exchange their lives for it. Crown Prince Nanshan's expression turned ugly. He had never expected that Luo Yunyang's cultivation base would be that powerful. With just one move, he had killed one of his Planet 9 grade bodyguards. That dazzling, blazing finger made Crown Prince Nanshan feel afraid. Despite the fact that he was much stronger than his subordinate, he was still unsure of whether he could take a strike from that finger. So what if he could withstand such a strike, though? He was Crown Prince Nanshan, the high and mighty Crown Prince. How could he lower himself to the level of a person who was about to be sent to his death? As these thoughts filled his mind, he brought up his palms. Scarlet fist marks formed immediately and blasted towards Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, he shouted, "This is the imperial capital. The guards on patrol will come. Anyone who captures him will be rewarded with 50 planets." Instigated by Crown Prince Nanshan, the subordinates who had been retreating came to a halt. They were initially reluctant, as they had witnessed their comrade perish in an instant. However, upon hearing what Crown Prince Nanshan had said, their reluctance vanished right away. After weighing the reward for Luo Yunyang's capture and the consequences of retreating, while also considering that a dozen of them had left and more reinforcements were arriving, they sprung into action and almost simultaneously swarmed Luo Yunyang. Crown Prince Nanshan's fist was full of might and power. It was at least a few levels stronger than the sword strike of his dead subordinate. Unfortunately, even though his offensive stance was strong, Luo Yunyang's raging sun heavenly finger was much more brutal. Just as these people were ready to surround him, Luo Yunyang suddenly transferred his power attribute points to his mind attribute. Dozens of lotus seals flew forth from his mind and grew in size, smashing the subordinates who had been trying to stop Luo Yunyang. Arg, a subordinate's mind power cultivation was lacking, so when the lotus seal came into contact with it, his mind crumbled and he turned to jelly and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the other subordinates found themselves stuck on the same spot, unable to even take a step. 10 finger snaps had passed. Crown Prince Nanshan, who had been watching Luo Yunyang rush towards him like a demon, suddenly turned and ran. Yes, he was trying to escape. If someone had said that Crown Prince Nanshan would try to flee from an assassin of the same level, Crown Prince Nanshan wouldn't have believed it himself. However, after watching Luo Yunyang's strikes decimate his subordinates, Crown Prince Nanshan gave up on the idea of fighting Luo Yunyang entirely. All he could think about was how to survive the remaining 20 finger snaps. Although the 20 finger snaps would be over very soon, he had just escaped 300 feet away from the scene, when he felt a tingling, ominous feeling behind his back. The moment Crown Prince Nanshan turned around, he saw 2 black burning scars on his body. These were the scars Luo Yunyang's raging sun heavenly finger had created. Although Crown Prince Nanshan's vital organs had not been hurt, he was still frightened. "You can't kill me, Luo Yunyang!" Crown Prince Nanshan screamed. His body soared up, transforming into a blazing phoenix with a domineering aura before he rushed down frantically towards Luo Yunyang. Although the phoenix wasn't big, its wings were brandished like blades while they radiated a pure golden aura that covered a massive expanse of space. Anyone that found themselves enveloped by that blade aura would realize that there was no place to hide. This was the Nan family's secret technique called the Twin Phoenix Blade. Luo Yunyang didn't intend to compete against Crown Prince Nanshan on the use of techniques. Instead, he wanted to kill Crown Prince Nanshan in the swiftest possible way. Hence, he did not retreat as the golden blade's aura shrouded him. He took it head-on while conjuring the Raging Sun Heavenly Finger on his left hand. Then, he quickly used his attribute regulator to add attribute points to his single-digit ice attribute and raise it to 3,000 points. He had to use the Heaven Freezing Seal. The Phoenix, as well as its blade-like wings and golden blade aura, were enveloped and trapped by the Endless Freezing Seal right away. However, Crown Prince Nanshan was still able to move. His cultivation base prevented him from getting frozen in the air, but his speed slowed down a lot. Luo Yunyang had already gotten closer. "You forced my hand." Crown Prince Nanshan smiled with a sinister look. His expression showed clearly that he was in pain. As he shrieked like a beast, a talisman appeared on his hand. The talisman, which looked pale gold, had numerous patterns wrapped around its center. However, there was a big hole on its left side. Crown Prince Nanshan had crushed the talisman the moment Luo Yunyang had thrust the God Slayer forward. In the split moment that the talisman was crushed, a sun had seemed to take over the sky, causing Luo Yunyang's lightning-like lance to slow down as though it had entered a muddy swamp. The God Slayer wanted to move forward but, although it still could, its speed was 100 times slower and ever decreasing. When the golden radiance subsided, Luo Yunyang realized that a golden shield of light had surrounded Crown Prince Nanshan's body. Although the shield had a radius of 1 meter, Luo Yunyang had already sensed an incomparably powerful force emitting from it. "Ha ha ha, come on, Luo Yunyang. Let's see how you break this spiritual protection mist that only a star-grade martialist can achieve. Aren't you a genius in array formation? Aren't you exceptional in cultivation? Feel free to try," Crown Prince Nanshan said with delight and confidence while he was shrouded by the spiritual protection mist. Even though he was saying otherwise, Crown Prince Nanshan was fuming by now. Luo Yunyang's sudden assault had not only caused him to lose his subordinates, but had also forced Crown Prince Nanshan to waste this life-saving talisman. All this made him feel extremely displeased, so he yearned to see the look of despair and hopelessness on Luo Yunyang's face. While Luo Yunyang was silent, the God Slayer began to absorb both the ice and fire element. Although Luo Yunyang's ice and fire element had seemed to deviate in terms of power, thanks to the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang could still elevate both elements to Planet 9 grade. The God Slayer was shaking and trembling. It hadn't been so excited ever since that sky-shaking thrust all those years ago. Who dares behave with such atrocity in the imperial capital? Capture them immediately. A shadow loomed from a distance like a flash of light as a voice spoke frostily. The figure was already within 100 meters before it finished its sentence. This meant that, in a second, it would appear right before Luo Yunyang. Although he didn't know who was coming, Luo Yunyang was able to feel the overwhelming power of the figure that approached. This was a star-grade powerhouse and an imperial guard of the imperial capital. The person had appeared even quicker than Luo Yunyang had expected. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang had thrown the God Slayer at Crown Prince Nanshan, who was merely a few meters away. Although the imperial guard had come swiftly, he could only watch as the God Slayer flew like a streak of lightning straight at Crown Prince Nanshan. Chapter 376. A big name on the Bloody Massacre list. The success rate of an assassination attempt between two similar-level martialists in the imperial capital was unknown. However, the success rate of an assassination attempt on a similar-level martialist protected by his group of peak star-grade subordinates was practically zero. The ninth uncle of the Yun family followed Luo Yunyang when he left. He wasn't trying to assist him in the assassination, but rather to clean up his mess after the imperial guard arrived. When he saw Luo Yunyang's God Slayer surge towards Crown Prince Nanshan, his face turned unsightly. The ninth uncle's cultivation base had broken through to the star-grade level, so he could be considered a core member of the Yun family. However, before Luo Yunyang's spear, his heart couldn't help skipping a beat and trembling in fear. That spear was actually able to threaten him. The spear and the mist collided in the void, creating an explosion that released an enormous amount of energy. However, just as the energy spread outwards and was about to destroy everything around it, rows of talisman seals appeared. The talisman seals filled every part of the space in the entire imperial capital. As the explosion energy came into contact with the talisman seals, it was quickly absorbed by them. The capital of the Blue Rain Empire had gotten top-notch array masters to set up a protective array formation during the construction of the city. Thus, an ordinary planet-grade impact wouldn't even leave a scratch on the protective arrays. However, star-grade powers could make these protective seals surface. Hence, the clash between Luo Yunyang and Crown Prince Nanshan had reached the star-grade level. As the dust settled and the explosion energy was absorbed, the street where the fight had occurred reappeared in view. Luo Yunyang was still standing like nothing had changed, while Crown Prince Nanshan was only left with a head. Indeed, only his head remained. His body was nowhere to be found, although the golden mist from the crushed talisman seal was still protecting him from mortal danger. Unable to control himself, he was currently fuming with anger. Damn you, Luo Yunyang. You ought to be torn into pieces. I'll kill you. Crown Prince Nanshan was exasperated. His bloodshot eyes gave off a vibe of extreme insanity. Even though he knew that he wouldn't die, the destruction of his physical body signified that he had wasted many years of cultivation. Although his family had the treasure necessary to regenerate his body, it would still be very hard for him to return to his original condition. Perhaps Crown Prince Nanshan would no longer be able to advance to the star grade. A crown prince that lacked the potential to reach the star grade had no chance of inheriting the family throne. The ambitious Crown Prince Nanshan found this worse than getting killed, as he knew that his future in his family would entail endless suffering. Imperial Guard, kill him, kill him. Crown Prince Nanshan's bloodshot eyes were on the verge of bulging out as he pointed at Luo Yunyang and screamed. The Imperial Guard was a suave middle-aged man whose gaze swept past Crown Prince Nanshan and landed on Luo Yunyang. This exceptional young man had surprised the Imperial Guard on many levels. Although Crown Prince Nanshan's spiritual protection mist had some flaws, it didn't seem penetrable by such a young martialist. This person had great potential, yet was unfortunate enough to have an opponent like Crown Prince Nanshan. Do you want to take your own life, or will you let me do it? The middle-aged man said calmly as he glanced at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang could sense a form of pressure emanating from the man's body. It was a kind of pulverizing pressure that suffocated everyone around him. It took Luo Yunyang a while to settle down and reply with a smile, I'll be heading to the Bloody Massacre killing arena tomorrow. My name is listed on the Bloody Massacre list. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He glanced at the nonchalant and calm Luo Yunyang before nodding coldly in response. You may leave. Crown Prince Nanshan nearly exploded with rage right there and then. He assaulted me and almost killed me. How can you simply let him go? He exclaimed. Do you know who the FCK I am? Do you know what the FCK you are doing? If you piss me off, I'll report you to His Majesty. Crown Prince Nanshan was screaming at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, the space around them warped and the people trapped by the water origin array formation were ejected from its grasp in succession. The subordinates stared at the golden aura that protected Crown Prince Nanshan in disbelief. Crown Prince Nanshan had been acting cocky moments ago, yet he was only left with a head now. In the meantime, the people serving as his attendants screamed, "Capture him! Don't let him escape!" A loyal subordinate of Crown Prince Nanshan shrieked. The group of subordinates that were drowning in fear were ready to retaliate. However, before they could take action, the Imperial Guard snorted gently and sent a wave of star-grade aura towards them. Sir, Luo Yunyang assassinated our young master. The attendants didn't dare resist the Imperial Guard, so they could only explain fearfully. Your young master is still alive. This matter ends here, the Imperial Guard said as his eyes swept across Crown Prince Nanshan's subordinates. If he kills you, so be it. But if you kill him, get ready to die along with your entire families. If any of your names were on the Bloody Massacre list, then you'd enjoy the same privilege he does, the Imperial Guard said coldly. His words jolted the subordinates, who suddenly realized that Luo Yunyang was already on the Bloody Massacre list. Who would dare cheat and defy the rules when this matter was related to the Bloody Massacre path? Kill him, you fools. I will bear the consequences. Just kill him. Crown Prince Nanshan was relentless. However, his subordinates stood like blocks of wood, afraid to take any action. Meanwhile, several shadows swooped in. Their leader seemed to be an old lady in her 60s. When she saw the surviving remnants of Crown Prince Nanshan, she shouted angrily, "Who hurt the Crown Prince? I'll tear them to pieces." Her gaze fell on Luo Yunyang. With a wave of her hand, a bloody glow started to converge in her palm. His name is on the Bloody Massacre list, Granny Jin. The Imperial Guard stopped the old lady when he saw that she was about to take matters into her own hands. The blood energy was on the verge of being released, yet after hearing what the Imperial Guard said, the lady could only glare at Luo Yunyang helplessly, her eyes brimming with hatred. Although the Bloody Massacre Path didn't care who registered on the Bloody Massacre list, once the name was confirmed, there would be no substitution. How do you know that he is on the Bloody Massacre list? The old lady knew that this was very likely true. She had only asked because she wanted a way out of this embarrassing situation. The Imperial Guard was not afraid of her, as they were nearly equal in terms of strength. Thus, he said with a chuckle, the entire thing was orchestrated by the Crown Prince. He should be able to explain everything clearly. When Granny Jing gazed at Crown Prince Nanshan's remaining head, she came to a realization. He is already a dead man, Nanshan. Why bother getting tangled up with him? If you wanted to vent your anger, we have plenty of methods to do so. With a wave of her hands, Crown Prince Nanshan's head, which had been floating in the golden light, flew into her hands. She immediately left with it without saying anything else. As the Imperial Guard watched the Nan family leave, he shook his head faintly. He stayed on, standing at a corner not far from Luo Yunyang before shutting his eyes. It was quite evident that he had to keep a close eye on Luo Yunyang. As he gripped the God Slayer tightly, Luo Yunyang felt some regret for not being able to successfully kill Crown Prince Nanshan. As long as Crown Prince Nanshan was alive, he would hide in the shadows like a venomous snake. If he failed to return from the Bloody Massacre killing arena alive, then his family would. Luo Yunyang didn't dare think ahead. Although Yunxi had promised to watch over his family, the Yun family was still in a very bad position. How could he be at ease when the Yun family was already struggling to keep itself from falling apart? As he gripped the God Slayer tightly, Luo Yunyang felt that he needed power more than ever. I must not die. These 4 words resonated in his heart. He had too many things to worry about, so he could not afford to die in that damned arena. The Imperial Guard, whose eyes were shut, took a small peek. His cultivation base had reached the star grade level, so his mind power was different from that of an average person. He could sense what Luo Yunyang was thinking, as he had seen plenty of passionate young men like him. However, was entering the Bloody Massacre killing arena and returning alive really that simple? Luo Yunyang, who was immersed in his resolute thoughts of craving power, took no notice of the Imperial Guard. What determined one's fate was power. He had thought that he possessed this sort of power when he had defeated the martial god. However, he now realized that he was still lacking it. Luo Yunyang was able to connect to his home in the Da Alliance by using the Blue Rain Empire communication device. He did not make a call. Instead, he sent a message. We'll train in seclusion for some time. Wait for my return. Luo Yunyang had just sent the message, when he saw something form in the sky. It was a figure and a face. The figure looked like a divine entity. As it appeared, its surroundings seemed to freeze. Even the Imperial Guard went down on his knees to pay his respects. Luo Yunyang glanced at the translucent figure and face. Its eyes were glowing bright and intense. However, when its gaze swept past him, it vanished into the void. Although this figure didn't say anything, Luo Yunyang knew who it was. It was the Blue Rain Empire's Emperor, Lan Tianju. Chapter 377. The fundamental planetary source. As many people in the imperial capital of the Blue Rain Empire watched, a 1,000-meter-long ship shaped like a blood-red axe landed slowly. Luo Yunyang was quite a distance away from the warship, yet he could already feel the desolate somberness of the huge ship. Although there were no introductions, he knew very well that this warship had probably been sent by the Bloody Massacre Path. The martialists standing beside Luo Yunyang had mostly Planet 9 grade cultivation bases. However, there was still overwhelming fear in their eyes. Are these the people coming to the Bloody Massacre killing arena? A faint, emotionless voice echoed from the blood-red warship. Yes, Lord Envoy, Lan Tianju said. He was dressed in his imperial robes and crown and he treated the envoy with respect. Rays of light were emitted from the huge warship as Luo Yunyang disappeared along with the rest of the people enveloped by the lights. Identity verification is completed. 4 planet-grade martialists, 3 planet 9 grade martialists and 1 planet 8 grade martialist. A mechanical voice was heard saying from the huge warship. 4 beams of light descended from the blood-red warship after the voice spoke. In an instant, Luo Yunyang felt his body get pulled by a mysterious force as he flew towards the ship. In midair, he was able to see his surroundings much clearer. He saw Yunxi standing behind the crowd. Her face was full of tear stains, most likely because she had been and was still crying. Meanwhile, she was staring at him affectionately. Her flowing tears seemed to have melted the giant block of ice frozen solid in the depths of Luo Yunyang's heart. Luo Yunyang felt a little regretful. Before leaving, he should have taken this lovable, sweet girl in his arms and comforted her. Maybe if he had, her inner fears and anxiety would have lessened greatly. Unfortunately, he hadn't done so. He couldn't figure out what kind of feelings he had for Yunxi, but he knew that he should be straightforward with her if he didn't love her. There was no need to avoid her or shirk away. However, whenever Luo Yunyang faced Yunxi, he always felt kind of panicked and helpless. He couldn't bear to look at her again. Hence, he shifted his gaze away and onto Yuan Zhang, Zheng Feng and a few other familiar faces. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Lan Tianju at exactly the same time that Lan Tianju looked at him. Luo Yunyang saw a smile on his face. Although that smile had not been meant for him, it made him feel very uncomfortable. It was the kind of smile that could affect the masses. It was a smile that could tear rivers and bring down mountains with a gentle wave of one's palms. When the rays of light were at their peak, Luo Yunyang realized that the people below were getting visually fuzzy. He waved at Yunxi, the girl who had seemingly fallen in love with him. Although his actions were subtle, he believed that the smart Yunxi would definitely understand his intention. He would return at any cost. When the light rays disappeared, Luo Yunyang discovered that he was in a warship cabin that was only 2 meters wide. The cabin seemed to have no door, and there was only one cushion made from an unknown material. There was no sound or further arrangements, so the deafening silence felt like a cage. Luo Yunyang used his mind power to probe his surroundings. However, when his mind power reached the end of the room, he discovered a problem. His mind power could only operate within this space. A powerful force resisted him when his mind power tried to pass through the room. Nothing could be seen outside, and his mind power couldn't exit either. Thus, Luo Yunyang immediately quelled the thought of probing around. Instead, he sat down in a lotus position on the cushion and began to cultivate the basic fundamentals of the godly lotus secret seal while quietly training his mind power. Thanks to the financial support Yunxi had provided, Luo Yunyang had bought a lot of mind power supplements. There had been no ideal time to take them before, but this was the right moment. As vials of supplements entered Luo Yunyang's body, the sesame seed-sized lotuses quickly became larger. Eventually, each of them grew to the size of the first lotus seal. As he supplemented and replenished his mind power, Luo Yunyang constantly paid attention to the passage of time. Although he couldn't see the sun and the moon from inside the cabin, based on his senses, he estimated that 3 months had passed. Power: 1113 fire, 998 ice, 12 wood, 9 speed, 9 mind, 2100 fire, 29 array formation intent, 1 constitution, 214 dragon bloodline, 15 golden body, 13 fire, 153 ice, 0.568 wood, 0.47 true intent, 2134 indiscriminate bloody massacre, 49 bloody sun overhead, 49 decimation, 9.9 ice fire, 7.6 yin yang true intent. 2. As the last vial of medical supplements was used, Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator and was pleasantly surprised by the numbers of his mind attribute. After all, the greater his strength was, the greater his chances of returning alive from the bloody massacre killing arena would be. However, Luo Yunyang also felt kind of unfortunate. According to his calculations, the supplements Yunxi had given him should be able to push his godly lotus secret seal all the way to peak planet grade, which meant that he could form 1000 lotus seals. Unfortunately, as he kept using the supplements to boost his stats, he discovered that their effect was diminishing. This large amount of supplements could ultimately only form 300 lotus seals. Attention, attention! The sound of the machine suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Upon hearing the sound, Luo Yunyang quickly settled down and calmed his mind. This was the first time in 3 months that the warship had made any announcements. In 5 minutes, you will land on the Chongyuan star. Each of you will get a source crystal. In 5 years, only 100 people will be getting off the Chongyuan star. 5 years, 100 people. Luo Yunyang recalled Yunxi mentioning before that, during every bloody massacre killing arena, there were at least 100,000 planet-grade martialists, not including the 3,000 elites from the bloody massacre path. Considering that there were that many people, how could only 100 emerge as survivors? The hardships ahead were unimaginable. One last piece of advice. Don't trust anyone. Good luck to you all. The mechanical voice resonated once again. When the last word was said, Luo Yunyang felt like the weight of his body had suddenly disappeared. He was subsequently ejected from the warship and plummeted down. A whistling wind rushed past Luo Yunyang as he was surrounded by countless figures that were also free-falling around him. Meanwhile, several old men in blood-red robes on the deck of the warship were forming hand seals. Every single one of them possessed overwhelming abilities. A vast power quickly gathered in the elders' palms as they formed these hand seals. When the last seal was formed, the void began to twist and distort. A blazing red light gushed forth from the void. Although the elders were desperately controlling that power, everyone couldn't help but stumble a few steps back the moment the red light descended. Some of the elders even trembled in shock. In the end, the red light began to dissipate and a crystal about the size of a plate appeared in front of everyone. Although there were no patterns on the crystal, all the elders ogled at it as if they had seen the most beautiful thing in the world. The fundamental planetary source is so beautiful. An old man with wrinkles on his face enthused as he stared at the huge crystal. Even though the other elders did not speak, their eyes also glowed with fascination. Unfortunately, we can't use it. If I received the fundamental planetary source at the peak planet grade, I wouldn't have to be stuck at this cultivation stage. An old man exclaimed somewhat irritably as he looked down. His lamentations caused a strong resonance among several of his companions, who stared at the fundamental planetary source as if they were each lost in a world of their own. I don't understand. Why does the great ancestor want to separate the fundamental planetary source? Wouldn't it be better to let everyone fight it out and reward the last man standing with it? Wouldn't this be better for future accomplishments? An elder expressed his dissatisfaction, or rather his suggestion. His words were met with silence by everyone around him. The leader of this group of elders sighed. It's not like the great ancestor didn't give them any opportunities. If they gather all the fundamental planetary source fragments, their foundation will naturally become incomparably solid. As he spoke, the eyes of the elder leader showed signs of respect. Back in the day, the fifth ancestor, the seventh ancestor. Alright, let's not talk about all this useless stuff. Another elder standing beside the leader said. His face had a deep, visibly ancient scar that made him appear a little sinister. Now, let's work together to break the fundamental planetary source into 100,000 fragments and distribute it to those kids. A couple of the elders nodded their heads. Although they could talk and discuss this all day, they knew clearly that they had no power to make decisions. Hence, it was better to carry on with the assigned task rather than gossip about it. The elders made their move at practically the same time. Their palms were laden with a might that could split heaven and earth. However, when their collective strength landed on the fundamental planetary source, they realized that nothing had happened. There was not even a crack. How is this possible? How can we be unable to break the fundamental planetary source? The elders were shocked. Although the fundamental planetary source was important, they had already hosted dozens of bloody massacre-killing arenas and broken countless fundamental planetary sources. Each fundamental planetary source had broken into pieces without much resistance by using the same strength. However, this fundamental planetary source did not so much as crack. This is a fundamental planetary source taken by the great ancestor from a galaxy about to be born. Therefore, it is different from the other fundamental planetary sources, said the leader of the group. The great ancestor has already shared with me a method to break it. You lot were just too anxious. The incomparably beautiful fundamental planetary source was broken into fragments by the combined forces of the elders before flying towards Luo Yunyang and the other participants. Luo Yunyang could see the existence of the planetary source core. However, just as he was ready to capture the fragments, he noticed that a diamond-like fragment had silently immersed itself into his body. He simply didn't have any time to resist. Boom! Luo Yunyang had just landed, when a blade light came flying crazily towards him, giving him no time to react. Chapter 378, Silent Hunting. The blade wasn't fast. At least not in Luo Yunyang's opinion. According to his estimations, he could beat that sneaky attacker and his blade by just lifting a finger. However, a dense intuition of impending danger filled Luo Yunyang's mind. He unleashed a devastating first variation of the heaven-burning dragon fists at his attacker without hesitation. The moment he unleashed this blow, Luo Yunyang instantly realized what was wrong. The blade was moving too slow, and his own speed was decreasing as well. If he unleashed the heaven-burning dragon fists in the Da Alliance or the imperial capital of the Blue Rain Empire, an immense blazing flame capable of swallowing the skies would be created. However, although his power and might seemed unchanged, no flames were coming out of his fists. Instead, his palm had turned scarlet. Boom! His fist finally collided with the blade light. As soon as it did, Luo Yunyang was pushed back 5 steps. The man who had swung his blade at Luo Yunyang looked confused and somewhat stunned by what had happened. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang had already rushed over at him at top speed. His fist landed hard on the man's forehead before he could even say anything. However, even though his punch could cut mountains and split oceans, it was still not effective. Instead of cracking that man's skull like it should, the man was sent flying just several meters away. As his blade fell to the ground, Luo Yunyang dashed towards it without hesitation and tried to grab it. Meanwhile, the man also reacted and reached out for his blade. When he saw that the blade was about to return to the man's hand, Luo Yunyang suddenly stopped in his tracks. The blade spun and flashed across the man's neck, beheading him. In an instant, the man's body had already crashed to the ground. As soon as he died, a beautiful diamond-like object flew out of his body and immediately fused into Luo Yunyang's body. Although he didn't feel anything when that object fused with him, Luo Yunyang could sense the mysterious power contained in the diamond-like object. However, he had no idea what kind of power it was. Luo Yunyang had no time to pay attention to that solid object. His priority was figuring out what was happening to him. Why were the heaven-burning dragon fists so weak? Why was controlling a blade that exhausting on his mental strength? Luo Yunyang looked around and noticed that he was standing on a wasteland. Apart from the cyan sand that covered the land, there were only a few strands of fine grass. As a telekinesis user, Luo Yunyang's first reaction was to spread out his mind power and scout out the situation around him. However, as he extended his mind power, Luo Yunyang discovered that it could only cover 1 kilometer. It seemed like there was a huge resistance within the void that made it extremely difficult for him to use his mind power. Instinctively, Luo Yunyang quickly opened his attribute regulator. Power: 1113 Fire, 998 Ice, 12 Wood, 9 Speed, 9 Mind, 2100 Fire, 29 Array Formation Intent, 1 Constitution, 214 Dragon Bloodline, 15 Golden Body, 13 Fire, 153 Ice, 0.568 Wood, 0.47 True Intent, 2134 Indiscriminate Bloody Massacre, 49 Bloody Sun Overhead, 49 Decimation, 9.9 Ice Fire, 7.6 Yin Yang True Intent, 2. Although there didn't seem to be any changes, Luo Yunyang realized that his true intent and constitution, as well as the accompanying numbers in the brackets, had turned dull gray. This dull gray undertone meant that these attributes were not in use. After 15 minutes, Luo Yunyang finally found out why. The celestial body he was on was a star that had gone through certain variations. Although it was not a white dwarf, the density of the planet was still too high. Its extremely strong gravitational field formed a resistance to most kinds of power. Therefore, the true intent attributes he had accumulated in the Da Alliance simply couldn't be used there. The Jade Ridge Star Lord had once cultivated on a similar mutated star. According to him, the only reason he had chosen this sort of place for cultivation was that places in the cosmos with extremely strong gravitational forces were closer to the origin source of the skies and earth. This concept was akin to a wind blowing over a calm river and stirring up ripples or even creating a huge wave. On the contrary, a wind would have no effect on a frozen lake. It was precisely because it was difficult to achieve a breakthrough there that any form of enlightenment would be much closer to the origin source law. Even obtaining a small trace of the origin source law was still an amazing achievement. Therefore, the Bloody Massacre path had placed its disciples there for obvious reasons. In 3 months, the Bloody Massacre path disciples will arrive. Be prepared. A roaring sound echoed again like thunder throughout the void. Luo Yunyang did not know how many people had reached this star, but he knew that even if there were 3,000 Bloody Massacre path disciples coming, only 100 participants would be able to leave. This was an extremely cruel reality. He had to survive. After picking up the blade that had slain so many, Luo Yunyang quickly found a concealed pothole and hid within it. Right now, his priority was familiarizing himself with the environment. His true intent, constitution and mind attribute were suppressed, so he would need to use unique means to survive on this planet with 100,000 other participants. Using the heaven-burning dragon fists had consumed too much energy. Hence, he would need to use weapons. However, the thing that would keep him alive would still be his speed. As Luo Yunyang thought about all this, he laid down a basic strategy. Meanwhile, there was also a strong desire in his heart to obtain the diamond-like object that would appear once a participant was killed. Although he didn't understand what that diamond-like object was, his senses and his memories of the Jade Ridge Star Lord told him that it was surely a precious treasure for anyone trying to reach the Star-grade realm. The blade was the same one he had taken from the dead man, yet the blade technique he used had been learned through a memory of the Jade Ridge Star Lord. This blade technique emphasized on speed, and all its 9 blows had an implicit concept. Unfortunately, such concepts weren't effective on the star that Luo Yunyang was on. What Luo Yunyang had to do was practice this technique in order to become faster. Draw the blade and slash. Swing the blade and slash. Half a month passed. Luo Yunyang, who was immersed in drawing and swinging the blade quickly, had begun to form an incomparable coordination with the surrounding environment. Although he still couldn't use the hidden concept behind the blade technique, he believed that his attacking speed had become much faster. Actually, what made him ecstatic was that his speed had made rapid progress. In terms of cultivation, the effect of the attribute regulator was paramount. Although there was no hidden concept in adjusting the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang's speed somehow gained experience even quicker. Even though this experience was brief, it allowed him to achieve greater heights during his subsequent training. "Don't kill me, I will give you all my belongings." Luo Yunyang heard a woman pleading. His mind power instantly enveloped a 1,000-meter radius and spotted a group of people just 300 meters away from him. A few thick-set, malevolent-looking men were staring at a seemingly weak woman. This sight made one instinctively feel the desire to protect the woman. Luo Yunyang's mind had already formed a clear picture. By using his mind power, he was able to see 2 archers hiding in the treetop canopy 1,000 meters away. At the bottom left of the mountain peak where the lady was located, a telekinesis master lay in wait, crouching down. After pondering over this for a bit, Luo Yunyang rushed out. When he reached the woman's side, she seemed pleasantly surprised. The moment she was about to speak, Luo Yunyang drew his blade and slashed at her like a flash of lightning. Although the woman had been prepared for this sort of situation, Luo Yunyang had adjusted his attribute regulator to complement his blade. Thus, the speed of his blade had reached an astonishing level. It was simply too fast. A blade light flashed across before her beautiful head landed on the ground. As soon as she died, the buff men who had attacked her turned pale with fright. They had staged this act too many times. Although sometimes their act would fail, seeing their boss's head roll around on the ground was still a first. While they were still recovering from this horrific scene, Luo Yunyang's blade started to swing around. In an instant, their heads were separated from their bodies. Their lifeless bodies fell to the ground like blocks of wood. "Hey, hey, hey." One of the buff men wanted to say something, but nothing came out of his mouth. The 2 archers and the telekinesis master hiding at the foot of the mountain finally reacted. The telekinesis master tried to raise his weapon, which was a crescent-shaped light wheel. However, before he could do so, he was beheaded by a silver crescent-like light. The Buddha discs Luo Yunyang had not used lately had been deployed to reap the life of the telekinesis master. One of the archers shot out an arrow before realizing that his companion had died. He knew instantly that they had picked on the wrong target. Thus, he picked himself up and began running frantically without hesitation. Unfortunately, he had merely run away 1 kilometer when he felt a person appear beside him. He immediately turned his head and saw someone's pearly white teeth smiling at him. Then, there was nothing. More than 100 glowing dots flew out of these people and flowed into Luo Yunyang's body. Every single one of these light spots represented a life lost. As he felt them flow into his body, Luo Yunyang knew that he had no other choice. Chapter 379, The Crazy Person with the Blade. There was a gathering on the mountains. Hundreds of people, nimble as cats, converged towards a mountain peak. Every single one of them looked vicious. In the middle of the group was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. Compared to the fierce-looking subordinates, he seemed elegant, calm and confident. All his subordinates used swords or blades as their weapons, but he was holding onto a fan instead. The fan looked more decorative than practical. Third Prince, we have now surrounded the ring-shaped mountain. Even if that crazy person sprouts wings, he will not escape our grasp," said a loyal subject with a cold, sinister smile. The third prince put on a stern expression and chuckled. "We have to force this crazy person to surrender this time, Old Ming. He is really an exceptionally strong individual. He killed Haidian and his team single-handedly. This is exactly the kind of people we need. You must know that time is running out." The third prince's expression became icy as he cursed to himself. "Father, mother, big brother, second brother. Just wait till I become a bloody massacre path disciple. We will see whether you will still laugh at me then." Ha ha ha. The man known as Old Ming bowed deeply. As a clever subordinate, he had to be mindful of his replies, especially when it came to the master's thoughts and intentions. Understanding his master's thoughts was fine, but he could not criticize them rashly. If his master got angry, the consequences would be dire. When he was finished, the third prince's gaze fell on the ring-shaped mountain. A man was currently standing quietly on the mountain peak. The man, who wasn't very tall, would probably be described as a young man in terms of appearance. However, this young man was the most infamous killer of this area, the Crazy Person. No one knew his real name, or why he was called the Crazy Person. However, his name had swept through this region during the past month like a sudden gust of wind. "You are the Crazy Person." When all his subordinates were in place, the third prince strolled over leisurely. The Crazy Person didn't react. It was as if he hadn't seen the third prince at all. The third prince did not get angry. Instead, he said with a faint smile, "You must be very talented to be able to reach the planet 9 grade this easily. You must have your own story about being thrown here as prey. I know that neither you nor I want to be a stepping stone for the others, so why don't we become allies instead? Let's slaughter the bloody massacre path disciples and become one of the final 100 survivors that will walk out of here for a brand new start. There is only one thing we can do right now, and that is stay united. As long as we are united, we will." As the third prince kept up his persuading propaganda, the young man interrupted him unceremoniously. "We'll realize your dreams, right?" The third prince's face darkened before it quickly returned to normal. "You've misunderstood me. This is not about realizing my dreams, but all our dreams. During the process of realizing our dreams, many people will die. However, the probability of us dying is the same." As soon as he said that, his expression changed and he added, "I hope you will join us." "What if I don't?" The young man known as the Crazy Person looked nonchalant. The third prince did not speak. Meanwhile, a tall man nearby stood up. "I am the giant bear Barlow. I make meals out of the enemies who oppose me." Just as Barlow finished his words, a 2-meter-tall man in black attire spoke up. "I am Shadow. Everyone calls me the Emissary. The Death Emissary." A voice echoed. The location of the speaker could not be seen clearly. The other people that were part of the encirclement were roused upon hearing these three speak. They all gazed at the trio with eyes brimming with admiration and fear. They naturally admired their strength and feared that they would become the targets of these three one day. "Come at me then," the young man known as the Crazy Person said as he fled. The third prince sneered and flicked his fingers gently. The order had already been issued. It was a rather obvious order to bring him back, dead or alive. Dozens of his subordinates swamped towards the madman the moment the order was given. However, in the blink of an eye, the third prince realized that the madman had dashed towards him and was just 100 meters away. This was too fast. The deeply talented third prince led many people, and his cultivation base wasn't weak either. However, he suddenly saw Barlow's hammer, Shadow's pike and the moonlight wheel of the Death Emissary at the same time. His three most powerful subordinates didn't disappoint him. They all coordinated perfectly to kill the Crazy Person. If it had not been for the gravity suppression on this star, that giant golden hammer would have coiled with thunder and destroyed a small planet. Even though the third prince still had some doubts about Shadow deep down, Shadow was equally fast. The Death Emissary's moonlight wheel whizzed through the air like it couldn't be evaded. However, as these combined attacks were about to land, a blade light flashed and the cornered Crazy Person vanished. The third prince suddenly had a bad feeling. The vigilance he had developed over the years made him turn his back and leave without the slightest bit of hesitation. However, it was already too late. When he turned around, the Crazy Person already stood before him. Although his clothes were still the same, there was blood on his face this time. This was the blood of the others. You killed the 3 of them, the third prince said incredulously. How can you use true intent here? True intent has already been suppressed by the gravitational force. How can you? The third prince had not even finished his sentence when the blade slashed towards him. He had no time to raise his heavily ornamented fan to parry. He was instantly sliced into 2. The third prince was dead. Hundreds of people started scattering in all directions frantically. This turn of events was really unexpected. The more surprised they all were, the faster they scrambled away. The young man known as the crazy person did not move. He stood quietly on the spot where the third prince had been cut down, as though he didn't have any intention of slaughtering those low-ranking losers. Many people were relieved. However, before they could calm down, 4 rings of light swept out. Wherever the rings went, heads fell before people even had any time to react. Countless glowing lights rushed towards the crazy person from all directions like fireflies. In an instant, the crazy person was enveloped by lights. When all these lights dissipated, the crazy person collected the third prince's and everyone else's possessions. He took special care while picking up the belongings of the third prince and the other so-called big shots. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 interspatial rings were in the crazy person's possession. Besides those rings, there were also some precious medicinal herbs and treasures. The crazy person was extremely satisfied. This was the largest batch of loot during his time on this planet. His body turned into a breeze as he left the killing field quickly. Although he was confident about dealing with any reinforcements that came, the many days of killing had made him cautious. He had encountered too many dangers during these past 2 months. Once, he had been a little too soft-hearted and had almost been poisoned to death. Another time, he had clearly landed a killing blow on the vital region of an adversary during a bloodbath, but the other party had a secret technique up his sleeves. Then, there was, nearly every dangerous situation had brought him very close to meeting his death. Each kill had also helped him make plenty of progress. This improvement was not only related to mystic arts, but to other aspects as well. Secret techniques, cultivation techniques, spirit pills. As soon as he returned to his hiding spot, the crazy person quickly sorted out his spoils of war. Although he had yet to encounter any overwhelming opponents, there had to be some overwhelming powerhouses among those 100,000 people. Plus, based on the words of the third prince and the others, he had learned that some of these people had entered Chongyuan Star out of their own free will. These volunteers were all fighting for an opportunity. A book. The crazy person, who was also known as Luo Yunyang, had a solemn look on his face as he noticed the book. He immediately flipped it open with a wave of delight. It was the diary of the third prince. Not everything that was recorded in there was important to Luo Yunyang. He really valued only a portion of its contents. The fundamental planetary source had been extracted from a planet yet to be formed. Using the fundamental planetary source to break through to the star-grade realm would result in a core sturdier and more solid than using any other precious, divine treasures. The more fundamental planetary sources collected, the more robust and reliable the foundation would be and the greater the future accomplishments would also be. Luo Yunyang's expression stiffened and his fists clenched with determination as he perused the diary. In the command center of the huge blood-red warship inside the void, a few old people were quietly watching the situation below. Elder Keek, it seems like there is quite a number of good seedlings among the people here. Maybe someone will become one of our 100 disciples, said a young man in blood-red robes. Bloody knife, giant axe, broken sword. After saying these 3 names, the old man mumbled, that crazy person could also be considered one. He's not shabby, but he still has a long way to go before he can compare to the top elites we have groomed. Only their fate will determine if they are meant to become disciples of the bloody massacre path. Then, Elder Keek added, it is almost time. Let the children out. At his command, 3,000 eager and bloodthirsty bloody massacre path elites were released. They turned into 3,000 blood-red light rays that landed on the Chongyuan Star. Chapter 380, The Bloody Massacre Cultivation Technique. The 3,000 elites of the Bloody Massacre path landed on the Chongyuan Star. The distance between each of them was 500 kilometers. This was a battle of life and death for every single Bloody Massacre path elite. If they survived this bloodbath, they would become true powerhouses of the Bloody Massacre path and bask in the glory of the path. Bing Yijun had been in the Bloody Massacre path for 60 years, so he had experienced a lot ever since he had been an ordinary barbaric teenager. At the age of 11, he had killed his best friend. At the age of 15, he had been the only person to walk out of a deadly match. From then on, he had firmly believed that an elite martialist would have to endure eternal loneliness, without any companionship, company or expectations. Now, he had finally reached the last stage. As long as he passed this stage, he would be at ease. Bing Yijun didn't rank very high among the elite. Actually, he ranked near the bottom of the list. However, he didn't feel any pressure in this aspect, because as an elite hunter, camouflaging and disguising himself were his best options. His heart was filled with a hidden happiness. Thus, after entering the Chongyuan star, he disguised himself as prey and presented others with the fundamental planetary source. This disguise allowed him to relax. He had already hunted more than a dozen preys, so there were currently over 100 fundamental planetary source fragments within his body. Bing Yijun was creeping around. His target was an encampment formed by more than 20 of the most ferocious planet-grade powerhouses. This was the most powerful group within 250 kilometers, as it was extremely united. However, its unity meant nothing to Bing Yijun, who was lurking quietly. Leaves fell silently as Bing Yijun sneaked into the encampment. He did not immediately begin slaughtering, even though he could have just by relying on his true strength. He wanted to accomplish his task with the least effort. Although the camp was small and tight, it was also obvious that these 20 people were very nervous. Perhaps they were nervous about his arrival. Just as Bing Yijun started feeling proud of his sneaky arrival, he saw a figure in the distance wielding a long blade in its hand. "It's the crazy person," the leader of the group shouted loudly as he wielded a giant axe. "The elites of the bloody massacre path have arrived. We should fight against our common foe rather than kill each other." Bing Yijun, who had already figured out the habits of these 20 people, knew that they were murderous and overbearing. Although their leader had spoken carefully, it was obvious that they considered the crazy person an important individual. It seemed like there were indeed some outstanding fellows among the prey. Bing Yijun's heart filled with excitement. This was the kind of excitement a beast smelling blood felt, or the excitement a hunter catching sight of big prey experienced. The crazy person waved his blade as quick as a gale. In an instant, 17 to 18 members of the group were killed. The leader of the group and a telekinesis user tried to flee. Even though these 20 had sworn to fight and die together, no one was able to help anyone else at this juncture. Just as the crazy person caught up with the leader and was about to finish him off with a strike, Bing Yijun took flight. As he was about to make a move, he suddenly saw the crazy person's blade turn towards him. The crazy person was staring straight into his eyes in a cold, gloomy manner. Bing Yijun felt a chill in his bones. He suddenly thought that this was how his life would end. He had never imagined that he would become prey, which made him even more excited. He unconsciously licked his lips as his heart surged with euphoria. A desire to engage in a bloody slaughter blazed in his heart. His hand trembled as it held the hilt of his sword with cruel pleasure. While he waved the sword in his hand, his body strangely split into two in the air. In an instant, two sword lights whizzed towards the crazy person and arrived faster than his blade. The faint shock on the crazy person's face made Bing Yijun feel very comfortable. Although the crazy person was extraordinary, he was still unable to retaliate against the power of Bing Yijun's sword. Just as Bing Yijun thought that his long sword had pierced the crazy person's neck, he suddenly felt his mind shudder. This was a mind attack. Bing Yijun was no telekinesis master, but his mind power wasn't weak either. According to the person who had taught him, his mind power was insufficient for him to attack someone, but more than enough for him to defend himself. However, even though it was powerful enough to use for defensive purposes, it did not stop the intrusion of the crazy person's attack. Even though Big Yijun only stumbled for a split second, that split second was enough to cost him his life. A blade light swept through his neck and beheaded him. The crazy person's palms were full of sweat as he landed. He had also found Bing Yijun's attack unexpected. He had plotted this trap and made the first move, yet Bing Yijun had almost been able to land a blow earlier, despite executing it way slower. Why had his sword appeared slow but arrived faster than it should have? The crazy person didn't care about the leader of the 20-man group, who had fled. He quickly searched through Bing Yijun's belongings. He believed that any member of the bloody massacre path would have some valuable items. After a while, a look of rapt ecstasy appeared on the crazy person's face. However, he didn't stop. After absorbing all the fundamental planetary source fragments, he quickly retreated. He had found the bloody massacre cultivation technique. The crazy person, who had already returned to his own hideout, quickly opened his loot and found a set of bloody massacre sword techniques as well as items used for cultivating source power. This sword technique was very strange and full of suspense. Yes, suspense. Despite the crazy person's savvy understanding, it felt as though the moves of the sword technique were difficult to perform. For example, one had to strangely shift the sword from one side to the other. The crazy person shook his head as he went through the sword technique because he realized that the bloody massacre cultivation technique had reached its end. Just as he was about to close the book, he discovered that the last page of the bloody massacre cultivation technique was actually a painting of fallen autumn leaves. An autumn wind surged as 9 leaves fell. The painting was incomparably simple, yet the crazy person's eyes lit up when he saw it. Although it was just composed of a few strokes, the crazy person sensed some problems with it. The gentle autumn wind gave the madman a different feeling. The autumn wind blew gently as the leaves fluctuated. What caused the leaves to fluctuate wasn't the leaves themselves, but the wind. The autumn wind was formless. The autumn wind was gentle. The autumn wind controlled the fate of the falling leaves. The crazy person suddenly seemed to grasp something. As he was sitting in a lotus position, he studied the fallen autumn leaves painting. 15 minutes, an hour, 2 hours passed. The crazy person appeared puzzled. Muttering to himself, he quickly opened the attribute regulator and converted most of his attribute points to mind points. This increase in his mind attribute made the madman feel vitalized once again. After an unknown period of time, his eyes flashed with some sort of enlightenment. The long blade in his hand swung out with a smooth stroke that seemed able to sweep everything in its path. However, the moment the blade came out, it suddenly changed direction. This change was astonishing and unexpected, yet the strike was true. The crazy person, who had only captured one of the 9 falling leaves, became even more solemn. Just as he was about to sink back into thought, his expression darkened. The crazy person took flight without hesitation. Meanwhile, he saw a shadow flying straight towards him like a streak of lightning. This figure was very fast. A grave expression appeared on the crazy person's face when he saw it. The figure pressed forward without hesitation. Compared to the people the crazy person had killed, this being was way stronger and harder to deal with. The crazy person didn't seem reluctant to take off into the distance. He didn't know who this person was, but he had a feeling that they were stronger than him. After studying the fallen autumn leaves, the crazy person was way more reluctant to fight that formidable figure head-on. A man in blood-red robes chased him with a sly smile on his face. He was slightly excited that his prey had actually detected him in advance. What a useful victim. So what if he had detected him? He was one of the fastest people among the 3,000 bloody massacre path disciples. He steadily increased his speed, yet he helplessly discovered that the gap between him and the person ahead was widening. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Eventually, the pursuer stopped. However, the crazy person continued to flee as fast as he could. 5 hours later, the crazy person stopped. Although they hadn't exchanged blows, he still felt like this had been the closest to death he had ever gotten. That person was really frightening. The crazy person wasn't sure if that man was a top elite member of the bloody massacre path. Unfortunately, if there were a few more such people among the bloody massacre path, then his chances of survival would be very slim. There was no gap between them in terms of power or cultivation, but there was one when it came to the comprehension of the laws. The gravitational force on the mutated star was able to suppress the various intents. However, it was unable to suppress the power of the laws, which still applied there. Deep inside a hole, the crazy person adjusted his body's physical abilities to the lowest level possible. If he didn't examine things meticulously, then a large rock would appear in his heart. The crazy person's hair began to grow rapidly, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He forgot about the Chongyuan star and the upcoming bloodbath. When he forgot about everything, he was left with only that violent gale. Time passed quickly. The crazy person's hair reached his shoulders, and his beard began to dangle over his chest. The sky and earth seemed to become a silent place for him. So that's why. I get it now, the crazy person exclaimed as his eyes glowed extremely brightly. Then, the crazy person moved, pushing away the surrounding rocks and burrowing out of the bottom of the earth. Here I am, who dares to challenge me? He bellowed as he viewed the dusky sky. 5 elites in bloody massacre path clothes had already started rushing towards him from 4 different directions. Chapter 381. A blood light 10,000 miles away. Everyone on the Chongyuan star was an enemy. Although there wasn't anything wrong with this saying, there were still people who gathered together because they felt solidarity in numbers. These people weren't just limited to the martialists delivered over to be treated as prey. The 3,000 Bloody Massacre Path elite disciples were also included. Among the elite disciples, only 100 would be able to leave. This gave many elite disciples some room for imagination. Therefore, many Bloody Massacre Path disciples who considered themselves middle grade gathered together primarily to protect themselves, but also to slaughter others. On the Chongyuan star, there was no room for pity or mercy. When Luo Yunyang shouted loudly, 5 elite members of the Bloody Massacre Path were resting not too far away. When they heard his shout and noticed that Luo Yunyang wasn't a disciple of the Bloody Massacre Path, they all launched attacks promptly. Each of them used a certain killing technique to defeat the enemy in one move. They felt that this person possessed certain ability, yet a Planet 9 grade individual nurtured by a lower level of power was still way weaker than them. Killing this sort of person was like slaughtering a dog. As their weapons were brandished, they all seemed to accumulate a hint of the laws. It could be said that every single one of them attacked with their full force. They were giving their all, although they were dealing with a minor problem. They believed that the person before their eyes was about to be slaughtered. However, they suddenly felt a breeze. As soon as they did, the 5 of them died. Lights formed from basic source power flowed out of their bodies. Although they were already dead, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. A sudden gale rose, enveloping the entire Chongyuan star in a dense fog. Whenever this occurred, even the staunchest martialists would choose to rest inside the red dust storms. However, this time, some people were moving about like groundhogs digging out holes in the ground. These people had extremely guarded expressions on their faces. Old 6, you are still alive. What about Old 5? He was killed yesterday. He couldn't help but cultivate for a bit, so he was discovered by a little child from the Bloody Massacre Path. He's dead. Did you hear about this? Bloody Knife died just 20 days ago. He was killed by the Bloody Massacre Path's strongest member, Lian. It's said that he suffered 3 sword strikes. Bloody Knife is also dead. Looks like we really have no hope, said a decent-looking middle-aged man. Compared to his groundhog-like comrades, he looked way cleaner. Bloody Knife, Giant Axe, Broken Sword. The middle-aged man sighed as he mumbled these 3 names. I always thought that their appearance would surely tear down the indelible myth of the Bloody Massacre Path during this Bloody Massacre battle. However, it seems like I was truly wrong. 3 years ago, Giant Axe died. 2 years ago, it was Broken Sword's turn. Now, Bloody Knife is gone too. While all sorts of discussions were going on, someone lamented, to be honest, it really is a pity that Bloody Knife died. He was the young master of a large family. If he had taken the path paved out by his family, he would have stepped on the apex one day. However, he voluntarily chose to participate in this bloody battle. He believed that he would get the last laugh. The man sighed with a pensive gaze. What a pity. Nobody said anything. Although they were empathizing with their fellow sufferers, most of them were wondering whether they would get to see the sun rise again the next day. Isn't there also that crazy person? Have you all heard the news? Someone suddenly blurted out. No, there isn't. Perhaps he might already be dead. Someone answered dully. Amidst their idle chatter and item trading, the flurry of footsteps was suddenly heard. The footsteps were heavy, as though no effort was being made to conceal them. This kind of thing happened rarely on the Chongyuan star. After all, even an apex powerhouse could be killed. Everyone glanced in the direction of the footsteps at practically the same time and saw over 100 men in Bloody Massacre Path robes rushing frantically towards them. Extreme fear rose up in their hearts. Their first thought was that these people had come to encircle and annihilate them. However, just as they accepted that their time was up, they noticed one person wielding a long blade behind this group. Although this person was strolling unhurriedly, the frantic group of people seemed to be by his side. In just an instant, the man in question had already walked among the crowd. As blade shadows flickered, numerous Bloody Massacre disciples fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, half of the 100 Bloody Massacre disciples lay dead. Although some Bloody Massacre disciples turned around and attacked frantically, they were rapidly slaughtered. The blade in that man's hand seemed to possess a strange, bewitching power. It was difficult to block, difficult to read, difficult to. The elites of the Bloody Massacre Path no longer had any fighting intent. Right now, there only thought was to flee. They were concerned about whether they could overtake their own comrades and escape from the hands of this crazy killer. Overtaking their own comrades meant that they would survive. They all ran. All these people were fleeing frantically. When that figure chased after the bloody massacre disciples and left, everyone heaved a huge sigh of relief. Some people also exclaimed, "Thank heavens he didn't notice us." No, he definitely noticed us. He just didn't kill us. That was the crazy person. I have seen him. Although it has been 4 years, I'm sure I am not seeing things. That was indeed the crazy person. Someone exclaimed loudly as though he had some sort of close relationship with the crazy person. Still, many people chose to leave. Regardless of who this was, they were all weaklings. However, they couldn't help but feel delighted when they recalled how the bloody massacre path elites had been killed like lambs while attempting to flee. Although this person wasn't their comrade, he had the same status after all. His existence could at least prove that they weren't just prey. The news circulated fast. The crazy person had returned, and he was crazier than ever. The rate at which the bloody massacre path elite disciples died increased rapidly. 10 days later, the Xie brothers, who ranked 99th and 100th among the bloody massacre path elites, were slain on a barren hill. 20 days later, the female martial goddess that ranked 36th among the bloody massacre path elites died with her eyes wide open in shock and disbelief. 30 days later, the large piercing sky union of the bloody massacre path's 3,000 elites was destroyed and 536 people lost their lives. 50 days later, the bloody massacre path's 9th strongest powerhouse called Shishui was sliced into 2. To no one's surprise, the killer was the crazy person. His name was like a whirlwind sweeping through the Chongyuan star. The few thousands of people that remained on the Chongyuan star started to liven up. Both the bloody massacre path elites and the prey being hunted started to get excited. They couldn't sense that a massive storm was about to take place. The bloody massacre path's 3rd strongest member, Jingkong, challenged the crazy person to a fight on the buried gods plateau. In the end, everyone saw the crazy person descend from the buried gods plateau alone. After Jingkong's death, the overbearing, truculent bloody massacre path elites collectively lost their voice. Although Jingkong hadn't been their #1 powerhouse, he had been an unparalleled entity in many people's eyes. Among the 3,000 bloody massacre path elites, most people would say with absolute certainty that the ones with the highest possibility of leaving the Chongyuan star alive were definitely the 3 strongest powerhouses, Poshan, Yunlei and Jingkong. Jingkong was already dead. He had died at the hands of the so-called crazy person. This alone made many people's hearts tremble. After all, the 3 strongest powerhouses had cultivation bases that surpassed theirs by far. Nobody even dared challenge those 3. Just as the bloody massacre path's remaining elites were collectively sighing, a piece of news circulated, creating shockwaves among the bloody massacre path elites. Yunlei, who ranked 2nd, had died. However, he hadn't died at the hands of the crazy person. Instead, he had been killed by a punch from Poshan. Someone had witnessed the exchange between those two. With just one punch, Yunlei had fallen at the hands of Poshan. Although this punch had seemed extremely simple, one of the bloody massacre path's strongest fighters had simply had no way of resisting it. Yunlei and Jingkong were dead. Less than 300 bloody massacre path elites remained out of the original 3,000. Out of the 10,000 people that were treated as prey, only slightly over 500 people were left. Thus, there were now not even 1,000 people on the entire Chongyuan star. Although the survivors were elites among elites, during the process, these people were aware of the upcoming crisis. This sort of crisis concerned their lives, yet also tempted many people. As he stood on the massive warship, Elder Cheke's gaze was fixed on a large electronic screen. He had a look of astonishment on his face. Poshan's Earth origin source law has already reached the 2nd layer. A subordinate with a frosty expression said in a mechanical voice. Otherwise, he'd definitely have no way of killing Yunlei with one blow. After all, both Poshan and Yunlei's Earth origin source law had been at the 1st layer. Elder Keek nodded. His expression was slightly solemn as he asked, "What about the crazy person?" "His wind origin source law must be at a perfected 1st layer," said the subordinate. "Although he hasn't ascended to the 2nd layer yet, I think he could advance anytime now." "Look, everyone wants to surround and attack the crazy person and Poshan." Elder Keek pointed at the map. "A cornered beast will still fight for its life," the subordinate said coldly. "However, this cornered beast makes me feel hopeful. Elder Keek pointed at a location in the middle of the map as he said, I'm afraid that something that hasn't occurred in thousands of years is about to happen. The bloody massacre path will give birth to an absolute genius that will stand at the apex of the world. Master Cheke's face became serious while he asked, who do you think will be the victor? I think very highly of Poshan. The man answered without hesitation. Elder Keek burst out laughing. You really are dull if we share the same view. Chapter 382. The sky crumbles and a warrior emerges, the earth cracks and a hero rises, fight. You all have a good fight. Daddy will hide in this hole and perhaps even get lucky enough to become a disciple, said a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. Although he had the body of a normal person, there was a small horn growing out of his forehead. The Hengtian race was adept in earth-based mystic arts. However, the middle-aged man was unlucky enough to have been sold to the bloody massacre path and thrown into the battlefield on the Chongyuan star. His cultivation base was ordinary, but his escaping skills were top quality. The moment he noticed that something wasn't right, this old fella created a hole in the ground and hid himself. Therefore, even though his cultivation base was lacking, he had still been able to survive till now. According to the ways of the bloody massacre path, as long as he was able to survive, he would become a disciple of the bloody massacre path and nothing would pose a problem anymore. The middle-aged man watched with disdain as a few comrades that were considered prey like him left. If these fellows were thinking about killing their way out, their brains had to be damaged. Didn't they know that, even if they did their best and managed to kill those two, they would gain nothing in the end? The crafty middle-aged man sneered and burrowed towards the lair he had designated for himself like an active groundhog. Damn them, he didn't care anymore. The man had just sat on his soft makeshift cushion when he felt the earth shake. His hiding spot had been reinforced, but if two top-notch planet-grade powerhouses exchanged blows there, he would get hurt. An ordinary earthquake would hurt him even more. This was, as the middle-aged man started to think, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. He immediately rushed through the tunnels towards the outside world without hesitation. In an instant, he had already exited the hole. The spectacle he faced made his body tremble uncontrollably. Rolling lava was surging out of the ground while raging flames that could obliterate a star-grade powerhouse rushed up like a torrential flame dragon. Everything was covered by a blazing sea of fire. The middle-aged man's face fell. He was in midair, so he seemed to be safe. However, he knew deep down that this safety was nothing more than an illusion. As the middle-aged man racked his head, streaks of lightning appeared across the sky. When these forking streaks rained down and met the flames on the earth, the entire sky and land seemed about to be destroyed. If he stayed while the lightning and fire fused, the consequences would be disastrous. The middle-aged man didn't take time to think. He immediately fled in the opposite direction from the lightning and the fire. However, the confluence of lightning and fire kept increasing. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man had flown several hundreds of kilometers away. As the lightning and flames kept surging, the Chongyuan star, which had always been rather tranquil, seemed to suddenly come alive. As he fled through the air rapidly, the middle-aged man saw a few of his comrades. Based on their clothes, he assumed that they were fish that had slipped out of the net of the bloody massacre path. In the past, perhaps they would have faced these attacks cautiously. However, they were totally unguarded now. Everyone's primary concern was escaping. Escaping, fleeing, running away from the lightning and fire on this earth. The middle-aged man, who had lost track of time while trying to escape, realized that the lightning and fires had finally calmed down. However, he now realized that the remaining 800 or so people were gathered on a small mountain range with a radius of less than 5 kilometers. All around it were waves of lightning and fire. Going through them would mean certain death. Plus, he could sense quite a number of hostile gazes in that 5-kilometer radius. That's Poshan. Someone pointed at a huge young man that was over 3 meters tall. He actually looked like a massive bear. Many people stiffened when they heard Poshan's name. Some of them even gripped their weapons a little tighter. They felt as though a stifling storm had suddenly come crashing down on their spirits. They knew very well that they no longer had any other choice under the circumstances. Only 100 people would be able to walk out. Furthermore, there were people among them who believed that their own fundamental planetary source was too small. Practically everyone who was still alive understood the importance of the fundamental planetary source. Some people had already sensed it clearly. It's the crazy person, someone cried out in astonishment. There was a faint waver in their shouting voice. The person who had shouted was a Bloody Massacre Path elite. However, at the moment, his eyes no longer contained the calmness of an elite. Instead, they were filled with a fear that evolved from the depths of his heart. Most of the Bloody Massacre Path disciples watched the crazy person fearfully. After all, ever since this person had emerged, most of the people he had killed had been Bloody Massacre Path disciples. Senior Brother Poshan, this person has killed numerous fellow Bloody Massacre Path disciples. Let's attack him together and kill him. This way, you will become the undisputed #1 elite. An astute Bloody Massacre Path disciple told Poshan, who was built like a small mountain. Poshan remained silent. The Bloody Massacre Path disciple, who interpreted Poshan's silence as consent and encouragement, waved his arm forward and exclaimed, "Fellow brothers. Let's attack together and kill him." These words had just left his mouth when Poshan's fist struck him. In an instant, the Bloody Massacre Path disciple lay dead on the ground. There are too many people here. We can't have a battle like this. How about we tidy up this place and fight to our heart's content? Poshan said with a faint hint of respect. Luo Yunyang met Poshan's gaze. He could sense that Poshan wasn't ordinary. He pondered this for a moment before making a decision. Then, he nodded in response to Poshan's question. Their exchange destroyed all the hopes and dreams of the Bloody Massacre Path disciples. A Bloody Massacre Path elite suddenly shouted, "Everyone, we only have one choice now. We have to go all out and fight together. Perhaps we might still be able to pave a future for ourselves. Otherwise, only death will await us." The threat of death made practically everyone unable to choose a side. They had been able to cultivate till the planet 9 grade, so they knew clearly that choosing to run and hide now might result in a quicker death. Their only chance of surviving was killing these two individuals, who were far more superior than them. Only by killing these two would they be able to live. Under the circumstances, going all out was very sudden but also normal. In the blink of an eye, dozens of telekinesis users used their telekinetic weapons. In a flash, blades rained down, glittering discs streaked through the sky and long swords rose in the air. Hundreds of weapons flew over at Poshan at practically the same time. Although they had never tried to attack Poshan, they all knew that he wasn't very quick. What they wanted to do was grind him down. Poshan brandished his fists. They didn't appear to move fast, yet in a peculiar fashion, his fists collided with every single weapon that shot towards him. He didn't actually move his fists to parry the weapons. Instead, the weapons rushed frantically towards his fist. Every collision sent fragments flying around. In the blink of an eye, every weapon that had attacked Poshan had been smashed to bits. Poshan roared and trudged forward. Each time he took a step, he would throw out a fist. Each time he punched, a body would fly towards him uncontrollably. In just a short space of time, Poshan had thrown 100 punches and 100 people had died at his hands. No matter how high or low their cultivation bases were, or whether they were Bloody Massacre Path disciples or prey, their life force was shattered and they died immediately. The sky seemed to change color as these 100 people were slaughtered. The mass of frenzied fighters was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the Bloody Massacre Path disciples surrounding Luo Yunyang began their assault. The crazy person's blade was quick as the wind. When facing someone with great attacking speed, one couldn't fight them head-on with their own speed. Competing with speed against speed was suicide. The Bloody Massacre Path elites were all experts at slaughtering people. Therefore, when they attacked, their movements weren't that quick. However, their blade lights, sword shadows and other weapons covered the sky, forming a mountain of blades in a sea of swords. As the blade mountain was forming, the sea of swords converged. Everything gathered frantically in a moment. Although this convergence was slow, it seemed as though it could sweep anything in its path, just like a roar of thunder. This thundering force couldn't be blocked. As this massive force loomed overhead, Luo Yunyang remained calm. He waved the long blade in his hand and charged at the mountain and sea of blades and swords. His body quickly reached the mountain and sea. Meanwhile, that figure was drowned in the mountain and sea of blades and swords. Smiles appeared on some faces momentarily. As long as one was within the blade mountain and sea of swords, there was only one possible outcome, death. However, what followed the smiles was eternal stillness. They hadn't seen it, neither had they felt it. However, they were already dead. A blade like the wind had penetrated the mountain of blades, cut through the sea of swords, ripped apart the sky and sliced away the lives of all these people. Dead, 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 dead. In just an instant, countless bodies had fallen to the ground. The surging lightning in the sky and the fires on earth gathered closer while the area, which was like a living hell, shrank frantically. 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers. When Luo Yunyang sheathed his blade and Po Shan's fist stopped, the two of them found themselves on the left and right side of a plateau. Countless lights formed two currents that surged towards those two. In a flash, the two of them had turned scarlet red, like divine entities standing in heaven. "Let's fight," Luo Yunyang growled. "Let's fight," Po Shan bellowed. Chapter 383. A raging wind. Everyone aboard the blood-colored, axe-shaped battleship had dropped whatever they were doing to witness the spectacular battle that had started that day. According to Elder Keek, they were the directors of that day's battle, so they had high expectations from it. They had waited a long time for this battle. Their moods and thoughts were all over the place, yet they knew that whoever survived would become the most dazzling star of the entire bloody massacre path. After all, this was the only blood battle dominated by a fundamental planetary source in many years. "These two are both geniuses," someone exclaimed in admiration when the two men stood before each other. Nobody objected to this evaluation. Regardless of whether they supported Po Shan or that crazy person of unknown origin, both fighters had displayed a strength that made many people believe in them. The crazy person's blade and Po Shan's fists moved. Although the two men's cultivation bases were only at the planet grade, both of them controlled the power of origin source law and thus surpassed most of the star grade and nebula grade powerhouses present. A limitless future lay ahead. However, nobody stopped or called off this battle, as they needed to discover who was the strongest genius. Most people believed that Po Shan would win in the end. Luo Yunyang gripped his blade with a calm gaze. This was the last battle. After this battle, he would return home. After this battle, he would once again see his family, whom he missed so dearly, and get to see Lady Yunxi, who had sent him away with tears flowing down her cheeks. After this battle, he would have his own place in this universe. Although a fight had already been declared, Luo Yunyang wasn't the first to act. Instead, he was searching for a gap in his opponent's defense. Opposite him, Po Shan was doing the same. The attribute regulator had already formed two columns in his mind. Power: 2017 Fire, 998 Ice, 12 Wood, 9 Wind, 954 Speed, 342 Mind, 2630 Fire, 29 Array Formation Intent, 1 Constitution, 514 Dragon Bloodline, 15 Golden Body, 13 Fire, 153 Ice, 0.568 Wood, 0.47 True Intent, 3004 Indiscriminate Bloody Massacre, 39 Bloody Sun Overhead, 49 Decimation, 9.9 Ice Fire, 7.6 Space, 1.1 Yin Yang True Intent. 2. Luo Yunyang's past few years of cultivation had most likely allowed his cultivation to make massive progress. However, the portion related to true intent and power and his other attributes were still inhibited by a faint silver glow. Above true intent was a layer of golden figures. These numbers made the already faint glow of his true intent appear even less visible. Origin Source Law: 10 Wind, 10 Luo Yunyang had gone through the golden origin source law attribute many times, yet it still remained at 10 points. It hadn't undergone any changes. The attribute regulator didn't seem to have much of an effect on the origin source law either. Luo Yunyang had once tried adding his other attribute points into his origin source law, but every single attempt had resulted in failure. He couldn't add points to it. Luo Yunyang didn't know the reason this problem occurred, but he thought it might have something to do with the origin source law being too high grade. Although he could use true intent to form an overpowering might, the origin source law was actually like a paper tiger. One tear and it would shatter. Po Shan's attribute list was displayed on the other side of Luo Yunyang's mind. However, it wasn't as detailed compared to Luo Yunyang's own status. Power: 3561 Speed, 198 Mind, 1361 Constitution, 864 Origin Source Law, 17 Earth Law, 17. This was Po Shan's status. Compared to Luo Yunyang, Po Shan was superior in 3 attributes. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang had an advantage when it came to his speed and mind attribute. However, even though Luo Yunyang only had one less superior category, the origin source law column made him feel as though there was a massive gulf between them. Although he was able to multitask, when the two of them faced off, he only had enough time to fine-tune Poshan's status a little. After all, the quantity of Poshan's attributes that he could adjust was too small. Luo Yunyang simply wasn't able to adjust his origin source law. Poshan remained as still as a mountain, acting as though he was a statue. Although he didn't attack, Luo Yunyang couldn't find a weak point in him. He kept waiting for Poshan to make the first move, but Poshan was waiting for him. The two of them were very alert, as they had already reached their optimal state of mind. All around them, lightning and fire blazed even more intensively. However, these apocalyptic-like circumstances didn't affect them. They both seemed to ignore them completely. Elder Keek and the other high-level executives of the Bloody Massacre Path didn't seem impatient as they watched the rigid deadlock between the two men. They were all waiting for the strike that would rip through the atmosphere like a comet. Elder Keek watched the electronic screen and thought for a bit before ordering the axe-shaped spaceship to open up so he could head over to the Chongyuan star personally. A few older martialists who followed Elder Keek instantly understood his intent and rushed out after him. The technology used by the electronic screen was very high, so there were no viewing restrictions. However, how could even the best screen compare to being actually present on site? Many people shuddered in terror when they heard the roaring thunder and saw the flashing lightning and the intense flames. "Keek, give me the coordinates," a faint voice said on Cheke's communication device. As Keek glanced at the projection coming from the speakers, he felt a shiver go up his spine. However, he still replied immediately, "Yes, Path Master." This name made the faces of all the Bloody Massacre Path experts around Elder Keek darken. They knew very well who the Path Master was and what his personal arrival signified. The Path Master had not paid attention to many Bloody Massacre battles, yet this time he was coming in person. In no time, Keek determined a set of coordinates. Once he did so, a green beam of light ripped through the void and appeared in the sky above the Chongyuan star. Although this light had appeared instantly, many of the people present knew that it had traversed across many voids to get there. The place where the Path Master lived was really far away. "Greetings, Path Master." All the Bloody Massacre Path powerhouses followed Master Chekes. Led and bowed before the Path Master, whose very existence intimidated countless galaxies. No need to be so polite. Although the green light had formed a human figure, nobody could see clearly what this figure looked like. As he waved his sleeves gently, Elder Keek and the others felt like they could no longer pay their respects. "Everyone calm down," a faint voice rang out in everyone's minds. "There are still a few other rulers coming." Elder Cheke's heart trembled even more when he heard this announcement. No ruling entity in the Bloody Massacre Path was inferior to the Path Master. Although they normally didn't concern themselves with such matters, they were still the Bloody Massacre Path's strongest members. A few other beams of light appeared. Their speed was even quicker than Keek had expected. As the Bloody Massacre Path's strongest members arrived, the void around them seemed to freeze. "Which of those two will attack first?" A powerhouse wrapped in a purple glow chuckled. "How about we have a small wager? There's nothing worth betting on. If you bet that the blade-wielding kid will act last, then you are on." A figure wrapped in a blood-red glow said dryly. "If you want to wager, then bring it on. My odds are 10 to 1. The powerhouse in the purple glow replied with a laugh. These odds were really unique. If someone wagered 10 bargaining chips, he would ultimately only have to pay out 1 bargaining chip. However, the figure surrounded by the red light laughed heartily. "You are really calculating, you brat. This time, I will make you feel the pain." 10 galaxies, said the powerhouse in the purple glow. 5 galaxies, 10 star cores. As all sorts of wagers were thrown around, the figure in the purple light suddenly fell silent. The light that represented the Path Master spoke up. "Small wagers are entertaining, but large wagers are damaging. You people." When they heard this, Elder Keek and the others immediately realized that the Path Master was different. He was the Path Master after all. "I bet 20 galaxies." Elder Keek and the others were left speechless. However, they could only listen on quietly. After this declaration, the entire area quietened down once again. The Path Master and the other rulers were overseeing, so Elder Keek didn't dare open his mouth. 1 hour, 5 hours, 3 days. Beads of perspiration started to form on Luo Yunyang's forehead. He actually thought that he couldn't keep this up any longer. He wanted to attack. However, he didn't want to lose during this decisive moment, so he constantly adjusted his constitution. His constitution would determine his toughness, his focus, as well as everything else. As his trickling perspiration diminished, droplets of sweat appeared on Poshan's tall, large body. When these beads of perspiration appeared, Luo Yunyang quickly used his attribute regulator to decrease Poshan's constitution by 50 points. Although 50 points were nothing to Poshan, they had a significant effect at this critical moment. As soon as Luo Yunyang made this adjustment, Poshan felt like he couldn't maintain his stance and suddenly moved. His tightly clenched left fist struck out at the air before him. His punch was extremely simple. However, when he struck out, everything around him started to converge towards his fist. Suddenly, Poshan's fist seemed to be omnipresent. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang moved his blade, swirling up the sand grains on the ground, as well as the lightning, fire and air all around them. Although they were both attacking, one of them was fast and the other was slow, as if they represented two different extremes of power. In a flash, a raging wind pervaded everything and that explosively powerful fist converged in a small expanse of space. This collision was so earth-shaking that many people believed that this was the most crucial moment of this battle. Victory would be determined by this blade and this strike. Chapter 384. 1,000 blades move with the wind as a fist shakes the world. Sounds of metal clashing against metal resounded through the sky. The collision only lasted for a few moments before it ended. However, after this vigorous clash, Luo Yunyang felt his blade-wielding arms shake uncontrollably. His face was pale as he landed on the ground. The instant this attack had occurred, he had acted like an omnipresent raging gale that could casually appear anywhere around Poshan and launch attack after attack. Meanwhile, Poshan had remained as still as a mountain. He had only used one fist, yet that fist had acted like a whirlpool, absorbing every attack aimed at Poshan. Although every attack was launched against Poshan's body, every single strike had landed on his fist in the end. This was also why Luo Yunyang didn't deal much damage to him, even though he had unleashed over 10,000 blade lights. Poshan's expression was still tranquil. However, when Luo Yunyang landed on the ground, Poshan's clothes were messy and red scars had appeared on his exposed bare skin. Over 10,000 strikes equaled over 10,000 cuts. Although these cuts seemed like a lot, they had at most cut 2 inches into his flesh. This wasn't much, yet Poshan's face was still full of scars as a result. "You didn't disappoint me indeed." A toothy smile formed on Poshan's hideous face. When he heard his words, Luo Yunyang took a deep breath. "You didn't disappoint me either." The two men didn't raise their voices or act angrily. However, this was still a life-and-death showdown. On the surface, it seemed as though Luo Yunyang was in a better state after their first exchange. However, deep down he knew very well that he had suffered some secret losses during the numerous clashes. For example, the vibrations created each time his blade had struck Poshan's fist had also inflicted considerable damage to his wrist. The two men didn't pause for too long after the first exchange. Instead, they speedily progressed to the second one. Fist and blade collided non-stop in the sky. One of the figures looked like the wind, while the other brandished his fists like an immovable mountain. The two men were locked in fierce combat in this large space. The cuts and scars on Poshan's body increased until he no longer had any area of skin that was unaffected. However, he still seemed like he wasn't affected at all. After each exchange with Poshan, Luo Yunyang would retract his blade and retreat frantically. Each time he retreated, he would appear eerily at a spot where Poshan couldn't see him. He moved like a formless wind. The Bloody Massacre Path Master, the Purple Figure, Red Figure, Elder Keek and the others all stared fixedly at this showdown. Although they had already reached this realm and weren't fazed much, Luo Yunyang's control over his wind origin source law and Poshan's fort-like power raised some eyebrows. These two shine both very brightly at the same time. I think that we should not let them continue. Who knows, this could result in mutual destruction. Let them share the fundamental planetary source. This might be a huge opportunity, a ball of light said softly. We should treasure talent. The other members of the Bloody Massacre Path nodded their heads. Even though they couldn't tell if the powers these two possessed would reach the peak nebula grade, at least their comprehension of origin source law had already surpassed the ordinary star grade. They perhaps even surpassed some nebula grade powerhouses. The Bloody Massacre Path Master pondered this a little before saying, "Rules can never be broken." Besides, the Bloody Massacre Path doesn't lack geniuses. What we need are people that would strive to reach the top. The Bloody Massacre Path Master's words made the discussions all around him stop. Even the powerhouses enveloped by light didn't say anything else. The full-blown battle went on. Even though he kept evading his opponent, Luo Yunyang was eventually struck by Poshan. The strike made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he was bleeding, deep down in Luo Yunyang's heart, his desire to fight intensified. He couldn't die, he had to return home. His blade moved even more frantically. Meanwhile, Poshan's fists became even more forceful. The plateau they were standing on was smashed and shattered by their attacks. As a raging gale of wind energy swept through, one of Poshan's ears was sliced off by Luo Yunyang's long blade. A top martialist could regrow an ear. This was something really easy. However, losing an ear wounded a martial master's face and dignity. Poshan took a look at his fallen ear before he threw his head back and laughed heartily. He glanced at Luo Yunyang with eyes full of admiration. "You are the third adversary I have come across in my life and the only opponent who I respect," he said calmly as though he was speaking to himself. "To show my respect and admiration for you, I shall let you die at the hands of my newly comprehended extensive quake fist." Extensive quake fist. Luo Yunyang didn't know what this was, but if Poshan was speaking so seriously, the might of the extensive quake fist would definitely be extraordinary. "You may unleash your strongest attack, but you have to remember not to show any mercy, as this might be the last time you attack anyone in your life." The Path Master nodded his head gently in the sky with a sigh. What a pity. He didn't say out loud what exactly he thought was a pity, yet the people present could sense whom his words were directed at. The two men were without a doubt gifted individuals. Exceptional men like these two only appeared once every 100 battles in the history of the Bloody Massacre battle. Whenever they appeared, they shone brightly and made any other stars look dim in comparison. However, one of the two suns rising in the sky would have to die. This was a really big pity. It was simply, Luo Yunyang gripped his blade tightly, feeling extremely calm. He basically only had one thing left. He had to survive. During his standoff with Poshan, Luo Yunyang had sensed an important discrepancy between them. It was the gulf between their comprehension of the origin source law. Poshan had 17 points, while he had only 10. The difference was 7 points. However, these golden 7 points seemed like a massive thorn wounding Luo Yunyang's spirit. He had comprehended laws, so he naturally knew how powerful laws and their effect were. Luo Yunyang believed that a gulf of 7 origin source law points was massive. As the attributes of his regulator fluctuated, he made some strong preparations. This time, he didn't wait for Poshan to attack first. Instead, he turned into a gust of wind once again. 9 leaves fluttered amid the boundless gale. His move was both ordinary and profound. When Poshan used his own strongest technique, he would be simultaneously the strongest and the weakest. The moment he went from strong to weak, Luo Yunyang would get an opportunity. Luo Yunyang, who was fully aware of this, moved his hands without hesitation. "Well done," Poshan shouted as he brandished his fist once more. This fist strike didn't seem that different from the other fist strikes he had performed. However, this one was called Extensive Quake. The instant this punch was thrown, Luo Yunyang felt the same old attraction force head towards him from every direction. This attraction force had caused his blade to meet with Poshan's fists. The instant this punch was thrown, Luo Yunyang felt waves of ripples. There was no doubt about it. These were some kind of shock waves. The ripples were repelling Luo Yunyang's body after attracting it, causing his entire body to enter a strange state. This state made Luo Yunyang feel horrible. He actually felt as though he was better off dead. Luo Yunyang no longer had the intent to fight to his death. All his fighting spirit had been shattered by that strike. 108 Buddha discs took to the air at the same time. The Buddha discs, which were controlled by Luo Yunyang's power, covered the sky. Each of them contained a vast true wind intent. Every single Buddha disc could comply with Luo Yunyang's intentions and appear anywhere. When each Buddha disc was attacked, it would start to revolve rapidly. This was the strongest attack Luo Yunyang had learned while cultivating his wind origin source law, as well as his most powerful offensive technique. However, before the Extensive Quake Fist, this technique appeared frail, powerless and unworthy. In just an instant, many Buddha discs were shattered. Each time one of them was destroyed, Luo Yunyang would be pushed back. Retreating wasn't easy, yet he did his best to convert all his true intent and mind attribute points into constitution points. Then, he rushed out of the encirclement of the Extensive Quake Fist by force. 1 mouthful of blood, 2 mouthfuls of blood, 3 mouthfuls of blood. After leaving the scope of the Extensive Quake Fist, Luo Yunyang spat about 5 mouthfuls of blood successively. He even threw up several coagulated bits of blood. The extensive quake fist had already caused his vital energy to take a big hit. Luo Yunyang appeared even grimmer as he watched Poshan stride over unhurriedly. He couldn't die, he didn't want to die, he absolutely mustn't die. These past few years of hard work had all been for the sake of killing his way back home. If he died here, then what would happen to his family? He thought about his younger sister Luo Donger, about his mother, about Lan Tianju, about Crown Prince Nanshan, who had yet to die. The ominous glint of a trapped animal appeared in Luo Yunyang's eyes. Although his hand was shaking, it was still tightly wrapped around his long blade. Poshan appeared solemn, yet his attack wasn't the least bit merciful. He pulled back his fist and threw it forward again. Chapter 385, The Extreme Ends of Life and Death. He couldn't die. This thought filled Luo Yunyang's mind as he watched Poshan clench his fists. He didn't want to die. He couldn't die. Luo Yunyang thought about his family and Yunshi, who had cast amorous glances at him when he'd left. The attribute regulator didn't seem able to help him. Nothing else could help him either. Luo Yunyang himself couldn't break through the extensive quake fist. He felt sad and somewhat helpless in the face of this crisis. There had to be a way, there just had to. Even if there was no way, he had to find a way out of this dead end. He had to counterattack and find a way. He just couldn't afford to die. Poshan, who clenched his fist amid the lightning and fire, looked like a divine entity. He had a relaxed air about him, as though everything was completely under his control. This crazy person is very talented indeed. If he really dies now, it will be a pity, said the purple glowing light that represented one of the rulers. His words were immediately met with a round of approval from the other rulers. The rulers had no doubt that Luo Yunyang would lose, yet they truly felt that it would be a pity for this talented man to die in combat. A person like Luo Yunyang didn't deserve to die. Most people considered a gifted genius like Luo Yunyang an important resource to the entire Bloody Massacre path. The Bloody Massacre path master also had a sorry look on his face. Although he had made a decision, he also felt that letting Luo Yunyang die just like this was wrong. However, when he mulled over the issue, he stuck with his decision. The rules of the Bloody Massacre battle dictate to seek the strongest person. We have no way of determining who will win or lose until the very end. Let's just follow the rules. When he said this, the Bloody Massacre path master's face darkened. He was also very unwilling to watch such an exceptional genius die. However, he didn't want more ordinary geniuses. What he wanted was the absolute, ultimate genius. He only wanted the most talented person that would elevate the Bloody Massacre path and accomplish great things in the future. As he kept thinking, the time Luo Yunyang and Poshan had left was dwindling. Luo Yunyang knew that he could only take one more strike. His cultivation base wasn't weaker than Poshan's. The reason the extensive quake fist was so powerful was because it possessed the second layer of the laws. If he could reach another layer of the laws, he might not necessarily be weaker than Poshan. Perhaps by relying on the attribute regulator, he could. Luo Yunyang's brain got to work. Although he suddenly seemed to recall something, he wasn't able to grasp it as it flashed through his mind. No, Luo Yunyang had to remember this. He couldn't afford any delays. In a moment, he converted his constitution and power points into mind points without hesitation. Luo Yunyang instantly felt his mind become extremely vacant. The thought that had formed in his mind had suddenly become as clear as day. The thought had already started to take shape. Wind could carry leaves anywhere it pleased, as its power could be both very gentle and extremely forceful. Any wind that could slice up autumn leaves and cut large trees had to be extremely incisive. These thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind rapidly. As they took shape, Poshan's fist struck once more. Poshan smiled faintly as he brandished his fist. He was rather satisfied about being able to slay Luo Yunyang on the spot. He viewed this person as a worthy adversary, yet no matter what direction this battle followed, he couldn't allow this man to survive. The extensive quake fist had been his unrivaled technique for many years. Hence, the talented man who had made him feel threatened would be buried by his fists. However, as Poshan thought that victory was within his grasp, a sudden ominous feeling gripped his heart. He didn't know where this feeling had come from, yet it made his heart tighten. Had his concern over this victory perhaps made him restless? As Poshan cursed himself for not remaining calm enough, he saw Luo Yunyang slash at his own fist. Po Shan already had first-hand experience with Luo Yunyang's techniques, so he knew that he didn't have to worry about this counterattack. However, as Luo Yunyang brandished his blade, Po Shan's heart suddenly pounded hard. A blade light that looked like a raging gale, contained millions of layers and gave off a desolate vibe flew over at Po Shan's fists. The attractive force of the extensive quake fist sprang into action as each layer of blade light met Po Shan's fists. The two had yet to come into contact, but many people believed that they already knew the outcome. The moment they came into contact, Po Shan's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly felt like he had been caught unprepared. His extensive quake fist, which combined two layers of origin source law, was immediately shattered by this power. Po Shan had always seemed invincible. However, Luo Yunyang's blade light wasn't the same it had been in the beginning. It could now hurt him, and leave very deep wounds on his body. The wounds it left on his fists were actually very deep. Even Po Shan, who had cultivated the Earth origin source law, found these deep wounds unbearable. If he had to endure this agony any longer, his fists would turn into minced meat. By using his fists, he sent all the blade lights and the onrushing Luo Yunyang flying away and retreated rapidly. This time, Po Shan hadn't been able to stop the attack. Now, he was staring at Luo Yunyang gravely. This was the origin source law's second layer. Po Shan's voice was both low and forceful as he gazed at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who didn't feel a need to keep this a secret, replied with a faint smile, "I just comprehended it." Po Shan's face darkened. Regardless of how strong this type of attack was, or whether Luo Yunyang had just comprehended it, this was like a mortal blow to him. If he wanted to be unrivaled, he couldn't let Luo Yunyang survive. Luo Yunyang had no other alternative either. The two men didn't say anything else. When their gazes met, they were like wolves in a killing contest. The bloody massacre path master and the other people in the void all had solemn looks on their faces. They had originally thought that this battle was about to reach its conclusion, yet Luo Yunyang, who had seemed to be at a disadvantage, had unexpectedly made a breakthrough. He also possessed a cultivation base with a second layer of origin source law. This kid is really impressive. The purple figure was the first to exclaim. This wasn't just praise, but an honest observation. Comprehending mystic arts is always easier in life and death situations. Seems like this crazy person has unlimited future prospects. Everyone around fell silent when the purple figure said this. Even the Path Master had been left speechless by this new turn of events. The Path Master had also never imagined that someone who had practically been sentenced to death would actually turn the tables. As he wielded the blade with one hand, Luo Yunyang once again launched a flurry of attacks. Po Shan, who had been suppressing Luo Yunyang with one fist all along, now found himself in a passive position. At first, his body hadn't feared Luo Yunyang's blade techniques, which were as formless and traceless as the wind, as they hadn't inflicted much damage on him. Although he was now attracting the blade techniques to his fist over and over, each time the blade met his fist, it would deal some serious damage. The incisive blade light had split his fist, shattered his defenses and made him unable to use the quaking power of his extensive quake fist in time. Po Shan was already in a disadvantageous position. The frantic attacks went on. Although Po Shan kept using strike after strike to defend himself, the deep injuries on his body started to increase. He had also done considerable damage to Luo Yunyang and made him cough up blood with each extensive quake fist. However, his superiority kept diminishing during the battle. As the two men's injuries increased, their footwork started to slow down. Although Luo Yunyang held the upper hand, the difference between these two, who each controlled two layers of origin source law, was really minuscule. In the end, this fierce battle had started to test their constitution. The lightning and fire all around started to rage even more intensely, at times even surging in the area where the two fighters were battling it out. Although these surges couldn't cause much damage, they made the battle between these two even more dangerous and frightening. Elder Keek and the others no longer said anything. They were currently just interested in guessing who the final victor would be. Time trickled by. Luo Yunyang looked exhausted, while Po Shan's speed had dropped until he wasn't that much different from a normal person. "How about we end this here, crazy person? You can't kill me, and I can't kill you. How about we share that fundamental planetary source?" After nearly toppling over from yet another clash, Po Shan spoke up, sounding a little dispirited. Luo Yunyang's body was just as exhausted. However, he knew that he couldn't let up at this crucial time. Therefore, he kept using his attribute regulator to increase his constitution. As he did so, the injuries on his body started to slowly feel better. Dream on. Luo Yunyang brandished his long blade and rushed over at Poshan, who no longer seemed to have much fighting spirit left. Although Poshan was somewhat prepared, his physical strength had already started to crumble. Therefore, by the time he reacted, Luo Yunyang's long blade had already flown over at him. Suddenly, a fist was raised as the blade fell. Poshan's body was cleanly sliced into two by the shimmering blade light. Poshan was dead. Chapter 386. The first blood disciple Poshan was dead. Although his comprehension of origin source law had reached level 2 and he had sufficient willpower, he had still fallen at the hands of Luo Yunyang during their ultimate showdown. Luo Yunyang felt slightly moved as he gazed at the fallen Poshan. Poshan hadn't lost to him. He had been beaten by the attribute regulator. If Luo Yunyang's repeated increase of his constitution had not allowed him to endure this entire battle, he could have died instead. Poshan was very strong, both constitution-wise and otherwise. In the midst of this land strewn with lightning and fire, Luo Yunyang had had a very difficult time. Poshan, who had been an adversary worthy of his respect, lay dead on the ground with indignant eyes. While being groomed by the bloody massacre path, he had become a master of overbearing defense that had caught many people off guard. He had never expected that he would lose his life there. Luo Yunyang walked forward slowly, reached out and placed his palm gently on Poshan's face to close his widened eyes. A scarlet pillar of light suddenly rushed forth from Poshan's body. This pillar was formed from fundamental planetary source. This fundamental planetary source, which didn't have a consciousness, circled slowly around Poshan's body 3 times before rapidly flying towards Luo Yunyang. The fundamental planetary source within Luo Yunyang's body surged furiously as this scarlet fundamental planetary source landed on him. It seemed as though it resonated intensely with the fundamental planetary source that landed on his body, just like an eagerly anticipated reunion. As this fundamental planetary source entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt his body recover rapidly. As he was surrounded by lightning and fire, Luo Yunyang felt the pressure created by the Chongyuan star suddenly disappear. Yes, it disappeared. Given Luo Yunyang's strength, his punch could have destroyed a mountain. However, on the Chongyuan star, his punch could only smash a boulder. While the fundamental planetary source entered his body, the Chongyuan star's pressure disappeared and the true intent he had comprehended was rapidly restored. However, after comprehending the 2 layers of origin source law, Luo Yunyang no longer cared that much about ordinary true intent. Although true intent was quite good, compared to origin source law, it was like a deer that had just learned how to walk. The gulf was just too big. The moment the fundamental planetary source entered him, Luo Yunyang's body turned scarlet. His heart suddenly filled with an extremely powerful, suppressing feeling. He currently felt like he had soared into the clouds and ascended to the 9 heavens. Just as Luo Yunyang was comprehending the power of the fundamental planetary source, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. This thought belonged to Poshan. I never imagined that I would be defeated by you in the end. I don't have any regrets though, crazy person. You were truly stronger than me. Poshan's consciousness was speaking in a calm voice. I also don't have many regrets about being able to survive until this stage of the blood battle. However, I can't allow myself created extensive quake fist to disappear from this world like a flash. I know that the fundamental planetary source will ultimately enter your body, so I shall give this to you as a gift. I wish you all the best. Although the tranquil voice contained some reluctance, Luo Yunyang was able to sense the hint of an unrestrained spirit behind it. When the voice vanished, Luo Yunyang felt some very unfamiliar things. When these things flowed into him, a flash of comprehension quickly appeared in his eyes. It was the Earth Origin Source Law. The Earth Origin Source Law contained 2 layers. Along with this true intent came Poshan's self-created extensive quake fist technique. Luo Yunyang didn't know what methods Poshan had used, yet he felt even more reverence for him now. Yes, reverence. Thanks to Poshan's words, he also felt like the 2 of them had a tacit camaraderie. First blood disciple, the Chongyuan star's sky lightning and earthly fires only erupt every 100,000 years. Since you have already obtained the full fundamental planetary source, the gravity of the Chongyuan star will no longer affect you. Such opportunities are rare, so you best use Chongyuan's lightning fire on the spot, refine the fundamental planetary source and break through to the star-grade realm. Doing this would bring you benefits beyond your wildest imagination. A faint voice reverberated throughout the void. Although it seemed to be a great distance away, it quickly seemed to merge with Luo Yunyang's mind. He could use the fundamental planetary source within the sky lightning and earthly fires to break through to the star-grade realm. Luo Yunyang was very intrigued. However, while he was delighted, he also wanted to return to the Da Alliance and the Blue Rain Empire. Experiencing and surviving such an arduous ordeal had made him appreciate his blessed, comfortable life much more. Plus, it had made all the normal days of his life seem like fun. He had gone through so much killing and fighting for so long on the Chongyuan star, all for the sake of returning home. Luo Yunyang couldn't wait, nor did he want to. However, just as he was about to decline, the fundamental planetary source hidden within his body started pulsating frantically. With each pulse, Luo Yunyang felt as though his body was about to swell up and crumble. He couldn't help but grimace. This fundamental planetary source felt like a huge star that could explode at any moment. If Luo Yunyang allowed it to explode, he would get blown to bits and pieces in an instant. He longed to return home, yet staying alive seemed much more important right now. After all, if he died there, what use would pining to go home be? A cultivation technique rapidly flowed into Luo Yunyang's mind. This technique seemed to originate from beyond the sky. Perhaps some unknown strong individual had transmitted it through the void and into Luo Yunyang's mind. This was a cultivation technique that could refine a fundamental planetary source. Luo Yunyang knew that he couldn't hesitate now. He sat down in a lotus position and quickly started to comprehend the technique. The surging sky lightning and earthly fires quickly engulfed Luo Yunyang and his surroundings. Meanwhile, the massive Chongyuan star had already become a purple and red world. Luo Yunyang's silhouette flickered continuously within the purple and red colors. On the massive Blood Axe battleship, Elder Keek and the others stood deferentially under the cabin, listening solemnly to the conversation of the big shots in the cabin above. The Bloody Massacre Path Master, as well as the light figures that represented the Bloody Massacre Path rulers, all floated within the flying craft. "This is a really big pity, Path Master," said the red light figure. "Poshan was the most talented person we groomed in the last 10,000 years. We have no way of estimating how much damage his death has caused us." The Bloody Massacre Path Master's light figure nodded. Poshan's defeat was purely based on willpower. No one can say that he wasn't resolved enough. He just encountered a crazy person with even greater resolve. That's why he lost everything. The Bloody Massacre Path needs elite individuals. However, what we need even more is this type of elite person. The ruler represented by the red light figure said, "Even so, we should have stopped things before Poshan died. We could have completely extracted that fundamental planetary source from Poshan's body. That way, the crazy person wouldn't have had any regrets either." The Bloody Massacre Path Master met the red light figure's gaze as he said indifferently, "If we had done what you just said, then would Poshan still have been Poshan? Would Poshan still have been Poshan?" This sentence was very simple, yet it made everyone present fall silent. They knew very well that forcefully extracting fundamental planetary source from someone was very cruel. Even if that person was ultimately able to survive, although they wouldn't be crippled, their cultivation base would fall greatly. If Poshan's fundamental planetary source was forcibly extracted, he wouldn't be the dazzling person who'd left his mark in the history of the Bloody Massacre killing arena that day. The red light figure didn't say anything else. Everyone else also fell silent. "Path Master, now that the crazy person has assimilated the whole fundamental planetary source, his accomplishments in the future will definitely not be limited. I think that when his seclusion is over, the Bloody Massacre Path should increase his protection," said the purple light figure. Although he was only a ruler, he represented an unrivaled entity. The Bloody Massacre Path Master nodded his head gently. "That goes without saying. However, using the fundamental planetary source to ascend to the star-grade realm will grant him 10 times more power, maybe even more. A person 10 times more powerful than their star-grade peers would make many people green with envy. The greater the potential, the bigger the room for progress. The moment Blood Disciple Luo Yunyang matured, the Bloody Massacre Path would see good days again. Quick, look, he has started to absorb the lightning and fire powers of his surroundings. Good, good, good," someone exclaimed excitedly as he pointed at the torrential, surging lightning fires. The Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others turned their gazes to the screen again. The image on the screen showed purple sky lightning and dark red earthly fires forming two long lines in the sky and flowing towards Luo Yunyang, who was sitting in a lotus position. Compared to these long lines, the lightning fires on the Chongyuan star were like a sea next to a stream. However, before the two long lines could enter Luo Yunyang's body, his body sucked all the lightning fires of the Chongyuan star and was rapidly filled. A feverish glint of anticipation appeared in the bloody massacre path master's eyes as he watched this. Chapter 387. The Seven Divine Realms of a Star. Luo Yunyang was sitting in a lotus position amidst the roiling lightning fires. Right now, he wasn't the least bit bothered by what was going on around him. Ada Yi was following the cultivation techniques that had entered his head and incorporating the fundamental planetary source into his body. In the vast cosmos, one truly entered the threshold of an export only by reaching the star grade. Only martialists who reached the star grade were regarded with respect. Progressing from the planet grade to the star grade was extremely difficult, as there was not a mere gulf between these two realms, but a qualitative leap. This was indeed a qualitative leap. Hence, it was an extremely huge leap. Even if one's cultivation base was at the planet grade, one would still have to absorb power from the sky and earth before using any powers. However, the moment the star grade was reached, whatever power was unleashed was their own. This meant that a star grade martialist could still survive, even if they were at a dark part of the universe where no stars were shining. The martialist could still cultivate without any restrictions. These benefits couldn't be made clear orally right away. Ever since he had received the Jade Ridge Star Lord's imparted knowledge, Luo Yunyang had learned about breaking through to the star grade and started to conduct relative research. Reaching the star grade realm required a cultivation base, as well as integrating powerful treasures. This way, the source star created would be even more powerful. According to the Jade Ridge Star Lord's memories, the best material was naturally the origin source power of certain powerful sky divine beasts. For example, extracting the origin source power of mature true dragons and divine phoenixes and assimilating it within one's planet star core would allow a planet-grade martialist to experience a massive change. However, mature true dragons, divine phoenixes and other divine beasts were really powerful. Given Luo Yunyang's current cultivation base, this was impossible. Even the Jade Ridge Star Lord hadn't considered this. Another alternative were some precious treasures, such as ancient metals, everlasting flames, and precious divine waters that had existed for eternity. There were all sorts of treasured items. As Luo Yunyang slowly went down the list, he discovered various ordinary treasures that could be refined into a star-entering pill by a refining master. However, the star-entering pill was basic and extremely weak. Creating a galaxy within the body was very difficult, as it required a star as a base. If the foundation of the star grade realm wasn't firm and solid enough, then breaking through to the nebula grade would be basically impossible. In the boundless universe, the star grade realm could basically be divided into 9 levels and 3 ranks. Levels 1, 2 and 3, which constituted the first rank, would illuminate 90,000 miles. Basically half of the people who achieved this could become nebula grade entities. Levels 4, 5 and 6, which constituted the second rank, would create a star grade realm that could illuminate 30,000 miles. Although this was a big difference compared to the first rank, it wasn't impossible to reach the nebula grade this way. Unfortunately, the second rank of the star grade only had a 10% chance of reaching the nebula grade. Furthermore, entities that reached the nebula grade by force could not progress any further or turn their power into a galaxy. Levels 7, 8 and 9, which constituted the third rank, were also considered star grade martialists. However, their possibility of reaching the nebula grade was practically zero. Furthermore, the power that these star grade entities possessed was a very long way from levels 1, 2 and 3. Even the Jade Ridge Star Lord had never heard of using a fundamental planetary source to ascend to the star grade realm, so how could Luo Yunyang have known? According to the Jade Ridge Star Lord, being able to use dragon souls, phoenix blood and other divine beast essences to ascend to the star grade was already outstanding enough. Anything else was unheard of. Luo Yunyang believed that using this cultivation technique and assimilating the fundamental planetary source into his body step by step would be extremely painful, even though the fire system planet within his body had already reached level 9, which meant everything must have gone smoothly. However, the power contained within the fundamental planetary source was too majestic. As the fundamental planetary source was assimilated by his body, Luo Yunyang felt as though he had swallowed a massive sun. In the process of swallowing this boundless sun, Luo Yunyang felt like his own soul was crumbling. Meanwhile, the sky lightning and earthly fires kept entering his body and flowing into the fire system planet within it. Actually, they were heading straight to the planet, which was evolving into a star. Persevere. The longer you endure this, the more effective the absorption of the fundamental planetary source will be. A serene voice said next to Luo Yunyang's ear. Absorbing the whole fundamental planetary source was a massive opportunity for most people. However, taking advantage of this opportunity also depended on how compatible a person was with the fundamental planetary source. The higher their compatibility, the greater their success. Luo Yunyang didn't utter a word when he heard this voice. Instead, he quickly adjusted his mind attribute. The only thing on his mind right now was to endure. He had entered the blood battle helplessly and thoroughly reached the realization that the most important thing in the world was power. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the huge battleship suspended in the air, Elder Keek was watching the Chongyuan star, which was engulfed in skylighting and earthly fires, with a look of envy. Perhaps he was actually watching Luo Yunyang, who was on the Chongyuan star. It's been 3 months already, Elder Keek exclaimed. Back when he had ascended to the star grade, the longest he had cultivated for had been 2 months. This person had already cultivated for 3 whole months. Although a difference of 1 month didn't seem like much, each additional day of cultivation made a great difference. Take Elder Keek, for example. If he could have cultivated for an additional month when he had been ascending to the star grade, he wouldn't have reached his current state. Could Luo Yunyang really reach one of the divine realms of the fabled 7 divine star realms? Elder Keek didn't dwell much on this thought, as the superior entities were watching. If Elder Keek did something that dissatisfied them, then things wouldn't look very good for him. The Path Master and the others weren't leaving yet, which meant that they were waiting for. Over 10 spacecrafts were gathered at an obscure corner of the Blue Rain Empire when an argument started over everyone's communication devices. Yunxi, who was wearing purple battle armor, seemed valiant and formidable. She actually looked like a war goddess. Yunxi, we have to hurry over to the Tianluo Empire. Only by going there will we have any hope of surviving, said an old man who had long cuts and scars on his face with a furious expression. Black blood was still dripping from his scars. Although it didn't seem like his life was threatened, the old man wasn't at ease either. You guys go first, Yunxi said in a manner that was both gentle and firm. A flicker of anger flashed across the old man's eyes as he said, Yunxi, this is not a request. I have given you an order. Your father has already passed away. Yet before he died, he passed down his position as head of the Yun family to me. The old man's tone was practically tyrannical by now. Don't tell me that you want to defy my order. Of course I do not wish to defy your order, ninth uncle. However, I really have something to do. I've made a promise. Although Yunxi's tone was calm, it also contained an unyielding spirit. Yunxi simply didn't know how to express how much she cherished Luo Yunyang. Sometimes, she thought that if anything disastrous happened to him, she would chase after him without hesitation. She had made a solemn vow to protect his family. How could she just break her promise? How could she possibly do that? Although they were separated by the screen, the old man could still sense that Yunxi would not change her mind. Thus, he said gloomily, Yunxi, I know very well what you want to do, but that person is already dead. There is no point going there. Then, he said in an austere manner, I hope that you don't blame yourself. He is the benefactor of the Yun family. Without him, our family wouldn't have escaped, said Yunxi, her attitude immediately becoming more resolute. Plus, I promised him that as long as I live, his family won't die. The Tianluo Empire lays ahead, uncle. This is where we will part ways. If you stop me, my men in this battleship will self-destruct before your very eyes. Yunxi's resolve was extremely staunch. She clearly wanted to show everyone that she paid no heed to her ninth uncle's decision. Even if I died, it wouldn't be much of a concern. However, if my battleship is destroyed, Lan Tianju's men will definitely notice. The fierce-looking old man's expression darkened. However, deep down he knew Yunxi very well. This wasn't just a verbal threat. She would definitely do what she claimed. As he watched Yunxi turn around and walk away, the old man said, since you are obstinately clinging to your own course, from this day on, you will no longer be a member of the Yun family. As the Yun family head, I expel you from the family. Yunxi said nothing. The battleship she was on quickly made a turn and sped through space in a different direction. The battleship was extremely quick, yet a day after Yunshi left, 100 massive battleships were already charging after them. All sorts of data and information from the machinery's investigation were rapidly being reported to the top. The final report landed in the hands of a young man with a cold expression. The young man read the report and smiled grimly like a leopard about to spring on its prey. "They're splitting up, ha ha ha, they should probably be going too. What's that place called? I wonder if the one who left was Yunshi." A frosty glint flickered across the man's eyes as he mumbled to himself. How long has it been since I was last there? Ha ha ha, this time, I shall have my revenge." As he said this, the man made a clawing motion with his hand and a metallic, clashing sound rang out. Chapter 388. 10 suns illuminating the sky lightning and earthly fires continued to rage on the Chongyuan star. However, Elder Keek and the others up in the sky could already sense that this turbulent sky lightning and earthly fires were almost spent. Although the sky lightning continued to surge and the earthly fires were still raging, their might had already weakened by 70%. If the lightning and fires on the Chongyuan star were to disperse on their own, it would take tens of thousands of years for them to disappear completely. However, in just over a year, they had already weakened by 70%. This made Elder Keek believe that this man was extraordinarily powerful. Furthermore, he had already spent more than a year breaking through to the star-grade realm. Keek didn't know if anyone else in the vast universe had spent this much time doing the same thing. However, he knew that there had never been such a person in the entire history of the Bloody Massacre path. Even the people who had completely obtained the fundamental planetary source had only spent 11 months doing so at most. This man had already broken the previous record by more than 6 months. If he had not been able to sense the vitality coming from below, as well as the sky lighting and earthly fires that were getting weaker, Elder Keek would have suspected that this person had already failed. Of course, all he could do was think about this. After all, the degree of value this person had far surpassed his own. This wasn't an exaggeration. This man had undoubtedly become the Path Master's favorite. This sort of person was destined to rise. Elder Keek had already prepared all sorts of methods to gain this man's favor, as he knew that he was bound to surpass him. Elder Keek was a smart person who would never think of offending such an individual. Take a quick look below, Elder. The sky lightning and earthly fires are going crazy. A subordinate suddenly warned Elder Keek as he was mulling over how to get in Luo Yunyang's good books. Elder Keek lowered his head and saw the purple-red lightning fires suddenly spring out frantically. The lightning streaked further and the flames raged brighter. Elder Keek considered himself very experienced. However, despite his rich knowledge and experience, he really couldn't tell what was happening. As he pondered over whether to report this, he heard someone say, "Do not panic." When Keek raised his head, he realized that the person who had spoken was actually the Path Master, so he bowed hurriedly. "You don't have to get anxious," the Path Master said calmly. "Something great is about to be accomplished. Make the ship ascend 10,000 meters." Although he didn't know why the Path Master gave this order, Elder Keek still obeyed. In just a few moments, the massive ship had already ascended 10,000 meters into the air. Elder Keek didn't go with the ship. Instead, he stood quietly by the Path Master's light shadow, waiting reverently for his next order. The source of the sky lighting and earthly fire was absorbed. What a huge appetite! Although the Path Master's voice seemed slightly criticizing, Elder Keek could sense the admiration in it. It was indeed admiration. Naturally, Elder Keek had seen the source of the sky lightning and earthly fire. He had even seen someone smelt weapons from this source. However, while this person was breaking through to the star-grade realm, he was trying to absorb this source into his body. What sort of arrogance was this? What sort of? Keek immediately recalled what everyone called this man, crazy person. This fellow wasn't just an ordinary crazy person. His insanity had already reached a level that ordinary people could not hope to achieve. Boom, boom, boom. The purple sky lighting gathered frantically in the sky. In just a few moments, countless streaks of lighting had gathered into a massive reservoir of lightning. Within this reservoir of lightning was a silent lightning fluid. The instant the reservoir formed, the surging blazes formed a ball of fire. The fireball was only about the size of a fist, yet it already seemed to be blazing in 7 different colors. Despite his cultivation base, Elder Cheke's heart trembled as he watched the multicolored flames dance around. The reservoir of lighting and the ball of fire had already flown towards Luo Yunyang, who was sitting in a lotus position. As they entered his body, the reservoir and the fireball collided frantically. This collision was 10 times stronger than when the sky lightning and earthly fires had clashed on the outside. No, it was actually 100 times stronger. Keek shuddered the moment he saw this collision. A bad feeling suddenly filled his heart. It was over. This time, it was really over. The clash of the power of the lightning reservoir and the fireball wasn't something a person's strength could withstand. This sort of collision would even have killed Keek if he had been standing there. The dreams of this young man, who hadn't yet broken through to the star-grade realm, would be shattered. As he thought about this, Elder Keek looked a little dim. Although he didn't have any relation whatsoever to this young man, if the young man died, the Path Master and the others. Just as Elder Cheke's thoughts wandered, he felt a fearful power pressing down on his body. This power made his heart tremble violently, making him feel like an ant. Just an ordinary ant. There was no need to look up. Elder Keek knew who was releasing this power. The Path Master, whom he respected so much, was currently releasing this fearful power. There was only one reason why. That young man had encountered a problem while engulfing the sky lightning and earthly fire. Elder Cheke's eyes immediately flew in his direction. Although he was very far away from Luo Yunyang, thanks to the help of mystic arts, Elder Keek could clearly see what was going on down below. Cracks had started appearing on the young man's body. As soon as they did, Elder Keek saw streaks of scarlet blazes and flashes of purple lightning leak out from those cracks. Lightning and fire were unstable forces. How could a human body withstand them? Elder Keek was able to see those cracks widening as the lightning fire source swelled and slowly disintegrated the body. He was really crazy. If he hadn't been crazy enough to try to absorb the origin source of the lightning and fire, he wouldn't have ended up in this state. The Path Master and the others had waited for nothing. As Elder Keek sighed inwardly, he suddenly realized that these cracks weren't as wide as he had imagined. Besides, they had slowly started to shrink. How could this be? Lightning and fire were really powerful forces. How could that body possibly shrink? Shouldn't it be swelling instead? It was shrinking indeed. Elder Keek slowly verified that this was real. However, he also sensed how arduous the current situation was. Lightning and fire were already powerful enough. If their origin source were to move, then the ultimate result would be even more frightening. Elder Cheke's eyes were wide as he stared below. He had already forgotten how many times he had seen this happening. He could sense every inch of the young man's skin and muscles shrink, swell and shatter. After it shattered, it would gather and stick back together. Elder Keek didn't dare think of the consequences if this had happened to his own body. He believed that, if this had happened to him, he would already have died during the swelling and cracking process. Even if his body was able to endure, Elder Keek believed that his spirit would crumble. As time trickled by, Elder Keek started to go numb. He actually forgot how long it had been since the lightning fire origin source had started to get absorbed. However, there was something that Elder Keek was certain of: that man was still alive. Prepare the sky sealing technique. A low voice rang out beside Elder Keek. Elder Keek froze for a bit before realizing that these words weren't directed at him. He couldn't use the sky sealing technique anyway. The sky sealing technique. What was that for? Elder Keek knew what the sky sealing technique was, yet amid his confusion, he saw a scarlet sun rise above the Chongyuan star. As soon as this huge sun rose, it illuminated everything all around it. Just as Elder Keek felt his gaze get attracted by the large sun, he saw yet another large sun rise above the Chongyuan star. 2 suns had risen. Elder Keek thought about the 7 divine realms of the star-grade realm during the breakthrough. 7 divine star realms. This was an amazing sight that only occurred within the 7 divine star realms. Although it was just an inferior divine realm, it was still a divine realm. No wonder the Path Master had wanted to use the sky sealing technique. After all, the 7 divine star realms defied natural order and caused jealousy and hatred. This would also be viewed as a threat by hostile factions. When a 3rd and 4th sun rose up, Elder Keek was a little stunned. However, when he saw the 10th sun illuminating the boundless sky and land, he was completely drowned in shock. How could this be? The 10 suns illuminated the sky and everything beneath it, providing the highest level of sight within the 7 divine realms of the star-grade realm. Actually, this probably surpassed it. This signified that the crazy person's base and fundamentals would surpass most people's in the future. At the very least, his progression to the nebula grade would be like smooth sailing. As long as he accumulated enough experience, he could become a big shot among galaxy-grade individuals. Every galaxy-grade individual was an important fighting asset for the Bloody Massacre Path. The Bloody Massacre Path actually owed its current reputation to its galaxy-grade entities. Each galaxy-grade entity was extremely important. There were currently 10 suns illuminating the sky as the crazy person broke through to the star-grade realm and increased his importance to the whole Bloody Massacre Path 1,000 times. The 10 suns remained in the void for some time before slowly disappearing. Luo Yunyang, who had originally been sitting in a lotus position, abruptly rose into the air. As he gazed at the vast heavens, he faced the sky and let out a long roar. He sounded like a dragon crying to the 9 heavens. Chapter 389. The Earth Gravity Mountain Diagram. The blood-red spaceship traveled through the vast universe with a speed more than 10 times the speed of light, leaving behind many stars in its wake. Luo Yunyang was sitting in a lotus position, a position that was most central in the Blood Axe spaceship, as power flowed towards his body from every direction. After cultivating for a long time, Luo Yunyang finally opened his eyes. He seemed to be very tranquil right now. How long till we reach the solar system? Luo Yunyang asked as he stood up. Reporting, First Blood Disciple. Given our current position, it will still take us a month to reach the solar system, replied Elder Keek, who had already been appointed as the captain of Luo Yunyang's bodyguards. Because of this appointment, he had been able to retain his memories of watching Luo Yunyang break through to the star-grade realm. His subordinates, on the other hand, had already had their memories altered by the big shots of the Bloody Massacre Path. According to their altered memories, Luo Yunyang had been equally stunning, but those 10 suns had not illuminated the sky. Therefore, Elder Keek respected Luo Yunyang the most out of all the bodyguards. There was still a month left. Luo Yunyang frowned, pondering this for a bit before asking gently, any news about the Blue Rain Empire's situation? I have already given an order requesting information. However, our ship is currently moving beyond the speed of light, so it's very difficult to receive information transmitted from the Blue Rain Empire quickly, Elder Keek, who was standing beside Luo Yunyang, replied softly. Plus, we don't have an official ambassador in the Blue Rain Empire. In order to get first-hand information, we need men who are nearby and can head into the Blue Rain Empire. Right now, although the flying craft carrying Luo Yunyang was considered a top-notch spaceship in the entire Orion Spiral Arm, it would be difficult for it to receive information during a lightspeed flight. The Blue Rain Empire wasn't considered an important region by the Bloody Massacre Path, so they hadn't dispatched any people there. Luo Yunyang inhaled sharply but remained silent. He was very eager to know exactly what had happened in the Blue Rain Empire, or whether anything had happened in the Da Alliance. He had left the Chongyuan star more than a month ago, yet it would still take him another month to reach Earth. Although a month wasn't much compared to the time he had spent on the Chongyuan star, Luo Yunyang still had his heart set on speeding home. How was his family? What were things like in the Blue Rain Empire? Plus, there was still. After speaking with Elder Keek for a bit, Luo Yunyang let him leave. He just shook his head and tried to push his worries to the back of his mind. Although he was anxious deep down, this was the fastest they could go, so there was nothing else he could do. As Luo Yunyang clenched his fist gently, a majestic power started to flow into his arm. A purple-red glow of power emanated from his arm. This light was filled with a frightening power. As Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator, all sorts of attributes were quickly reflected in his mind. Power, 55 fire, 54 mind, 1 speed, 2 constitution, 8 origin source law, 28 wind, 11 earth, 17. A faint feeling of ecstasy swept through Luo Yunyang as he saw these golden digits. The past month of seclusion had caused his powers to increase slightly. Although this didn't seem like a lot, it was still extraordinary. It actually represented the power of a star. When Luo Yunyang had first opened his attribute regulator after breaking through to the star-grade realm, he had realized that various parts of his constitution and other sub-attributes had completely vanished. The interface that had appeared in his mind seemed to have gone back to the way it had been before. However, the words and figures had now turned gold. Golden words seemed to contain a strange power. Luo Yunyang only found out what each golden word meant when he used his attribute regulator to measure a Bloody Massacre Path expert. This star-grade martialist, who had already broken through to the star-grade realm nearly 100 years ago, only had 1.5 points on his power column. Restraining his excitement, Luo Yunyang tried to view another subordinate's stats. This individual had recently ascended to the star grade realm, yet his power was only 0.9 points. Luo Yunyang would be a fool if he still didn't understand what these golden figures signified. However, there were still some areas that didn't satisfy him. His various power, constitution, speed and mind attributes could still be rapidly interchanged, yet the origin source law, which Luo Yunyang considered the most important, still couldn't be adjusted. Actually, it could be adjusted, but only two types of origin source law could be interchanged. These adjustments didn't seem to be of much use. They were only used for unleashing mystic arts, increasing might, and possessing clearer control over origin source law. Origin source law made one feel as if one was on a pedestal that was very difficult to surpass. This made Luo Yunyang aware of the importance of origin source law. Therefore, after shutting off the attribute regulator, he sat down in a lotus position once again. Although he wasn't able to unleash any mighty or powerful methods while cultivating on the spaceship, comprehending origin source law didn't pose any problems. Luo Yunyang immediately converted most of his attribute points into mind attribute points. When it came to comprehending origin source law, his mind attribute was still the most important factor. Although Luo Yunyang was hell-bent on rushing home, his experiences on the Chongyuan star had made him understand that nothing was reliable in that world. What a person could rely the most on was their own cultivation base. Therefore, now that he had nothing to do, he would focus all his effort on cultivating. Luo Yunyang unfolded a drawing unhurriedly. The only thing on the drawing was a huge mountain that was standing loftily above the thick, massive ground. There wasn't anything else besides these two elements. However, this mountain was a precious treasure for disciples of the bloody massacre arts. This was the Earth Gravity Mountain Diagram. The Earth Gravity Mountain Diagram was at the same level as the Fallen Autumn Leaves diagram. Although this diagram was only an ordinary drawing now, it was enough for Luo Yunyang to slowly digest the Earth Origin Source Law that Poshan had left him. Meanwhile, a singing and dancing performance was being held in the Da Alliance. Over 100 beautiful ladies were dancing lightheartedly as the top-ranking female singer of the entire Da Alliance was crooning away passionately. Her voice was misty and fluttering, so that anyone listening would feel as though they could forget all about this secular world. However, most of the people there were shaking in fear. From time to time, they would shoot fearful glances at Crown Prince Nanshan, who was sitting in a chair made out of leopard skin. The leopard skin glowed in many different colors as multicolored lights illuminated it, giving it a sort of dream-like hue. Every person that recognized that leopard skin had an expression of extreme fear all over their face. This leopard skin had been the skin of the Dark Ice Devil Leopard, one of the 10 great heaven-grade source beasts. The Dark Ice Devil Leopard's reputation had shaken the entire Maya city in the past, yet now his skin was used as a chair. "Come over here." Crown Prince Nanshan gestured at a charming, tender woman before her body flew over uncontrollably. A frightened look had just crept onto her face when Crown Prince Nanshan said grimly, "Slut." The lady's face fell as soon as she heard this. She was prepared to plead, yet when Crown Prince Nanshan snapped his fingers gently, she immediately turned into a bloody mist. The other dancing women felt faint. Although they all panicked when they saw this sudden spectacle, they still plastered fake smiles on their faces. They didn't want to smile, yet they had to choose between dying and smiling. They had no alternative, so they remained quiet out of fear. Their only option if they didn't want to die was to keep dancing and smiling before this evil man. Reporting, Crown Prince. "We have already locked onto the range of Base 1, a man clad in purple armor told Crown Prince Nanshan respectfully. A hint of delight crept onto Crown Prince Nanshan's face as he laughed heartily. "Good, good, good. You have all done a great service by locating Base 1. Instruct everyone to concentrate all the weapons of the Da Alliance on Base 1. Let's use the Da Alliance's possessions to destroy Base 1. Crown Prince Nanshan unknowingly clenched his teeth as he spoke. There was a cold glint in his eyes that was somehow frightening. "Bring out the Flame Emperor and everyone else who has a relationship with Luo Yunyang." Ha ha ha, weren't they stubborn? Didn't they set up a seal in their minds that made it difficult for me to find Base 1? Now I shall show them that, even without them, I was still able to find Base 1. Oh, don't forget to inform Qing Yuano and ask him to prepare. There are still a few more subordinates of Yunxi's that are relatively difficult to deal with. A wave of hatred and elation flashed through Crown Prince Nanshan's mind as he thought about Yunxi. This feeling was hard to describe with words. He felt like trampling over the woman who had ignored his wishes in venting that way. As a series of commands were issued, the entire Maya city started to move. When Crown Prince Nanshan stepped out of the large hall where the performance was held, more than 10 large vats were being pushed out by his men. They were all jet black, and there was a head on top of each one. Among those heads were the Flame Emperor, the Eagle King, some of Luo Yunyang's Rising Dragon Army comrades and some of the martialists that had trained with him at Base 7. They were all currently fitted in individual vats, pure despair evident in their eyes. Crown Prince, 17 of these people have arrived, a subordinate told Crown Prince Nanshan respectfully with a smile. Crown Prince Nanshan's gaze swept over the Flame Emperor and the others, who were trapped inside the large vats, as he roared with laughter. How does the Sky Fire Insect Queen feel? Your arms and legs must be more or less gone. Don't worry, I will capture more people so that you have company. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.